Chapter 751 The Disappearing Buddhas. As expected, the city god knew about this. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. What is this? Tianjian Imperial Master asked calmly. The city god did not answer, but lowered his head and pondered. He seemed to be thinking about whether to truthfully tell everything he knew. Seeing this, the Imperial Master Tianjian said, You have to be clear about who the enemy we are really facing is. If we continue to hide what we know from each other, we will only be constrained. At least from my point of view. Even if the gods and demons came to the world, and there was a battle between the gods and demons in this world and the immortal world, we were not enemies. Instead, we could become allies and fight against the enemy together. This is why I agreed to build your temples all over Dakian and let you search for key clues. Teacher, are you Pua's city god? If you really don't guard against the gods and demons in the fairy world, why should you seal the cracks in the fairy world? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The city god thought for a moment, and finally sighed and said, Okay, I'll tell you. Damn it. It actually works. Sure enough, Jiang is still as hot as ever. Qin Feng's respect for the teacher has reached a new level. I have said before that those beings possess the magical power of immortality. Even though the gods, demons, and Buddhas of the western regions tried their best, they still could not find a way to crack it. And their number is increasing day by day, seemingly endless. In desperation, we can only use another method. Band? Qin Feng blurted out. Yes, it is a ban. But it is not easy. They are extremely adaptable, even to the point of being incredible. No matter what the environment is, they can quickly adapt to it. Even the Yen Lord Tianyin, who is feared to be avoided by gods and demons, cannot trap them. They can even give birth to new forms and merge with the Tianyin. Are these monsters cockroaches? The night travel god once manifested the power of the heavenly flame in the dream Tao. Even if it was fake, Qin Feng felt an almost despairing suffocation for a moment. If he hadn't been opportunistic, he might not have been able to get out of the predicament. Among the many methods in the fairy world, there are only two methods that can truly ban those monsters. One is what I said before. Kunlun is in the palm of the Emperor of Heaven. It was the Kunlun Mountains. Qin Feng nodded. He naturally remembered such an important thing. Could it be that the second method is related to the mustard seed Shumi? Yes. The second type is the gods and Buddhas of the western regions. Mount Sumeru, which is formed by condensing the power of great wishes, can accommodate mountains, seas, and rivers between grains of rice. I have seen the image of the Buddha using Mount Sumeru to contain those monsters. But within a few breaths, all those monsters were contained, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the confinement. The terrifying existence among the monsters has always wanted to break the ban on Kunlun Mountain and Mount Sumeru and release the companions inside. The key to lifting the ban lies in the Emperor of Heaven and Mustard Seed Shumi. Speaking of this, the city god sighed. When the gods and demons invaded the broken world, the Emperor of Heaven was attacked from both sides. Since that battle, there has been no news. We have been searching for thousands of years, but to no avail. This has also led to the war in the fairy world being retreated, and many gods and demons defecting. If it weren't for the fact that the ban on Kunlun Mountain is still there, which proves that the spirit of the Emperor of Heaven has not disappeared, I am afraid that we would all think that the Emperor of Heaven is dead. The immortal world is leaderless, and the war situation is not optimistic. Qin Feng frowned, and a look of solemnity flashed in Tianjian Imperial Master's eyes. Since the mustard seed Sumeru is so important, shouldn't the gods and Buddhas of the western region of immortal world put it in their own hands? For example, how could the Buddha you mentioned be left behind in our world? The reason is very simple. The city god took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Because the Buddhist world in the western region no longer exists. What? Qin Feng was stunned. Today's Buddhist world in the western region has long been in ruins, and all the Buddhas have disappeared into thin air. The void there was like an abyss vault, shrouded in strange power. Not even the original Emperor of Heaven could penetrate deep into it to find out what was going on. But before the Emperor of Heaven disappeared without a trace, he once said something: the depths of darkness do not belong to the fairy world. It is another space. It was precisely because of this sentence that I once suspected that the end of darkness was connected to this broken world or the ghost world. At this point, Qin Feng's heart was already in an uproar. The darkness like an abyss. The disappearing Buddhist world and the Buddhas. This sounds very similar to the scene that Senior Baiyin said. Could it be said that what is connected beyond the extreme realm of the four realms of Dakian is the Buddhist realm of the western region? But is this really possible? The Tianjian Imperial Master frowned. He turned around and looked at the sky. A stream of pure air shot out from between his eyebrows and went straight into the sky. However, a moment later, accompanied by a violent cough, the Tianjian Imperial Master covered his mouth, and his palms became bright red. Teacher! Qin Feng was shocked. No problem. Tianjian Imperial Master waved his hand, and the blood on his palm was gone. The city god saw something and said in a deep voice, "The path of destiny involves too much cause and effect. If you use it too frequently, you will only burn yourself out in the end." The Tianjian Imperial Master did not respond, but said, "There is a high probability that Mustard Seed Shumi is in the extreme realm of the western region. Qin Feng, you need to go there. There is an opportunity for you to step into the second-level realm." In the back garden of the palace, Yin and Emperor Ming walked together to enjoy the flowers and talked about what happened during this period. It is naturally a good thing to improve your cultivation. But why did I hear that during this period, your mind was not entirely focused on cultivation? A flash of panic flashed in Yin's eyes. And then she pretended to be calm and said, "In addition to practicing, I also have to take care of the major and minor matters of Jubiozai. Otherwise, how can we ensure that the national treasury is full, and how can we provide sufficient pensions to the fallen soldiers by relying solely on the Emperor's brother's business?" Emperor Ming was pleased and said, "It is a great blessing for me to have a daughter like you to share my worries. It's just that in recent days, the prince often complained to me that in addition to taking care of the business of the restaurant and brothel, he also had to take over your Jubiozai, which made him so busy that he didn't even have the extra energy to learn how to govern the country. I wonder if this is the case." Yin froze. All her thoughts were focused on the Qin mansion. These were naturally true. But how could she have the nerve to let her father know about such a thing? Thinking quickly in his mind, he quickly found the words. "My father is busy with many things, and he has to worry about many more things than my brother. But as the crown prince, the emperor's brother has no intention of making progress all day long and just hangs around in the alleys of fireworks and willows. How can this be done? I just hope that the emperor will not put too much thought into those unimportant things." Emperor Ming glanced slightly sideways. "I see. But the prince clearly told me that because you often go to the Qin mansion and stay with Qin Feng, you don't care about the Jubiozai." Uh-huh. The tips of her fair ears instantly turned pink. Even though Yin had a strong psychological quality, being asked directly by her father still left her at a loss for a moment. Yin secretly gritted her silver teeth and said, "Brother Huang really said that. Do we need to find him and confront him face to face?" Emperor Ming asked with a smile. "No need. The two are brothers and sisters. How could you not understand the prince's personality? 9 times out of 10 these words are true." Hateful. Under the wide white sleeves, Yun's right fist was clenched. "Father, there is something I need to tell you." "What's the matter?" "Brother Imperial has raised several promiscuous women in Piaoxiang Garden, and sometimes he stays up at night." When Emperor Ming heard this, he frowned. He called Eunuch Li, who was not far away, and said calmly, "Later, call the prince to the imperial study." "Slave, I obey." Eunuch Li bowed and retreated. The two of them walked to the entrance of the back garden. Yin remembered something again and said again, "By the way, father, the teacher said something to me before." Qin Feng returned to Qin Mansion, and his solemn expression immediately faded. He had already told Su Tianyu that he would go to the western regions with him. This is not only to prevent those strange beings from finding Mustard Seed Shumi, but also for the opportunity mentioned by the teacher to be promoted to the second-level realm. But this matter must not be known to the two ladies. They had just given birth not long ago and needed rest most at this moment. Moreover, Qin Feng knew very well that with the personalities of the two ladies, if they knew that he was going to be in danger again, they would definitely ask to follow him together. However, after being pregnant for 10 months, they have not only improved their cultivation, but it will be good if they cannot regress. In addition, Qin Xiao and Qin Lan continue to absorb the energy in their bodies. Now they are simply weak. How can they fight against powerful enemies? Entering the lobby, the family is having a good time, and the smell of rice fills the nostrils. Ernyang teased Qin Xiao and Qin Lan with a happy smile on her face. I glanced around, but there was no sign of the old dragon or the Buddha's mouth. "Where did Long Ancestor go?" Qin Feng asked curiously. Song Mu replied, "Afternoon. There was no trace of Ancestor Long. Maybe something happened to Tianqi, and it's not certain that Ancestor Long went back." "That's fine. I was afraid that my inner thoughts would be exposed by the Buddha's mouth." Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look at the two ladies, His eyes opened with supernatural powers. It must be said that the bodies of Lufu and Dragon Clan were indeed strong. They had just given birth not long ago, but their bodies had almost recovered. It's just that the chi in their bodies is still not as strong as before they were pregnant. If she hadn't been pregnant, after the sudden change in the world, with the talent of the two ladies, I'm afraid it would be more than enough to step into the second-level realm. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Miss Sir, why are you back so late? Lu Jianli asked curiously. I asked the teacher for advice on some cultivation matters, so I wasted some time. Qin Feng looked as usual. Song Filan on the side sniffed lightly, then frowned slightly. Why does it smell like a woman? Oops. It was contracted from the fox in the morning. Qin Feng's heart tightened. His mind whirled rapidly, and then he calmly replied, when I went to see the teacher, Yin was also there asking for advice. Maybe it was at that time contaminated. At this time, Lan Ningxuan, who was not far away, came closer, frowned and said, That's not right. Uncle, Yin often comes to the Qin mansion, and I remember the smell of rouge on her body. It was a light fragrance, far less rich than the fragrance you have now. Are you all born in the year of the dog? Do you have such a sharp nose? All the women in the lobby looked at her, and Qin Feng couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, Qin Feng has seen the world, and he soon had an excellent excuse. You don't know this, right? Yin is a princess. How can the rouge smeared on her body be ordinary? That is Yuxia Fang's new product. It is condensed from the juice of various camellias in Baiwa Valley. It is called Baiwa powder. Its fragrance will change over time. Usually in the morning, it is a light fragrance, and after noon, the fragrance will become stronger and stronger. At night, as the temperature drops, this fragrance will give people a sense of coolness and comfort. While speaking, Qin Feng quietly activated his consciousness, took out a piece of ice-hard grass from the sumer ring, and hid it in his arms. Ice-hard grass has the effect of calming and concentrating the mind, and can exude an icy air. Hey, it seems that there is really a cool feeling, and the mood becomes very relaxed, Lan Ningxuan said in surprise. That's what I said. If you two ladies don't believe it, why don't you come and have a listen? No need. Lu Jianli shook his head. Although Song Filan still had some doubts, she could only believe the facts before her. When the second mother saw this, she tried to smooth things over and said, This rouge smells really good. I have to ask you next time she comes again. Ah, Qin Feng advised. Don't think too much. Nyang, Baiwa powder is a rouge specially provided by the royal family, and only the empresses and princesses in the palace are qualified to use it. If you tell her, she will definitely bring you some. But there is no need to owe this kind of favor. Special offer from the royal family. It's really not worth troubling her. Nyang nodded in approval. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Snap! At this moment, the sound of broken porcelain was heard. Everyone looked around and found out that it was Qin Lan who was playful and broke the teacup, spilling the tea on the floor. When Song Filan saw this, she was about to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Shan Sui Ping'an. This is a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, on the other side, Qin Xiao also broke a teacup and burst into laughter. Qin Feng rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand and said, If you are so naughty, will you get it again in the future? You must be disciplined. Madam, don't move. Just let me go. Before long, bursts of crying could be heard in the lobby. The moon and stars are sparse, and the night breeze is gentle. Qin Feng returned to the room, still looking worried. It was obvious that the child had just been born not long ago and had not been properly accompanied yet. Yet he had to leave in a hurry. Perhaps only when the threat to this world is completely eliminated can he settle down and spend time with his family. Go to bed early. We can leave quietly tomorrow and head to the western region. Qin Feng thought this way. At this moment, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and two beautiful figures stepped in simultaneously. Qin Feng looked surprised. Why are you two here? I saw Song Filan holding a bowl of soup in her hand, and Lu Jianli's fair cheeks turned crimson in the light of the candle. Qin Feng recognized that bowl of soup. Wasn't it the ancestral secret recipe passed down by CG of the Lu family? In the dead of night, with a bowl of nourishing soup and two shy ladies. It seems obvious what will happen next. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A little nervous, but also a little expectant. Children, are all asleep? A soft nasal voice sounded. The lights in the room suddenly dimmed. Chapter 752 Departure. The next morning, even Qin Feng, whose body had been tempered by dragon beads and thunder, felt sore in his waist and back, as if he was about to die. No wonder the lady had to bring Lao Siji's special decoction when she entered the room last night. It turned out that they had known for a long time that this would be a protracted battle. There is no plowed land, only exhausted cows. If I could do it all over again, I would be a warrior. Qin Feng thought in his heart that the body of the scholar was still too weak compared to the two ladies. Turning their heads and looking around, they saw the soft fragrance beside them. After a night of lovemaking, both ladies hid their heads under the covers. It turns out that you also know that I'm sorry. Qin Feng blinked and suddenly felt a little funny. He wanted to pull the quilt away and tease the two ladies, but the quilt seemed to have grown on his body and would not move at all. Lu Jianli and Song Filan are both secretly using their strength. Just when Qin Feng was about to compete with the two ladies, a force of energy in his body surged crazily at this moment. This is... Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he quickly unfolded his consciousness to internally examine himself. I saw the black and white energy flowing on the yin and yang Dao in the divine sea, washing their whole bodies. The two little guys, Chi Chi and Bai Su, also showed expressions of great enjoyment under this energy. Qin Feng didn't react at first, but it wasn't until Senior Xian Yi's phantom appeared on the heart-asking stage that he learned from the latter that it was his body and soul that were integrating the principles of yin and yang. Huh? Qin Feng was extremely surprised. After nearly half a year of hard study, he gained very little. Why did he suddenly have an enlightenment and start to integrate Taoism overnight? Senior, why is this? Xian Yi pondered for a moment, then asked, What did you do last night? Last night? He stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. After a while, Qin Feng hesitated and said, I spent a good night with the two ladies last night. So that's it. As the saying goes, if the yang cannot be born, the yin cannot grow. If you continue to study the principles of yin and yang, it is not that you have gained nothing. It is just that you want to integrate it into yourself. But there is still a little opportunity, and your marriage with your wife provides you with this opportunity. Qin Feng reacted as if he had given the two ladies the ancient divine energy and Hongmeng immortal energy through the same room. Under the harmony of yin and yang, qi flowed between their bodies, which opened his mind, and the yin and yang began to merge into his own body. After carefully sensing the energy in his body, he clearly found that it was much stronger than before. If my prediction is correct, your two ladies should also have benefited greatly, Xian Yi said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng used his pupil powers and glanced at the two ladies. In fact, as the senior said, Lu Jianli and Song Filan's bodies have completely recovered, and even the energy in their bodies has returned to its original peak state, or even exceeded it. It's not unreasonable to praise dual cultivation in some martial arts novels. It can make you feel comfortable and improve your cultivation at the same time. Qin Feng had a strange expression on his face. The sun shines into the house through the gaps between the windows, and the fresh air unique to winter can't help but make people feel refreshed. There was a chirping sound, and a small black shadow flashed past the window. It was a little fox. Qin Feng realized at this moment that he was obviously going to leave secretly this morning and head to the western region with Su Tianyu. As a result, I was so immersed in the tomb of Gilnis last night that I forgot about it. Looking to the left and right, the two ladies had obviously woken up, but they still had their heads buried and did not dare to lean out. Qin Feng tentatively asked, It's getting late. Do you two ladies want to have dinner together? He had already thought about it. Now Jianli and Filan would definitely not dare to act rashly because of shyness. In this case, it was just convenient for him to get up and get dressed and leave. However, the idea is good, but the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Suddenly, two jade-white arms appeared from the quilt and pulled him into them. Qin Feng was shocked. He never expected that the two ladies actually wanted to eat eel. But the eel was not the same as the other. Su Tianyu's manifested clone heard the movement outside the house, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It looks up at the sky and is rising eastward. Two sticks of incense passed by in a hurry. When Qin Feng got dressed and walked out of the house, he was bent over, not only fighting all night, but also having to work overtime after getting up early. Even a tough man cannot withstand such torture. It is a well-known fact that the more the fields are plowed, the fatter they become, and the more plowed the cattle are, the thinner they become. Tweet! The little red fox was at his feet. And then, there was a bang. The pink mist filled the air, and a graceful and enchanting figure emerged from it. The 9 long fox tails swung, adding to the charming atmosphere. Su Tianyu glanced at the room and said with a half-smile, "So fast?" Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. This is the greatest insult to a man. Ha ha. If I hadn't gone to the western region with you, I wouldn't have been able to catch my breath even if the sun was shining brightly. Before you say this, you might as well straighten your waist first, Su Tianyu said with a joking look on his face. Stop talking nonsense while they are still resting. Hurry up and head to the western region. Qin Feng held his waist and walked toward the gate of Qin Mansion. If that's the case, there's no need to worry. What do you mean by this? Qin Feng was curious, turned around and looked, and then was stunned on the spot. On both sides of the door, Lu Jinli and Song Filan had put on their clothes and stood there quietly with cold expressions. Think about it. Even if he can get out of bed, how can the two ladies really fall asleep? What's going on? Song Filan glanced at Su Tianyu and asked coldly. Without saying a word, Lu Jinli made a move with his right hand, and with the sound of gurgling water, the cold water sword fell from the sky. This was a rhythm that would lead to a fight if they disagreed. Qin Feng hurriedly said, Madam, please listen to my explanation. After some talk, Lu Jinli and the two finally understood the whole story. Something happened in the western regions again, and the Prime Minister was ordered to go to the western regions by the order of the Imperial Master. Why are you hiding such a big thing from us? Lu Jinli looked sideways at Qin Feng, with a trace of displeasure in his cold eyes. Su Tianyu, who was watching the excitement, didn't think it was a big deal and said, Why else? Naturally, it's because I don't want you two to worry, and I know you can't help much, so I chose to hide it. Hearing this, Song Filan frowned and stared at Su Tianyu with her light blue eyes. You don't have to look at me like this. After the Zhulong of the Southern Territory appeared and the changes in the world, the strength of everything in the world has been advancing by leaps and bounds. But during this period, the two of you were pregnant, and the energy in your body was being wildly exploited by those two little guys. It is not easy to maintain the original strength. So how can you get involved in this kind of thing? At the end of the conversation, Su Tianyu's tone became quite serious. She and Lu Jinli had some friendship, and this concern was not fake. When Lu Jinli heard this, they both looked at Qin Feng. The latter knew very well how powerful the two ladies were. If these words were true, he would go to the western regions together. Deng even said it differently. Don't listen to her nonsense. I have never questioned the strength of these two ladies. It's just that Qin Shao and Qin Lan were born not long ago, and they need someone to take care of them at this moment. If I leave and you two are not around, I'm afraid that there will be trouble at home. That's all. And you really need to take a good rest now. Su Tianyu raised his eyebrows slightly and was too lazy to argue. Song Filan said coldly, Sister Jinli, and I don't have to go. Really? But Mr. Master, you are not allowed to go. Your strength is not even comparable to ours. If you go, you will die in vain. How can this be done? He is under the orders of the Imperial Master of Tianjin. Su Tianyu frowned and said. The picture revealed in the Jiaotian stone meant that she had to take Qin Feng to the western region. Otherwise something would happen. And she believed that even Song Filan of the Dragon Clan would have to think twice before moving out someone like Tianjin Guisher. What does that old guy want to do with me? Do you really think that everyone in the world is his pawn? Song Filan didn't care. Qin Feng quickly glanced in the direction of the Sky Tower. Fortunately, everything was as usual. This situation is a bit embarrassing. Either the two ladies have to go with them, or no one can go. After thinking about it, Qin Feng sighed and said sullenly, In that case, how about I make a bet with the two ladies? What bet? I will compete with the two ladies. 3 moves will determine the outcome. If I win, the two ladies will stay at home and let me go west. If I lose, I agree that the two ladies will go together. It took a lot of courage for Qin Feng to say this, but he had no choice but to be suppressed by the two ladies for too long. And the property of being strict with his wife had already penetrated into his bones. But for the safety of the two ladies, he must do this. And he also believes that after the 10-month window of the lady's pregnancy, he will most likely be the latecomer and be able to stabilize the two ladies. Maybe today, it's his turn to stand up and call the shots. Are you really going to do this? Lu Jinli's red lips parted lightly. Qin Feng smiled confidently. Yes. Ladies, be careful. After burning a stick of incense, outside the gate of Qin Mansion, a group of people got ready to go. Su Tianyu glanced at the disgraced Qin Feng with a look of disdain. They made a promise of 3 moves, But when they met, they were subdued. It was really embarrassing and humiliating. But from the few moments just now, Su Tianyu also discovered something unusual. Lu Jianli and Song Filan's qi is actually a bit stronger than before. And there seems to be a special power flowing around them in their bodies, making their qi more perfect. And they even have the illusion of being integrated with heaven and earth. It's like Tao principles. And it's not ordinary Tao principles, Su Tianyu thought in his mind. The people in the house took out the horses. And the second brother asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Lu Jianli and the other two looked up. And Qin Feng replied awkwardly, "I accidentally fell down just now. It's not serious." Even so, he felt extremely depressed in his heart. He originally wanted to show off his talents. But in the end, he proved once again that your wife will always be your wife. But how could he have imagined that as soon as he said the word "be careful," the two ladies would take action at the same time? He was careless and did not dodge. And then, he was quickly captured by the two ladies' unethical behavior. However, at that distance, the Winsage Taoist would not have an advantage against the warriors and dragon clan. After all, the former is like a mage, who needs to shake a big move before casting a spell, while the latter just raises his hand and strikes. The skill has no cooldown, but the attack power is still high. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When will the mage be able to stand up? You just gave birth to a baby. Why are you still running around? The world today is even more uneven than before. I still don't quite understand what Feng'er means by honeymoon, Ernyang said worriedly. Qin Feng explained, "I just thought that it would be too boring for the two ladies to stay in Fotian City for 10 months. Then I planned to take them out for a walk. It could take as short as 7 or 8 days, or as long as 1 month. They would be back in a short time." So Ernyang didn't have to worry. He had spoken to several people in advance about these remarks. Second mother is old and doesn't understand you. Just be careful when you go out. That's natural. During our absence, I'll ask my aunt to take care of Qin Xiao and Qin Lan. Don't worry. If they are disobedient, there are many ways in the Dragon Clan to teach them a lesson, Song Mu replied lazily. Hearing this, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said seriously, "If that kid Qin Xiao makes you angry, just beat him. If Qin Lan does something wrong, beating him is useless. You still have to be more reasonable. Of course, if my aunt is really angry, she can take it out on Qin Xiao." After a while of greetings, it was finally time to say goodbye. Song Filan suddenly discovered something. Her eyebrows furrowed, and then she came closer to Su Tianyu and took a gentle sniff. This simple action frightened Qin Feng to the point where his hair stood on end. "Hey, Clan Chief Tianyu. Could it be that the fragrance on your body is also smeared with Baiwa powder from Yuxiafang? That thing is a special gift from the royal family, and ordinary people cannot get it." While speaking, he continued to indicate with his eyes. How could Su Tianyu, who had lived for who knows how long, not understand these secrets? He smiled slightly and gave a reassuring look. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fox tribe women never wear rouge. This is our unique body fragrance. Damn it! Howling Courtyard. Climbed to the top of the Sky Tower. The Imperial Master Tian Jian withdrew his gaze, and the mini-city god said, "You hid some information in the previous scene. Why aren't you like that? You keep saying that you came to this world to get the flower of the other side and deal with those things. But you should have known a long time ago that the number of flowers on the other side is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for those beings. What you are doing is nothing more than trying to use Baigan flowers to prove some conjectures and find a way to completely kill them." The city god's pupils widened slightly. "So what? Facts have proven that Bayan Huawa can indeed kill those existences. What you should be concerned about now is how to deal with that ghost Buddha. You must know that there is something strange and immortal hidden in that incarnation." The Imperial Master Tian Jian did not respond, but said calmly, "Don't you want to know what the information I have hidden is? What is it?" The city god was curious. "They are looking for the master of this world and the laws of life and death." Chapter 753. Kill the man and take the woman away. Eastern Territory. The territory of the Azura clan. The indigo girl swung her ponytail and kicked the ground with her strong and powerful legs. More than a dozen tough Azura tribesmen were knocked back. Ziyulua, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, said with emotion, "After the sudden change in the world, the young king absorbed the ancient divine breath from the upper world, and his current strength even scares me. It's no wonder that there are so many tribesmen who want to express their love for the young king." Evil King Bimala acknowledged. "The young king is already gifted. It is not certain that the Azura clan in the future will be able to reach new heights under the leadership of the young king. Yes, the indigo girl was Pablo, who had competed with Qin Feng back then. Although she is still young now, the rudiment of beauty is still vaguely visible. Under the clear body lines, there is unparalleled explosive power hidden. Even the famous Azura warriors are not her enemy with one move. The fallen warriors stood up with bared teeth, then respectfully clasped their fists and walked away. For the Azura tribe, status and love must be fought for through fists. It is the tradition of the Azura tribe to show love and defeat. No longer entangled, Pablo stretched briefly, her bones crackling, and she turned around and walked towards Zayuluo and Zayuluo. Zayuluo smiled and said, "Among the brave young warriors in the clan today, is it possible that none of them can catch the eye of the young king?" Pablo twisted his neck and replied, "If you want to conquer me, you must defeat me. They are still far away. Moreover, the perfect partner who can give birth to the strongest heir with me has long been determined." Zayuluo and Bimala looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly. They naturally knew who the young king was talking about. He was the man who fought against the human race and defeated the young king at the last moment. And that man gradually became a legend in Dakian. After the Bet War, the Azuras and the humans became allies. The land of Dakian was no longer wary of the Azuras, and their information became extremely well informed. The battle between Zhulong and Zhulong at Zenlingwen in the southern region was brutal, even though many of the details are unknown. The names of some heroes are widely circulated. Among them, Qin Feng is naturally included. Even if the Imperial Master Tian Jian deliberately concealed the real person who killed Zhulong, he could not conceal Qin Feng's important role in that battle. Entering the third level overnight, stepping into the battlefield, using the energy of cultural treasures and realms to connect the warriors, turn the tide, and defeat the Garuda clan. These feats are worthy of being a brave warrior even among the Azura tribe. These news reached Pablo's ears, which further strengthened her idea of marrying anyone other than Qin Feng. "Do you think I can succeed if I go to Fontian City to snatch him directly?" Pablo asked seriously. Now, she has already reached the peak of her 7th level tribulation power, and her strength is her capital. "Young king, this is not appropriate. After all, there are Tianjian Imperial Master and God-suppressing Siyu sitting in Fontian City. If you want to snatch back the heroes of the human race, the Emperor of the human race will not agree." Bimulu analyzed. "Yes, and we have become allies with the human race. Doing such a thing would violate the original contract between the two parties. This is contrary to the principles upheld by our clan. Please think again, young king." When Pablo heard this, he lowered his head in frustration. "Where is your father?" "Staying in the extreme realm with the other two war kings." "Huh? Could it be that Jiyuan is getting closer again?" Pablo frowned. "Exactly. The huge bone ridge is like a chasm, dividing the world into two. On one side is the territory of the Azura clan, and on the other side is the endless dark abyss. And this abyss is alive. According to the war history of the Azura clan, it is called Jiyuan. It was squirming all the time, even if it moved at a distance that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Sha Tianluo understood that it was getting closer. "One day, Jiyuan will swallow this world," Sha Tianluo murmured, which was a prophecy passed down from ancient times. Tianjulu on the side asked, "My king, how did the Tianjian Imperial Master of Fontian City respond?" The content of the original contract between the two clans has not been revealed, but one of them is about the Jiyuan. The Azura clan has always wanted to go to the grave and work hard, just because they are worried that one day, unexpected drastic changes will occur in the extreme land, causing the entire clan to fall into an endless abyss. Sha Tianluo replied in a deep voice. "The old guy from Tianjin State Master told me that the extreme abyss is not only found in the eastern region, but also exists in the other three realms. After Zhulong came into the world, Jiyuan's devouring of this world was accelerating. If we put it in the past, 100 years would only be enough to advance 1 foot. But now, several people looked at the border and saw that part of the huge skeleton had been devoured, and it was nearly 10 feet away. Danger can come at any time. Has my king ever explored the abyss?" Satu'in Luo asked curiously. Sha Tianluo shook his head. "Even if you wrap your body with the law of killing heart, you still can't penetrate this barrier. Even if you try your best to tear open a crack, it will be restored by the inexplicable golden light in an instant." While the three of them were talking, they all turned around, and a gray-haired man in a yellow robe came into view. Sun Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I haven't seen King Ashura for a long time, but he still looks like the same." "Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here?" As ordered by the teacher, I have something to ask of you. In the southern region, coffins and tombs are everywhere, and the aura of death lingers. In the tomb hall, a group of people were sitting around, and cyan light was flowing on the surface of the huge coffin. The way the coffin tomb family works is to collect the souls of dead demons and ghosts with high tribulation power into soul-suppressing coffins to prevent their magical powers after death from poisoning the world. However, after the rift in the ghost world opened and the ability to attract the ghosts of this world reappeared, they felt much more at ease. Outside the lobby, a group of clan members stood on both sides. Tu Muqian whispered, "The ancestor's coffin moved strangely not long ago. I don't know why. I heard that it is related to the changes in Suiyang City. The tomb family's ancestral coffin is a treasure passed down from ancient times and can measure the life and death of a place. If the balance between life and death is broken, the ancestral coffin will move abnormally and an alarm will appear." When Tu Muqian heard this, he was shocked. It can affect the balance of life and death in the world. What happened in Suiyang City? I don't know the specifics, but I occasionally heard elders talking about the great terror from the upper world coming to the world. Even under the leadership of Tianlong Siming and the powerful combat power of the Demon Slayer Division, the battle was narrowly won. As soon as these words came out, Tu Muqian took a breath of cold air. The news that Nan Tianlong had entered the realm of transcendence had already spread throughout Dakian. What kind of monster appeared in Suiyang City? At this moment, a slovenly figure floated down. "Who are you?" Tu Muqian stepped back and hid behind his fellow clan members and asked. The man cupped his fists and replied, "I am Xian Li. I am a disciple of the Tianjin National Normal University. On the order of my teacher, I asked to see the old man of the tomb family." As we headed west, the atmosphere along the way was quite depressing. After Su Tianyu said the words about body fragrance, the flow of energy around the two ladies never stopped. It was an obvious murderous intention. If something important had not happened, a war would have been inevitable. Qin Feng was sandwiched between the two ladies and did not even dare to breathe. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, he chatted every sentence. "This trip is bound to be extremely dangerous. Jianli and Fei Lan, you must not be rash and think twice before you act. The direction of the Ghost Buddha's movement is towards the extreme realm of the western region. In my opinion, we can first contact the King of Chu and the people from the Demon Slayer Division and send people to stop him along the way. By the way, there is also Xiaobai's mother Bai Wudi. Like Fu Siming, she has already entered the realm of transcendence, and she will definitely be able to fight against that guy. Or to be on the safe side, you can go back to Tushan with the Tianyu clan leader first, so that she can merge with the main body and enter the realm of transcendence, adding another layer of powerful combat power." The two ladies showed no expressions and did not respond. The scene was quite awkward for a while. However, Su Tianyu said with a smile, "Sure enough, Mr. Qin cares about me the most." "Uh-huh." Two cold eyes instantly glanced at Qin Feng, who only felt his scalp numb. Just when he was feeling tormented, fallen leaves were flying from the trees on both sides of the mountain road, and the shrubs were shaking wildly. Along with a roar, a huge tree was cut in half. For a moment, the horses were frightened, trampled with 4 hooves, and neighed continuously. Tap, tap, tap. There was another rapid sound of horse hooves, and several figures jumped out of the flying dust, blocking the center of the mountain road. A group of sturdy men wearing black cloths on their faces let out ferocious laughter. "I have been in trouble for so long, and I have never met such a beautiful woman. The first time I came, there were 3 more. Let me have a good night tonight." "Got it. This guy is so skinny and tender. I don't know which family's young master he is, but he can actually carry such a woman with him. Maybe he is the heir of some big shot. The old rule is, kill the man, collect all the money, and take the woman away. Wait a minute. I'm interested in this guy, but I won't touch those 3 girls tonight." When the others heard this, they all looked at him and laughed loudly. "Look at this kid. He's so scared that he doesn't even dare to say a word." "Bandits?" Qin Feng glanced at everyone and showed a strange expression. When he was really tired, someone gave him a pillow. He was worried about how to calm down the 2 ladies, and someone actually came to his door and offered to die. "Thank you, everyone," Qin Feng said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart. A group of bandits. Chapter 754, the beginning of the destruction of the balance of life and death. After a period of silence, a bandit laughed loudly. "Boss, this kid was frightened and started talking nonsense. Since you are scared to death, You should deal with it as soon as possible. The Demon Slayer division is chasing too hard. If it is too late, you will not be able to play with these beautiful beauties. The eyes of the leading man were filled with the flames of desire. When a group of bandits heard this, they naturally smiled lewdly and kept approaching. But at this time, someone with sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the token tied to Qin Feng's waist, and he was immediately shot. 336-star order. He is from the Demon Slayer division. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at the white gold star order. Eye-catching and shocking. Most of the bandits are just a mob. How can they have the courage to face the legend of the Demon Slayer division? Everyone stepped back cautiously, but kept their eyes fixed on the front, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. The leader said solemnly, I should recognize all the 36 stars in the western region, but I have never seen you. Who are you? Qin Feng. After saying these two words, the expressions of all the bandits changed drastically. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Qin Feng's name has long been famous throughout the country. How could they not have heard of it? Run! The moment the thought arose in his mind, the leader didn't care about the horse. He stepped hard on the saddle with his toes and jumped towards the mountain. How can a high-quality martial artist, running away with all his strength, be able to catch up with the speed of a horse? However, a sword light was faster than his speed. Looking back, the bandits who were traveling with him had all fallen down in an instant. The woman dressed in white and holding a jade-like bone sword in her hand showed no trace of fluctuation in her bright eyes. Boom! Something heavy fell to the ground. It was a headless body. The round head fell to the side of the mountain road, and a pair of bloody eyes stared in horror. At this time, the big man realized that he had been decapitated, and with such superb sword skills, he followed Qin Feng, the sword god Lu Jianli. The blind bandit actually dared to rob us. Su Tianyu only found it a bit funny, in order to make it easier to travel. She deliberately hid the 9 tails, but in the end, she caused unnecessary trouble. Qin Feng looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. Not that he sympathized with these bandits. You are a scumbag and deserve to die. It's just that the mountain road they were traveling on was not far from the official road, and there would be patrols by hunting envoys and soldiers on weekdays. How dare they be so bold, blocking the road and killing them in broad daylight. Moreover, these bandits are a ragtag group, but the leader's strength has reached the 4th level. This was something that was simply unthinkable before. The heaven and earth have changed, and the strength of everything in the world has been improved. It's not necessarily a good thing. Those with ulterior motives are also the causes of troubled times. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Qin Feng recognized this person as Gong Song, one of the 3 great generals of the Demon Slayer division in the western regions, who was skilled in swordsmanship. The latter glanced at the mess on the ground, then glanced at Qin Feng and the others with a look of understanding. Senior Gong, are you here after these people? Yes or no? After receiving the message from Lord Simon, I rushed to the extreme border of the western region and happened to encounter a destroyed village. Seeing his miserable appearance, it looked more like man-made work than a demon. So he followed him all the way. Gong Song slowly approached, glanced at his head and face, and spoke again. These people are a group of bandits from Huanxi Mountain. They are wanted by the Western Region officials and the Demon Slayer division, and they have a lot of lives on their hands. Originally, the leaders were only at the 6th level, but in the past 6 months, their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. After crossing 2 major realms in half a year, Qin Feng's face darkened. Not only them, but also many young people in the Western region have greatly improved their strength. If the Demon Slayer division hadn't also made some progress during this period, he might have been overwhelmed by the entanglement between demons and ghosts and these people. Qin Feng thought about the incident in Suiyang City and asked in a deep voice, Is it possible that there are also strange ancestral halls in the Western regions? Gong Song shook his head. The night-wandering god absorbs the power of wishes offered by the people of the human race and gives power to those with ulterior motives. When he comes to the world through his incarnation, Fontian City has already set people to notify the 4 regions of Dakian as soon as possible. How many people don't care about such a big thing? Fu Ruoyuan immediately discussed with the king of Chu and visited various cities and towns, even some villages and mountains, not to mention the new ancestral halls. Even some immortals and Buddhas that have been believed in since ancient times have been thoroughly investigated many times inside and out. With this kind of inspection intensity, it is not an easy task for the gods and demons in the immortal world to collect enough offerings and wishes to come to the world. Could it be that this person's cultivation has been progressing so fast, and it's just because of his extraordinary talent that he has been exposed to the changes in the world? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, but couldn't get any clues. By the way, why did you guys come to the Western region? Gong Song asked curiously. The reason for rushing to the extreme realm of the Western region should be the same as Lord Gong. Time is tight. Why not talk while walking? Qin Feng glanced at the corpses on the ground and didn't pay much attention. Anyway, there will always be monsters who smell the smell of blood. Eat these corpses clean. That's fine. The group set out on the road again, heading west. About a stick of incense later, a rustling sound came from the forest. It was a colorful giant snake that smelled blood and wanted to feast here. It immediately swam towards the corpse of the bandit leader. The body of a divine warrior was also a great tonic for demons and ghosts. However, when it opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the body in one gulp, the right hand of the headless corpse suddenly reached out and pierced the head of the giant python in one fell swoop. Dark red blood gurgled down, and the giant snake gasped for life. Click, click. The bandits who were supposed to be dead actually sat up together, their bodies twisted in a strange posture, and they quickly crawled towards the giant snake's body. A line of blood shot out from the broken neck, pulling the fallen head back and putting it back together again. The body of the bandit held down the snake's body that suddenly struggled, and the sound of biting could be heard endlessly. I see. Gong Song nodded slightly after listening to Qin Feng's words. In the battle with Fu Long, I also know that the body and soul of the transcendent realm are protected by the Tao, and ordinary people cannot completely destroy them. Only those in the same realm, or those made from corpses in the transcendent realm, can damage their roots. Could it be that the Ghost Buddha you mentioned cannot be completely eliminated even if Siming takes action? In the Battle of Suiyang City in the Southern Territory, in addition to Lord Si Mingyan Zhou and Dao Gui, two extraordinary combat powers, there were also Lord Divine Generals present. Even if it inflicts multiple fatal wounds on such a strange being, it can still return to its full strength in a short period of time. Gong Song's face turned solemn when he heard this. He never expected that during the summons from Si Ming, the guy walking all the way to the end of the Western region would be such a terrifying thing. Not only does he have the strength to transcend, he also possesses the strange magical power of immortality. In that case, how did you kill it? In order to avoid causing panic among the people of the world. The details of the incident in Suiyang City in the Southern Territory have been concealed. Outsiders only knew that there was a ghost trouble in the city, and Si Ming and others took action together to avert the danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng cleared his throat and once again narrated his heroic deeds with added detail. Even Gong Song, the well-informed divine general, couldn't help but be moved by it. In the ghost world, flowers of the other shore. I didn't expect that so many things happened in Suiyang City. So when you came this time, did you bring flowers of the other shore? Qin Feng shook his head. It is extremely difficult to pick the other shore flower, and the quantity is not large. It is simply unrealistic to rely on it to deal with those guys. I came here on the teacher's order this time. Maybe because the teacher wanted to find other ways to deal with those monsters. No matter what, with the help of you and your wife, this disaster in the Western region will be able to be overcome as safely as before. However, I once heard that the leader of the Tushan Fox clan specially transformed into a clone to go to Fengtian City, but I didn't expect that he would join you. Could it be? Gong Song glanced at Su Tianyu and stopped talking. Is it what? Qin Feng asked curiously. Could it be that Su Tianyu also became your wife? As soon as these words came out, there was nothing else except the sound of galloping horses and the whistling wind in my ears. After a moment, Su Tianyu smiled and trembled. Is this how it is in Lord Gong's eyes? This, Gong Song wanted to say yes, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. On the other side, the two women dressed in white and wearing handkerchiefs had cold eyes, which always seemed a bit perceptive. Qin Feng hurriedly explained. Master Gong misunderstood, but they just happened to be traveling together for some reasons. Then, Su Tianyu will tell the truth about how he wants to connect himself and enter the realm of transcendence. When Gong Song heard this, his eyes changed slightly, showing envy and complexity. The envy is naturally because the realm of transcendence is what he dreams of, and the complexity is because if there is another extraordinary combat power in the Western region, the situation will become more subtle. Fortunately, the Tushan Fox clan led by Su Tianyu has always been on good terms with the human race, so no major changes will occur. So that's the case. Then, I would like to congratulate Patriarch Tianyu in advance for entering the realm of transcendence. Su Tianyu replied with a smile. We haven't even written the horoscope yet, so we don't know whether it will succeed or not. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Didn't Chief Tianyu see whether he could succeed during the divination of the Jiaotian stone? Qin Feng turned his head and looked around. Su Tianyu shook his head. The Jiaotian stone is a Hunyuan treasure left over from ancient times, and it is not something I can control. The only future I can know is the picture it reveals. As for the future I want to know, it is not something I can see if I want to see it. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Feng nodded clearly. Divination is inherently mysterious and uncertain. If everyone is a master of the heavenly supervisor and can predict the future they want to know, then what's the point? What's more, the cost of divination by the heavenly supervisor is not small. After all, divination is against the will of heaven and will inevitably suffer from the backlash of cause and effect. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the scene of the teacher in the climbing tower with blood on his hands, and his expression became solemn. If something happens to the teacher, God knows what kind of situation the entire human race will face. You know, this world can save the day from danger many times, and the teacher's divination is indispensable. Speaking of it, I have clearly entered the third level realm, and there are only a few times when I have used divination on my own initiative. On the contrary, there are more dream photos. If I can also divine secrets, can I help the teacher share some of them? Qin Feng was thinking in his heart. By the way, Mr. Gong, since your destination is also the extreme realm of the western region, how about joining us? After all, the Tushan land of the Fox clan is the only way to reach the extreme realm, Qin Feng suggested. Gong Song thought for a moment. Okay, on this trip, we will pass by the Guando station. I can ask someone to convey the information about the strange thing to Lord Siming and the King of Chu as soon as possible. In fact, there is another reason that Gong Song did not mention. He wanted to witness the birth of the realm of transcendence with his own eyes, so as to gain enlightenment and practice and break the current bottleneck. When it comes to martial arts with swords, even though the early stages of practice are very fast, the later you go, the harder it becomes. This is also a drawback caused by distracted practice. Therefore, after the changes in the world, many divine generals broke their shackles and stepped into a higher level. However, Gong Song always stayed at the peak of the third level, still one step away from the second level. Without stopping, the group of people rushed towards Tushan. At this time, Qin Feng also thought of the golden-winged rock that had left earlier. If it were there, his speed would be many times faster. I don't know if that guy can successfully survive the catastrophe. In the bright room, Fu Ruoyan was lying next to the desk, his beautiful eyebrows furrowed. She has clearly joined forces with King Chu and Bai Wuti to set up many obstacles at important checkpoints on the way to the extreme reaches of the western region. However, the strange enemy seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and suddenly there was no trace. At this moment, the candle in the room flickered slightly. The black shadow squirmed, stood up continuously, and turned into a human form. He was the ghost shadow in Mingji, the general of God. Is there any clue? Fu Ruoyan asked, pinching his eyebrows. And Mingji shook his head, then took out a letter from his arms and placed it on the table. Who sent it? Fu Ruoyan picked up the letter with a curious expression. There was no signature on the envelope. Gong Song. Fu Ruoyan opened the envelope, browsed it, and his expression changed slightly. What's the matter? And Mingji asked. Qin Feng and his party came to help out on the orders of Tianjin Imperial Master. Now they are heading to Tushan, and Su Tianyu seems to be ready to step into the realm of transcendence. If she really succeeds, it will be a good thing for us. Yes. Fu Ruoyan nodded. The relationship between the Tushan Fox clan and the Western Region Human clan has always been good. The natural disaster in the Western region would have been impossible to survive without the support of the Tushan Fox clan. Of course, the news in the letter that concerned Fu Ruoyan the most was not this, but the last few words attached by Gong Song. Qin Feng was ordered by the heavenly supervisor to bring you some words. Those weird things will definitely go to the extreme realm of the western region. There is no need to get involved in any obstacles along the way. Try to avoid the opponent as much as possible, and don't sacrifice in vain. Those with combat power below the third level should not be involved in this matter. They can gather their combat power and prepare in advance outside the extreme realm of the western region. Remember to bring the key. Huh? Fu Ruoyan breathed out, closed the letter, and then burned the envelope to ashes in the candlelight. The Tianjin Imperial Master's instructions made her instantly understand the seriousness of the problem. She stood up with a solemn expression. And Mingji, pass on my order. Chapter 755 The Unseen Technique. Tushan. In the courtyard where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, Qin Feng found a stone platform, took out various pastries and desserts from the Shumi ring, and placed them one by one. Gong Song approached, saw this, and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Offer." Gong Song, who was puzzled, continued to watch, and saw Qin Feng tightly holding a jade-like leaf in his hand. Within a moment, emerald green thunder flashed in front of him. Ripples appeared in the void, and the shadows of the netherworld were revealed. The cracks opened. In the dim world, a strong ghostly aura rushed towards my face. A huge ghost claw protruded from the void with lightning speed and took all the desserts on the stone table into its hands. This sudden scene happened so fast that Gong Song was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even Fu Siming, who had stepped into the realm of transcendence, could not compare with the oppressive feeling brought by those huge ghost claws. It was hard for him to imagine how terrifying the owner of the ghost claw was. After the emerald green thunder dissipated and the space crack disappeared, Gong Song asked, "Who is the owner of the ghost claw just now?" "I told you before, sir, that in Suiyang City. 2 senior brothers used their methods to send me into the ghost world to look for the flower of the other side. During the process, I encountered many changes. Without the intervention of the Ghost Lord, it is really unpredictable whether he could return to the living world alive." "Is it the Ghost Lord?" Gong Song looked shocked. Qin Feng nodded slightly. "Sending her tributes regularly is also to express gratitude and maintain the relationship between us." "Well, I'm not flattering. I'm just repaying kindness," Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Although these words were spoken calmly, Gong Song's heart was filled with huge waves. He took a serious look at Qin Feng, thought about it carefully, and then said with emotion, "I have heard about your rise. But in just a few years, you have such strength, and you have mastered the skills that most people can imagine. Unthinkable energy." Qin Feng was slightly startled. "What do you mean by this?" "Sir, I have the Imperial Master Tianjin as my teacher, Lu Jianli and a woman from Sanlong's lineage as my wife, and I have good friendships with many important figures in the Demon Slayer division. Nowadays, you can even communicate with the Lord of the Ghost Realm. Looking at the world, there are a few people who can be like you." Qin Feng also reacted after hearing this. "I've been accumulating connections for a long time, and I've become so awesome without even realizing it. If it were placed in an urban novel from the previous life, it would have been the story of my daughter living in a dog house. And with my order, 100,000 soldiers would shout for the return of the Dragon King. Well, in this life, my son should live in the dog house. I give the order, and the 2 ladies directly take action to settle the matter." He couldn't bear to let Qin Lan live in the dog house. As for his son, he should have endured more hardships when he was young. After all, men were like this, Qin Feng thought with peace of mind. "By the way, Master Gong, can I ask you a favor?" "But it doesn't matter. Although this junior has been in the realm of divine fortune-telling for a long time, he has rarely used divination methods on others. Now that you have some time, can you ask the younger generation to help you with your fortune-telling, so that you can see if your fortune-telling is accurate?" Qin Feng said sincerely. "Okay. What do you need me to do?" "Just stand here and stay for a while. It's quite simple." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng began to activate his spiritual consciousness. There are 2 types of divination techniques. One is the technique of looking at 3,000 qi, and the other is the technique of stargazing. On weekdays, Qin Feng doesn't use the 3,000 qi looking technique very often. After all, with his double pupil superpower, the qi mechanism in a person's body can be clearly seen. So this 3,000 qi looking technique seems a bit useless. As for the stargazing technique, the number of times it was performed was even rarer. First of all, he was busy practicing and improving his cultivation level, and he really didn't pay much attention to this aspect. Secondly, because of the existence of the teacher, there is no need for him to put in all this effort. After all, if the world is a chessboard, then all living beings are chess pieces. Only Tianjin Guisher can play the role of a chess player and play against the enemy behind the scenes. And many facts in the past have proven that it is always right to follow the teacher. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make rapid progress in cultivation, and the human race would not have been able to avert many dangers. It was just the words of the city god that made Qin Feng understand that the teacher's body was like a candle in the wind after he continued to use the hexagram technique. Someone has to help share some of it. It is precisely because of this that Qin Feng wants to practice the hexagram technique at this moment. Following the activation of his spiritual consciousness, the platinum life star in the divine sea emits a stream of pure energy, which shoots straight into the sky from his pupils. Qin Feng also felt an ethereal energy, which seemed to be connected to something. Could it be the way of heaven? His pupils reflected the stars in the sky. And then he looked at Gong Song in front of him. Several scenes flashed by, and Qin Feng also had a strange look on his face. How about it? What can be predicted by divination? Gong Song asked curiously. Master Gong is about to suffer a bloody disaster. Gong Song frowned when he heard this. But because of the strange existence that went to the extreme realm of the western region? Qin Feng stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. There are some secrets that cannot be revealed. When the time comes, you will naturally know them. Seeing what Gong Song wanted to ask, Qin Feng hurriedly covered his forehead and swayed slightly. The fortune-telling is very taxing on me. I need to take a rest. So I'll say goodbye for now. After saying this, he left in a hurry. Gong Song raised his hand and hesitated to speak. What kind of divination is this? It would be better not to know. But now I have to be wary and fearful. At this moment, two figures floated down. It was Lu Jianli and Song Feilin. The latter asked, Where is my husband? He was a little tired and was looking for a place to rest. Why didn't you go find Clan Chief Tianyu to discuss matters? Mentioning this, Song Feilin said lightly, that Humeizi avoided us on the grounds that she wanted to prepare to step into the realm of transcendence. Humeizi and Gong Song refused to comment. On the way here, he found that these two people seemed to be at odds with Su Tianyu. So that's it. After the third level, for every major level improvement, you need to be fully prepared to deal with that. The test to prove the hegemony of heaven and earth. It is reasonable for Patriarch Tianyu to recuperate his energy in advance in order to suit himself for enlightenment. With that said, he planned to find a quiet place to rest for a while. But I heard Song Feilin speak again. This opportunity is rare. And since I have nothing to do, why not compete with each other? Competition. Gong Song looked up at the sky. It was getting late, and the bright moon was hanging high. Originally, he wanted to recuperate enough to cope with the possible war that would follow. But this opportunity was too rare, and he did not want to miss it. Divine warriors pay attention to enterprising spirit, and fighting to support fighting. However, there are not many equally matched opponents in the world. What's more, Lu Jianli is the youngest swordsman in Dacian history. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Gong Song knows that he is no match for him. If he can gain some insights during the competition, it will be of great benefit to his practice, and he may be able to break through the current bottleneck. After some thought, Gong Song nodded and agreed. Okay. When Lu Jianli and Song Feilin heard this, they looked at each other. The latter took the lead. Please enlighten me. After speaking lightly, a phantom was wrapped in thunder and rushed towards Gong Song. Boom! For a time, the earth shook. Qin Feng found a secluded corner and sighed when he heard the noise. Master Gong, I'm sorry for you. In the divination scene, he clearly saw that the two ladies took turns to fight, and Gong Song was tired of dealing with it, and eventually suffered a loss. Thinking about it, with Su Tianyu preparing for a breakthrough, he naturally didn't have time to compete with Lu Jianli. However, the two ladies were pregnant for 10 months and had not fought for a long time, so they must be ready to fight. Naturally, the fighting spirit could only be vented on Gong Song. What's more, on the way here during the day, Gong Song mistakenly thought that Su Tianyu was his wife, let alone what Jianli would think. Fei Lan must have written it down. One by one, this result can be expected without divination. No longer paying attention to the shaking of the earth and mountains, Qin Feng calmed down and recalled all the details of the stargazing technique just now. Originally, I wanted to use Master Gong Song to spy on possible changes in the extreme realm of the western region. But in the end, this was all I could foresee. Sure enough, divination is easy to get started with, but it is not easy to master it. The deeper he got to know, the more Qin Feng discovered how powerful the Tianjin Imperial Master was. In this world, being able to protect the human race for so long is really not something that ordinary people can do. By the way, you might as well ask Senior Xian Yi if there is a way to improve his divination skills. Divine consciousness once again submerged into the divine sea, and Qin Feng awakened Senior Xian Yi in front of the heart-questing stage. A white shadow floated in the sky, and Xian Yi, who knew the ins and outs of the matter, replied, The way of divination differs from person to person. You can succeed every time you use the stargazing technique, which is enough to show your talent. It's just that the training time is too short. It's really not easy to improve your cultivation strength while also taking care of this. But after listening to your prediction about that person just now, I thought of a method that might be suitable for you. What method? The art of the unseen. Seeing Qin Feng's doubts, Xianyi explained. The art of not seeing is also a kind of stargazing. But what it can predict is only the next few moments that will happen around you with you as the center. Do you still remember the mysterious state when you exert your divine power? Qin Feng nodded. He naturally remembered this. Time and space seemed to have stopped, and everything in the world seemed to have entered slow motion in his eyes. Could it be that this unseen technique is similar to the state of divine power? Somewhat similar, but not the same. The method of divine power is the supreme secret passed down from the immortal world. In that state, you can almost become one with nature and man, gain insight into all things, and avoid any possible dangers. The art of not seeing allows you to have the ability to foresee for a short period of time, allowing you to know in advance where the danger will come from. Do you understand? Qin Feng probably has an understanding. Maybe like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. If he learns the art of not seeing, he can also dodge bullets with various exaggerated gestures? It sounds pretty good. Qin Feng said immediately. Senior, please teach me. The night passed by in a hurry, and the few people who were supposed to recharge their batteries barely slept a wink. Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness from the divine sea, and then let out a breath. The art of not seeing is a kind of stargazing after all, and it consumes too much of the soul. However, this night's hard work was not in vain. At least I have gained 6 or 7 points of understanding. I don't know what happened to my wife and the others. Turning around and looking around, Tushan was completely quiet. The competition must have ended. Qin Feng returned to the courtyard and saw Gong Song sitting cross-legged with a gray face, adjusting the energy in his body. The latter heard the news and looked for fame, with a complicated look on his face. Is this the bloody disaster you mentioned? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Junior has said it a long time ago. Lord Gong will know when the time comes. On the other side, Lu Jianli and Song Filing closed their eyes to rest and breathe out their energy. Their condition is obviously better than Gong Song's, and the energy around them seems to be stronger than yesterday. Seeing this, Gong Song couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. I originally expected that my discussion with them would help me break through the bottleneck, but I didn't expect that they would have to learn more. I can clearly feel that the qi around them seems to have reached the state of nature, and they must not be too far away from the second-grade state. Qin Feng opened his eyes to observe the two ladies. The fact was just as Gong Song said, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The 10-month window of pregnancy is so easy to make up for. No matter how talented the two ladies are, some things still need time to make up for. The reason why Jianli and Li are able to advance by leaps and bounds is because the black and white energy in their bodies is constantly flowing and tempering their souls and bodies. The principles of yin and yang may be much more mysterious than I expected. Qin Feng thought this way. He turned his head and looked around, then asked, Master Gong, have you ever thought about giving up one subject and specializing in another? The essence of martial arts practice is to be refined rather than too numerous. Just like a martial artist who practices physical training will not touch the art of weapons, and a martial artist who practices the art of weapons will only be obsessed with one weapon. After all, a person's mind is limited, and it is unrealistic to want to cover everything. Gong Song sighed. I don't know this truth. Even Lord Si Mingfu once advised me to specialize in one weapon. However, after persisting for so many years, how can I be willing to give up now? Actually, I think Lord Gong can change his mind. What's the idea? Gong Song looked curious. Sword skills can be used on swords, and sword skills can also be used on swords. Since Mr. Gong insists on cultivating both swords and swords, it is better to give up on the 5th level of weaponry and focus on skills rather than intention. In this way, although Mr. Gong cannot reach the peak of swordsmanship, he should be able to break through the shackles of the 3rd level. When Gong Song heard this, he was slightly startled, and then he kept reciting Qin Feng's words silently in his heart, and seemed to have an enlightenment. He just paid too much attention to the 5th level of the sword, the myriad god's realm. So he spent too much energy on it, resulting in a delay in making progress. If according to what Qin Feng said, emphasizing skills rather than focus, it seems that it can really solve the current dilemma. Qin Feng, I owe you a favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Tushan trembled suddenly, and the sky was filled with colorful lights. The movement was so loud that even though it was thousands of miles away, it could still be vaguely seen. Fu Ruoyun looked surprised. In the catastrophe of Taoism, someone wants to advance to the realm of transcendence. That is the direction of Tushan. Chapter 756. The perfect combination of enlightenment and the coming of heavenly calamity. The sky seemed to have been cut with a huge opening. In the crack, the colorful colors became more and more dazzling. But that dazzling look contained a deadly murderous intent. Dark clouds rolled in, gathering over Tushan Mountain, and red lightning arcs shone. That is the life-destroying thunder. Qin Feng was shocked. The confirmation of the supremacy of heaven and earth in the realm of transcendence was unusual after all. As the finale of the catastrophe, the life-destroying thunder usually only appears at the end. But now, it appears at the first moment. This can only show that the power of the next catastrophe is even more terrifying. Lu Jianli and Song Filan sensed the turbulence between heaven and earth and retreated from the state of enlightenment. The two of them looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. Hu Meizi, it's time to survive the tribulation, Song Filan murmured. Gong Song frowned. I once had the honor to see Fu Siming step into the realm of transcendence. At that time, the sky was like a dry and cracked earth. Broken and broken. Everyone retreated thousands of feet away, not daring to step into the dangerous situation. They only dared to watch from a distance. Even so, many colleagues, who were not strong enough, were seriously injured by the aftermath. But Fu Siming succeeded in the end. Didn't he? Qin Feng swallowed. Although it is successful, it is a narrow escape. If you want to step into the realm of transcendence, you must understand the principles of Tao. To fully understand the Tao, one must undergo the baptism of the Tao. In other words, the stronger the Tao one understands, the more terrifying the Tao tribulations one has to face. The Tao principle that Fu Siming understood was related to the ultimate intention of strength. The power of that Tao principle shook the heaven and earth, and even the space could be easily torn apart. After she successfully survived the tribulation, there was not an inch of intact skin on her body, and she looked like a bloody person. She didn't wake up until she was in a coma for 10 days. It's so scary. Qin Feng looked up at the sky and suddenly thought of something. Then wouldn't it be dangerous for us to stay here? Gong Song didn't respond, just nodded. Boom! A red thunderbolt fell, and the world seemed to be dyed blood red at this moment. Countless Fox tribesmen were trembling. If that thunder fell on Tushan, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking about it, as the most destructive thunder, how can it be ordinary? Deep in Tushan, Su Tianyu's voice sounded. All tribesmen, leave Tushan as far away as possible. Although the Fox tribe looked hesitant and felt reluctant to give up, they also understood that there was no use in staying here except to die in vain. Heading towards the deep mountain, after bowing and saluting, everyone in the Fox clan rushed out of the mountain. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. The calamity in the realm of transcendence is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Not to mention the calamity of Tao. I'm afraid even this red thunder can give us a narrow escape, Gong Song said. But when he turned his head and looked around, Qin Feng had already pulled the two ladies to follow the escaped Fox clan. Master Gong, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you run away quickly? Although he has a good friendship with Su Tianyu, he has to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation, and he can't be of much help. Qin Feng thought with peace of mind. The group of people arrived at the Tushan boundary barrier and were about to leave Tushan when a voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Stay and help me. Huh? Before Qin Feng could react, chains transformed from fox fire swept out from the depths of Tushan, wrapped him tightly, and dragged him back. Am I stupid? When Lu Jianli and Song Filan saw this, they were shocked. They wanted to take back Qin Feng, but in just a moment, the road back to Tushan disappeared out of thin air. To be more precise, not to mention the way back, even the entire Tushan disappeared before our eyes. Dark clouds rolled and thunder roared. The sky fissured and phantom light shone. The calamity is still there. Tushan has not disappeared. It is just obscured by the illusion. That is Su Tianyu's method. The sword cast my bones into shape. Lu Jianli raised the sword and slashed. A line of sword energy swept forward, but it was like a punch hitting cotton. Song Filan also used the Dragon Thunder technique, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause damage to the illusion in front of him. With Su Tianyu at the peak of the second level, how could the method she arranged be so easy to crack? Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other and frowned. At this moment, they realized that Su Tianyu asked Qin Feng to follow him here, perhaps just for this moment. The surrounding scenery was ever-changing, turning into a stream of light and flashing back. Qin Feng was like a kite with its string broken, being dragged back to the depths of Tushan Mountain by the fox fire chains. When the wind in his ears stopped whistling, he had landed on the top of Tushan Mountain. The beauty floating beside him was none other than Su Tianyu. At this moment, the latter's body was glowing with light. 9 fox tails were swaying, and the tip of each fox tail was shining with fox fire of a different color. Qin Feng had the illusion that the person standing in front of him was not Su Tianyu, but 9 beauties with different personalities. There is a mature royal sister, a gentle teacher, a sweet sister who leaves the family, and a sassy policewoman. But when he shook his head and took a closer look, these 9 beauties instantly merged into one place. Su Tianyu's red lips slightly parted. The Fox clan has a secret method since ancient times, which can divide the Qi machine into 9, practice them separately, and finally merge them together to improve their cultivation. There will naturally be differences between different clones, but that is just an infinite amplification of a certain aspect of me. In fact, I am still the same person. So, I thought it was the awakening of my LSP soul. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Thousands of years have passed, and many clones have merged into one place. The one who goes to Fengtian City with you is my last clone. Now that we have joined together to realize the Tao, whether we can enter the realm of transcendence depends on this. Boom! The thunder dragon exploded in the sky, which seemed to indicate that the breakthrough was not easy. Qin Feng said, Tianyu clan leader Jihu has his own destiny. I believe that the catastrophe of transcendence will be able to survive safely. So, why do you want to drag me back? Su Tianyu looked up and said calmly, the power of the calamity of Tao is not trivial. To deal with this calamity, I need to use all my strength. But if I have to be distracted to fight against the power of the life-destroying thunder, I am not confident that I can succeed. Get through. I know that you have means to weaken the power of the life-destroying thunder. So I asked the clone to bring you here. Qin Feng looked shocked. When your clone came to find me in Fengtian City, you clearly didn't mention this matter. Su Tianyu looked up at the sky. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. This sentence should be very common among your people. Qin Feng wanted to curse, but the current situation was not the time to curse. The Sea of Thunder is gathering, and the phantom light in the cracks in the sky is becoming more and more dangerous. Qin Feng said in a deep voice, if I don't help you, what are the chances of you successfully overcoming the disaster? A narrow escape from death. Su Tianyu didn't hide it. The method of turning 9 heavens into 1. And 9 is the ultimate number. This method is inherently contrary to the way of heaven to a certain extent. Coupled with the calamity of Taoism, the difficulty can be imagined. Qin Feng softened upon hearing this and couldn't help but sigh. What if I help you? One more chance of life. Damn it. Qin Feng's forehead is throbbing with veins. Since you're not sure, why are you rushing to overcome the disaster? What's the point of this and risking death? Su Tianyu turned his head and looked up, and said seriously, the world here is in the midst of changes. The energy of the 3 realms are converging, and the cracks between the fairy world and the ghost world are opening, all of which indicate that a catastrophe is coming. If I don't step into the realm of transcendence as soon as possible, how can I protect the Tushan Fox clan in the coming catastrophe? When Qin Feng heard this, he felt a sense of admiration. Although this guy usually looked like a fox, he was responsible for the entire Fox clan. That's all. I can help you weaken the power of the life-destroying thunder, but you can only rely on yourself to annihilate the Tao principle. I had promised in advance that if something went wrong, I would definitely run away first. The 2 children were just born, and I didn't want them to be without a father. Su Tianyu said with a smile. Young Master Qin has been so kind, but this little girl has nothing to repay. If I can successfully survive this disaster, I can only pledge myself to him. You have a beautiful idea. I love my wife very much. Qin Feng scolded with a smile, and then his expression became serious. The 2 looked up at the sky, and a red thunder ripped open the sky. Coming! Chi-Chi! Shenyan shouted loudly, and Chi-Chi appeared. Chi-Chi, who has swallowed the energy of Yin and Yang several times, is now much larger than before. It uses the void as a ladder and steps up into the air. Its body is wrapped in thunder and rises in the wind. A roar sounded, causing the world to tremble. The light-destroying thunder rolling in the endless sea of thunder suddenly stopped and restrained its power. However, in the dark clouds, a red light suddenly appeared, and the light-destroying thunder condensed together. In just a few moments, it turned into an evil beast with teeth and claws. Grinning at Chi-Chi, the 2 thunder beasts looked at each other in the air. and the solemn atmosphere was as oppressive as a landslide. And with the attraction of Chi-Chi, there is naturally not much power left that can pose a threat to Su Tianyu. In the fissioning sky, the colorful illusions became more dazzling, and the scenery changed rapidly. There are thousands of miles of cold snow. There is an endless realm of raging fire. There are dark mountains inhabited by vicious beasts. Even if you know that these are all false, under the principles of illusion, they are no different from the real thing. Thank you, Su Tianyu said softly. And then the 9 fox tails swayed, and the fox fire burst out in an instant, shattering all the life-destroying thunder that came down. She climbed into the sky and plunged into the illusion, where the real battlefield was. Qin Feng glanced at it, and then looked at the evil beast formed by the life-destroying thunder. Obviously, the other party is more powerful than Chi-Chi. The 2 thunder beasts roared at each other, then slammed into each other. It was like a car colliding with a large truck. Chi-Chi had no advantage in power or size. Under the impact of the opponent, the lightning arc around his body was obviously weakened by several points. Qin Feng was worried and was about to help, but the shadow of Senior Xian Yi appeared at this moment. Chi-Chi is the embodiment of the origin of the life-destroying thunder. However, your strength is too weak. It is cultivated in your divine sea, and its own strength is also subject to many limitations. If you can successfully devour the opponent in this battle, it will be of great benefit not only to it, but also to you. Boom! Chi-Chi and the thunder beast clashed again, and the raging thunder illuminated the entire world. Then the power gap between the 2 sides was too big. With a simple confrontation, Chi-Chi was knocked away again, and his body condensed by the life-destroying thunder also had a gaping hole. But even though he was seriously injured, Chi-Chi did not retreat even half a step. Instead, he jumped into the sky again and stared into the eyes of the thunder beast. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Qin Feng looked anxious. Xian Yi said, thunder represents destruction as well as vitality, and the same is true for life-destroying thunder. When you first entered the 3rd level realm, Chi-Chi recognized you as the master, and Baisu followed closely. The 2 of them have the same origin. Chi-Chi represents unparalleled destructive power, while Baisu represents endless life. If you call out the latter, it can heal Chi-Chi's injuries. Qin Feng immediately followed the instructions. As bursts of emerald green thunder lit up, the plump white Su fell on Qin Feng's shoulder. It rubbed the latter's cheek affectionately, and then was attracted by the huge movement in the sky. When it saw its playmate Chi-Chi being bullied, it opened its eyes wide, waved its little hands, and made a cry. A burst of green light erupted from the buds above the head, and emerald green thunder rushed into the sky and merged with the red unicorn. Within a moment, the latter's injuries were intact. Roar! Chi-Chi turned its head, showing gratitude, and nodded. Then without thinking, it charged at the thunder beast again. The 2 sides were entangled together, and the space was constantly trembling. What is that? Gong Song, who was outside Tushan, asked in surprise. He had never seen Chi-Chi, because Qin Feng was left behind by Su Tianyu. Lu Jianli and others did not leave even though they knew there was danger here. It is a thing that follows your husband and can control the power of the life-destroying thunder, Lu Jianli replied softly. When Gong Song heard this, his eyes widened. As one of the 12 divine generals, he naturally knows many secrets, especially the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that thunder catastrophe is a disaster that will definitely occur in a heavenly catastrophe. And no matter who it is, they will not hope that the thunder catastrophe they encounter is a thunder that destroys life, because that is equivalent to a narrow escape from death. When Fu Siming almost died during the calamity, in addition to the terrifying calamity of Tao principles, the threat of the life-destroying thunder also accounted for a large part of the reason. But how could Gong Song have imagined that Qin Feng, who was only a 3rd-level warrior and a literate saint, could control the life-destroying thunder to a certain extent? Song Filan frowned. That damn Hu Meizi brought your husband here because he must have wanted your husband to help her deal with the life-destroying thunder. Qin Feng glanced at the battlefield with Su Tianyu. The latter was already immersed in the illusion, constantly mobilizing his powerful energy to deal with the calamity of Taoism. But the pale face, messy hair, and tattered clothes all revealed that Su Tianyu was in dire straits at this moment. Of course, he didn't have much energy to pay attention to Su Tianyu, because even with Baisu's help, Chi-Chi was still retreating steadily under the attack of the Thunder Beast. At this moment, Qin Feng thought of something and asked aloud. Senior Xian Yi, Chi-Chi and I have figured it out. If I use the technique of not seeing, can I show Chi-Chi the foreseen future moments? Look, Xian Yi pondered for a moment. He had never thought of this method before. The theory is feasible, and should be worth a try. Good. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. Whether he could do it or not would only be known after actual combat. Divine consciousness merged into the divine sea and activated the platinum life stars. Deep in the sky, starlight turned into lines and disappeared into Qin Feng's pupils. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scenery was covered in starlight. Countless virtual images, layer upon layer, are several moments in the future. Chapter 757 Devouring. Inspired by his spiritual thoughts, he shared the line of sight with Chi-Chi, and the attack route of the Thunder Beast was revealed. Did you see it? Qin Feng called. When Chi-Chi heard this, he roared excitedly. The opponent's offensive became clearly visible in its eyes. The shark claws transformed from the life-destroying thunder struck from above the head, and Chi-Chi easily avoided it by turning sideways. And every subsequent attack from the Thunder Beast poses no threat to Chi-Chi. Tossing and turning, the thunder arcs are like sharp blades, and the beast bites. When Qin Feng shared Wei Shi's technique with Chi-Chi, the battle situation reversed instantly. Every time Chi-Chi avoids an attack, he will take the initiative and cause considerable damage to the Thunder Beast. It tore off the life-destroying thunder from the evil beast, swallowed it into its belly, and melted it into its own body. As a result, the size of the evil beast continues to shrink, while the size of Chi-Chi continues to increase. Under the circumstances, the balance of victory has completely tilted towards Chi-Chi, and when Chi-Chi tore open the core of the Thunder Beast with one claw, the latter finally let out an unwilling roar and collapsed. Chi-Chi opened his mouth wide and sucked in all the scattered life-destroying thunder. The body size continues to expand, and it is even larger than the Thunder Beast. The crimson thunder on the surface of its body had a faint golden light, and even the surrounding space became blurred under the vibration of the thunder. This power made Qin Feng's heart tremble. Chi-Chi turned around and looked up. Qin Feng's figure was reflected in his gold and red pupils. Stepping on the void, step by step, constantly approaching. And when the distance between the two was less than 10 feet, Chi-Chi's size instantly shrank. And then he fell next to Qin Feng, rubbing his trouser legs affectionately. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Chi-Chi's strength had improved, leading to a drastic change in his temperament. From this point of view, he was still the same little guy he was familiar with before. He picked up Chi-Chi and put it in front of him to look at it carefully. In the body made of the life-destroying thunder, golden thunder flowed like blood, and the powerful pressure he felt before came from the golden thunder. Senior Xian Yi, what is this? Xian Yi's phantom appeared, and after taking a glance, he thought thoughtfully. As the original spirit of the life-destroying thunder, the power it can present now is far less than its true strength. If I guess correctly, it should have transformed after swallowing the thunder calamity. At this moment, the power of the life-destroying thunder you can control must be greater than before. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then moved his mind and tried it. As the Thunder Beast was swallowed up, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. At this moment, a red thunderbolt with a hair-thick golden light suddenly fell down, as if it cut a hole in the void. It's so powerful! Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the buds on Bai Su's head, which had been sitting on Qin Feng's shoulder, also glowed with emerald green light, becoming several times stronger than before. It has the same origin as Qi. Qi has been greatly improved, and it has naturally been fed back and received corresponding benefits. However, just when Qin Feng was in joy, he heard a loud clicking sound in his ears. When Sun Sheng went out, the illusion that enveloped Tushan was like a mirror, shattering inch by inch. This is a barrier set up by Su Tianyu. The broken barrier can only mean one thing. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. In the fissured sky, the graceful nine-tailed figure was already in a state of disarray. There were countless blood stains, scorched marks, debris frozen into ice crystals on her body, and even 3 fox tails were broken. She seems to be unable to survive the disaster of Dao Zhe. Gong Song sighed, and the moment the barrier collapsed, he and Lu Jianli rushed over. Why do you say that? Qin Feng asked. The power of the calamity of Taoism is extraordinary. If you are not fully prepared, it is very easy for you to die. In order to enter the realm of transcendence, Fu Siming had prepared nearly 2 months in advance. And, as far as I know, the Tianjin Imperial Master also helped her. The teacher also took action? Qin Feng said in surprise. Yes. Gong Song nodded. But even so, Fu Siming still escaped death. Qin Feng's expression was so solemn. Gong Song spoke again. Tushan is under the catastrophe, and the current Tianyu clan leader still has some strength to fight against it. But if she consumes too much qi and cannot cope with it, the catastrophe of Tao principles will fall indiscriminately until the death of the leader of the Tianyu clan. In my opinion, we should retreat as soon as possible. As for the Tianyu clan leader, she can only look at her own destiny. Although the words were impersonal, Qin Feng could understand it. The second-level promotion to transcendence is proof of the hegemony of heaven and earth. How can they, the third-level ones, intervene? To put it 10,000 steps back, even if their strength reaches the second level or even transcendence, they still cannot help directly, because this will only increase the power and difficulty of the heavenly tribulation, and may actually trap yourself in it. Qin Feng glanced at the two ladies and struggled in his heart. Mingming had said before that he would run away regardless of danger, but when it came to this, he hesitated. Su Tianyu took good care of him, and he also took good care of the two ladies back then. But if he really stayed, what could he do? And with the personalities of the two ladies, it was impossible to let him stay alone. This would only put more people into a dangerous situation. He looked up and saw that Su Tianyu was already stretched thin due to the catastrophe of Taoism. If you don't leave, it will be too late, Gong Song reminded. Miss Sir. Lu Jianli and Song Filan spoke softly. Qin Feng clenched his fists and already wanted to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. The teacher has no plans left. Before coming to the western region, he should have figured out that the Tianyu clan leader was going to overcome the tribulation and enter the realm of transcendence. Why didn't he choose to help her before leaving? The Tushan Fox clan has no disputes with the world and is considered to be on good terms with the human race. When there was a natural disaster in the western region, if the Fox clan had not taken action, it would not have been possible to survive the disaster safely. It is impossible for the teacher to give up such help. Wait a minute. This trip to the western region can provide me with an opportunity to step into the second level. Could it be that the opportunity is here? Qin Feng suddenly realized. If he wants to step into the second level realm, he must perfect the remaining yin and yang Dao of Zhulong in the Divine Sea, and then let Qi and Bai Su swallow and absorb it. And if you want to do this in a short period of time, you must feed the yin and yang energy with the divine Tao in the sky above our heads at this moment. Isn't the calamity of Taoism considered a kind of divine Taoism? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more it made sense. He asked Senior Xian Yi in the Divine Sea. The latter pondered and then replied, That is true, but it is too dangerous. Previously, the yin and yang energy could swallow the divine Taoism because their owner had been killed. So the Taoism was like an ownerless thing and could not exert its power. However, this calamity of Taoism is like an untamed beast, showing its fangs all the time. If you want to absorb it, you will inevitably suffer its backlash. This junior naturally knows this, and I don't want to devour it all. After all, the Tianyu clan leader needs to use it to enter the realm of transcendence. My idea is to swallow up part of the tribulation of Tao and weaken its power. Firstly, it can strengthen the yin and yang energy, and secondly, it can also reduce the pressure on the Tianyu clan leader. Xian Yi thought thoughtfully. The method may be feasible, but the calamity of Taoism is always targeting the fox girl. How can you attract her to your side? If you step up to the sky and take the initiative to plunge into it, it is no different than seeking death. This is indeed a difficult point. Qin Feng frowned, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. By the way, Senior, you told me before that all heavenly catastrophes are manifestations of the will of heaven and earth. Right. Yes. The energy between heaven and earth is not infinite, and heaven and earth have their own laws. How can we allow strong men or new laws to appear? Its purpose in sending down the catastrophe is simply to kill those beings that might disrupt the balance between heaven and earth. If that's the case, then this junior will have a solution. Qin Feng looked excited. Qin Feng, don't hesitate any longer. She can't hold it anymore. Gong Song's voice suddenly became louder. Qin Feng came to his senses and ran towards the outside of Tushan without saying a word. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. They knew that their husband was not such a person. But why did they make such a choice? Without asking any further questions, the two followed closely. Su Tianyu, who was high in the sky, caught a glimpse of this scene and quickly regained his composure. It's just to be expected. Qin Feng has done enough for her. There is no need to take the two of them and hand over their lives here. Didn't she want Qin Feng to escape earlier when she broke the barrier? But although she looks calm on the outside, it is inevitable that there will be a trace of depression and loss deep in her heart. It is too tragic for a person to face death alone. Is this the price of eagerness for success? Ha ha. The long-standing Tushan Fox clan will finally be left alone in my hands. Su Tianyu laughed at himself. But at this moment, a burst of yelling and cursing sounded, which seemed extremely abrupt in this world. Su Tianyu was stunned for a moment and looked for fame. He saw Qin Feng standing on the top of a high mountain, pointing to the sky and breathing fragrance. Curses on the thief god came one after another. Several people present were stunned. Gong Song looked dull. What is he going to do? Lu Jianli and Song Filan smiled at each other. And their husband was indeed the same person they knew. Senior Xian Yi held his forehead and shook his head. How could he have imagined that this was the method Qin Feng thought of? A complicated expression flashed across Su Tianyu's eyes. But she herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth were raised unconsciously. What a stupid man! Boom! The void trembled suddenly, like a river rushing into the sea, and the pressure poured down. How can the will of heaven tolerate the arrogance of a mortal? A ray of colorful phantom light spread towards Qin Feng. It was part of the Taoist calamity. Seeing this, Gong Song understood and exclaimed in shock. It's ridiculous. How dare you challenge the calamity of Taoism at the 3rd level? How is this different from seeking death? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beautiful figures beside him were already rushing towards the top of the mountain resolutely. You are always like this, never letting me and Sister Jinli worry. Song Filan scolded. Lu Jinli remained calm and didn't say much, but stood firmly beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his mouth, and 1,000 words finally turned into one sentence. Let the 2 ladies worry. After a moment of silence, the 3 of them all smiled and looked up at the illusory calamity of Taoism. Uh-huh. A figure followed closely. Naturally, it was the god General Gong Song who had not left. Qin Feng was slightly startled. It's useless to talk more. First find a way to overcome the current difficulties. Good. The calamity of Taoism fell, and the 4 people instantly fell into the illusion. The biting chill of the ice and snow, and the raging flame seemed to be able to burn everything. They are obviously incompatible, but they are in the same world. Qin Feng looked solemn. In his last life, he saw the 2 worlds of ice and fire, and it was on the quotation list of a regular massage shop. As a result, he didn't have the chance to experience it because it was too expensive. Unexpectedly, his dream came true in this life. In addition, demons and ghosts with astonishing momentum are surrounding them. And what falls from the sky is not rain, but sharp knives. Even though I know it is fake, this illusion is more real than reality. The power of Tao is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng took a breath and said, I have a way to deal with this ray of disaster, but I need you to help me resist it for a while. The 3 of them responded without thinking. In this situation, there was no other way but to trust Qin Feng. Chapter 758 The Reversal of Life and Death. The Return of the Dead. At the fission in the sky, because part of the Dao Zhijie was divided to deal with Qin Feng and others, the pressure on Su Tianyu suddenly decreased. Her remaining 6 fox tails swayed, and the energy around her body surged. She wanted to break through the calamity of absorbing this law in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the longer time passes, the more variables will become, and the more likely it is that Qin Feng and others will fall into danger, which is not what she wants to see. A sword of cold light was unleashed from the Thunder Realm, and the combined power of the swords was astonishing. Facing the catastrophe of Taoism, even if it was just a wisp, Lu Jianli and the others did not dare to neglect, and immediately used all their strength to fight against it. But even so, there are still dangers. Qin Feng was protected by 3 people in the middle, and he was concentrating calmly. In the past, the yin and yang energy absorbing the divine principles was a spontaneous act. But this time, he had to take the initiative to contact and communicate, trying to let the yin and yang energy swallow up the disaster that fell on the principles. He thought it would not be easy, but the actual situation turned out to be much smoother than he expected. The yin and yang energy seemed to be connected with his mind, like an arm directing him. It's because after practicing double cultivation with the 2 ladies, I have a certain understanding of the principles of yin and yang. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced, inspired by his spiritual thoughts. The black and white energy swept out of the divine sea and continued to flow, turning into the pattern of yin and yang fish. When Lu Jianli and the other 3 saw this, they all looked curious, and the next scene shocked them even more. The yin-yang fish kept spinning, getting faster and faster. The ray of Taoism that the three of them were struggling to deal with was actually being pulled by the yin-yang fish and sucked into it. The ice and snow melted. The flames converged. The demons and ghosts shattered. And the sharp blades disappeared. The illusion of the evolution of colorful rays of light began to fragment, because Tao was absorbed by the energy of yin and yang. Under the fusion and absorption of the yin and yang fish, the colorful halo turned into a colorful line, submerged into Qin Feng's divine sea, and was then swallowed by the black and white energy. Onmyoto has grown stronger again. Sure enough, it's feasible. Qin Feng was excited. High in the sky, the fission in the sky suddenly shook violently, and even the phantom light was obviously dimmed. Su Tianyu sensed the change, looked down, and was surprised to find that the strand of Tao principle of calamity was gone. How come? Gong Song exclaimed in shock. This black and white energy can actually swallow other Tao principles. Could it be that it is also Tao principles? Qin Feng nodded slightly. After receiving the affirmative answer, Gong Song felt mixed emotions. At such an age, you could understand the principles of Tao. As long as you work steadily, wouldn't it be a matter of course to enter the realm of transcendence? A sense of helplessness and frustration, as the waves behind pushed the waves ahead, surged deeply into my heart. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other. That night, they couldn't argue about who should sleep with their husband. So when they went to bed together, they vaguely felt that there seemed to be a gentle energy flowing in their bodies. I originally thought it was the breath of ancient gods. But looking at it now, it may be this thing. When they thought of the night, they slept together under the quilt. The two of them came back to their senses and subconsciously looked away, their cheeks turning slightly red. If they hadn't been pregnant for too long and missed her too much, they wouldn't have behaved in such a shameful way. Qin Feng looked at the divine sea, and there was already golden light flowing at the top of the black and white aura, which was a sign of maturity. After calling Chi-Chi and Baizu back to the divine sea, the two little guys immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva and showed eager expressions. Eat it, Qin Feng said with a smile. After getting the promise, the two little guys naturally couldn't bear it. They pounced on the yin and yang Tao rules, swallowed the mature part at the top, and then showed expressions of unfinished content. For them, this mature part may not be enough to fit between their teeth. Opening his eyes again and looking up at the sky, he saw Su Tianyu calmly facing the calamity of Taoism. The situation has stabilized. Qin Feng secretly thought it was a pity. If the other party couldn't hold on, he could continue to yell at God and let the will of heaven bring down another ray of disaster, and then feed Yin Yang Daoze and the two little guys until they are full. Clan Tianyua's qi is constantly increasing, Gong Song said suddenly. Yes, Qin Feng responded. Not only was his qi strengthened, but the color of the phantom light was also dimming. Instead, Su Tianyua's whole body was glowing with colorful energy. If he guessed correctly, this should be a process in which Su Tianyu mastered the Taoist principles, and when the calamity of Taoism completely disappeared. It was also the time when Su Tianyu stepped into the realm of transcendence. Time flies by and only a click is heard. On the fissured sky, a crack appeared extremely abrupt. And this was just the beginning. Dense cracks spread quickly like a spider web. And then in the roar, the illusory void completely collapsed. The stream of light merged into Su Tianyua's body, and her qi became more and more powerful. To Qin Feng and others, she was like a god. From today on, there is another transcendent person in the western region. Gong Song sighed with emotion, looking envious. Master Gong, you don't have to be like this. You will have this day in the future. Gong Song shook his head and laughed. He knew his own situation better than anyone else. With Qin Feng's reminder, it might not be difficult to enter the second rank in the future. But wanting to step into a realm of transcendence is tantamount to wishful thinking. But even so, Qin Feng's words of comfort still made him feel a lot better. However, how could he have imagined that Qin Feng only finished half of the sentence? Witness me entering the realm of transcendence. Gong Song's smile slowly faded. With Su Tianyu at the center, the continuous air waves spread to all sides like a tsunami. She slowly floated down and landed beside Qin Feng and others. Thank you very much. As soon as she finished speaking, her body staggered and fell in the direction of Qin Feng. Qin Feng had quick eyes and quick hands, and hurriedly stretched out his hand. However, Song Filan on the side was faster. With just one step, he held Su Tianyu in his arms. Are you okay? Song Filan asked coldly, looking at each other with Su Tianyu in her arms. The latter opened his head as if he was a thief with a guilty conscience, and said weakly, The power of the heavenly tribulation in the transcendent realm is far beyond my imagination. Without your help, it would be really doomed. I owe you a favor. If there is any need for help in the future, the Tushan Fox clan, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Clan Tianyue's words are serious, Qin Feng said as he called out Baisu from the Divine Sea. Your injuries are too serious. Now that the war in the western region is imminent, Chief Tianyue's combat power is indispensable. I'm here to help you. Get some healing. Baisu understood it, clenched his two little hands in fists, and then made a babbling sound. On the buds above the head, green thunder crackled, and then passed across Su Tianyue's body. The frostbite burn marks faded quickly, and the wounds on the body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's even more surprising is that even Su Tianyue's severed fox tail has grown back. This, Gong Song's eyes widened. Rebirth of a severed limb is something that a divine warrior can only do if he has reached the peak of the indestructible state of Vajra. Even he cannot fully recover in such a short period of time. This little guy who looks like a carrot has such miraculous abilities. Gong Song sighed. There were too many things that exceeded his knowledge today. When Baisu heard this, he looked displeased and waved his little hand towards Gong Song in protest. It was not a carrot. After Chi-Chi swallowed the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Tribulation, Baisu's healing ability was obviously stronger than before. Qin Feng saw this and nodded with satisfaction. In the past, although Baisu could regenerate his severed limbs, he would never be able to do so at such a fast speed. Moreover, during the battle at Shinling Pass, it used its healing power. The stronger the target it was treating, the slower its healing effect would be. Wherever it is like now, healing the realm of transcendence is just a matter of minutes. After a while, Su Tianyue's injuries had been repaired, but his breath was still a little weak. She looked at Qin Feng, with something inexplicable in her eyes. Master Qin resisted the thunder disaster for me, helped me weaken the disaster of Taoism, and successfully entered the realm of transcendence. Now, you have helped me heal my injuries. According to the human race, this little girl has no way of repaying such a great kindness. I am afraid she will have to sacrifice her life. That's not necessary. Qin Feng interrupted directly. We'd better discuss when to set off for the extreme realm of the western region. Lu Jianli withdrew his gaze. Song Filan also restrained her energy and dispersed the thunder in her palm. It was a close call, but fortunately I was quick to respond. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Someone has just successfully entered the realm of transcendence. On the way to the extreme realm of the western region, a hoarse voice sounded in the empty void. It was the ghosts and Buddhas who had escaped into the void speaking. In the palm of his hand, his eyes opened and he said aloud, the existence of this world entering the realm of transcendence is different from the other two realms. What's the difference? Existences in the other two realms enter the realm of transcendence, which is a matter of course after understanding the principles of Tao. There is no need to accept the test of the catastrophe of the laws of heaven and earth. But for those in this world who want to become a master above the third level, they must undergo a baptism called the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth. These things should be in your memory of the high-quality products you have eaten. Guid Buddha pondered for a moment. That's true. But what does this mean? Everyone in world breaking believes that the test of the heavenly tribulation is to prevent those who are too strong from appearing. But in my opinion, it seems to be to make those beings stronger. When the gods and demons came to the world, we were the ones behind it, trying to annex this last world. But in the end we failed. A realm of transcendence born under the broken laws, yet able to defeat the gods and demons of the upper realm without the power to parry them. Which makes me feel rather suspicious. Ghost Buddha didn't take it seriously. It's just a delay in the time of annexation. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a snapping sound, and an eyeball on the Buddha's head fell down. And it was bloody, which made people shudder. The Ghost Buddha bent down, picked up the eyeball, and put it back again. You liberated part of the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world and took in the souls that broke through the world. Just to disturb the life and death of this world? Good. No wonder my avatar is in such a state of tatters. After walking for a while, the parts on my body were scattered to pieces, and I had to pick them up one by one. The law of life and death is a special kind of law, and only in this world sandwiched between the fairy world and the ghost world can anyone understand it. If I don't use this method, how can I lead out the master of the law of life and death? Big Eyeball said calmly. It turns out that you asked me to go to the extreme realm of the western region, not just to find Mustard Seed Shumi and break the ban on Mount Shumi. But I don't understand why we should be afraid of the person who holds the laws of life and death. As always, just swallow his teachings. Big Eye Bull explained. Things like the flower of the other side, which coexist between life and death, can cause great harm to us. And the person in charge of the law of life and death is likely to have this ability. Hearing this, the ghost Buddha was silent for a while. After a moment, it slowly spoke. People in this world often like to say a saying, which is to take precautions before they happen. It seems that you are already well versed in this. The ghost world of the Netherworld. The Gate of Ghosts in the southern region. Tu Bo is still the guardian of this pass, but now his status is above it. Ma Mian scolded. Have you forgotten what the Ghost Emperor said? Treat the undead from the human world to this world as you would treat your relatives. You are so tall. What should you do if you scare them? Why don't you reduce your stature? When Tu Bo heard this, he frowned. Why? You still want to attack the two of us? Be careful, I tell the Ghost Emperor about this. The uncle immediately laughed and said, How dare you? Little one? I just want to ask. How do you treat your relatives like that? Ma Mian was stunned by the question, and his eyes widened. They are all lonely ghosts in the ghost world, without fathers or mothers. Who knows what relatives are? It glanced at the cowhead next to it, who turned away and pretended not to see it. Ma Mian paused and said angrily, You have to ask me about everything. What do you want from me? Who? Tu Bo breathed out and suppressed the anger in his heart. If these two guys hadn't gotten into the lap of the Ghost Emperor's son by chance, how could they be qualified to act arrogantly in front of him? At this moment, a sudden change occurred on the road of bones leading to the Gate of H.L. Countless undead souls were ignited with blue will-o'-the-wisps, and their appearance became ferocious and hideous. They opened their large mouths and violently bit down the remaining normal undead souls. For a moment, heart-rending screams came one after another. The bull-headed horse face was stunned and turned pale with fright. How could this happen? They used to be small figures in the ghost world. So how had they ever seen such a tragic scene? When Tu Bo saw this, he opened his mouth wide and blew out a breath. The sinister wind eroded his bones and blew away the mutated undead. It has been wandering around in the ghost world for more than thousands of years. What kind of storms and waves has it not seen? Leave this place to me. You too. Quickly find the Ghost Emperor. Ah, it's okay. The bull-headed horse-faced man didn't dare to neglect and hurried into the Ghost Gate. And this kind of change is not only in the Southern Territory Ghost Gate, but also in other Ghost Gates. The big shots in the ghost world felt something, and they all frowned. Roar! The strange beast pricked up its ears and stood up suddenly. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva on the side frowned. He looked up at the sky, and a third vertical pupil appeared between his eyebrows. In the dim ghost world, black aura hovers in the sky, and countless ghosts are there wailing in pain. They are caught between the gap between the ghost world and the human world, and they cannot survive or die. Life and death are reversed, and the dead return to their souls. Chapter 759 Resurrection from the Dead? In the valley where the golden bowl evolved, black stones and white bones were piled up, and black flame surged into the sky. Two figures stood out of thin air. Lord Ghostmaster. Meng Shuang looked at the writhing monster below, her expression extremely ugly. Countless pieces of weird and ferocious-looking flesh opened their bloody mouths to devour each other. And then those bones and flesh continued to fuse together, evolving into even bigger monsters. The bony arms flew around. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood flowed from the 7 orifices on the huge human face. It looked up to the sky and roared, and the sound waves attacked the golden light barrier with unparalleled destructive power. Zheng! The golden light seal of the swastika appeared. The Sanskrit sound sounded, and the heart-rending screams followed closely. TSK! There were bursts of white smoke. The monster was in pain, and was suppressed again. The Ghost Master's little lowly frowned, then raised her head and asked, What's the matter? Everywhere in the ghost world, the undead are rioting at the gates of H.L. Now the death energy is flowing turbulently, and strange changes have occurred in many places. At the broken boundary Niha Bridge, the attacks of the monsters who were forced back and blocked outside the boundary barrier were far more fierce than before. Meng Shuang looked worried. Where is Zhou Qi? The Central Ghost Emperor has led all the ghost generals to guard Niha Bridge. I see. In the ghost world, Niha Bridge, the black barrier is like a waterfall falling from the sky, dividing the huge world into two. On the quaint long bridge like the Great Wall, countless ghost generals are waiting in formation, eagerly looking at the world outside the barrier, through the translucent black light shield. Only a horrifying sight could be seen. Wherever the eyes hit, they were densely packed with monsters that looked like piles of corpses. They have no fixed shape, as if they are pieced together at will. But the aura exuded by each monster is quite astonishing. The weird and intrusive laughter and the screams one after another can make people's scalp numb just by listening to them. "There are more of them," said the man wearing colorful armor, with a majestic face and a powerful posture. He is the Eastern Ghost Emperor Shintu, another middle-aged man, who looked as elegant as a scholar and was dressed in black, with a ghostly aura lingering around him, responded. "Their number is increasing all the time, and this is to be expected." This person is Xiao Wenhe, the Ghost Emperor of the West. After a pause, Xiao Wenhe spoke again. "You will appear here. Could it be that something happened at the Ghost Gate in Taoji Mountain?" "Yes." Shintu nodded slightly, then looked forward. In front of several people, a figure stood at the front of Naiha Bridge. She has white hair hanging down and a black cloak hanging over her long white coat. His face was old, and his eyes concealed weather-beaten calmness and wisdom. Just standing there, he was the leader of the Ghost Generals. He is the Central Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi. He has been assisting the Ghost Master since the beginning of chaos and the birth of the Ghost World. "Old man, what should we do now?" Xiao Wenhe asked softly. "When the soldiers come, the water will come and the earth will cover it," Zhou Qi said calmly. "It took 1,000 years to drive these monsters outside the Naiha Bridge. How could they come back so easily?" Outside the black barrier, on a huge head made of countless heads, countless blood-red eyes stared at the people on the Naiha Bridge. The bloody mouth opened wide, and a shrill laughter sounded. "Old man, if the energy of life and death is disordered, the Ghost World will definitely be in chaos. Do you still have time to stay here?" Zhou Qi didn't respond, just looked at him coldly. "You?" With a big breath, the scarlet wind fell on the barrier like a sharp blade. The sharp and piercing golden sound is endless. Click. Tiny cracks can be seen everywhere. When Shintu and Xiao Wenhe saw this, they both frowned. All the Ghost Generals on Naiha Bridge were instantly shocked. "How can you behave in such a panic?" Zhou Qi shouted softly. And then the ghostly aura surged out from his body. The Qi machine was stirring. The earth was shaking. And the Naiha Bridge, that could not be seen to the end, was shaking at this moment. Zhou Qi waved his hand towards the outside of Naiha Bridge. And the ghostly energy was like a rushing tsunami, attacking countless monsters outside the barrier with overwhelming force. The fierce wind was swallowed up, and the monsters were like small boats in the sea. But in just an instant, they were pushed back thousands of feet away. Military morale is boosted. The laws of the Ghost World are disordered, and the energy of life and death is flowing turbulently. I am going to find the Ghost Master to discuss countermeasures. You will stay here. If the other party makes any changes, please inform me." "Okay." Xiao Wenhe and Shintu responded with fists clasped. Looking up again, Mr. Zhou Qi was nowhere to be seen. "Sure enough, only the old man can lead the Ghost World out of the current dire situation," Shintu said seriously. Xiao Wenhe turned his head and glanced. "That's why you went against the Ghost Master's will and sent your Ghost Generals to constantly walk on the road to HL, pass through the gate of HL, and go to the land of the world? I'm just looking for another possibility." Xiao Wenhe let out a breath. "Back then, the Ghost World was in danger. It was the Ghost Master who sacrificed himself, using his soul as a barrier, and using his flesh and bones to transform into the Naiha Bridge, so that the Ghost World had a chance to breathe. Thousands of years have passed, and the Ghost Lord has returned to the world. We should help him with all our heart, just like the old man." Shintu pondered for a moment, then turned around and said, "But the Ghost Master today is not the Ghost Master back then." Xiao Wenhe hesitated to speak, and finally just sighed. The western region of immortality, the broken world, is the ruins of the Buddhist world, the original grand scene of thousands of mountains suspended, Sanskrit sounds bursting out, and Buddhas facing the sky has long since disappeared. Only ruins and ruins were left. A mess. Monsters wander around, seemingly looking for surviving gods and Buddhas. And in the depths of the Buddhist world, there is a dark abyss crack with no end in sight, and no one knows where it connects. At this moment, a sound broke through the air. The monsters fled in search of sound and let out hoarse screams. There was a burst of red light in the big-eyed eyes, and all the monsters restrained their killing intent and continued to wander. Following Big Eyeball here, all the gods and demons who turned against him showed fear when they saw the cracks in the abyss. "Why did you bring us here?" Within the cracks of the abyss is a wild and twisted space. Gods and demons once stepped into it, trying to find the truth behind the disappearance of the Buddhist world. As a result, the name he left on the Destiny Monument completely disappeared. That means that the gods and demons who stepped into the cracks were eliminated in the three realms. This place is a place of death. And the gods and demons know it well. And no one dares to step into it. The big-eyed man replied. Those who break the boundary have begun to be wary. It is not easy to create an incarnation by offering the power of wish. The crack leading to the broken world has been sealed by the Taoist master of the destiny principle. It is difficult to break the seal from the fairy world. However, my clone in breaking the world seems to have found another way to help you invade breaking the world. After resting for half a day, Qin Feng and his party left Tushan. Su Tianyu did not follow her. She had not yet completely recovered from the damage caused by the Daoxia calamity. In addition, the heavenly tribulation had damaged Tushan, and there were many things waiting for her to deal with. Of course, when they parted, she also made it clear that after all the Tushan matters were settled, she would definitely join them at the extreme end of the western region. Fu Sibing has already contacted the King of Chu in accordance with the order of the Imperial Master Tianjian, and all the combat power below the third level has withdrawn from this matter. As for the combat power above the third level, they have already set off towards the extreme realm of the western region. Gong Song said this while reading the letter in his hand on the galloping horse. By the way, Qin Feng, does Tianjian Imperial Master have any backup plan? According to what you said, the guy who goes to the extreme realm of the western region is immortal. Even if the western region now has the transcendent realm of the Tianyu clan leader, wouldn't it be useless if you can't kill him? Qin Feng replied. Teacher always has a plan. So when you send me here, you must have a countermeasure. Moreover, when I met the teacher at the climbing tower, I didn't see any other senior brothers. I guess they had already received the teacher's order and left early. That's it. Gong Song nodded. His eyes quickly scanned the letter, and suddenly his brows furrowed. Huh? What's wrong? Qin Feng and the others looked at it curiously, thinking that it was an extreme place and something might have happened. Gong Song said in a deep voice. Recently, many strange things have happened in the western regions. Monsters and ghosts that should have died can actually be resurrected again. Only after my colleagues from the monster slaying department burn their bodies can they be completely killed. It's not uncommon for some demons and ghosts with high calamity power to give birth to some weird natal magical powers. Gong Song put away the letter inside. Maybe, now that the world has changed, the number of powerful demons and ghosts is far greater than before. The casualties among the colleagues in the demon-slaying division are increasing day by day. Even if they are as powerful as 36 stars, they are still likely to die. Not long ago, a good friend of mine died while fighting against monsters and ghosts. When we rushed there, we couldn't even find his body. He was afraid that he would have been devoured and no bones would be left. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. It has long been known to everyone that the people of the Demon Slayer division are always accompanied by death. My lord, my condolences. At this moment, the fast horses of the group seemed to sense something, and were frightened. They stopped one after another, turned their heads, and trampled on the spot. Restless, the four of them did not relax and immediately released their chi energy to sense the surrounding situation. There's a weird smell. Gong Song was the first to speak out, frowning. It's not a monster. I released the power of the dragon, and the other party remains unmoved. Song Filing continued. The Sanlong lineage of the Dragon Clan can be said to be the best among the monster bloodlines. Generally speaking, unless the monster's strength far exceeds her, it will take the initiative to retreat the moment it senses the power of the dragon. Lu Jinli noticed something, and her beautiful eyes stared straight ahead without saying a word. The others also noticed the source of the strange aura and looked at the front of the mountain road, holding their breath and concentrating. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and a dozen figures instantly blocked the center of the mountain road. They were more like beasts than humans, with their bodies hunched over and their limbs crawling on the ground. Their bodies were incomplete, with bite marks everywhere. Some had lost their internal organs, and some had lost their heads. For humans, these are fatal injuries, but they can still move. This appearance instantly reminded Qin Feng of the corpses and ghosts in Shuliang City back then. They were neither human nor ghosts. Master Gong, as you just said in your letter, there have been many changes in the western regions, and demons and ghosts have resurrected from the dead. Could it be that they all evolved into corpses? Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. The words fell, but there was no response for a long time. Qin Feng turned his head and looked around, only to see Gong San looking at a figure with his mouth open and a complicated expression. Then he looked around and saw the figure of a middle-aged man, wearing a smart outfit. obviously a martial artist's attire. There was a scabbard hanging on his waist, but the long knife was missing. Only then did Qin Feng notice that there was a token next to the scabbard. Although it was stained with blood, he could still tell that it was the Red Lotus Demon Slaying Order of the Demon Slaying Division. Based on what Master Lenovo Palace said earlier, the identity of the other party has already been revealed, the deceased friend of the Demon Slayer Division. Wu Xia, Gong Song murmured. This was the name of the Demon Slayer. Qin Feng sighed. Ouch! Roaring sound sounded, and a group of corpses, led by Wu Xia's corpse, rushed toward a few people. Gong Song was the first to bear the brunt. And then, he was still immersed in shock, and did not respond immediately. Fortunately, Qin Feng took action in time, and launched the Halcyon Mirror to block the offensive of the corpses. Naturally, Lu Jianli and Song Filan didn't have so many worries. They used their methods together, but in a blink of an eye, they beat all the corpses to pieces. Qin Feng reminded, Master Gong, he is dead. These words woke up Gong Song. He looked at his roaring former friend, closed his eyes slightly, and took a deep breath. When the opponent attacked again, the swords at his waist were unsheathed at the same time. As the energy of the two swords passed by, the mountain road returned to silence. The fight didn't last long. With the strength of Qin Feng and others, it was effortless to deal with these corpses. When cleaning up the corpses, they discovered that most of the corpses here were colleagues from the Demon Slayer Division. Gong Song and Qin Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, they found a nearby place and dug a hole to bury them. This could be regarded as an unwritten rule of the Demon Slayer Division: if they encounter the corpse of a colleague when they go out, they should bring it back to them. The relic shall be laid to rest in the grave. During this period, Gong Song also told Qin Feng about his friendship with Wu Xia. When I have free time, I will look for opportunities to drink wine with him and learn sword skills. He once said that his greatest wish was to become a 36 star, and then go to the Southern Territory to seek advice from General Dao Quang Jintiani. However, when a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. I don't know if he comes to see me again after death, whether he wants to have another drink with me, or to learn sword skills with me again. Gong Song sighed. I'm still looking for you after I die, either because I owe you unpaid money, or because you cheated on him. Qin Feng vomited something in his heart, and then shook his head to get rid of these nonsense thoughts. He originally thought that these people could be resurrected from the dead, perhaps because they became ghouls. However, after checking the power of his eyes, he found that the situation was completely different from what he saw in Shuliang City. What surprised him even more was that these people were clearly dead, but there was still life left in their bodies. Could this strange change be related to the ghost Buddha who came here? Qin Feng couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. As the energy passed by, the soil fell one after another, covering the corpses. Lu Jianli swung his sword horizontally, and the big tree that the two of them hugged instantly turned into a wooden monument and fell in front of everyone's graves. Qin Feng and others glanced at it and were about to leave, but in the tomb, the dead bodies stretched out their palms again. How come? When the group saw this, they were all shocked. At this moment, the sound of something heavy being dragged on the ground came from behind the mountain road. Looking for fame, the first thing that caught my eye was half a black coffin. Chapter 760. The Old Man from the Tomb Family. Strange patterns are carved on the black coffin, and the faint green light flows from time to time, like a living thing. Qin Feng had some impressions of this coffin. It was the soul-suppressing coffin of the Tomb family. The guy Tomb Yuqian was always running around with a coffin like this on his back. But upon closer inspection, this coffin is somewhat different from the one in Tomb Yuqian. It is obviously larger in size, and exudes rich vitality. Yes, it is obviously a coffin, but it does not exude death, but life. As the black coffin bounced up and down, the figure of the person carrying the coffin also came into view. Wearing a black cloak, the black hat was not put on, revealing his old face. Qin Feng and others were a little surprised. This old man looked more like a ghost in human skin than a human being. The cheeks on both sides were sunken, and the skin was covered with dark spots, especially the pair of eyes, which were sunken into the sockets and glowed with a faint green firefly. Who is this person? Qin Feng was shocked and confused. Although the other party was dressed like a tomb master, his terrifying appearance still made the group on guard, until a familiar figure appeared next to the old man. Senior brother? Qin Feng said in surprise. The person who came was none other than senior brother Shinli, who was unshaven and dressed in a sloppy outfit. Long time no see. Junior brother. Shinli nodded. At the same time, The old man carrying the coffin did not pay attention to the looks of Qin Feng and others, and slowly walked to the tomb. 1/3 of the covering soil has been pulled away, and a group of corpses are still struggling in it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The hoarse voice was like a dilapidated bellows. Could this old man have crawled out of the grave just now? Qin Feng had such a guess in his mind. But what is surprising is that the corpse that was still struggling in the soil and trying to come out stopped moving after hearing these words. Then the corpse decomposed and turned into white dust and merged with the soil. Thank you. A light whisper passed through several people's ears. Gong Song's eyes widened. He seemed to see his dead former friend holding a wine bottle and waving goodbye to him. The old man carrying the coffin let out a sigh of relief. A strong wind blew up, and the dust billowed, covering the tomb again. What's going on? Gong Song asked curiously. The old man did not look at Gong Song, but glanced at Qin Feng, and said hoarsely, Since we are traveling together, let's talk about it later. It is hard to imagine that a dying old man can carry a huge coffin and keep pace with a galloping horse. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes repeatedly to confirm that this absurd fact was not a dream. Although the old man was strolling leisurely, he seemed to be able to span a distance of 10 feet in one step. This method seems to be like the fairy magic of the Wensheng Taoist. But Qin Feng can be sure that it is not the case, because there is no energy flowing around the old man's body at all. This is just a walk. Senior brother, who is this old man? Shenli, who was sitting behind him, replied. You should have dealt with the Coffin Tomb family. This is the old man who founded the Tomb family Tomb Hung. When the others heard this, they all looked sideways. This old man was actually the founder of the Coffin Tomb family. Qin Feng's eyes widened as well. According to legend, the Tomb family's duty has always been to contain the souls of demons and ghosts with high tribulation power after death, so as to prevent their supernatural powers from poisoning the world after death. Based on this inference, when the ghost world is eroded and the laws of heaven and earth cease to exist, there is a high probability that the Tomb family will be there. If you think about it carefully, this must have taken several thousand years, even earlier than the founding of Dakian. How many years is this old man? No wonder he looks like he crawled out of the coffin. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and vomited in his heart. I don't know who among the Tianjian Imperial Master and God-suppressing Siu, who are stationed in Fengtian City, has lived longer than this old man. Or is he a figure from the same era? He opened his eyes and glanced at the old man. The titanium alloy dog eyes were not blinded. After entering the 3rd level, he could already look at the body in the transcendent realm. But he cannot look at it for a long time. Otherwise the soul will become very weak. Upon entering the eyes, there is no powerful qi. The 5 internal organs, lungs, bones, flesh and blood are not visible. Only the air of death. The thick air of death. Is this old man really still alive? No matter how I feel, he is not as good as the coffin behind him. He looks more like a living person. Qin Feng is shocked. Tomb Hung felt something in his heart. He turned his head and looked around. In his pupils, the green will-o'-the-wisp flickered brightly and dimly. What I was secretly observing was discovered. Qin Feng asked dryly. Old Master Tomb, you haven't told us the reason why those corpses came back to life just now. It is somewhat similar to the corpse ghost encountered in Shuliang City, Song Filan said. Gong Song shook his head. I originally suspected that it was a corpse ghost, but when I was buried, I carefully inspected the corpse, and it was different from what was recorded in the literature. The corpse ghost disaster is a ghost problem that the Dakian government and the Demon Slayer division are very wary of. With Gong Song's status as a divine general, even if he doesn't know the details thoroughly, he won't be too far off. Tomb Hung spoke. His hoarse voice was harsh, and Qin Feng was even afraid that air would leak from his throat. The balance of life and death in the world here is broken, and the energy of life and death flows back, causing the dead in the ghost world to return to their souls, and the originally dead things have become immortal. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Originally, Qin Feng thought that this strange change was probably related to the ghost Buddha who came to the western region. But this did not seem to be the case. Gong Song thought thoughtfully. Fu Sibing's letter mentioned that changes occurred in various parts of the western region, and demons and ghosts can rise from the dead without being burned. Could it be because of this? The physical body is the carrier of the soul. The soul has no place to rely on, so it naturally can only return to the physical body. This phenomenon is probably due to a change in the ghost world, Tomb Hung said lightly. Qin Feng frowned and then asked curiously. There is one thing that I don't understand very well. After the laws of the ghost world were broken, The dead souls of the human world for thousands of years were unable to fall into the ghost world. Why was there no resurrection from the dead during that period? But now that the ability to attract souls in the ghost world has been turned on again, such strange changes have occurred? Tum Hung pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. Chaos first opened, and yin and yang were created. There was an innate energy that enlightened all things. And then, the world was divided into 3 realms. One is the Hongmang immortal realm. The second is the free human realm. And the third is the netherworld and ghost realm. The 3 realms cycle endlessly. With the supreme power of the immortal world Palm, beings in the human world can open the gate of heaven when they step into transcendence, become holy physically, step into the immortal world, and gain immortality. The ghost world controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. Anyone whose physical body dies, and whose soul has nowhere to return, will be led into the underworld and reincarnated. A palm of one realm reached heaven and lived forever. A palm of one realm died and was reincarnated. Qin Feng thought about it carefully, and then listened to the tomb old man slowly speaking. And he finally understood the real reason. Nowadays, the ghost world is in chaos. Although the souls of the dead can fall into the ghost world, they cannot cross the gate of ghosts and be transferred to the underworld, so that the remaining physical bodies in the world will not rot. The souls of the dead return to life, allowing the dead to be reborn in another way, breaking the balance of life and death in the human world. And a vicious cycle ensues. It would be okay if the dead soul could not enter the ghost world. According to what the old man said, the soul would slowly dissipate into the world as the body decayed, maintaining the balance between life and death. However, the changes in the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world have caused the current situation to arise. Everyone in the group looked ugly. At this time, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and said in horror, "According to what the old man said, isn't this the same situation in this world?" After hearing this, the others also came to their senses and looked at Tum Hung, waiting for the latter's answer. The old man nodded slightly. "This situation has just begun. In areas close to the cracks in the ghost world, resurrection from the dead becomes more common. And as the balance of life and death continues to be broken, the cracks between the human world and the ghost world will gradually expand. By then," the old man didn't say the rest, but everyone could already foresee the seriousness of the problem. In the southern territory, outside Jinong City, the rolling mountainside is full of graves as far as the eye can see. There was a man in front of a brand new grave, pouring wine and burning valuables. He said with red eyes, "It's better to die. It's 100 deaths, so as not to continue to suffer in this world. Fortunately, you didn't agree to this girl in the first place. When you left, you were alone and had no worries." After talking in front of the grave for a long time, the man stood up and poured all the wine in the jug onto the grave. "Don't worry, brother. I know the person you worried about the most during your lifetime was Xiaotsui. If I can go back alive, I will take good care of her for you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a click, and a crack appeared on the stone tablet from bottom to top. The man's eyes widened, and then his face turned pale with fear. Under the renovated soil, he saw a pale, blood-stained arm sticking out and waving continuously. "Brother, don't come to me. Why don't I stop looking for Xiaotsui?" At the same time as he was frightened, there were sounds all around him. The man looked for a sound and immediately trembled all over, his crotch becoming wet. The body that had been dead for who knows how long actually crawled out of the grave. The man was not the only one to remember the deceased. The others were frightened when they saw the scene. Just at this moment, a whooshing sound came from the horizon. A spear made of clouds flew towards me with the force of breaking the sky. Before falling, it split into 2 parts, and then split into 4 parts. Each spear stabbed into the moving graves without any bias, shaking the corpses into powder. Spear Immortal Sima Kong fell gracefully, looked around, and said solemnly, "As expected, this situation is far from here. Changes are taking place in the 4 regions of Dakian, and resurrections from the dead occur from time to time. Although people in the world often hope that their dead relatives and friends can be resurrected, how many people can take it calmly when it actually happens?" For them, this was not a surprise, but a shock. Beside the Juka River in Fengtian City, the old man with white hair and black beard suddenly frowned. The river rippled, and the ground of the Demon Slayer division continued to tremble. In the attic, Deng Imo was still practicing with the help of the underworld crystal given by Qin Feng. When he sensed the strange movement, he looked down and murmured to himself, "9 hells?" The clone of the imprisoned Tianjin Imperial Master looked up, sighed, and then turned his attention to the empty chessboard in front of him again. Raise your hand and make a move. At the bottom of the Nine Hells prison, in the endless darkness, a pair of eyes lit up, and then slowly closed. Shinshin glanced at the cracked skin on the back of his hand, flicked it, and found that the flesh and blood remained intact. On the top of the climbing tower of Howin Academy, Su Lixian, who had a wretched appearance and a mustache, said respectfully, "Teacher, I found something." "Okay." Tianjian Imperial Master responded lightly. After hearing what Mr. Tomahung said, everyone's expressions darkened. If it is true as he said, immortal monsters will run rampant in the world, and the world will eventually turn into purgatory. "Is there no way to stop this?" Gong Song looked solemn. Everyone stopped and looked at the old man, waiting for his answer. "The balance of life and death has been broken. The only way to reverse it is to change it from the source." Qin Feng frowned deeply when he heard this. Couldn't the so-called source be the ghost world? However, if he wants to restore the laws of heaven and earth to their original state, it is really difficult for him to imagine who has such great power. "I'm afraid even the heavenly supervisor and the god-suppressing Siyu can't do it." "No, this guess itself is not valid, because the teacher and the god-suppressing Siyu cannot even leave within 1,000 miles of Fontian City. So how can they go to the ghost world?" Gong Song also knew how difficult this matter was, and couldn't help but sigh. "There will be a road for a car to reach the mountain, and for a boat to be straight ahead. There is always a way, so there is no need to rush. What's more, we have bigger crises to solve now." The ghost fire in Tomb Heng's eyes flickered, and everyone understood that the old man was talking about the ghost Buddha who went to the extreme realm of the western region. Those weird existences that transcend life and death are the main culprits that disrupt the laws of heaven and earth in the fairy world and the ghost world. Maybe it is not certain that a way to reverse the balance of life and death can be found in them. Does the old man know that it is not easy to deal with monsters like those that have immortal magical powers? Qin Feng said worriedly. At this time, Shen Liu said, "I was ordered by the teacher to invite the old man to come. It is for this reason." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized that this was the teacher's backup plan. But the old man from the Tomb family really has a way to break the other party's weird magical powers. On the other side, a stream of light was like a comet, flying rapidly from east to west. In the stream of light, Sun Chi was like a little chicken, being held in his hand by killing heaven. His face was changed beyond recognition by the howling wind. "According to the teacher's calculations, there is plenty of time. You don't need to be so anxious." The words became intermittent in the strong wind. Sha Tianluo smiled ferociously and said, "A guy who can destroy the laws of the fairy world and the ghost world must be very powerful. How could I miss the opportunity to fight with him? Worthy of being the king of the fighting clan. He was running at full speed just to rush to fight." Sun Chi reminded, "Don't forget about business. We are here to find out the truth about the Four Realms realm and prevent Jiyuan from continuing to devour this place. Square heaven and earth." Hearing this, Sha Tianluo frowned. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from his other arm. "Are you sure Qin Feng is in the western region?" The speaker was none other than Pablo, who had followed along as the daughter of Sha Tianluo and the next generation king of the Azura clan. She naturally could not stay in the clan forever, but had to come out to experience and hone herself. Of course, these were all her excuses to persuade Sha Tianluo. Her real purpose of coming here was to find an opportunity to take away her princess, Qin Feng, and then give birth to the strongest heir. The junior brother's beauty is really not shallow. Sun Chi immediately replied, "Of course it is true. How dare I lie to the young king? That's good. This time, I want to avenge my shame and defeat him." Pablo explained as he felt his father's gaze. Chapter 761 War begins. The closer you get to the extreme end of the western region, the higher the temperature becomes. The continuous volcanoes and the raging flames cannot be concealed even at night. From a distance, they look like a huge, blazing furnace. This scorching heat evaporated water vapor and cracked the earth. There is no vegetation within hundreds of miles in all directions, and even demons and ghosts are hard to find. Only some demons and ghosts who like flames and high temperatures dare to move around the outer reaches of the flame mountain. Hiss. Covered in flames, the fire snake that is 100 feet long spits out the letter. This is a monster with strength reaching the 7th level of calamity. It seemed to sense something, raised its huge snake head, and glanced around, but found nothing strange. After taking a very fearful look at the depths of the flame mountain, it turned its huge snake body, swam in the sea of fire, and moved away. At the same time, a faint human voice came from the shadows. This fire snake's intuition is quite keen, and it almost discovered our traces. How could a monster that can survive in such an environment be ordinary? If Mingji hadn't known about the master's hiding method, we would have been discovered. In the shadow of the fire, two vague figures were vaguely visible in the shadows several feet square. They are brave and skilled soldiers in the Chu King's army. After the change in the world, they stepped into the third-level realm with the help of huge resources. Now he was ordered to guard an entrance to the extreme border of the western region in the face of danger. Obviously, I am staying at the outermost edge of the volcano, but the high temperature is still unbearable for me, as if it can penetrate flesh and blood and reach straight to the soul. My body, which I specialize in, the divine martial Vajra indestructibility, has been trained to a great level, but it can only barely resist this blazing heat. I once heard that Fu Siming of the Demon Slayer division tried to enter the deepest part of the volcano, but returned in vain. There was something strange about the flames. That weird guy came to the western region and went here. Maybe because of something deep in the volcano. But I'm very curious about what kind of existence can make someone as powerful as Fu Siming be so cautious. Not to mention that the combat power below the third level cannot intervene. Even if we discover the opponent's whereabouts, we cannot alert the enemy. Instead, we must hide our body and look for opportunities to send signals. While the two were talking, no one noticed that the sky behind them was twisting. A ghostly Buddha wearing monk's robes and a straw hat appeared out of thin air. What does it smell like? One person sniffed. And suddenly, there was an unpleasant pungent smell in the dry and hot air. Maybe it's the smell of rotting corpses. A hoarse and joking laughter sounded. Their hearts trembled, and they turned around in a hurry. However, within a moment, two broad palms with exposed bones pressed against their faces. Before they could shout, they heard a click. Their heads were twisted into knots, and red and white things were scattered on the floor. On the ghost Buddha's arm, the rotten flesh and blood squirmed like a living creature. The bodies of the two dead people shriveled up quickly, and within a few moments, only a pair of skins remained. No wonder I didn't encounter any delicious food delivered to my door along the way. It turned out that they were all lurking here. Guifu laughed evilly, no longer covering his figure, and strode towards the depths of the volcano. Even though it knew everything from the memories of devouring the two of them, it never thought of avoiding it. Anyway, people who break the boundary are just food to it. On the other side, Guiying, one of the three great generals of the western regions, turned his head and looked southeast, frowning. In addition to concealing the aura of others, the hidden shadow method can also feed the aura back to him. The moment the two soldiers of King Chu's army died, he noticed something strange. "Are you coming?" he murmured to himself. And then the energy around his body began to stir. There was obviously fire all around, causing the shadow under his feet to be very small. But within a moment, the black shadows spread like a raging tide. At the same time, people lurking around the volcano felt the shadows moving under their feet. Those shadows turned into an arrow, all pointing in the same direction. Everywhere around the volcano, Fu Ruoyun frowned and clenched his right fist. "There, sister!" Andemo called out when she saw the black shadow. Bai Wuti twisted his neck and shouted softly, "If you dare to kill the monster I cover in my territory, no matter what that guy is, I will skin him today. Master has summoned you. The enemy has arrived. Walk." "Uh-huh." The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. The ghost Buddha walked leisurely in the hot flames, and as it got deeper into the position, it seemed to find something. "Don't you think this flame is a bit familiar?" The big eyeball in the center of the palm opened its eyes, and then felt it carefully. "Of course it is familiar. I suffered a lot under this flame. Are you talking about him? No wonder he disappeared in the fairy world. He was hiding here." He rolled his eyes around and then said, "There is a powerful aura approaching here quickly." "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge palm formed by a shadow fell from the sky. Just heard a loud bang. The ground cracked, and the air waves set off caused the surrounding flames to tilt outward. This is the puppet method of the 100 Ghost tradition, and Ningxi knew that it was like a night wind floating in the sky above the flames. He did not stop when he struck down, but once again aroused the ghost energy and Yin energy in his body. For a moment, countless huge black coffins formed in the air, and then smashed down towards the broken ground. The terrifying air waves kept coming, as if they could even extinguish the eternal flames around them. When the people from the demon slaying department and the soldiers of King Chu's army who arrived saw this scene, they all sighed with emotion. As expected of Mr. N, he can suppress the other party with just one face-to-face. That's wrong. And Ming suddenly frowned. Almost at the same time as he spoke, he raised his right hand, and layers of shadow walls instantly stood up to protect everyone. However, a long hand like a poisonous snake was faster, and with the power of breaking an army, it easily pierced the shadow stream wall, which is known for its amazing defense power, and then penetrated the bodies of several people. Boom! The blood mist exploded all over the sky and evaporated instantly in the scorching air waves. The sudden scene shocked the few survivors, and they froze on the spot. On the long hand with exposed bones and broken flesh, pieces of flesh squirmed, devouring the bodies of those who had just died, and then erupted again. Bone spurs protruded and shot toward the remaining survivors. Those people were still in a daze. How could they react? Of course, even if they were prepared, it would be of no use in the face of the absolute strength gap. At this critical moment, two figures rushed over from the left and the right, punching and palming violently, knocking back the incoming bone spurs. Contract your long hands and return to the ground. The ghost Buddha turned his head and glanced at the bone arm with cracks exposed, and said calmly, "You are right. Those who have entered the realm of transcendence in this world seem to have been blessed by heaven and are stronger than the gods and demons in the immortal world. It's Fu Siming and Bai Wuti," everyone said in surprise. And Mingji ducked to Fu Ruoyun's side and said in a deep voice, "The Imperial Master Tian Jin is right. There is no way for combat forces beyond the third level to intervene in this battle. The enemy's strength far exceeds expectations, and the ordinary third-grade combat power cannot play a big role." Fu Ruoyun glanced at the clothes that were reduced to embers in the fire, his expression extremely solemn. She looked at the ghost Buddha and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you and why are you here?" The ghost Buddha took off the straw hat on his head, revealing 3 heads. When everyone saw his true appearance, their bodies trembled and their hearts were shocked. The ferocious appearance of rotten flesh and bones, making one's scalp numb and shuddering. "Why are you talking so much nonsense to it? Bai Wuti has such a violent temper. Where can he wait?" Before Fu Ruoyun could ask any more questions, she roared angrily and rushed forward. "Vulgar beast!" Fu Ruoyun cursed. Naturally, she didn't really want to get information from the enemy, but just wanted to delay the enemy's delay. She was waiting for reinforcements. As a result, the plan was destroyed by this stupid tiger before it could be implemented. "Lord Siming, what should we do?" and Mingji asked at the side. Fu Ruoyun took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Take action, stupid tiger." As a person in the realm of transcendence, how can he allow himself to be compromised? There is no other way but to help. Powerful air waves swept all around instantly. "If we go any further, we have to go on our own." Qin Feng stopped and said, surrounded by barren mountains and dry rocks. The temperature was so high that it felt like being in a sauna. The horses were restless and unwilling to step forward. If you reach out and touch the earth, you will find that it is as hot as an asphalt road in summer. Several people dismounted in response and looked forward. The raging flames illuminated the dark night clearly. Outside the extreme reaches of the western region, there are continuous volcanoes. Only by walking through those volcanoes can we reach the far west. However, even if he was as strong as Fu Siming, he couldn't go too deep and had to turn back because the flame was weird. Gong Song said this. Just at this moment, a turbulent wave of air hit us, making everyone's clothes snap. Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. "Someone is fighting! That guy has arrived!" Qin Feng looked ugly. The person he was talking about was naturally a ghost. Shinli said, "Changes will occur if things are delayed. We must seize the time." After the words fell, Shinli opened his hands, and then gently closed them, and the Hongming immortal chi surged out of his body and enveloped everyone in it. Within a moment, the ground under everyone's feet emitted a burst of white light, and the surrounding scene changed completely in just an instant. It was the immortal magic that shrunk to an inch. Qin Feng knew it in his heart, and then heard someone shouting, "Stop!" Looking for reputation. The person speaking was Fu Siming, whom he had dealt with before. At this moment, the other party was looking at him in astonishment. "What kind of expression is this? You didn't expect me to come to the rescue? Haha. You're looking down a bit, aren't you?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he saw the Demon Slayer division and a group of soldiers encircling him in midair, looking straight at him with nervous and wary eyes. "I always feel like something is wrong. Speaking of senior brother and wife, why aren't they with me?" About 100 feet ahead, the figures of Shinli and his party came into view. Qin Feng saw a look of shock in the eyes of the two ladies, and Shinli also had a look of astonishment. Sure enough, it's you. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Qin Feng trembled, and then looked back carefully. 10 feet away, there was the rotting body of the ghost Buddha, and waves of stench assaulted his nostrils. The other party raised his palm, and I was revealed, glowing red, and the void appeared strangely distorted. It's the big eyeball I saw in the 9th level prison. Why is it so small now? It must have caused me to escape from my senior brother's shrinkage. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to act rashly. All he could say was, "What a coincidence! Damn, this guy is really haunting. I have to find a way to escape back." Qin Feng was on full alert, and the energy in his body was surging crazily. Guifu said, "The clone you left in the previous place was cracked. Could it be him?" "It's just a mere ant," Eyeball replied. "Of course, he doesn't have that level of strength. He just has a weird way to connect to the ghost world. And then the ghost master took action and erased my clone. There seems to be some secret hidden in this person. You devour him and search his memory." "Damn it. Are you serious?" Without even thinking about it, Qin Feng mobilized the energy in his body and flew towards the friendly forces. But how can his speed be compared to the ghost Buddha? The rotten hand stretched out like a long snake, and the distance between the two disappeared in just an instant. Just when the ghost hand was only one fingertip away from the back of Qin Feng's neck, a coffin fell from the sky and pressed the ghost hand hard into the ground. "Old man!" Qin Feng looked up, excited. "Back off." "Okay." Qin Feng quickly ran back to the two ladies and then looked at the battlefield. Tomb Heng's withered hand pressed on the giant coffin, and the lines on the surface lit up instantly. "TSK." White smoke bursts. "Huh?" The ghost Buddha groaned, and it suddenly exerted force and retracted its ghost hand, causing everyone to see an unexpected scene. Fu Ruoyun and Bai Wuyi used all kinds of methods, but the ghost hand could not be broken. After being crushed by the coffin, it began to be crushed into dust and could not be restored to its original shape. The black lines were like poisonous snakes climbing up the ghost's hand, turning everything they passed into dust. When the ghost Buddha saw this, he immediately made a decision. The bones on his arm protruded like sharp blades, cutting off the ghost hand directly, and the erosion stopped abruptly. "What kind of Tao is this? It's a bit weird," Guifu said in a deep voice. The big eyeball detached from the palm, floated in the air, and then stared at the old man tomb. "My guess is indeed correct. The master of the laws of life and death in this world has the means to kill us, just like the other shoreflower." When Qin Feng heard this, he was surprised and happy. No wonder the Tianjin National Preceptor Association sent his senior brother to find the old man tomb. It turns out that this law of life and death is the ultimate means to deal with these weird guys. This old guy is the master of the law of life and death. Since he is a threat to us, I will kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Buddha punched his abdomen with one hand. A burst of black mist emerged from the Buddha's head in the middle and spread to the surroundings at an unparalleled speed. "Old man, be careful," Qin Feng reminded loudly, and the others were also on full alert. Although the black mist is very fast, everyone present is not weak. Even if they are unable to resist, it is not difficult to avoid it. However, an unexpected scene appeared. A red light shot out from the pupils of the eyes, and the void was distorted. But in a flash, the black mist enveloped everyone. "Ah!" Heart-rending screams came one after another. Among those who were contaminated by the black mist, the flesh and blood of those who were weak began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those as strong as Fu Siming and Bai Wuyi still had dark spots on their skin. Qin Feng glanced at the two ladies, and black lines spread rapidly on their snow-white skin. But looking at Shinli on the side, he was less affected than Fu Siming and the other two. But Qin Feng himself was almost completely unaffected. While puzzled, Qin Feng opened his eyes to observe. After a moment, he discovered something. "This black mist seems to be some kind of plague?" Chapter 762 The Strange Swallowing Power. Hearing this, Shinli took out something from his arms, which was a palm-sized sculpture of the city god. As a golden light lit up from the center of the sculpture's brow, the sculpture seemed to come alive and opened its eyes. "Senior, please take a look. What is the black mist around?" Shinli said respectfully. The city god glanced around and looked a little surprised. "This is Lord Plague's plague law. Mr. Epidemic, who is that?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "The Plague Lord is a god and demon who controls the plague. His strength may not be top-notch, but the plague path is an existence that makes all the gods and demons quite fearful. It can corrode the body and soul of others. When gods and demons came to the world, Lord Blight spread a plague, and 100 miles of land instantly turned into a dead place. However, after that battle, Lord Blight's name disappeared from the Destiny Monument, and he should have completely fallen. While speaking, the city god looked forward and found the source of the black mist. He saw the ferocious ghosts and Buddhas, and then sighed. It is indeed so. What do you mean? Qin Feng was confused. These weird guys can read the memories of the things they swallow. And if the things they swallow understand the principles, they can even use the principles for their own use. Looking at it now, King Plague did not die in the battle between gods and demons, but was devoured by it. So it could use the principles of plague. Damn it. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he was extremely frightened. Even if they have immortal magical powers, they can also steal other people's Tao through devouring them. What kind of monsters are these guys? At this moment, rapid breathing came from the side. Looking around, Qin Feng saw fine black lines appearing on senior brother Shenli's face. Although the Wensheng Taoists have righteousness to protect their bodies, can be immune to all poisons, and have natural resistance to epidemics, but in the face of the power of Taoism, they can only persist for a while longer than others. Over time, it will inevitably be affected. The situation of the others was far more serious than Shenli's. The two ladies and Gong Song sat cross-legged, trying their best to circulate the energy in their bodies to resist the erosion of the plague. But their flesh and blood were still decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. For those who are slightly weaker, you can even see the bones under the flesh and blood. While Fu Ruoyun and Bai Wuti held on, they launched an offensive against the Ghost Buddha, intending to interrupt the opponent's continued release of the plague. However, in their current state, how can they have a practical impact on ghosts and Buddhas? Where is the old man? Qin Feng looked forward hurriedly. The billowing black fog obscured the vision, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. The plague path is indeed difficult to deal with, and there is no way to go on like this. Qin Feng looked ugly. At this moment, Shenli on the side asked with difficulty, Junior brother, why are you not affected at all? Huh? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Yes, why am I not affected at all? The black mist filled the air, and he was in it, and he could even see the plague entering his body. But the disease was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it did not set off any waves in his body. Expand your spiritual consciousness. Look at yourself, and the truth will come to light. In the divine sea, the black and white energy turned into the pattern of yin and yang fish again, constantly flowing. And all the disease energy that submerged into the body was absorbed by the yin and yang Dao. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then realized. This plague energy is part of Lord Plague's plague principle. Since it is the principle of plague, it can be absorbed by the black and white air. Wait, if that's the case, wouldn't this thick black mist be fertilizer for strengthening the principles of yin and yang? After thinking about this, Qin Feng looked at the black fog around him again, and the fear in his eyes had disappeared. Inspired by his thoughts, he got in touch with the yin and yang Dao, and spread his right palm. Within a moment, the black and white energy surged out and turned into a yin and yang fish again in front of him. Receive! The yin and yang fish began to flow, and the billowing black mist was drawn into it. Lu Jianli and others noticed the strange change, and they all opened their eyes. The plague was continuously being extracted from their bodies, and the strange black lines on the surface of their bodies quickly faded. The city god looked at the yin-yang fish and was quite shocked. Is this? Have you understood the principles of yin-yang? I understand a little bit, Qin Feng said calmly, pretending to be cool, while he guided the yin and yang fish to swallow the plague. He summoned Bai Su. Although the black mist was suppressed, and the disease was extracted from the bodies of several people, the damage caused was real. He needed Bai Su's healing thunder to help everyone repair their wounds, especially those of the third grade who are not strong enough. Their flesh and blood have become corrupted, and they will definitely die if they are not treated. Bai Su! Qin Feng called. The little guy chirped in response, and the buds on his head glowed with emerald green. The green thunder was like a thunder snake, swimming through everyone's bodies, and the pale cheeks regained their color. Even those whose bodies were corrupted were repairing quickly. Huh? It's not uncomfortable anymore. Bai Wuti clenched his fists, feeling that his body's strength had returned to its peak. Fu Ruoyun glanced at the green thunder in his palm, and then looked back. His colleagues and the soldiers of King Chu's army had all been treated, and the billowing black mist was like a river rushing into the sea, rushing towards one place. Taking a closer look, there was a familiar figure there. It turned out to be him. Fu Ruoyun was filled with emotion. The figure of another person could not help but appear in his mind, and a little sadness flashed in his eyes. On the other side, the plague path is being swallowed up. How can the ghosts and Buddhas not sense it? However, just as it was about to explore the source, its eyes warned. Get away! The ghost and Buddha retreated without thinking. Almost at the same time, a black coffin with flowing green lines fell from the sky. Boom! The earth is sunken and crisscrossed with ravines. When Qin Feng saw this, he secretly thought it was a pity. If the black coffin was smashed tightly, judging from the previous situation, the other party would definitely turn into dust and dissipate into the world. However, he never expected that although the old man looked like he had just crawled out of the coffin, he still had this strength. Not only did he resist the plague of ghosts and Buddhas, he could also look for opportunities to try to give the opponent a fatal blow. Bangta. Huh? What's the sound? Qin Feng looked up and was startled. The old man's left arm was rotting at shoulder level, and a piece of flesh fell to the ground. The ghost Buddha sneered. You old immortal thing with this body dares to resist the plague. Is it because you don't think it will die quickly enough? Uh-huh. Fu Ruoyun and others all ducked in front of the old man. The old man's way of life and death was the key to breaking the opponent's magical power of immortality. And there must be no mistakes. Qin Feng also immediately came to the side of Mr. Tomb, and then asked Bai Su to heal the latter's injuries. Bai Su can make Su Tianyu, who has entered the realm of transcendence, be reborn with his broken tail. It shouldn't be difficult to repair a broken arm. But to his surprise, the healing thunder passed through the old man's body. But there was no reaction at all, and the corrupted flesh and blood was not intact as before. How come? Tomb Hung had obviously expected it. There is no need to waste your efforts. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man used his right hand to tear off his shaky left arm, and then threw it aside. Qin Feng stared blankly at the broken arm on the ground, falling into self-doubt for a moment. If he saw it correctly, this should be an arm, right? Even if it is rotten up to the shoulders, it can still be used if you make a living. So why waste it like this? Could it be that the old man still has a tendency to self-mutilate? When the others saw this, they were also puzzled. But at this moment, as a thumping sound came from the black coffin, the severed arm on the ground rotted away in the blink of an eye. Instead, a new arm grew back on the old man's broken arm. And this arm is obviously different from the previous one. The skin is tight, and the muscles are full, just like the arm of a man in his prime. This, after his rotten flesh and blood faded away. Qin Feng returned to his prime, and was dumbfounded. Is the way of life and death so magical? No wonder the old man wants to harm himself. If it were me who understood the principles of life and death and was so old, I would have to replace every part of my body. Well, first let his second brother return to his peak. Qin Feng thought to himself. No matter how you look at the current situation, it is beneficial to the human race. So his mentality has relaxed a lot. After all, as long as Fu Siming and others can trap Gui Buddha for a moment, the old man can smash down the coffin and end the battle directly. Fu Ruoyun was relieved when she saw that the old man had recovered. She sent a message to the rest of the people. In a few moments, everyone was facing the ghosts and Buddhas in a fan-shaped manner. Everyone began to mobilize the energy in their bodies and cultivate their most powerful moves, intending to deal a painful blow to the enemy. The impatient Bai Wuti took the lead, and the energy in his body surged crazily. The huge white tiger shadow stood tall in the sky, and the indescribable pressure swept all directions along with the air waves. She opened her mouth and let out a loud roar, roaring all over the world. The phantom of the huge white tiger was exactly the same. Its roar compressed the void, and the fierce wind concentrated at one point, shooting towards the ghosts and Buddhas, shattering the space along the way. Fu Ruoyun didn't waste any time, stepped forward with his left foot, and clenched his right fist tightly at his waist. She took a deep breath and punched out fiercely. This blow was not as powerful as Bai Wuti's, but it used the power of her will to the extreme. Quan Gang ignored time and space, and appeared behind Gui Buddha in an instant. The two transcendent realms struck with all their strength, completely blocking the opponent's path of advance and retreat. Naturally, this opportunity was not to be missed. The two master raised the black coffin with one arm, and threw it towards the location of the ghost and Buddha. The black coffin was like a meteor, falling hard at the gathering point of the frantic energy. All things are extinguished, and the everlasting flames, with a radius of hundreds of miles, are stagnant. The aftermath of the battle in the transcendental realm caused Qin Feng's body to fly upside down, like a kite with its string broken, and the turbulent air flow made him unable to open his eyes at all. Lu Jianli and Song Filan tried their best to stop Qin Feng's body. After the aftermath subsided a little, The group of people hurriedly looked at where the ghost and Buddha were. Black dust was flying wildly, but by the light of the fire, a blurry and twisted figure could still be seen in the dust. As the dust slowly dissipated, the remains of the ghost and Buddha came into view. The long dragon-like ghost hands turned into dust and fell. 2 of the 3 Buddha heads had collapsed, and most of the body had disappeared. Only half of the spine was left, and the heart almost stopped beating. The injury has not recovered, so he must be dead. Right. Qin Feng stared at it carefully for a moment, and then breathed a sigh of relief. However, click! A clear voice sounded, and everyone's hearts instantly rose to their throats. They were shocked to find that Guifu twisted his neck, and his heart started beating again. Blood flowed from its eyes, and it stared at the old man tomb. It smiled ferociously and said, "It's a pity that you don't fully grasp the laws of life and death. Otherwise I might really die from the blow you just gave me." Could it be that the old man's principles of life and death are the same as the 18 palms of subduing the dragon? And he has not learned the last move of subduing the dragon with regrets. Qin Feng looked ugly, but took a look at Gui Buddha's current state. He was seriously injured and could not be repaired. It should have been lifted. "Can't afford any waste?" Fu Ruoyun said in a deep voice. "Old man, can you still take action? Bai Wuti and I will create opportunities for you again." When Bai Wuti heard this, he immediately started gearing up. "Okay," Mr. Tomb replied, and Mingji and others also ducked to Fu Ruoyun's side and took advantage of him, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Everyone was not talkative and pushy, but decisive in killing. It was great that Qin Feng felt a sense of security rising up in his heart. Facing this battle, Ghost Buddha had an expressionless face. "This incarnation of the gods and Buddhas is too old after all, and it cannot carry too much power at all. But it is enough." "Enough? What do you mean?" Hearing this, Qin Feng had a bad premonition in his heart. The tomb master made a move with his right hand, intending to recall the black coffin that had sunk into the ground. But what happened next was beyond the expectations of everyone present. The black coffin shook a few times, and then stopped moving. The city god seemed to have guessed something, and said in a deep voice, "Not good! What's going on?" Shinli asked with a frown. "Their principles may have been swallowed up by the other party." "What did you say?" Qin Feng exclaimed, and as if to verify the city god's statement, the ghost Buddha's body squirmed, and a new Buddha head and flesh and blood grew back. The solid and powerful muscles and the abundant blood are far beyond the previous corrupt appearance. Isn't this kind of change exactly the same as the old man Tomb's rebirth of his broken arm? The principles of life and death are indeed extraordinary. It turns out that all your knowledge is contained in this coffin. Without this coffin, can you still pose a threat to me?" Gui Buddha laughed ferociously. It raised its eyes and looked at the crowd, twisting its 6 arms and making crisp skeletal sounds. "Why? You won't take action anymore?" When Bai Wuti heard this, how could he bear it? "So what if your appearance has changed? If I can beat you down once, I can beat you down a second time." As she finished speaking, the huge white tiger phantom appeared again. But what shocked her was that within a moment, the phantom collapsed. On top of the ghost Buddha's head, a huge black Buddha appeared, and then his arms suddenly closed. In just a thousandth of an instant, Bai Wuti was pressed down by his palms. Blood spattered all over his body, and he fell from the air. "Bai Wuti!" Fu Ruoyun shouted loudly, charged up his right fist, and swung it out again. But this time the power was less than 1/10,000th of the previous one. On the other hand, the ghost Buddha's movements were exactly the same. The ghost hand flew out of the void and landed hard on Fu Ruoyun's abdomen. Boom! The air wave was like a landslide and tsunami. Fu Ruoyun's body flew thousands of feet away in an instant, smashing several mountains along the way. "Pay your orders!" Everyone in the demon-slaying division was so frightened that their faces turned pale. It really swallowed up the Tao of the 3 of them. And the moves it used were all those that the 3 of them had used before. Qin Feng's heart instantly sank to the bottom. And in a trance, the figure of the ghost Buddha disappeared from the place. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of the old man tomb. Its 6 arms suddenly exerted force and held the old man in its arms like a shackle. Then under the horrified gazes of everyone, the head in the middle of the ghost Buddha opened its mouth in an exaggerated arc and swallowed the old man in one gulp. Chapter 763 Saint? The strength of Tomb Hung. I thought I was sure of victory. But who could have imagined that our highest combat power would be defeated by ghosts and Buddhas in just a few moments, leaving us with no idea of life or death. And the old man tomb, who was the key to breaking the situation, was directly swallowed by the ghost and Buddha. Crunching sounds continue to sound. Blood splashed from the mouth of the ghost Buddha, and Qin Feng and others' eyes were about to split. Guifu said calmly, "It is an old bone after all, and it is not chewy." The floating eyeballs glowed with scarlet luster. "Don't waste time. Read his memory, and see what the secret of the law of life and death is. The way of life and death you just resisted with your body should not be perfect. It is indeed strange. The Tao is understood by oneself, but the old man's doorways seem to be in this black coffin." After the words fell, Guifu made a move with his right hand, and the black coffin that fell to the ground was instantly swept into his hands. When Qin Feng saw this, his expression turned extremely ugly. "Fu Siming and Bai Wuti haven't come back yet. I don't know whether they are dead or alive, but I can't feel their breath at all. Old Tomb has been dealt with, and we can only rely on ourselves next. However, Fu Siming and the three Transcendence Realm Alliance are no match for it. So what can we do? This guy can take away other people's principles, and he also has the power of immortality. How should we deal with it? Wait a minute. Can I connect to the ghost world through Baisu like I did in the 9 Layers prison before, so that the Ghost Master can take action? No. That eyeball is here too. It can't be hit a second time with the same move. The enemy's strength is far beyond imagination. Didn't the teacher calculate this?" In such a desperate situation, Qin Feng's brain was running rapidly, but no matter which method he used, it seemed to be a dead end. At this moment, Enmingji, who still had fighting ability, appeared in front of Qin Feng and others. "There is a huge disparity in strength. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. I will send you away." While speaking, Enmingji put his hands together, and ghostly energy surged around him. Within a moment, the shadow under his feet suddenly stood up and turned into a giant beast that was half a mountain high. This is a bird and beast formed by the gathering of ghost energy and yin energy. It has green wings and has an astonishing momentum. Qin Feng recognized this object. It was recorded in De Qian by Yaji. Its name was Qing Wan, and it was famous for its speed and strength. This is Senior In's ghost. The Taoism of 100 ghosts can incorporate the souls of dead demons and ghosts into their own shadows and use them for their own purposes. And this is obviously the case with this Qingwan. Take them away. Following in Mingji's thought, Qingwan spread its wings and the strong wind roared, trying to roll up the surviving people onto its back. But Qingwan could only flap his wings for a few breaths before a powerful force crushed him to pieces. The Yin spirit has the same soul as the 100 Ghost Taoist. If the Yin spirit is severely damaged, its owner will naturally suffer the backlash. And Mingji's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. His energy, blood, and spirit were extremely weak. This is the action of the Ghost Buddha. A red light shot out from the floating eyeball's pupil, covering everything within a radius of 10 miles. The red boundary barrier has a strange aura that makes people's scalp numb. The city god said in a deep voice, "This space is sealed, and there is no way to escape. The escape route is completely blocked. Is it really possible to just fight to the death?" Qin Feng looked ugly. At this moment, Guifu, who was trying to read Tum Heng's memory, let out a soft sigh. "Huh? What's wrong? I can't see his memory at all." The big-eyed man pondered for a moment, and then said calmly, "There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that what you swallowed is not a living thing, and the other is that it doesn't exist at all." Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. From the black coffin at Guifu's hand, an arm suddenly reached out and grabbed the big eyeball that was speaking. Then there was a bang, and red and white debris splashed everywhere. After the man in the coffin solved his eyes, he waved his arm and attacked the Ghost Buddha. When the Ghost Buddha saw this, he laughed ferociously and waved his 6 arms in unison. It swallowed up Fu Ruoyun's Daos, and every hand has the power to shake the sky. 6 hands versus 1. There should be no suspense in this confrontation. But the moment they met, the result was completely opposite. Qin Feng and others looked in disbelief. They saw that all 6 arms of the Ghost Buddha were shattered by a slap from the coffin. Boom! The earth cracked, the space trembled, and the Ghost Buddha's body flew out like a kite with its string broken. "What is going on?" a soldier of King Chu's army asked in a trembling voice. "I can feel the rich vitality in that coffin." The city god looked at the black coffin and frowned. "Brother, do you know who is in that coffin?" Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked aloud. Hearing this, Shunli on the side did not answer, but shook his head. Everyone knows that when a tomb owner walks outside the coffin, The coffin never leaves his body. That is the soul-suppressing coffin. A sealed treasure that suppresses the souls of dead demons and ghosts. How can it contain living things? He's coming out. Lu gently opened her red lips slightly. When everyone heard this, they all looked at the black coffin, holding their breath and concentrating. No one knows what kind of existence will emerge from there. The arm sticking out of the black coffin was twisted slightly, and the crisp sound of bones continued one after another. And then, the arm was suddenly slapped on the coffin. Boom! Powerful air waves swept around, and the roar was deafening. The fragments of the giant coffin fell next to Qin Feng and others, tearing a ravine directly into the earth, sending ashes and dust flying. But they turned a deaf ear to this change, because all their attention was focused on the figure in front of them. It was a sturdy middle-aged man with long black hair hanging behind his back, reaching his waist. His upper body was naked, and his skin was covered with complex black and white lines. The middle-aged man twisted his neck and said calmly, "That old guy from Bailey sent his disciples to look for me. I knew that the enemy was not simple, but I didn't expect that he could force me to use the coffin-breaking reincarnation technique." This voice was full of energy, but it made everyone feel inexplicably familiar. Qin Feng took a step forward and asked tentatively, "Are you Mr. Tomb?" The middle-aged man turned around and looked around. Everyone was shocked when they saw his face. The expression between the eyebrows is exactly the same as that of the old man. This appearance is obviously what the old man Tomb looked like when he was young. "Everyone exits 10 miles away." After the words fell, Toma Hung waved his right hand, and the blue-black ghost energy was like a huge long knife, which actually directly cut the barrier set up by the eyeball in half. Boom! The barrier collapsed and the way back appeared. The strength was so terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Gong Song swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said bluntly, "The gap between the realms of transcendence is really so big. I feel that Fu Siming will not be able to catch a single move against Mr. Tomb at this moment." The city god looked at the appearance of the Tomb old man at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, and then said slowly, "No wonder I felt that the old man was inexplicably familiar before. It turns out that I have met him before, during the battle between gods and demons." The battle between gods and demons? Qin Feng's heart stirred up huge waves. When the gods and demons came to the world, the reason why the human race was able to survive the disaster was because of the salvation of the saints. And as his understanding of that period of history increases, including the reappearance of the memory of Senior Xian Yi, Qin Feng can be sure that there is far more than one savior saint. Could it be that Mr. Tomb is also one of the saints who saved the world? Qin Feng had such a guess in his mind. "Don't take it lightly. The enemy is not dead yet. I will only hinder the seniors by waiting here. It is better to retreat," as he said. Shinli suggested. The life and death of Fu Siming and Bai Wuti were unknown, and An Mingming knew that he was seriously injured. Several people present immediately followed the instructions. Only when they were 10 miles away did everyone slow down. Under the leadership of Gong Song, everyone from the Demon Slayer division went to look for Fu Siming and Bai Wuti. Qin Feng called out Bai Su again to save Jian Mingji's injuries. Fortunately, although the latter's physical body and soul were severely damaged, Bai Su's strength has now been improved, and his healing ability is far greater than before, which actually brought An Mingji back from the gate of H.L. After confirming that Senior An was not in danger, Qin Feng used his double pupil power and looked at the battlefield again. Seeing that everyone had retreated 10 miles away, Tomb Hung looked towards the direction where the ghosts and Buddhas were knocked away, and said, "I didn't break out of the coffin just now, and I didn't use the power of the law of life and death. You are not dead, so you haven't shown up yet, body?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swept out from the ruins of the mountain, brushing away the ashes, gravel and blazing fire. Ghost Buddha asked in a deep voice, "What happened to him? Is this also the ability of the law of life and death?" Although his appearance has changed, his energy is very similar to that of the previous person. The foundation of this world is deeper than I expected. A strong person of this level, even if placed in the fairy world or the ghost world, is enough to deal with it. We pose a threat. According to what he said, the previous blow did not exert the power of the law of life and death. If it did, would your and my creation clones be shattered? His eyes fell into silence, and he did not answer. It has the ability to predict the future, and has already seen the outcome of the battle. As soon as the two finished talking, Tomb Hung made a move. He lightly touched the surroundings with his right hand, and the barrier instantly stood up, covering them. The blazing flame seemed to be frozen, and everything within the barrier turned into black and white. This is the realm laid out by the principles of life and death, the realm of life and death. In this realm, all immortal magical powers cannot take effect. For example, the method of picking up stars in the ghost world, or the method of destiny tablet. Even the magic of adding life fire by the human race's divine orthodoxy will all take effect. Only Tomb Hung can have the power to transcend life and death in this world. Ghost Buddha looked around at the boundary barrier. So that's it. This is the true strength of the Taoist master of the law of life and death. Eyeball reminded. The black coffin is a technique to seal his own strength. He is doing it to preserve his own strength, or to avoid being suppressed by the laws of this world. In this realm, if your incarnation dies, your main body in the fairy world will also be deprived of life. You are too cautious. No matter how strong he is just a world breaker. He just needs me to spend some money to project more strength to this world. While speaking, a crack appeared between the eyebrows of the 3 Buddha heads of the Ghost Buddha, and then its body began to swell. Its skin cracked, and its flesh and blood swelled. Within a few moments, the body of the Ghost Buddha ceased to exist, replaced by a ferocious and huge arm made of piled flesh. There are countless faces engraved on the arms, where they are wailing in pain, and these faces are the souls of the people swallowed by it. Are these the people you devoured? Tomb Hung asked with a frown. At the top of the giant hand, an ugly face appeared, and it replied calmly, "Don't be angry. You will become part of my collection, and then struggle in the endless darkness. This is the price you deserve." As soon as the words fell, all the faces on the giant hand opened their mouths. Black beams of light condensed in their screaming mouths, and the whole world began to tremble. Click! Click! That was the sound of space being squeezed and broken. Qin Feng and others, who were watching from a distance, felt enveloped in unparalleled murderous aura. The power of this move is simply unimaginable. How? Almost at the same moment, all the black beams of light poured towards the tomb. The space within the barrier completely collapsed, and nothing could be seen except black light. The eyes next to the giant hand did not choose to stay and witness the opponent's demise. Instead, they launched the Void Principle, swept out of the boundary barrier, and swept towards the depths of the volcano. This strange behavior puzzled the giant hand, and at the same time, a sense of uneasiness arose. Eyeball has the ability to predict the future, which is something Just Ho has known for a long time. At this time, the former chooses to escape. Doesn't it mean that Eyeball is not optimistic about the outcome of this battle at all? Thinking back to the previous scene where it asked the Eyeball for the divination result and the other party didn't respond, a ridiculous idea immediately emerged. It knows that I will definitely lose this battle. But how is this possible? The Flash of Annihilation is the strongest trick it can perform. It is the condensed power of many destructive principles. Countless gods and demons have died under this move in the past. How can a tiny, broken human being resist this move? All the faces on it looked towards the place where the black light was annihilated and the void was twisted. Slowly, surprise, confusion, and fear emerged in its countless eyes. The black light slowly dissipated, and a figure stood in the crack in the void. Tomb Hung stopped its most powerful attack with just one hand. Didn't anyone tell you not to fight with others in their realm? It's the same as seeking death? An indifferent voice sounded. Tomb Hung opened his right hand, and then shook the giant hand hard from the air. In the realm, countless black and white ferocious evil ghosts appeared, and in just 1,000th of an instant, they all attacked each other. "This is impossible," Just Ho said. Click! Cracks emerged from its body. 1 and 2. More and more. More and more. Until finally, bang! With a roar, its body turned into dust, and completely disappeared from the world. Tomb Hung didn't care about this, but looked ahead indifferently. That was the direction his eyes were escaping from. And it was also the pinnacle of the western region. Chapter 764 Heavenly Flame. Chaos is nowhere. Darkness covers the sky and the sun. As a scream rang out, the giant hand like a towering pillar was wiped out in an instant. There was a dull sound. Tianzhu is dead. Its breath disappears in the broken world. And there are existences there that can kill us. I remember that Tian Tong was looking for Mustard Seed Shumi and breaking the realm. And he was in the same place as Tianzhu's parasitic creation. After saying this, 2 eyes lit up in the darkness. They said in unison, "The person in charge of breaking the rules of life and death does have the means to obliterate us. The magical power of immortality is ineffective in his realm. Even if he is parasitic in the incarnation of creation, he can still trace his origin and kill his true body. Tianzhu died because of this." The other giant hand asked calmly, "You have the ability to peek into the future. Why didn't you stop this from happening?" Tian Tong replied, The master of the world-breaking destiny principle has been blocking my power of divination. And the future I can foresee has been greatly restricted. Of course, I did see the result of Tianzuo's death without any reminder. Because I want to use Tianzuo's desperate fight to find a chance to escape. Otherwise, if I die in that person's realm, my true body will also perish. The content is ruthless and cold, as if it is simply stating a simple fact. There was a brief silence, and then the giant hand said, "Reasonable judgment. For these weird existences, there is never any emotion or pity." As tall as a mountain, the body made of piles of meat suddenly opened its mouth at the belly button. If the master of the law of life and death really has such strength, he will also pose a threat to us. A scarlet light flashed in Tiantong's eyes. His strength is strong, but it is still not as good as the Emperor of Heaven and the Ghost Lord. Tianzuo will die, simply because of the limitations of the Buddha realm's creation of incarnations, and the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth that break the world. If we can come in real form, we can find a way to kill them first. It seems you have a plan? A voice asked in the darkness. Tiantong replied, "In the process of searching for mustard seed Sumeru, I discovered the secret of the broken void in the Buddhist world. The connection there is the extreme realm of the 4 realms of broken worlds. The broken void of the Buddhist world cannot carry our power at all. Trying to pass through it will only cause the void to collapse, and then sink into the endless cracks in time and space." After the disappearance of the Emperor of the immortal world, the gods and demons were divided into 2 factions. One faction defected, and the other hid in XC. No one was their opponent. However, before the Emperor of Heaven and the Buddhas disappeared, they were also injured. In Kunlun Mountain and Shimi Mountain, a heart and a head were sealed respectively. As for the previous Ghost Master of the Netherworld and Ghost Realm, before his demise, he united with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and all the Ghost Kings in the Ghost Realm to ban the most powerful fighting force among them, the Heavenly Soul. This is also the reason why the Fairy World and the Ghost World have been able to survive for thousands of years. During this period, they also tried to find the Emperor of Heaven and Mesen Sumeru, who unsealed Mount Sumeru through the broken void of the Buddhist world. However, the endless clones they transformed could not be maintained in the broken void for a long time. I have a solution. Any solution? At the cost of my half-body, I will use the power of the void principle to maintain the stability of the space. Tianpu is 2 bodies with 1 heart, and both eyes are its incarnation. After hearing this, there was silence all around. After a long time, the mountain-like body asked, "What did you foresee that is worth paying such a price?" The Emperor of Heaven is also breaking through the boundary. After Tum Hung dealt with the giant meat hand, he did not choose to continue the pursuit. High above the raging volcano, the sky was twisted, as if some terrifying force had descended, like a shackle wrapping around the tomb. "It's time," Tum Hung murmured. The surrounding realm began to dissipate, then turned into black light and gathered around him, eventually evolving into a huge black coffin. The vitality in his body began to flow away and merged into the black coffin. His hair gradually turned gray. His flesh was no longer strong, and the wrinkles on his face were visible. After more than 10 breaths passed, the dying old man tomb appeared again. He carried the heavy black coffin and walked towards Qin Feng and others. Gong Song and his party found the dying Fu Siming and Bai Wuti. The former's face was pale. His clothes were soaked with blood, and there was a shocking blood hole in his abdomen. The latter exhausted his power and manifested his true body, turning into a huge white tiger covered in blood and with all its limbs severed. Qin Feng opened his eyes and took a look. All the internal organs in their bodies were shattered, and even their spines were broken into sections. If you were a Wensheng Taoist or a 100 Ghost Taoist, even if you entered the realm of transcendence, you would definitely die from such injuries. However, the powerful physical bodies of the divine martial artist and the demonic ghost held their breath for the 2 of them. And as long as he has this breath, Qin Feng can find a way to save them. "Bai Su!" The little guy received the instruction, clenched his little fists, and then began to attract the healing thunder. Green thunder swept over the fleshy bodies of Fu Siming and Bai Wuti, and the cracked flesh and blood began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the 2 did not wake up for a long time, and the vitality in their bodies was rapidly passing away. Bai Su blinked with confusion on his face, then suppressed his blush, and used all his strength to release the healing thunder. Even so, it did not curb the decline. Qin Feng frowned, and it was clearly visible under the special power of his eyes that there was some kind of energy in the 2 people's bodies that was constantly tearing at their internal organs. And even Bai Su's healing thunder could not repair it. The city god in Shenli's hand said, The remaining power of the other party's Taoism remains in their bodies. If they cannot be eliminated, these two people will definitely die. How could this happen? Everyone in the Demon Slayer division looked ugly. Sister. And Imo looked sad. Qin Feng was thoughtful about the remaining power of the Taoism. He walked to Fu Ruoyun and Bai Wuti, and then the Yin and Yang fish, which manifested the Yin and Yang path with his thoughts, appeared again. It is this object that the city god is observing attentively. Qin Feng put his hands on the two of them, and a strong suction force appeared in his palms. Within a moment, the Yin Yang fish swallowed up all the remaining power of the Tao in the two of them, strengthening itself. Without the destruction of Dao Zeyue, Bai Su's healing thunder began to take effect. Not long after, the eyebrows of Fu Ruoyun and Fu Ruoyun slowly relaxed, and then they opened their eyes leisurely. When Gongsong and others saw the scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. If the latter hadn't been here, Fu Siming and his two men would have been injured so badly that it would have been difficult for a god to save them. Bai Wuti wanted to stand up, but he stumbled and was hurriedly supported by Aunt Imo on the side. Fu Ruoyun, who struggled to sit up, thanked Qin Feng and then asked worriedly, "How is the battle going?" Before Qin Feng could answer, the sound of heavy objects being dragged on the ground kept approaching. The group of people looked around and saw the familiar old man tomb come into view. After listening to the narration of the tomb old man, Qin Feng only sighed at the miraculous laws of life and death. No wonder the tomb old man can rejuvenate his youth. It turns out that the vitality in his body is stored in the black coffin, and can be taken out and used when needed. But Fu Ruoyun's focus was not on this. So, there's another enemy who escaped and went to the depths of the volcano? The old man tomb nodded slightly. No, we have to stop it. Fu Ruoyun forced herself to stand up, but she had just saved her life from the H.L. Gate, and her body was extremely weak at the moment. After a slight sway, she fell to the ground again. Gong Song admonished, "Fu Siming, you can't even stand still in battle now. Even if you go, you won't be able to make any difference." "That's right. Fu Siming, you'd better stay here and have a good rest. Leave the rest to us." Qin Feng spoke righteously. When the others heard this, they all cast their eyes with admiration and admiration. "Qin Feng, you?" Gong Song hesitated, with a look of emotion on his face. "Young Master Qin is righteous." The others praised him one after another. "Mr. Sir." The two ladies also had complicated expressions. "Have you misunderstood something? I am clearly talking about us. Why do you look at me as if I want to die a glorious death alone?" Qin Feng's expression froze. He looked to the side and asked, "Senior Brother Shen, when can the second senior brother come?" Shili glanced at the east and replied, "If nothing happens, it should be soon." "That's good." Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Su Tian, you should be on the way." And together with the reinforcements brought in from senior brother Sun Qi, it would be enough to make up for the lack of transcendent realm combat power of Fu Siming and Bai Wuti. Vacancy. Moreover, the most difficult ghost Buddha has been solved by Mr. Tomb, and the remaining eyeball is just a clone, which does not pose much of a threat. The situation of the war seems to be gradually becoming clearer. Then let's catch up quickly, Qin Feng said. Gong Song thought of something and frowned. But the deeper the flames of this volcano go, the greater the impact it will have on us. If we catch up like this, we may lose the battle before we find the enemy force. I almost forgot about this incident. Qin Feng looked around. The aftermath of the previous battle had not extinguished the volcano, and the flame was still burning. The city god floating in the sky looked at the flames around him and fell into deep thought. At this time, Fu Ruoyun took out the ancient scroll from his arms. "This may be useful to you." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is this the key that the teacher mentioned before?" "Yes, but this scroll has not been opened since I inherited it from the previous commander, so I don't know where the key is and what effect it can have. But since Master Tianjin specially emphasized this thing, I believe it can help you." Qin Feng said nothing more and solemnly took the scroll. After sending a few people to stay behind to protect the safety of Fu Ruoyun and others, the group set off on the road again and pursued deeper into the area. Tiantong's clone flew all the way to the extreme realm of the western region. The deeper it went, the higher the temperature of the flame became. The void even became twisted and red under the burning of the flames. After traveling for about 100 miles, the surroundings were already surrounded by endless seas of fire. Further forward, the flame is not the red and yellow color, but a deep red like a red lotus. The flames carry destructive power, and even if they are contaminated even a little bit, They can destroy the bones of all things. Because of this, among the 4 regions of Dakian, only the extreme region of the western region has no foreigners or living creatures left. Tianyan, Eyeball muttered to himself. If its previous guess was only 6 to 7% certain, now it is absolutely certain that the flame blocking the extreme realm is the heavenly flame of the immortal Flame Lord. He looked up and saw that 100 feet away, there was a huge black screen, like a waterfall hanging from the sky. But if you want to reach it, you must cross the Sea of Red Lotus Fire. Tiantong's clone can't do it unless the real body comes. This distance is enough, Eyeball said. A scarlet light shot straight into the sky from the depths of his pupils. In the fairy world, the realm of gods and Buddhas in the west, the void twisted and 2 huge eyes appeared at the same time. This was Tiantong's twin body in one mind. One of them asked aloud, "It's time to take action." The other one didn't say much. Then there was only a bang. And in the surprised eyes of the gods and demons, the eyes they regarded as their master actually shattered. Daowen, like starlight, continued to merge into the broken abyss and void, and a passage gradually took shape. That starlight Taoist text is just a fragment of Taoism. Look! Look at the red light ahead! A colleague from the Demon Slayer division exclaimed. That's where the enemy must be! I don't know what it is going to do. We have to speed up, Gong Song said with a frown. However, Qin Feng glanced around and saw that except for Mr. Tomb, who was calm, the foreheads of the 2 ladies and the senior brother were already covered with beads of sweat, while the others seemed to have reached their limit. The temperature of this flame is far beyond imagination. If we continue to go down, we will lose our fighting power, Qin Feng said seriously. Xunlei nodded. Continuing like this is not an option. On the way here, Qin Feng was also studying the ancient scroll given by Fu Siming, but it seemed to be locked. No matter what kind of energy was input into it, it could not be opened. This thing doesn't seem to solve the current dilemma, the city god, who had been observing for a long time, suddenly said. I recognize this flame. Hearing this, everyone looked sideways. I just heard the city god continue to say, if I guess correctly, this should be Lord Yan's immortal flame Tianyan. Qin Feng was slightly startled. Yan Jun? But senior, you clearly said before that this god and demon, like the Emperor of Heaven, has disappeared. Could it be that he is here? Not only the Emperor of Heaven and Lord Yan, but also many immortals and gods disappeared after the battle between gods and demons. In fact, I have long suspected that they all stayed in breaking the world for some purpose. Maybe today, we can know the truth. If it is true as the senior said, this ancient scroll is most likely a legacy of Lord Yin. Do you have a way to open it? The city god pondered for a moment, and then said, the names of gods and demons are engraved on the Destiny Monument. They are the evolution of Taoism and the source of power. Perhaps the key to opening this scroll lies in Lord Yan's true name. Qin Feng, whose real name was Thoughtful, said that when he killed Zhulong, it was Senior Xian Yi who called out the other party's real name Zhujiuing. Wait a minute. Why does Senior know Zhulong's real name? Qin Feng suddenly thought of this question. The city god let out a breath. He wanted to say something, but he seemed to be under great pressure. The names of powerful gods and demons also represent power, and Fang Tiandao cannot tolerate this. It wasn't until Cheng Huang's eyebrows cracked that two strange bites came out of his mouth and gradually became clear. Zhu Rong. Chapter 765 The Big Boss Appears. As Lord Yan's name was spoken by the city god, a strange power spread out from the scroll. In the void, the red lotus flames bloomed. But they did not bring the terrifying temperature of the scorching heat. Instead, they turned into a barrier and enveloped everyone present. And a feeling of coolness swept across several people in an instant. It really works! A crowd of people exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, the ancient scroll in Qin Feng's hand flew out of his hand, then floated in front of the group of people, flying towards the depths of the volcano. It seems to be guiding us? Song Filan asked. Let's go! Follow! On the other side, in the deepest part of the Red Lotus Sea of Fire, a man with long flowing hair and his upper body covered with flame patterns slowly opened his eyes. Someone is calling me! Huh? The disgusting smell. It's them! The direction that the ancient scroll leads to is exactly where the red light soaring into the sky is. As Qin Feng and others approached, they finally saw the strange eye again. At this moment, the other party's pupils were pointing towards the sky, and the red light reaching the sky was emitted from its eyes. What on earth is it doing? Gong Song said with a frown. At this time, someone noticed that in the sky between the Sea of Red Lotus Fire and the black curtain of the sky. The void was constantly twisting like a whirlpool, and a dark passage was taking shape. The terrifying chi energy kept pouring out from that passage, making people scalp numb and shuddering. The city god saw the clues and hurriedly said, "Stop it quickly! It is using the broken void of the Buddhist world to build a passage connecting the fairy world with the world here." As soon as these words came out, the old man tomb frowned. Without saying a word, he raised the black coffin behind his back with one hand and threw it towards the eyeball. The power of the law of life and death is attached to the black coffin. If the clone of the eyeball is killed, its true body in the fairy world will also be eliminated from the three realms. Just when the distance between the black coffin and the eyeball was less than 10 feet, a sudden change occurred. A huge arm made of piled meat as before stretched out from the dark passage and blocked the two. Bone spurs protruded from the arm. But with just one glance, the black coffin was knocked away and knocked back to its original position. Gong Song said in surprise, "Isn't it dead?" According to what Mr. Tomb said, everything that is destroyed in the world of life and death will be traced back to its origin, and its original body will be completely dissipated. The green will-o'-the-wisp in Mr. Tomb's eyes flickered slightly. And then he said, "This hand is not that hand." Xin Feng, who was observing carefully, also said, "The old man is right. The thumb of the giant hand in front is facing the right, but the thumb of this giant hand is facing the left. If the previous one was just the left hand, this one is right hand." There are eyes and left and right hands. What the H.L. are these monsters? Could they have some lower body parts? Xin Feng frowned, as the giant hand fell into the world and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The world split and the wind roared. As if the world was roaring, the fierce wind, thunder and fire appeared out of thin air and attacked the giant hand. On the body of the huge right hand, countless faces opened their mouths. And then with a sharp suction, these offenses were disintegrated, and all were swallowed into the belly. After all, it's a boundary breaking. The backlash of heavenly Tao here is so unbearable. Indifferent words sounded, mixed with disdain, able to attract the manifestation of heavenly Tao and take the initiative to attack. This giant hand is far more powerful than the previous one. Everyone present saw the clues, and their faces became extremely ugly. And when the eyes on the giant hand looked at them, their bodies were unable to move, and their hearts seemed to be grasped by someone. The giant hand does not care about those who have entered the realm of transcendence, because to it, they are all ants under the transcendence. What it really focuses on is Mr. Tomb, who relies on the black coffin. Through Tiantong's vision sharing, all strange beings know that Mr. Tomb's power of life and death can pose a fatal threat to them. It agreed to Tiantong's purpose of coming here precisely to nip this threat in the cradle. "This guy is very strong. If he enters the previous state again, I am not sure of victory," Just Ho said. "Since we want to avoid future troubles, we naturally have to make sure everything is foolproof," Eyeball replied calmly. As he spoke, the eyes gradually became transparent. Instead, in the dark void passage, a huge eye slowly fell down. His eyes were indifferent, as if he could see everything in the world. The sky fissured, and the counterattack of heaven appeared again. But the huge eyes were just a look, and the thunder, fire, and fierce wind were instantly eliminated. Another strange existence that can trigger a counterattack from heaven. Everyone was extremely frightened. If there was only one person, with the cooperation between Mr. Tomb and them, they would still be able to win. But if there are two of them, it is almost a certain death situation. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Xin Feng said, "There is no need to panic. Reinforcements are on the way. Taking into account the overall combat strength, we are no worse than the enemy, as long as we are of the same mind." Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. Xin Feng's eyes widened, and he looked into the dark void passage in disbelief. 1, 2, 3. More and more gods and demons appear in everyone's sight, and each one of them is truly in a state of transcendence. The city god said solemnly, "These are all gods and demons who betrayed the Emperor of Heaven and turned against him." For a moment, everyone felt like they were in an ice cellar, with such a large number of gods and demons, plus two strange beings. There is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. So what if reinforcements arrive? You know, even if all the transcendent realms of the Dodon human race are added together, they may not be able to equal the opponent's number. This is the end of the world. Xin Feng's face was ugly, and he was trembling instinctively. Two smooth and delicate hands, one on the left and one on the right, held his palm tightly. Xin Feng turned his head and looked up. Lu Jianli and Song Filan were looking at him with firm eyes. Although he didn't say anything, Qin Feng understood that no matter what happened next, the two ladies would be with him and never leave him. Is this where the boundary is broken? The weak power of heaven. The giant god and demon sneered, like thunder exploding, deafening. When the gods and demons came to the world to fight, they failed for some reason. In my opinion, all the people in this world are no different from ants. Yanlong, whose whole body was on fire, said with disdain. The reason for the failure is naturally not the resistance of this world-breaking world, but the obstruction and compassion of the Emperor of Heaven. If he had not been unwilling to invade this world, how could he have caused the fairy world to fall apart? The god holding a spear spoke indifferently. When the city god heard this, he raised his eyebrows angrily. Shut up! How can you, the weak and rebellious people, have the right to judge the Emperor of Heaven? If it hadn't been for your betrayal back then, how could the immortal world have become what it is now? And how could the Emperor of Heaven disappear? Who am I supposed to be? Making such nonsense here? It turns out to be the little town god. You're just creating an incarnation. Yet you still dare to speak arrogant words. The Emperor of Heaven is incompetent, and it is natural for good birds to choose trees to roost in. You are so short-sighted. No wonder you are like mice, hiding in the fairyland. Why talk to him so much? First destroy his creation. The giant god and demon shouted loudly, and slammed down the giant hammer in his hand. Upon seeing this, the city god immediately used the Golden Light Dao principle to resist the opponent's attack. However, there was only a bang, and the golden light barrier was shattered by the giant hammer as soon as the two met. One is the real body of the god and demon, and the other is the clone of the incarnation. Their strength is completely different. It is said that the defensive power of Cheng Huang's Golden Light Daos is astonishing. Today I saw that it is nothing more than that. After all, he is a lackey of the weak Emperor of Heaven. Come and die! Then die! Another voice sounded from the depths of the Red Lotus Sea of Fire. Boom! Terrifying flames appeared out of thin air around the giant gods and demons. But in just a moment, the arrogant giant turned into ashes amidst the screams. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Tiantianyan? Yanlong said in shock. A group of gods and demons reacted and hurriedly looked towards the sea of red lotus fire. A burly man, with a head covered with flowing fire, and stepping on red flames came slowly. Jun Yin! The city god said excitedly. The gods and demons of Yanjun were horrified and inexplicable. At the beginning of chaos, the innate energy transformed all things. Among them, there was a fire that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after thousands of years and transformed into human form. It was Lord Yin, holding the power of the heavenly flame. All the fires of the three realms surrendered, and his strength was beyond the reach of countless gods and demons. It is no wonder that the night-traveling god manifested his power in the dream, and used the heavenly flame Dao as his ultimate killing weapon. And Lord Yin is also the right-hand man and the most loyal supporter of the Emperor of Heaven. A group of gods and demons are taunting the Emperor of Heaven. How can he tolerate it? This is the fate of the giant spirits, gods and demons that turned into ashes. Yin Jun made a move with his right hand, and the ancient scroll that led the way turned into a stream of light and flew into his hand. He looked at Qin Feng and others, and finally locked his eyes on the city god. Did you wake me up? The city god bowed and bowed. How long has it been since the battle between gods and demons? It has been more than 5,000 years since I reported back to Lord Yin. Where is the Emperor of Heaven? Hearing this, the city god said sadly. After the battle between gods and demons, the Emperor of Heaven disappeared. In addition to him, there are many gods and demons who disappeared in the fairy world. I see. Yin Jun closed his eyes slightly, as if he already knew the result. The city god hurriedly asked, Yanjun, what happened back then? Why did you leave the fairy world and sleep here instead? Lord Yin pondered for a moment and then replied, By the order of the Emperor of Heaven, I will guard this place. When Qin Feng and others heard this, their expressions changed. Could it be that there is a secret behind the battle between gods and demons? Lord Yan's reputation was so great that all the gods and demons took a step back, and no one dared to act arrogantly anymore. However, the giant hands and big eyes are not afraid. After all, it was them who defeated the gods, demons, and immortal Buddhas in the immortal world. The giant hand took the lead in attacking. A bow and arm stretched out, and turbulent water vapor spurted out, sweeping towards Yin Jun. Logically speaking, Lord Yan's heavenly flames can melt everything in the world. Even if the five elements, water and fire restrain each other, cannot have much effect. However, this turbulent water vapor turned into a water dragon, competing with Tian Yin. The city god's eyes widen. It's actually Sway Lord's weak water law. Just listen to the giant hand saying to Yen Lord. Back then, the way you and Sway Lord made us suffer a lot. Now, you also have a taste of the power of this weak waterway. As soon as the words fell, Tian Yin and Weak Shui burst out at the same time. Lord Yen was restrained by the giant hand, and the gods and demons breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they locked their eyes on Qin Feng and the others, with murderous intent in their eyes, as if they wanted to choose someone to devour. They are such a group of people who eat soft things and fear hard things. No wonder Qin Feng turned his back on them before the battle and frowned. Why haven't second senior brother and Su Tian you come yet? Qin Feng was worried. The Yanlong in the sky sniffed the air, and then locked his eyes on Song Filan next to Qin Feng. The aura of the dragon clan? You actually have dragon beads on your body. Good. Very good. This girl is mine. None of you should compete with me. I want to swallow her body and absorb the dragon beads in her body. When Qin Feng and others heard this, they all frowned. However, at this moment, in the night sky, an old but familiar voice sounded. The gods and demons in the fairy world have eaten a lot, but I have never tasted the dragons in the fairy world. You can have a feast today. The dragons in the fairy world are delicious. Eat them quickly. Eat them quickly. Someone immediately responded, and the voice came from the same place. Who is it? How dare you speak so shamelessly? Yanlong roared angrily, shaking the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge dragon head poked out from the night sky. It swung its long body, and in just a moment, it traveled through the void and swallowed the flame dragon in one bite. Then the dragon's body swam and swallowed the flame dragon from head to tail. Qin Feng said excitedly. Old Master Longzu. Dragon Ancestor responded and swam towards Qin Feng and others. The huge dragon body continued to shrink, then turned into a human form and fell steadily. A belch sounded, and fire spewed out from Dragon Ancestor's mouth. The arrogant flame dragon had become his meal. The tone is so loud. I thought it was so great, but the taste is just like this, Longzu said casually, with a solemn tone in his tone. Longzu, Song Filan greeted respectfully. You left without saying goodbye, and my family was very worried. But it turned out that you came here. Qin Feng looked happy. Mr. Longzu was an ancient powerhouse who could fight against the god-suppressing Siyu. His appearance doubled Qin Feng's confidence. At this time, the Buddha's mouth on Longzu's cheek said, This old guy took me away. You are obviously very happy. You just feel that your ears are clear. What you say is true. What you say is true. Damn, Qin Feng's face froze, and he wanted to tear this stinking mouth apart. Longzu glanced at Qin Feng meaningfully, then raised his head to look at the gods and demons in the sky, and said coldly, It's only been a few thousand years. You guys really don't have a long memory. Are you in a hurry to die here? All the gods and demons were shocked and angry, their faces extremely ugly. The god holding the spear frowned and shouted, The existence of a mere boundary breaker really knows how far the sky is from the sky. Today I will tear your bones apart and extract your marrow, and forge another spear for me. After the words fell, the god raised the spear with his right hand and poured all his energy into it, causing the space to collapse. Whoosh! A shot broke through the air, and the mortal eyes could not see any trace of it. They could only feel the power of the sky falling above their heads, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Longzu didn't take it seriously and stayed where he was. But before he could take action, a burly indigo arm stretched out from the void, holding the magic gun firmly in his hand. Only this little strength? Chapter 766 Full Outbreak. Who is it again? All the gods and demons were startled, staring blankly at the thick arm holding the god's spear from the void. The god is famous in the fairy world for his amazing strength, and his skill with a pistol is even more superb. He once easily penetrated the void and annihilated the stars with a single spear. But looking at the scene of the other party holding the spear casually, it seems that there is no effort at all. As for the god himself, the shock in his heart was far more intense than that of other gods and demons. How could he endure the power he was so proud of being ridiculed by the world-breaking being? You little ant! You don't know the heights of the sky! Here comes the gun! The god roared angrily, and the spear vibrated wildly, as if trying to break free from the grasp of the indigo palm. A cold and stern voice sounded in the void. Ant? After the words fell, a burly body stepped out. It was the king of the Azura clan, Sha Tianluo. Everyone saw him holding Sun Qi in one hand and holding Pablo under his arm. with a cold expression and ferocious murderous intent in his eyes. Senior brother. Junior brother. Sun Chi greeted awkwardly. Sha Tianluo casually put down Sun Chi and Pablo, then put his right hand on top, and his energy flowed. There was just a click, and the god's spear was crushed to pieces by the slain Tianluo with his bare hands. All the gods and demons were in disbelief, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. The magic spear was smelted from meteorite iron. Even in the fairy world, it was considered a rare magic weapon. The god's eyes widened, and the previous arrogance was long gone. You. Before he finished speaking, Sha Tianluo shook his right hand hard in the air. Boom! A burst of blood mist dissipated and evaporated instantly in the scorching air waves. The headless corpse of the god fell from the sky and was completely turned into ashes in the sea of red lotus fire. So vulnerable, Sha Tianluo said lightly. The gods and demons were inexplicably horrified. Is this really breaking the boundary? With such strength, he is still the best even in the immortal world. It's so scary. The voices of the gods and demons trembled, since they came from the void passage. In less than a stick of incense, 3 of their colleagues died, and they were all defeated in a single encounter. Needless to say, the giant spirits, gods and demons died in the hands of Lord Yin. But Yanlong and the gods died in the hands of the world-breaking being. How could they not be shocked when the gods and demons came to the world? Because they turned against each other and did not join the battlefield. They had no idea why the battle failed. They only thought that the Emperor of Heaven was blocking them. But looking at it now, this boundary-breaking water is far deeper than they imagined. In sharp contrast to the gods and demons are the excited people of the human race. The alliance between the Ashura clan and the human race has been spread throughout Dakian for a long time. The king of the Ashura clan, Sha Tianluo, is undoubtedly an ally. And with the addition of Sha Tianluo, his unparalleled strength is enough to frighten all the gods and demons. No wonder the second senior brother came late. It turned out that he went to the extreme realm of the eastern region to invite this killing god. Qin Feng looked happy. At this moment, a pretty figure jumped into his arms and moved her hands up and down his body. The strength has indeed improved, and the energy is far stronger than before. Well, the physical body is also much stronger. It seems that it has been practiced and will not be damaged during the process of giving birth. Pablo was very satisfied with his future princess. Damn it. Qin Feng's expression froze. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked sideways, dumbfounded. It was obviously a critical moment, a matter of life and death. But the fire of gossip in their hearts ignited uncontrollably. Who is this Ashura girl, who is so unrestrained and utters such harsh words in public? The most important thing is that Qin Feng's 2 ladies are still around. Lu Jianli and Song Filan both frowned, and they naturally recognized Pablo. Although the original lowly girls have not yet grown in full bloom, they are still tall and graceful, enough to pose a threat to them. The most important thing is that in the past, they didn't take it to heart. They thought it was Pablo's impulsive remarks, but the other party actually kept them in mind. It seems that this thought is real. Let me see if your chest is strong, Pablo said, while trying to pull Qin Feng's shirt. You can look at your husband's chest whenever you want. Song Filan couldn't bear it anymore and was about to take action. But a clear and charming voice sounded at this moment. Little sister, now is not the time to talk about love. The soft phantom light enveloped Pablo, who had no resistance and separated from Qin Feng's body lightly. A beautiful figure stepped out of the phantom light, with 9 fox tails swinging. It was Su Tianyu, the leader of the Tushan Fox clan. She turned her head to look at Qin Feng and smiled sweetly. I'm not late. Am I? It's just the right time. Qin Feng replied immediately, and silently added in his heart, in every sense. Pablo looked at Su Tianyu and asked, Qin Feng, is this your new woman? There was no jealousy in the simple inquiry. As far as the Ashura clan is concerned, the powerful Ashura clan members, regardless of gender, have priority in mating. In order to pass on the excellent bloodline, it makes sense to have more mates. When Su Tianyu heard this, he looked at Qin Feng and asked with a smile, Do I count? Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the Buddha's mouth on Long Zu's face and thought to himself, Oh no! Sure enough, Foku immediately said what was in his heart. He said you are nothing. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Su Tianyu glanced at the Buddha's mouth. There was a hint of fear in the eyes above the Buddha's mouth, and then hurriedly hid it. This beautiful fox girl had a hint of murderous intention towards it. The Buddha's mouth felt aggrieved. The person who thought so was obviously that boy. Why should he take his anger out on it? Boom! The terrifying energy swept over and killed Tianluo, slapped it away. That was the residual power brought about by the confrontation between Yin Jun and Zhu Hand. Everyone looked back at the battlefield with solemn expressions, as the crisis had not yet been overcome. Not long after we entered the realm of transcendence, we had to deal with such battles. Su Tianyu frowned. Sha Tianluo didn't take it seriously, took a step forward, and asked aloud, "How to distribute?" Dragon Ancestor glanced at him and said, "The Azura clan has an incredible guy." After a pause, it spoke again. "I'm not interested in those trash fish. Leave the big eyeball to me, and you can share the rest with you." What a coincidence. I'm not interested in trash fish either. In addition to finding out the truth about Jiyuan, I came here just to meet these guys for a while. Sha Tianluo replied coldly. As soon as these words came out, murderous intent suddenly aroused between Long Zhu and Sha Tianluo. Long Zhu grinned with a ferocious smile. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Sha Tianluo also said with a ferocious smile. "Besides you, the old guy. Who was speaking just now? Could there be someone else?" The two chi machines collided and turbulence arose. In the face of a powerful enemy, why did one of his own start the fight first? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. These two guys were still as bad-tempered as ever. Just when the group was at a loss, the old man Tomb directly carried the black coffin and glanced at the big eyeball, leaving only a faint word. "Leave that guy to me." Ah. Qin Feng carefully glanced at Long Zhu and Sha Tianluo to observe their reactions. "This old thing," the two said in unison, with murderous intent in their tone. The two men, no longer fighting each other, raised their heads and looked at the gods and demons in the sky. Sha Tianluo said, "Old guy, when I take action, stay away so I don't hurt you." Dragon Ancestor's beard flew. "You boy who doesn't know the heights of the world, please don't let me swallow you." After the words fell, the two of them flew high into the sky at the same time, killing the gods and demons. The gods and demons are facing a formidable enemy, and the war is about to break out. If we talk about fighting alone, Sha Tianluo and Long Zhu are naturally not afraid of any gods and demons. But with one enemy against many, there is always an unexpected power of Tao that can limit them. It is not easy to decide the winner in a short time and free up your hands to deal with the giant hands and giant pupils. Gong Song and others wanted to help, but they also understood that with the war situation developing to this point, the role they could play was minimal. At this time, Su Tianyu was heard saying, "I can use the principles of illusion to confuse their senses and weaken their strength. But in the meantime, I need someone to help me control them. Who dares to take action?" When the strength of the third level meets the realm of transcendence, no matter what method is used, no one can guarantee that it will be foolproof. Once it enters the battle, it will be half-stepped into the gate of H.L. But no one in the room flinched, and they all took a step forward. They were ordered to do so in the face of danger, and by choosing to come here, they had already prepared for the worst. "Please also ask Chief Tianyu to take action," Gong Song said seriously. "Good." After the words fell, Su Tianyu's 9 tails transformed, and rays of phantom light shot straight into the sky. The light connects one place, like a gauze covering some gods and demons. The gods and demons who were separated saw the surrounding scene suddenly change, as if they had arrived in another world. The power of Tao similar to illusion? The fake has been confused with the real. We must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, they will not be able to resist the attack of the two boundary breakers. Let's take action together to shatter this illusionary space. Good. A fierce offensive broke out and struck the surrounding void. The illusion space was agitated. Su Tianyu immediately groaned and turned pale. When Lu Jianli and Song Filan saw this, they looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. They took the lead to escape and entered the illusion space. The 10-month window of pregnancy made their strength fall far behind, and more powerful enemies are coming to the world, making them feel a deep crisis. If you want to protect your husband and children in troubled times, you must improve your own strength. This is why they insist on coming to the western regions with them. The others saw this and followed closely behind. Even Pablo is gearing up and eager to try to cross the next level to challenge the realm of transcendence. How could she miss such an opportunity? Qin Feng was about to leave, but was stopped by Shenli and Sun Qi. "What do you two brothers mean by this? I have more important things to do." As Shenli spoke, he looked up at the dark void passage. Qin Feng also realized that as long as the passage does not disappear, other gods and demons will continue to come to the world. The three of them glanced at the rest of the battlefield, and then all headed towards the void passage. Looking inside, it looks like an endless abyss. dotted with scattered stars. It is the power of the void principles that maintains the stability of the space. Qin Feng opened his eyes and wanted to see what was going on. But he could only see darkness. He said in a deep voice, "A few of us are not strong enough. And none of us know the rules of the void. How can we close this channel? Who said it was going to be closed?" Sun Qi asked. Qin Feng looked puzzled. Shenli explained. "The teacher told us when he sent us to leave Fengtian City. If the enemy opens a passage to the immortal realm in the extreme realm of the western region, they will set up a star-shifting formation outside the passage." Time flies? Qin Feng was slightly startled. The Chiman Bagua Jade he obtained earlier had this ability. Before he could ask any more questions, Shenli and Sun Qi began to set up their formation. Hongming immortal qi surged out of their bodies, and their fingers traced across the void, like the tip of a pen, carving a white array of light outside the passage. After about a stick of incense, the formation took shape. Shen and Li exhaled inside. "It's finally completed." It was obvious that setting up this formation cost them a lot. Qin Feng carefully looked at the light formation in front of him. The formation was magical, and had the same effect as the white formation revealed when using the Chiman Bagua formation. But Qin Feng, who was well versed in formations, discovered an important problem. "Two senior brothers, are you sure the formation is completed? This formation only has a formation, but no formation heart." Sun Qi looked up and praised. "You are my junior brother after all. You can see the omissions at a glance." As he spoke, he came to Qin Feng's side, squinting his eyes with evil intentions on his face. "What are you going to do?" Qin Feng asked warily. "Junior brother, let me lend you something." "What?" Sun Qi did not answer, but slowly took Qin Feng's right hand, then took out the dagger in his arms when Qin Feng was not prepared, and dropped the knife with his hand. A bright red color appeared at Qin Feng's finger, and blood flowed out. Sun Qi flicked his wrist, and the blood on the dagger fell into the light array. And then a strange scene appeared. In Qin Feng's arms, the Chiman Bagua Jade exuded a mysterious aura. At the same time, the huge Duzuangsing shifting formation also emitted a burst of phantom light, as dazzling as a star. At the same time, Fengtian City, Howling Courtyard, climbed to the top of the sky tower. The Imperial Master Tian Jian stood with his hands behind his back. He sensed something, then waved his sleeves, and the star-shifting formation was instantly formed. But this is not enough. "Bring the stuff." Su Lixian on the side immediately stepped forward and held something in his hands. It was a palm-sized stone with dots of starlight on it. This is an extraterrestrial stone that contains the power of the void. The star stone rose up in the air and fell into the star-shifting formation, and the formation instantly emitted bright starlight. This is the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation established by Master Tian Jian through the void channel. Within a moment, a figure appeared out of thin air on the top of the Dingtian Tower. It was the white-haired and black-bearded Jinshin Siyu. "Go!" Tian Jian Imperial Master said calmly. The god-suppressing Siyu nodded slightly and then asked, "How long can you sustain it alone?" "At most it takes 1 stick of incense." "1 stick of incense is enough." Chapter 767 Perfecting the Law of Yin and Yang. Qin Feng glanced at the blood marks on his fingertips and twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. Emerald green thunder flashed across, and the wound on the fingertip healed quickly. He originally wanted to ask about the purpose of setting up the Dozhuan Xing shifting formation, but at this moment, a black coffin passed by him, bringing with it a gust of wind. "That's the black coffin of Mr. Tomb." Qin Feng hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The condition of the old man Tomb was not optimistic, and his limbs were twisted like twists. He was shocked and puzzled at the same time. Why didn't the old man change his appearance when he was in his prime and fight with the opponent? Could it be that his decayed body didn't completely die? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that you have to commit suicide every time you enlarge your moves? At this time, Big Eyeball said calmly, "It seems that your previous state cannot be entered at any time, and will be subject to many restrictions." Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the old man Tomb. The latter did not refute or take any action, which was equivalent to acquiescence. "Could it be that the magical trick has entered the cooling time? What should we do? The old man's life and death principles are the key to killing these weird guys." He turned his head and looked at several other battlefields. Long Zhu and Sha Tianluo were at ease, and their hands were already stained with the blood of countless gods and demons. However, some strange power of Taoism is still restraining the two of them, causing them to be unable to escape in a short time. Under Su Tianyue's illusion rules, a group of third-level magicians were doing their best to contain the trapped gods and demons, but the effect was very effective, except for a few people, including the two ladies. it was difficult for the rest of them to cause actual harm to the enemy. As for Yanjun, the battle between the two went from the sea of fire to the sky, and then to the horizon. As the battle progressed, Yanjun was actually at a slight disadvantage. Yanjun, who was respected by all the gods and demons, was naturally unpredictable in strength. But Qin Feng discovered a problem. Yanjun only used the Tian Yin Dao from the beginning to the end. Even the lowly night-traveling god cannot control only one way. Someone as powerful as Lord Yen must have other means. The reason why he didn't dare to use it was probably because he was wary of the other party's weird method of seizing the Tao. Qin Feng thought thoughtfully. Boom! A ferocious bone arm protruded from the void, slapped Yanjun's body hard, and drove him into the sea of fire. Even though Qin Feng used his double pupil power, he still didn't realize how the bone arm appeared. On the other side, the big eyeball was also worried about the life and death of the old man in the tomb. After twisting the latter's limbs, the big eyeball separated the old man from the black coffin and did not kill again. It said to the giant hand in the air, "Just in case, you and I will swallow his body and the black coffin into our belly at the same time to prevent the possibility of his regeneration." "Okay," the giant hand responded, and the strong suction force directly pulled the black coffin submerged in the volcano to its side. Above the eyes and giant hand, a huge mouth densely covered with sharp fangs appeared at the same time. At this moment, the starlight on the Dozhuan Xing shifting formation suddenly brightened, and a figure slowly stepped out. The strong air pressure was like a landslide and tsunami, sweeping around. Everyone's attention was attracted by this energy, and they all looked at it. Qin Feng looked back with a look of shock on his face. The person who came was actually the god-suppressing Siyu. Wasn't he unable to leave Fengtian City? The god-suppressing Siyu glanced at the battle situation, then looked at the embarrassed tomb master and said lightly, "Has the bones of the body decayed to this extent?" Hoarse laughter sounded, and the old man tomb replied, "I am not used to it after being away from the battlefield for a long time." "How much longer?" 10 breaths are enough." The pupils of his eyes widened suddenly, and he could feel the terrifying combat power of this white-haired and black-bearded man. However, in its prediction, there was clearly no such variable. The person in charge of the principles of destiny. It had a clear understanding in its heart and immediately said, "Do it!" Hearing this, the giant hand opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow the black coffin in one go. Tian Tong naturally did not hesitate and planned to swallow the old man tomb into his belly at the same time. But at this moment, almost at the same moment, the bodies of Tian Tong and Giant Hand were suddenly knocked out, and the terrifying air waves blew the red lotus sea of fire almost extinguished in an instant. Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes widened. The strength of the god-suppressing sea once again refreshed his understanding. All the gods and demons had stopped, looking at the old man with white hair and black beard. They couldn't help but tremble. Sha Tianluo frowned and shouted sternly, "Old man, did you hold back during the battle at Fengtian City? Since we are allies, let's stop here." Jinshin Siyu had a calm expression on his face. Of course, the more important reason is that if he takes action seriously, how can Fengtian City remain safe? The Buddha's mouth on Long Zu's face appeared again. "If you can eat such full blood..." Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Just because Jinshin Siyu cast his gaze, Buddha's mouth was frightened and he hit his figure again. This killing god did not dare to force lie. "Do you need me to give you a helping hand?" the god-suppressing Siyu asked calmly. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva. According to the violent tempers of Long Zu and Sha Tianluo, how are these words any different from a slap in the face? Sure enough, when the two heard this, veins jumped in their foreheads. Their faces were ferocious, and they said in unison, "Who do you think you are talking to? Since there is no need for help, let's act more swiftly." Sha Tianluo clenched his fists tightly, and Long Zu's gray hair fluttered due to the energy movement. They are angry, and this anger will turn into murderous intent and engulf the gods and demons. This was also the case. The gods and demons were still in shock. So Long Zu and Sha Tianluo killed them again. The two of them were covered in blood, like evil spirits from H.L., and they killed all the gods and demons in fear. At the same time, the golden light turned into a dragnet and moved towards the place where the god-suppressing Siyu was. Upon seeing this, the god-suppressing Siyu waved his right hand, and Qin Feng and the others were instantly pushed away by a strong force. And the net of heaven and earth also completely covered the god-suppressing Siyu. This is the power of the Tao that the giant hand has swallowed before, and the magic forbidden by golden light. In this dragnet, the strength will be greatly restricted, and it is through this trick that the giant hand has devoured one god after another. The devil's principles. Such a powerful force. If I capture your Tao, my strength will be even greater. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise things will change. Eyeball reminded. I know. Jesho responded, then leaned towards the imprisoned Jinshinsiyu. The latter glanced at the dragnet around him, opened his arms, and seemed to tear open the band. Jesho said calmly, no need to waste your efforts. Your end has already been determined. It is indeed destined. The voice did not come from Jinshinsiyu, but from behind. The countless faces on the face of the giant hand are looking for recognition. The old man tomb has transformed into a younger form at some point. It should be noted that the 10 breaths of time have long passed. The realm of black and white unfolded. The giant hand knew that this was the magical power of the law of life and death. He did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly wanted to escape. But at this moment, its body seemed to be held tightly by an invisible big hand. Click, click, click. That was the sound of something breaking. The giant hand looked sideways, and saw that the all-conquering dragnet was torn apart by the old man with white hair and black beard. This band is not 1/10,000th of that old guy. Jinshinsiyu shook his head. The old guy in his mouth was naturally referring to the Tianjian Imperial Master. The giant hand, which had never experienced any emotion, was shrouded in fear of death. It struggled and twisted its body, exerting various powers of Taoism. But with just a touch of his right hand from the god-suppressing Siyu, those principles fell apart. Tian Tong! The giant hand let out a shrill scream, hoping that the other party would help. But his eyes were fixed on Jinshinsiyu, as if he was observing something, until the body of the giant hand was crushed inch by inch, and then turned into ashes in the world of life and death destroyed by the Tomb Master. Are you dead? The gods and demons who had been killed by Tian Luo and the Dragon Clan trembled when they saw this scene. How powerful these strange beings are. They have fully learned through thousands of years of battles. Not only is he immortal, but he can also seize the ways of gods and demons and use them for his own use. What a difficult and terrifying enemy this is. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to betray the immortal realm and the Emperor of Heaven and turn against them in the face of battle. But look at it now. Not to mention that the giant hand has been easily suppressed, and even the magical power of immortality has been broken, and he has been killed, and the world has been broken. Why is there such a terrifying guy? The companion is dead, and the battle between gods and demons has become one-sided. But its eyes turned a blind eye, and it said calmly, I see. I originally thought that it was the heaven here that gave you combat power beyond imagination. But it seems that is not the case. Tianyou's strength is far more than this. But it didn't even realize that its strength was severely suppressed, and that suppression did not entirely come from the way of heaven. Now I seem to understand what you said before. Don't fight with others in their realm. This world is your realm. At this point, its body actually began to disintegrate. But the Tomb Master and the god-suppressing Siyu did not take action against it. Upon seeing this, the city god reminded, it is self-destructing. At first, the Emperor of Heaven wanted to use Kunlun Mountain to seal it. In order to avoid the Emperor of Heaven, it used this trick to escape into the void. Don't let it succeed. Among the weird existences, it is also an extremely special existence. How can a think tank who can foresee the future be ordinary? Hearing this, the god-suppressing Siyu held his right hand far away and sealed the space around his eyes. The dissipation of the opponent's body stopped. Just like the scene was frozen, Tomb Hung also expanded the realm and enveloped it. Using the power of the law of life and death, destroy its vitality and trace its origins. Boom! The flesh of the eyeball instantly turned into dust and shattered. But Mr. Tomb frowned and said in a deep voice, I can't feel that it has been deprived of its vitality. Jinshinsiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, we were all deceived by it. From the beginning, it was neither the real body nor the clone, but an illusion that was confused with the real one. Even though most of the secrets are obscured by the Tianjian Imperial Master, Tianong can clearly see his own future, so he has already taken precautions. What should I say now? Tomb Hung asked aloud. Jinshinsiyu Wang looked at the black curtain of Xiantian. I don't have much time to leave Fontian City. The old guy paid a lot of money to let me come here in order to understand the truth beyond the abyss. After saying this, he ducked towards the dark scene. But at this moment, in the sea of red lotus fire, a figure appeared and stopped in front of Jinshinsiyu. It was Lord Yan. He looked indifferent and said in a cold voice, by the order of the Emperor of Heaven, I will guard this place and prevent anyone from passing through. Do you want to die? Jinshinsiyu said. His words were light, but full of murderous intent. Upon seeing this, the city god immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't do anything. Everything is easy to talk about." He turned to look at Lord Yin and advised, "The Emperor of Heaven and many gods and demons have disappeared. And all the Buddhas in the Buddhist world have also disappeared. Now that we have obtained many clues, they all point to this place. Please, Mr. Yen, get out of the way and let me go over and find out." The fairy world is in danger, and the city god has placed all his hopes on breaking the world. But when Yen Jun heard this, he didn't respond at all. Instead, the sea of red lotus flames ignited again. On the other side, because they were too far apart, Qin Feng couldn't hear what was happening on Jin Xiu's side, and he could only feel that the atmosphere was a bit tense. He didn't pay too much attention, and focused on the two ladies in the fantasy world. After killing Tianluo and Long Zhu, there were not many gods and demons left. When he saw a dragon ancestor plundering into the fantasy world, Qin Feng knew that the winner of this battle had been decided. At this moment, his soul trembled suddenly. Qin Feng, who sensed the change, hurriedly introduced his spiritual consciousness into the divine sea, only to see all kinds of fantasy Dao patterns, pulled by the yin and yang fish, converging towards the black and white energy. "Is this the divine law?" Qin Feng was shocked and reacted instantly. There are countless gods and demons who died in this battle. So what terrifying number should the remaining divine principles be? These divine Tao principles have become ownerless things, and will not produce any aggression towards him. They will naturally be absorbed by the yin and yang Tao principles, and strengthen his body. Qin Feng was excited as he looked at the constantly improving yin and yang principles. "No wonder the teacher said that this is the opportunity for me to enter the second level. It turns out to be because of this." As the yin and yang principles continued to merge, it didn't take long before a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the surface of the black and white energy. This was a sign of the perfection of the yin and yang principles. Seeing this, Chi-Chi and Bai-Su swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of yearning. On the heart-questioning platform, the phantom of Senior Xian Yi appeared. Seeing this, he said, "Now, you can let those two little guys completely devour the Onmyoji." When Qin Feng heard the words, he immediately obeyed. After receiving Qin Feng's approval, Chi-Chi and Bai-Su couldn't bear it. They pounced on Yin Yang Dao Zhe and began to feast. The two little guys devoured it very quickly. After a while, all the black and white energy was swallowed into their bellies. At this moment, the two little guys also changed. Chi-Chi's body became even larger. Thunder arc surged around his body, and his momentum was astonishing. The buds on Bai-Su's head have also turned into saplings, and its radish-like body has become more slender and slender. Boom! The powerful power of Tao began to feed back Qin Feng. Two yin-yang fish, one black and one white, took shape and swam quickly in the divine sea. The mysterious aura made Qin Feng feel as if he were in heaven. At the same time, high in the sky and the earth were splitting, and the catastrophe was coming. Chapter 768, entering the second level. In the illusion realm, Long Ancestor was squeezing gods and demons to death while guiding Song Filan and Song Long on the secrets of cultivation. Sha Tianluo also killed all the gods and demons outside the realm. Looking at his daughter Pablo jumping up the ranks to fight the gods and demons, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. In the battle that broke through his own limits, Lu Jinli gained a deeper understanding of the Tao that he had learned during the battle with the Azura clan. At this moment, the sky fissured. Everyone's attention is drawn. Someone is going through the tribulation. Sun Qi looked at Qin Feng, whose energy was constantly surging around his body, with a strange look on his face. "Elder brother, how old were you when you entered the second level realm?" 3 out of 40. "How old are you this year?" Shinli pondered for a moment. 43. Originally, he was stuck in the third level peak realm of the literary saint. And then this year, he successfully entered the second level realm with the help of the changes in the world. Sun Qi sighed. Junior brother has achieved such achievements in just a few years since he entered the literary saint path. Even senior brother can't even catch up. It's really enviable to others." Shinli's face darkened, and he asked calmly, "Second junior brother, how old are you this year?" Sun Qi did not answer, but pointed to the sky and asked, "Elder brother, look, have you ever seen such a catastrophe?" Shinli could naturally see through this method of changing the topic at a glance. But he was indeed attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky. In the past, the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth could not avoid the word thunder tribulation. It was nothing more than strong and weak. But now, The calamity that my junior brother is about to overcome seems to have nothing to do with thunder. Where the high-altitude fission occurred, Jingwei was clearly divided into 5 different regions. On a huge tree in the east, branches were flying. A little open fire in the south swells in the wind. The golden light in the west is bright, and it is a sharp weapon, like a sword, a knife, a spear, and a halberd, constantly changing its shape. The north is like a vast ocean with turbulent waves, and directly above the head, there is a majestic mountain with magnificent momentum. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The calamity of the 5 elements. The god-suppressing Siyu muttered to himself. It's that kid who wants to overcome the tribulation. The old man Tomb looked at Qin Feng, whose whole body was glowing with bright white light, and said, the originally tense atmosphere with Yin Jun was temporarily relieved. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, then was slightly startled. He was already used to overcoming tribulations, so he didn't pay much attention to it at first. Anyway, just letting Chi-Chi come out for a walk would be okay. However, this time the hegemony of heaven and earth is confirmed. The style of painting seems to be completely different from the past. Feeling the increasingly frightening pressure, Shunli and Sun Qi immediately ran away. Qin Feng, you wish for good luck. When you need me, you call me junior brother. And when you avoid me, you call me by my real name. It's really a plastic-like friendship between senior brothers. Qin Feng's face stiffened, and then he exhaled. Forget it. I didn't count on the 2 of them anyway. Looking up at the fission in the sky, it is not difficult to find that the 5 areas represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At the beginning of chaos, the innate Qi was born, dividing the yin and yang of heaven and earth, creating the 5 elements, and evolving all things. The emergence of these 5 elements catastrophes echoes your transformation at the moment. Xianyi said in the Divine Sea. After successfully surviving the 5 elements tribulation, your understanding of the principles of yin and yang will reach a higher level. This is a great opportunity. As soon as Senior Xianyi finished speaking, the gilded gold in the western sky turned into a spear and came through the air. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect. Activated his energy, turned into the Haotian mirror, and blocked it in front of him. Just listen to the sound of clang. The golden sound is piercing. And above the white light barrier, small cracks spread quickly like spider webs. The power is so overbearing. Qin Feng's face turned ugly. The gilded gold failed to hit with one strike, and then turned into a sword. The sword was fierce, and the sword energy was swift and fierce. Between the heaven and the earth, there were bursts of golden sounds. Qin Feng was tired of dealing with it, and the Haotian mirror was dispelling inch by inch. But fortunately, after a confrontation, he could barely resist the attack. The gilding turned into a golden light and flew back. On the giant willow-shaped tree in the east, the branches flew and were whipped down hard like a whip. Boom! The Haotian mirror was overwhelmed and shattered with a roar. Qin Feng immediately activated the power of the life-destroying thunder to compete with the flying branches. However, the whipping force of the branches was strong and heavy, and the angle was tricky, often focusing on one thing and not the other. Within a few moments, Qin Feng's skin and flesh were torn open, and blood flowed freely. Emerald green healing thunder streaked across the surface, and the wound healed quickly. Blindly defending will only lead to passivity. A real man must attack. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and was about to take the initiative, but the willow tree retracted its branches. Is this a real battle? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. The water vapor in the sky flew down like a waterfall, and then turned into a ferocious roaring water dragon. Facing this battle, Qin Feng hurriedly used the realm method, and the red and green thunder turned into a barrier. What was different from the past was that 2 yin and yang fish, one black and one white, swung out and swam in the realm. Move! The water dragon rushed into the realm and clashed with the manifested Chi-Chi. After several collisions, it was defeated and the water dragon retreated into the sky with a whimper. Before Qin Feng could take a breath, the open fire in the south turned into a fire phoenix and swooped down, launching a new round of offensive. After the fire phoenix was repulsed, the mountain above his head crashed down, like a collapse of the sky. After resisting with all his strength for one round, Qin Feng's body and soul were exhausted. But looking at the gold that was ready to move again, he understood that the second round of offensive was coming. These 5 elements of calamity are repeated over and over again. When will it end? If this continues, I will be consumed by them. Qin Feng's face turned ugly. Yin and yang transform into the 5 elements, and they mutually support and restrain each other. As the saying goes, if Yang cannot be born without Yang, Yin cannot grow without Yin. This principle is also true for the 5 elements. If you want to survive the 5 elements tribulation safely, it is useless to deal with any one of them individually. You have to find a way to bring them together and defeat them together. Xianyi reminded. Together they will be defeated. Qin Feng thought in his mind. Although he understood the words of the seniors, how could they get together in this shameless 5 elements tribulation, which was clearly going to kill him in a wheeled battle? Wait a minute. The heavenly tribulation is the incarnation of the will of heaven. These 5 elements tribulation must also have their own will. Qin Feng thought of his previous experience of using cynicism to induce a ray of Taoist calamity when Su Tianyu was going through a calamity, and he took it into consideration. The gilded gold turned into a sharp blade and launched another offensive. But this time, Qin Feng made an unexpected move. Before the sharp blade entered the realm, he shouted loudly, "The 5 elements tribulation is indeed extremely powerful. But in my opinion, the most powerful one should be it was a calamity of gold. And I was unable to fight back." As soon as these words came out, Gilding paused in the air and trembled slightly, as if these words were very helpful to him. However, Qin Feng changed the subject. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful and sharp the blade is, it cannot avoid the fate of being melted by the fire. Thinking about it this way, among the 5 elements, the power of fire is the most powerful. The fire phoenix from the south flapped its wings and let out a loud cry. No! No! I almost forgot. No matter how hot the flame is, it will be extinguished by water. Could it be that the power of water is the leader of the 5 elements? The water dragon roared. Seeming to respond, Qin Feng said again. However, no matter how fierce the water is, it will eventually be blocked by the towering mountains. As soon as the mountain above his head trembled, he heard Qin Feng say in distress, "But thousands of trees are born from the soil and are not afraid of the towering mountains. Willow branches sway. In the end, he will still be cut by a sharp blade." After analysis, it seems that among the 5 elements, the power of gold is the most domineering. The guild made a harsh golden sound, just like human laughter. The fire phoenix evolved from the power of fire couldn't stand it anymore, so it breathed out a mouthful of flames, burned it red, and then felt smug. How can the water dragon endure it? The turbulent water vapor was like a stormy sea, hitting the fire phoenix. The latter's flames obviously dimmed, and its momentum slumped. Before Shuilong could be proud, the towering mountain split a peak and suppressed Shuilong severely. The huge willow tree, unwilling to be outdone, grew its branches from the gaps in the rocks, leaving the entire mountain riddled with holes. At this time, the recovered guild turned into a sharp hatchet and chopped the willow branches into pieces. The manifested power of the 5 elements struggled with each other, and the scene was quite spectacular for a while. The whole place was silent. Among the people present, the weakest person has also reached the 3rd level. The confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth has not only been experienced by him, but also seen by many. But who has encountered such a situation? The heavenly tribulation didn't kill the person who responded to the calamity, but instead had internal conflicts within itself? This boy is quite interesting. Mr. Tomb said this after pondering for a long time. A trace of relief flashed in the eyes of Jinshinsiyu, and suddenly he felt something in his heart. His brows furrowed, and the time for burning incense was almost up. Qin Feng stood in midair. He was obviously the one who had overcome the calamity, but at this moment, he seemed like a melon eater. He would even say words of advice from time to time. "We are all our own people. Don't hurt the harmony." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, all thinking the same thing. And just when the 5 elements tribulation was in dire straits, a bolt of thunder streaked across the night sky, and the heaven and earth trembled violently. The calamity of the 5 elements immediately ceased. Why don't we fight? Could that thunder be the incarnation of the will of heaven? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then saw 5 elements calamity come back to his senses and began to share the same hatred. Their strength has been weakened by the consumption of each other. You can take action, Xianyi reminded. Yeah. Qin Feng also had this intention. He let out a light breath, and then caused the Hongmeng immortal qi to sink into the depths of his pupils. The innate energy turned into a stream of black gold, and it circulated around him in just an instant. Boom! The energy was vast. The world seemed to be still, and Qin Feng entered a state of divine power. Although I have entered this state many times before, the current feeling is completely different from before. He just felt that everything in the world was under control. With a thought, the yin and yang fish in the realm were summoned and swam towards him, flowing around him. I seem to have a deeper control over the principles of yin and yang. Qin Feng murmured to himself. At the same time, the five elements tribulation no longer chooses to fight on wheels, but launches an attack together. The five elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and the power of the gathering together is naturally far greater than that of one alone. But this is exactly what Qin Feng wants. After all, Senior Xian Yi said that if you want to survive the five elements tribulation, you must defeat them together. Gilded gold cuts through the sky. Wicker whips break through the wind. Fire phoenixes flap their wings. Water dragons roar. And mountains roll down like the sky is collapsing. Just in time, Qin Feng's amber eyes showed no fear. With the activation of the unsighted technique, coupled with the ability in the state of divine power, he could easily see through all the attacks of the five elements tribulation. His body swayed slightly, avoiding all attacks with just a hair's breadth. He opened his right hand, then twisted it gently, and the yin and yang fish around his body circulated. In a moment, the yin and yang taiji diagram appeared. A powerful suction force, like a black hole, wants to involve the five elements tribulation in it. The five elements tribulation tried its best to resist, and there was a stalemate for a while. Suddenly, a ray of black gold light shot out from the Tai Chi diagram, shattering the final power of the five elements tribulation. Boom! The air waves rolled, and the sky and the earth lost color. The five elements of calamity disappeared, and a golden light shot out from Qin Feng's Tianling cap and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, he entered the second-level realm. At the same time, inside the Fengtian City Imperial Palace, Yulong Hall, on the Panlong Pillar, another five-clawed golden dragon revived, broke through the roof of the palace, and shone brightly in the night sky. The roar of the dragon sounded, shaking the heaven and earth, and shaking the hearts of the people in Fengtian City. Then what is that? That's the direction of the palace. Could it be the golden dragon of Xinghua? Another golden dragon has awakened. How many of Dakian's Xinghua dragons have awakened now? If I remember correctly, there should be 8. Outside the imperial study, the eunuchly eunuch was in a hurry. He met Emperor Ming and said excitedly, Your Majesty, another golden dragon has revived on the dragon column. This is already the 8th one. The rumor of the divine dragon in Yulongnian Xinghua has been passed down from generation to generation since the founding of Dakian. It is said that when Kowloon recovers, Dakian will usher in a prosperous era, and will no longer have to endure the persecution of demons and ghosts and the ravages of war. However, in the thousands of years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, the only opportunity to achieve this was during the reign of Emperor Tianxian. But it fell short at the last moment. The price of failure is the decline of the national destiny and the gradual silence of the golden dragon. But now, under the rule of Emperor Ming, 8 golden dragons have been resurrected. Then Emperor Ming is very likely to become the founding emperor of the prosperous Dakian dynasty, and his name will last forever. Thinking of this, how could Eunuchly not be excited? Yes! Emperor Ming responded lightly, far less excited than Eunuchly. Naturally, he felt the magnificent scene of the golden dragon's resurrection immediately. Looking at the golden dragon in the sky, it bared its teeth and claws, and then flew back to Yulong Palace. Emperor Ming's eyes contained relief, emotion, aspirational pride, and also a hint of worry, hidden deep in the depths. Things must reverse when they reach their extremes, and things must decline when they reach their peak. This is an eternal truth. He thought of what Tianjin Imperial Master had said to Yuan, and looked at the Xianyuan divine sword in the scroll, hoping that the sword would not be unsheathed. When Howin Academy climbed to the top of the sky building, Su Lishuan said excitedly, Teacher, when the golden dragon opens its eyes, the country's destiny will flourish. If I remember correctly, this is already the 8th article. Unlike his excitement, Master Tianjin remained calm. All the people in Fengtian City were as excited as if they were celebrating the new year. But they didn't notice that the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. In the 9th level of the 9 layers of prison, a pair of eyes lit up, and he snorted coldly. The earth returned to peace. Chapter 769 Beyond the Extreme Realm. In the extreme land of the western region, after Qin Feng entered the 2nd level realm, the seal on the 8th level of Tinjiaochuan in the Divine Sea was also lifted. At this moment, a strong suction force pulled Qin Feng's consciousness and Xian Yi into Tingyu Xian. Just like before, the white fog on the 8th floor gradually dissipated, and a completely different picture came into view. Qin Feng looked around carefully, thinking that another terrifying scene would appear. But the reality was completely different from what he thought. From the point of view, Various high mountains are suspended in the sky, surrounded by ethereal clouds and mists. Countless gods and demons shuttle in the sky, and colorful streams of light wrap around the world. At first glance, it is a supreme fairyland. This is not the human world. Qin Feng was stunned and came to the conclusion that this is the fairy world. But the question followed. As a saint in the human world, how could Senior Xian Yi have memories of the immortal world? Moreover, the scene here is peaceful, far from being as broken and dire as the city god said. This can only explain one thing. The fairyland scene presented in this picture was before the invasion of those weird beings. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? The picture Ting Yuxuan showed was not the memory of Senior Xian Yi? Qin Feng couldn't help but have such doubts. Turning his head and looking to one side, the silhouette of Senior Xian Yi was watching all this quietly without saying anything. Immediately afterwards, the warmth in front of me was like a movie and fast forward, changing rapidly, until the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge scarlet pupil appeared high in the sky, looking down at the world. It's those big eyes! Qin Feng was shocked. The sky is like a curtain cut by scissors, and a pitch-black abyss is like a rift valley. Lying high in the sky, black twisted lines looked like ghost claws protruding from the cracks. And then, there were countless hideous and terrifying monsters. The gods and demons in the fairy world are facing powerful enemies, and they are fighting to the death with monsters. But these weird guys have immortal magical powers, and can also seize the laws of gods and demons. After a long battle, they will definitely be detrimental to the gods and demons in the fairy world. This is exactly the case. Countless gods and demons were swallowed by monsters, and fear began to spread like a plague. When the situation was at stake, a golden figure stood in front of the monsters in the sky. With a move of his right hand, a huge mountain appeared out of thin air. He led a group of gods and demons to crush the monsters with great strength, and then sealed them into the mountains. Qin Feng immediately thought of what the city god said. The golden figure must be the Emperor of Heaven, and the huge mountain is Kunlun Mountain. The balance of victory seemed to be tilting towards the fairy world. But at this moment, a giant appeared. It's so huge that it can't be described in words, and it seems that even the fairy world can't contain it. It is made up of lumps of flesh, with countless ferocious faces spread all over the skin. Qin Feng recognized this monster, although it had grown many times bigger. The pupils and the two giant hands on the left and right were clearly the same as the three guys he had seen before. The giant hands and eyes are separated from this guy, and each of them has its own consciousness. Qin Feng was shocked. As soon as the giant waved his hand, the void collapsed layer by layer. It was overwhelming despair. Not even the Emperor of Heaven can cause harm to it. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided, and the fairy world was like a candle in the wind. Erratic. As soon as the scene changed, the Emperor of Heaven came to another place. Towering mountains are suspended in the sky. Sanskrit sounds are ringing. And in the Golden Palace, a group of gods and Buddhas are sitting everywhere, chanting sutras and chanting Buddha's name. The Emperor of Heaven paid no attention to these gods and Buddhas, but walked all the way to the courtyard with lush vegetation. In the center of the courtyard, a giant tree radiates sacred Buddha light. In front of the giant tree, an old man wearing a gray monk's robe was sitting on a futon, without any distractions. Qin Feng guessed who this person was. "You're here," the old monk said softly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng was extremely frightened. Although he did not know this old monk at all, he could hear the voice, which was exactly the same as the Buddha's mouth. That bitch of mouth was separated from this old monk. "I have some questions I would like to ask you," a majestic voice sounded. Before the Emperor of Heaven could speak, the old monk said, "The ghost world has been eroded by these guys. The ghost masters themselves cannot protect themselves and cannot help you. Buddhism has a clear mind," the Emperor of Heaven murmured. Then the old monk said to himself, "I don't know where these existences come from, and I don't know why the laws of heaven and the fairy world do not restrict them. It is not easy to kill them. Even if we gather the power of the gods and Buddhas in the western region, we can only ban them like you. They are beyond life and death, no longer within yin and yang, and no longer within the five elements. They don't feel like living creatures to me, but more like an alternative, unexplainable Tao. Impossible." The Emperor's tone was a little excited. "How could Taoism evolve into this form? This is just speculation, not the truth. This is a disaster for the three realms. No one can avoid it. The fall of the ghost realm and the fairy realm has begun, and all hope lies in the destruction of the realm." "Breaking the boundary?" the Emperor of Heaven asked curiously. "In such a place where the laws of heaven are broken, there are only a handful of people who can even reach the realm of transcendence. How can there be hope? That's what I saw. It's one of the many futures, and the only way out for the three realms. But it requires a long wait, the old monk said softly. But we don't have that much time. The old monk did not answer, but clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's message. The large branches and leaves in front of them suddenly lit up with emerald green light. And at the same time, a huge golden swastika appeared in the sky. Not long after, countless immortal Buddhas were floating in the air in a sitting posture, with their hands clasped together, and their bodies were covered with golden light. And when the light is most dazzling, these gods and Buddhas will disappear out of thin air. The Emperor of Heaven was surprised and said, "What are you going to do? Kill yourself to become a benevolent person, and serve the three realms for another 1,000 years, waiting for one of the many futures?" The old monk replied, and then looked up with a smile on his face. When Qin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but look up. Is this old monk looking at me? No, it's impossible, judging from the content of their conversation. This scene was at least before the gods and demons came to the world. How could he notice me? But what does he mean by sacrificing one's life to achieve benevolence? Could this be the reason why the Buddhas in the western regions disappeared? And where do these images come from? While Qin Feng was thinking, the old monk floated up and muttered, If I don't go to HL, who will? This is a very good thing. After the words fell, a dazzling white light lit up. The surrounding scenes receded like running water, and Qin Feng's consciousness also returned to reality. He opened his eyes and looked around, although he seemed to have experienced a long time in Tinjiaxuan. In reality, only a few breaths had passed. The battle in Su Tianyua's fantasy world is coming to an end, and every god and demon who came from the Void Passage has been killed. The two ladies left the realm and rushed to their side in an instant, with worried looks on their faces. Miss Sir, are you okay? I have just entered the second level. My condition is very good at the moment. How could something happen? Qin Feng replied with a smile. But on you. Qin Feng looked curious when he heard this, and then looked down. For some reason, his whole body was exuding a faint halo, like the bright moonlight. At the same time, Yan Jun, who was blocking the Tomb Master and the god-suppressing Siyu, saw this scene and his brows widened inexplicably. He smiled slightly, and the sea of red lotus fire under his feet all converged, and the eternal flame in the volcano, which was blocked from the extreme boundary of the western region, was also extinguished at this moment. Finally, I've been waiting for it. After Yan Jun said these words, his flesh and blood began to burn, and then turned into ashes and dissipated inch by inch. Such a large-scale movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. What's going on with him? Sun Qi asked in surprise. When the city god on the side saw this, he looked moved. So that's it. Lord Yin is actually dead a long time ago. And what's guarding here is just a wisp of his obsession. That ancient scroll was what awakened his obsession and allowed him to unleash his final strength. In fact, the city god should have seen the clues a long time ago. How could someone as powerful as Yanjun be unable to fight back again after being thrown into the sea of fire by a giant hand? Lord Yin has already reached the end of his strength. Jun Yin, have you been following the orders of the Emperor of Heaven and staying here? That's thousands of years. Without the obstruction of Lord Yin, and without the obstruction of the Red Lotus Sea of Fire, a group of people followed the Tomb Master and Jinshin Siyu to the extreme realm. From a distance, it looks like a black curtain covering the sky of hanging waterfall. But up close, it is even more astonishing and spectacular. At the bottom of the black curtain, the earth is like countless tadpoles piled up, constantly squirming, and it is extremely weird. Sure enough, it is the same Jiyuan as the eastern region. Sha Tianluo frowned. When Qin Feng heard this, the only trace of luck in his heart disappeared. The southern territory, the eastern territory, and the western territory all have extreme abyss in these three places, which are constantly eroding the world. Naturally, the northern territory cannot avoid it either. What exactly is this abyss? What kind of world is behind the shady curtain? Qin Feng is extremely curious. He thought of the scene he just saw in Tinjiaxuan. The truth behind the disappearance of the gods and Buddhas in the western regions may not be certain even after this abyss. The old man tomb raised the black coffin, intending to use the black coffin to penetrate the dark curtain. But an unexpected scene appeared. After the black coffin entered the dark scene, it actually poked out from the side in the same posture. The twisted power of the void, Mr. Tomb said in a deep voice. The way of the void is not what I am good at. You don't have much time to stay here, so take action quickly. Hearing this, The God-suppressing secretary stretched out his right palm to cover the black curtain. The turbulent chi swept across all directions. The black curtain that connects the sky and the earth and reaches the end is immediately like the surface of the sea, filled with turbulent waves. But even though the movement was so violent, there was still no opening in the black curtain. But what was different from before was that the color of the black curtain gradually became transparent, and the scene inside began to be vaguely visible. The first thing that caught the eye was a huge stone Buddha with his hands clasped together, and a pious look on his face. In the world behind the curtain, strange black lines are like poisonous snakes piled up in a snake cave, constantly swimming. As everyone's eyes moved, they discovered that there was not one stone Buddha, but countless ones. Each stone Buddha has the same posture, with hands clasped together and sitting cross-legged. Qin Feng was shocked. Aren't the shapes of these Buddha statues exactly the same as the last movements of the gods and Buddhas seen in the picture? What surprised him even more was that the old monk under the giant Bodhi tree was among them, transformed into a sculpture. In front of the old monk's Buddha statue is a split monster giant. Head, limbs, trunk, eyes, spine. These things were all turned into stones, motionless among the strange black lines swimming around. Kill yourself to become a benevolent person and save the three realms for another 1,000 years. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The Buddha's mouth appeared on the face of Dragon Ancestor beside him. And then he exclaimed, "It's that old guy. That old guy is really dead. From now on, I no longer have to worry about being taken back by him. And I practice closed-mouth meditation. Well, I don't have to worry anymore. No. If the old guy dies, will I cease to exist? It's hard to say. Well, it's really hard to say." At this time, everyone noticed what the old monk was holding. "That's a hill." Xunli turned his head and asked, "Is that thing the mustard seed Zumeru that the monster is looking for? Can it unlock the forbidden thing?" The city god shook his head. "Mustard seed Sumeru is the most precious treasure in the Buddhist world. I have never seen it. But whether it is mustard seed Sumeru or not, it doesn't mean much to us. As long as there is this shady obstruction, it will be impossible to get it. I'm just afraid that those monsters will come back and find a way to get into them," Sun Chi said. "And this is what everyone is worried about. Move back." The god-suppressing Siyu suddenly spoke. Then a head of white hair moved without the wind, and the clothes around him were flying. He is trying to use stronger power to break the shady curtain. However, at this moment, the star-shifting formation outside the void channel emitted a strong white light. Shinshin Siyu sighed. "Is it time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he did not pause, and his body flashed into the white light array. But before leaving, he firmly grasped the void passage with his right hand. Boom! The void collapsed and the passage disappeared instantly. Xunli explained. "The teacher and the god-suppressing Siyu were unable to leave Fontian City for some reasons. The reason why the god-suppressing Siyu was able to come here this time was because the teacher used the void passage to set up the star-shifting formation. But Jinshin Siyu could not leave Fontian City for too long." Without the power of the god-suppressing Siyu, the color of the black curtain gradually deepened until it was impossible to see clearly. Qin Feng stared at the Shuming Jiezi in the old monk's Buddha statue, feeling worried in his heart. Lord Yin disappeared, and the extreme realm of the western region was no longer blocked by the Sea of Fire. What if those strange beings rebuild a void passage and come here to seize the Shumi Messen? Just when he was worried, the old monk's Buddha statue turned its head slightly and looked towards him. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. But there was nothing different from before. "Is it because I'm too tired that I'm hallucinating?" But at this time, Sha Tianluo seemed to have discovered something, and said in a deep voice, "The hill is gone. How come?" Everyone looked around and found that the palm of the Buddha statue was empty. The scene behind the curtain was once again completely obscured by darkness. Chapter 770 Mustard Seed Shumi. The hill is Mustard Seed Sumeru, which is related to the ban on Mount Sumeru in the Buddhist world. If it is obtained by those weird guys, the consequences will be disastrous. "Could it be that the view in Jiyuan was blocked? So we saw it wrong?" Gong Song said. Xunli shook his head. "I saw the mustard seed Shumi disappear with my own eyes. I will never be mistaken." Sha Tianluo turned his wrist and then said, "Whether it has disappeared or not, you will know once you go in and take a look. The old guy couldn't break through this barrier before, so he asked me to tear a hole in it. And you all should move away." After hearing this, the others retreated dozens of feet away. But Mr. Tomb and Long Ancestor did not move an inch. With their status and strength, it is indeed impossible for the two of them to be dismissed by King Ashura like their juniors. Powerful energy gathered on his right fist, and Sha Tianluo swung out towards the black screen. This punch caused the space to distort, and the earth to tremble. However, the powerful fist disappeared into the black curtain. But like the black coffin of the tomb man, it shot out from the other side, shattering an extinguished volcano into pieces in an instant. Jifan. It had no effect. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Comparing the two, it can be seen that the strength of the god-suppressing Siyu is indeed superior to that of King Ashura. It seems that in the previous confrontation between the two outside Fengtian City, Siyu was obviously arrogant. No. It was released into the sea. Sha Tianluo's face was extremely ugly. He took the initiative to break the barrier of the shady world because he wanted to compete with the god-suppressing Siyu. But it turns out that the difference between him and the god-suppressing Siyu is more than a star and a half. How can he, who is so arrogant, endure this? Just when he raised his right hand to try again, Qin Feng noticed something strange in his arms. Why does it seem like there's something extra? Curious, he reached into his arms and found a small, hard lump. He opened his palm and looked at it, and his eyes widened. What's wrong? The people around were attracted by Qin Feng's voice and looked sideways. Then they were all surprised because the object in Qin Feng's hand was exactly the mustard seed sumaru in the hand of the Buddha statue that had shrunk countless times. The Buddha statue just now really looked back at me, and even handed me this hot thing. Qin Feng's expression froze. The Buddha's mouth on the dragon ancestor said, the ability to be big and small, tolerant of all things, and the mustard seed to absorb sumaru is indeed the thing of the old monk. The old monk is not dead yet. He has handed over Messen Shumi to you. The stone Buddha statue may be a seal. If he is not dead, then I can live. Well, I can live. Wait, if he lifts the seal, won't I have to practice silent meditation again and be unable to speak? The tone instantly changed from surprise at first to worry. After hearing the commotion, Sha Tianluo and the others rushed back, and immediately saw the mustard seed sumaru in Qin Feng's hand. The old man from the tomb sounded like a broken gong. It seems that you are destined to be a Buddha. Ah. Even though I drink alcohol, eat meat, and like women, I know that I am a person with Buddha nature. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He was destined to never become a Buddha in 8 lifetimes. The only possibility he could think of was the glance from the old monk in Ting Yuxuan's picture. But in this world, there really is something that can penetrate thousands of years. Time to see the future? If the old monk has such strength, why would the Buddhas in the western regions become like this? Saying one's life for good, are they sacrificing themselves to achieve some purpose? By the way, are those strange existences that have also turned into stones been sealed by the Buddhas in the western regions? But if so, where did the big eyes and giant hands that we saw earlier come from? Could they be something like them? Existence is much more than that. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. This mustard seed mustard is too hot to touch, and will easily ignite the body if placed on the body. It is better to hand it over to someone else for safekeeping. Qin Feng thought in his mind, and then looked around to consider who would be the safest person to give it to. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. From a crack in the cracked rock, a white light swept out with lightning speed. The strong suction force directly wrapped up the mustard seed sumaru in Qin Feng's hand. Everyone was shocked, and when they looked around, they saw that the person taking action was a skeletal arm, and the aura around it was exactly the same as the big eyeball. Qin Feng instantly realized that this was the backhand left behind by Big Eyeball after the army was defeated. It had long expected that Mustard Seed Shumi would plunder out of the abyss. Sha Tianluo and Long Zhu responded immediately, only to hear them snort coldly. And their powerful energy was like a sharp arrow, instantly shooting into the bone-stained arm. The void is torn apart. How can the white bone arm resist the attack of the two transcendent realms? But in the blink of an eye, the white bone shattered and turned into dust. But in the dust, there was still an inch of fleshy buds, which wrapped the mustard seed sumaru and flew rapidly towards the east. It was looking for the nearest crack in the fairy world and brought the mustard seed sumaru back to the fairy world. Suddenly, a piece of golden light swept over the horizon of the night sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an imposing bird-shaped monster. It was the golden-winged rock that had successfully entered the second-level realm. It originally wanted to fly back to Fengtian City and tell Qin Feng the good news, but it found that its tail feathers were at the extreme end of the western region. So it flew all the way here. Looking from a distance, a familiar figure was not far away outside the black curtain. The golden-winged rock was about to shout, but found an inch of flesh flying towards it rapidly. What is this? He waved his wings casually, and a fierce wind blew up, slamming back the meat buds and the mustard seeds. Qin Feng and others who saw this scene had dull expressions on their faces. The Golden Winged Dopeng recounted what happened after leaving Fengtian City. From preparing to overcome the tribulation to facing the 8th level tribulation power to prove the hegemony of heaven and earth. The thrilling story was deeply touching to everyone who heard it. Originally, I couldn't survive it. The powerful wind blades and thunder tribulations left my body riddled with holes. But before the final thunder fell, I was no longer able to survive it. But at that moment, a flash of emerald green thunder brushed across the surface of my body, healing most of my injuries. Because of this, I withstood the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth and successfully entered the 2nd level. After saying this, the Golden Winged Rock looked at Qin Feng with gratitude in its eyes. It naturally knew that the healing thunder was made by the latter. Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The measures that Baisu had prepared just in case finally came into use. Why are you here? And what are those granules? The Golden Winged Rock asked curiously. Qin Feng briefly told what happened, then turned his head and looked to one side. Sha Tianluo pinched the granule tightly with his fingertips and looked at it carefully. The granule kept struggling and even grew a small mouth full of sharp fangs, biting the former fiercely. However, Sha Tianluo's body has long been one of the hardest things in the world. How could it be bitten by such a small thing? Hey, can't your path of life and death be traced back to its origin? This thing came from those guys. Can you use it to kill the real body? The old man Tomb shook his head. This thing is already dead. But it was just affected by a trace of qi. Being influenced by qi. Can you be assimilated into this? Everyone looked ugly. Sha Tianluo said boringly, and then squeezed hard with his fingers. After the flesh sprout let out a shrill scream, it turned into mincemeat, and the qi machine surrounding it disappeared. Take it! He threw it away casually, and the mustard seed shumi fell back into Qin Feng's hands again. The hot potato is back again. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Those strange beings must be determined to get this thing. This can be seen from the series of actions of the big eyes. He didn't want to be worried all day long. So he turned his head and looked at the 2 senior brothers. Junior brother, after much thought, I still feel that it is inappropriate to place such an important thing on me. The 2 senior brothers are far-sighted, resourceful, and powerful. Why don't you keep them? Shenli and Sun Qi looked at each other. The teacher sent them here and told them about the importance of this thing. It would be a good idea for them to keep it and take it back to the teacher. After pondering for a moment, they were about to respond, but they heard the Buddha's mouth on Long Zhu's face say, You kid obviously wants to throw the hot potato to others. And you still say it's so high-sounding. And you are really duplicitous. Damn it. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, but relaxed them again, just because the 2 senior brothers looked at him with intriguing eyes. 2 senior brothers? Don't listen to nonsense. Those words just now came from the bottom of my heart. Shenli nodded slightly. Sun Qi squinted his eyes and said with a smile, The friendship between our fellow apprentices is deep and as strong as gold. How can it be destroyed by others? Don't worry, little junior brother. Senior brother. Qin Feng was quite moved. You are telling lies with your eyes open. You are all telling lies with your eyes open. What you are clearly thinking is to find an excuse to ignore this mustard seed shumi. What you are thinking is that my junior brother's mind is so deep, and he is not as harmless as he seems on the surface. I will have to be more careful in the future. Ah. The 3 brothers and sisters were quite embarrassed for a while. It's all untrue. Senior brother Shenli is indeed a model of male bereavement and a master of expression management. Even if his thoughts are exposed, he still looks calm and calm. It's nonsense. Junior brother, you won't believe it. Right. Sun Qi shook his head and laughed. Scholars still have a strong psychological quality. I could tell lies with open eyes, and I almost believed it. The love between us brothers is as strong as gold. How could we be provoked by just a few words? Those 2 senior brothers. I wonder which of you is carrying this mustard seed shumi. Qin Feng raised his head and asked. Shenli pondered for a moment. Give it to the 2nd junior brother. In addition to practicing Wensheng Taoism, he has traveled all over the country and has also learned many strange arts. His means of escaping are far beyond ordinary people. Sun Qi immediately interrupted. Whatever senior brother said, you are higher than me in terms of strength and qualifications. Of course, it is safest to place such an important thing on you. This mutual exchange of blame made the other people present look strange. The 3 brothers and sisters are not fuel-efficient lamps. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the Buddha's mouth. as if he wanted to know the true thoughts of the two senior brothers from his mouth. But after waiting for a moment, there was no response from the Buddha's mouth. Xunli and Sun Qi looked away without leaving a trace. While the two were talking, they were also motivating their minds to prevent their true thoughts from being probed by the Buddha's mouth. This was effortless for a high-quality scholar. If it doesn't work, it's the same as having two senior brothers take care of it together, Qin Feng said with a smile. When Xunli and Sun Qi heard this, they didn't answer. At this moment, the Buddha spoke again. It's useless. Since the old monk chose to hand over the mustard seed summary to you, he recognized you as his master. No matter whose hands this thing falls into, it will eventually return to you. In the hand? Well, that's it. Are you kidding me? If that's the case, how could that bone arm take away mustard seed summary just now? Qin Feng didn't take it seriously and just felt that the Buddha was talking nonsense. That white bone arm cannot take away mustard seed sumaru at all. As long as mustard seed sumaru leaves you for more than a certain distance, mustard seed sumaru will definitely come back to you. If you don't believe it, you can ask someone to throw the mustard seeds out as far away as possible. Buddha's mouth swore firmly. Could it be true? Qin Feng was dubious. He glanced around and wanted to let Jianli next to him try it. But a slender indigo arm snatched the mustard seed shumi from his hand. Let me do it, Pablo said, then stepped forward with his right foot and threw hard. The ground cracked, and a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. The mustard seed shumi instantly turned into a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned. Such an important thing was lost like this? What are you doing? Qin Feng asked in shock. Just do what that mouth says and give it a try, Pablo said calmly. Even if you have to try, you have to take mustard seed sumaru and stay away together. If you lose it like this, what if you can't find it back? Pablo scratched his head. It seems to make sense. But at this moment, Qin Feng felt something in his heart. As if there was something in his arms. No way. He reached into his arms. And within a moment, mustard seed shumi fell into his palm again. It turns out to be true. Qin Feng murmured. He couldn't get rid of this hot potato. When Sun Qi saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be sorry. I thought about it carefully just now. What senior brother said makes sense. It is indeed safer to put things on my body. But at the moment, it seems that it is only it can be kept by my junior brother. Xunli also agreed. What the second junior brother said is right. As a senior brother, I should shoulder this important responsibility, both emotionally and rationally. It's just a pity that this thing has recognized the junior brother as its master, and others can't lead it. Walk. A group of people who came here with you two looked at you sideways, and scolded the scholars in their hearts for being shameless, and not as upright as they came. At this time, Gong Song said, It's already getting late. In order to thank you all for your help, you might as well go to the nearby Tiancheng and let the Demon Slayer Division be responsible for hosting. You can also find a stable place and take a good rest. Everyone agreed. Jin Shenxi returned to Fengtian City and came to the top of the Dingtian Tower of Haowen Academy. Imperial Master Tian Jian was sitting at the table. Although he still looked calm, there were fine beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, Jin Shenxi didn't talk nonsense, but told everything that happened in the extreme realm of the western region. Your guess is correct. Tomb Hung, who is in charge of the law of life and death, can completely kill those weird things. It's just that one eyeball escaped on its own before being dissolved by the law of life and death. And the so-called mustard seed sumaru is still in the hands of the Buddha statue in the abyss. And the old man cannot bring it back. It doesn't matter. Someone will bring it back. Tianjian Imperial Master replied lightly, then coughed several times, and his palms turned red. How long can you last? Imperial Master Tianjian shook his head. I don't know either. Chapter 771. Why don't you move to another place? We can't fit it here. In the dark space, as the void distorted, the big-eyed body continued to condense from powder, and then reappeared. Voices rang out from all around. Tianyu is dead, and you don't seem to have brought back Mustard Seed Sumaru. The person in charge of the Destiny Principle in breaking the world has planned a move for himself. And the top existence there is not far behind in strength, even if it is not as strong as the Emperor of Heaven. If we only rely on cracks to invade and break the world, we will not be able to annex that world without reducing a large amount of combat power. But you should still have a way. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to plan for the ghost world. What this statement refers to is using the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world to disrupt the balance of life and death in the three realms. Tian Tong did not deny it. Although this trip to break the boundary failed, it was not without gain. The Buddhas in the western region gathered the power of great aspirations to divide and seal our Tao bodies, and then disappeared inexplicably, leaving only a broken void in the western region. But now it can be confirmed that they have sealed our Tao bodies in the broken world, and they themselves were also band together. Jun Yen was ordered by the Emperor of Heaven to guard Ji Yuan. From this, it can be seen that the Emperor of Heaven, who has disappeared for a long time, is very likely to be breaking the boundary. There was a voice in the darkness saying, "The immortal realm is no different from the fall. The laws of heaven and earth in the netherworld and ghost realm are already under our control. Now in the three realms, only the broken realm is left." Looking at the responses of the gods, Buddhas and the Emperor of Heaven, they seem to be planning something, putting their hope in the broken world. That old monk did not hesitate to abandon the entire Buddha realm, delaying us for thousands of years, and even brought Mustard Seed Sumeru into the broken realm. I am afraid that he was also part of his plan. Now that Jiezi Shumi has been taken away from the forbidden place, it seems that the old monk has entrusted it to another person with his remaining strength. And this person is also the person I once observed. With the palm of Xiantian Qi, the huge body opened its eyes on the chest and said in a deep voice, "In this case, devouring the person with the innate energy can not only solve the worries of the future, but also win the Mustard Seed Shumi and unlock the seal of Mount Shumi. Kill multiple birds with one stone. If I remember correctly, you said that the strength of a person with Xiantian Qi, in terms of breaking the world, is only a third level, no different from an ant." That man understood the principles of yin and yang. During his journey to the western region, he has entered the second-level realm by devouring the principles of gods and demons. Moreover, the person in charge of the destiny principles has been protecting him, covering up most of the secrets about him. Coupled with the blessings of many top beings in breaking the world, it is not easy to start from him now. Tian Tong retorted, "Do you want us to give up breaking the boundary?" Many voices in the darkness said in unison, "It's just a matter of delaying the order. Let's start with the netherworld and the ghost realm first." A voice asked in return. Back then, the netherworld ghost lord set up a barrier outside the Naiha bridge to stop us. Now the ghost lord has resurrected, and that old fellow Xitigarbha is also here. It is far more difficult to conquer the netherworld and ghost realm than to break it. Do you think that I plan to destroy the balance of life and death in the three realms for so long just to create trouble for the broken realm? As soon as these words came out, there was silence in the darkness. I see. After arriving at Tianqing, after eating and drinking, Qing Feng confirmed the injuries of everyone, except for Fu Siming and Bai Wudi, who were still very weak. The others had basically recovered. After being busy for a long time, Qing Feng returned to his room and calmed down to appreciate the changes after entering the second-level realm. Seeing the pillar on the side, he stretched out his index finger and tapped it lightly. A hole was easily poked out of the solid pillar like tofu. This time, he relied entirely on his physical body, without exerting any energy. The strength of my physical body has obviously increased by several levels compared to before. Now I am afraid that I can compete with a 4th-grade warrior in terms of strength. However, if I am a person who specializes in body refining, I should still be inferior. But for me, a literary saint, this is already remarkable. Under normal circumstances, as a Wensheng Taoist improves his cultivation, his physical body will be strengthened. But that is only compared to ordinary people. And it is absolutely impossible to exaggerate to an arm wrestling with a martial artist. But because he had previously absorbed the dragon beads, nourished his flesh and blood, and tempered the thunder and yin and yang energy, he was able to achieve this result, which was regarded as an unexpected surprise. With my current physical strength, I shouldn't be at a significant disadvantage in the confrontation with the two ladies. I'm afraid Grandma Lu's ancestral secret recipe will no longer be used in the future, Qin Feng said confidently. He opened his palms and thought. 2 qi machines, one black and one white, appeared from his palms with lightning arcs. Within a moment, they turned into yin and yang fish. The strong air flow made the candles in the room flicker. The curtains beside the bed fluttered. With his finger drawn in the void, the red and green thunderous righteousness evolved into a white thunder formation. When the qi machine was at its strongest, a white thunder with far greater power than before flew out, deafening. But at this moment, the yin-yang fish circulated quickly and actually sucked Bai Lei directly into it, causing it to disappear into thin air. Qin Feng looked thoughtful when he saw this. After this, white thunder was integrated into the thunder power of Qi Qi and Bai Su. Its power could at least seriously injure a 3rd-level martial artist. But in the end, it was easily absorbed by the yin-yang fish. In the future, there will be another move to defend against enemies. If used properly, the defensive power of this move will even be far greater than that of the Haotian mirror. I just don't know how far it can be used against a second-grade warrior. However, this can only be regarded as the initial understanding and application of the principles of yin and yang. After Qi and Baisu swallowed up the energy of black and white, the principles of yin and yang have been integrated into my body. I want to fully understand and develop them. Don't know how to do it either. I originally wanted to ask Senior Xian Yi. But what? His spiritual consciousness glanced at the heart-questing platform. After entering the second-level realm and browsing Ting Yushuan's picture, Senior Xian Yi turned into a ball of light without any response. Qing Feng originally thought that Senior Xian Yi was a saint of the human race, saving the world from danger when gods and demons came to the world. But various signs showed that Senior Xian Yi's identity was not simple. First of all, Senior Xian Yi has an extraordinary understanding of the Hongmeng immortal realm, and can even teach him the power of magic. Secondly, when killing Zhulong, at the last moment, with that extraordinary finger and calling out the opponent's true name, he was killed between heaven and earth. Of course, the most important thing is to listen to the scenes in Yushuan. From his past experience, he can basically confirm that those scenes show the memories of Senior Xian Yi. But why does the memory of seniors contain bits and pieces about the fairy world? Oh, even over 1,000 years? The more he thought about it, the more Qin Feng had doubts. But a person's views on problems were ultimately limited. After much thought, he finally made up his mind. After we go back, we can no longer hide the existence of Senior Xian Yi. We have to talk to the teacher. After letting go of his mind, fatigue came over him like a tide. Too many things happened during this period, and he didn't even get a good rest. No longer thinking about these complicated things, Qin Feng undressed and took off his clothes, ready to go to bed, when there was a knock on the door. Well, who else will come so late? Curious, Qin Feng pushed open the door, and what he saw was the charming Su Tianyu, with 9 fox tails swinging and a slight smile on his face. She glanced at Qin Feng, who had taken off his coat, and then looked into the room. Then she was slightly stunned, with a little surprise and sympathy in her eyes. What do you mean by that look? Qin Feng didn't understand, so he looked around and saw a small hole as thick as an index finger on the pillar. No, Chief Tianyu, please listen to my explanation. I just wanted to test my physical strength. Su Tianyu smiled awkwardly but politely and said, the physical strength is indeed good, but it's just this size. Su Tianyu, who has lived for thousands of years, knows this very well, and it would be disrespectful to say any more. Qin Feng felt insulted, then walked to the doorpost and demonstrated again. Su Tianyu suddenly realized, it turns out to be a finger. Otherwise, what do you think it is? I thought it was a finger, too. Su Tianyu, an old CG, replied without blushing or heartbeat. Believe it or not, Qin Feng didn't want to dwell too much on this topic and asked directly, I was getting ready to take a rest. Why did the Tianyu clan chief come to me? You are leaving tomorrow, but I haven't thanked you properly for helping me enter the realm of transcendence. I came here tonight to repay your kindness. You can make a request to me, and as long as I can fulfill it, I will never refuse. Su Tianyu breathed out like orchid and said with a smile. Qin Feng had a strange expression on his face. Chief Tianyu, do you know what it means for a beauty like you to enter a man's room late at night and say such words? As Su Tianyu slowly approached, the 9 fox tails swayed gently. A gust of wind blew by, and the door closed on its own with a banging sound. Then tell me, what does it mean? The atmosphere in the room fell into silence for a moment, as if you could hear a pin drop. But not long after, this atmosphere was interrupted by a rude knock on the door. Su Tianyu turned her head and looked outside the room. A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but Qin Feng was startled. In the dead of night, a man and a woman are alone in the same room. Anyone who sees it will get misunderstood, and if 2 ladies see it, the consequences will be even more disastrous. He pointed to the window and signaled Su Tianyu to leave quickly. Su Tianyu asked with a smile, if you go out like this, people above the 3rd level will definitely be able to detect it. Are you sure you want me to do this? He almost forgot about this incident. Qin Feng looked around, then looked at the cupboard, thinking about it. After a while, Qin Feng, who felt guilty, made sure that the cupboard was tightly closed, and then slowly opened the door. Then a charming figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. With great force, when he lowered his head, he saw that the person coming was none other than Pablo, the daughter of King Azura. Qin Feng wanted to ask what the other party was doing here, but found that Pablo had many scars on his body. Are you injured? I wanted to bring you back to the eastern region, so I had a fight with your two ladies, but I didn't win. So that's what happened, Pablo said casually. After hearing this, Qin Feng didn't know how to respond with his expression. In his opinion, Pablo was just a little girl, but the Azura clan's desire to continue their powerful bloodline seemed to be ingrained in their bones. Qin Feng, what happened here is that tomorrow I will return to Azura's tribe with my father. Taking this opportunity, I want to bring your blood back first. As for marrying you, I will wait until I enter a higher realm in the future and can defeat your two ladies. What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Qin Feng was stunned. He knew that the Azura clan was tough, but he didn't expect it to be so tough. Before he could open his mouth, Pablo had already started to tear his undershirt with his hands up and down, with an eager expression on his face. Don't worry. I asked Sayulua for advice before I came here. She told me how to give birth to an heir. As long as the two of us are skin to skin and united in mind, we can continue our strong bloodline. Is there something wrong? Qin Feng stopped Pablo and asked. Sayulua, does she not have a spouse yet? Huh? How do you know? There are quite a few people in the clan who are pursuing Sayulua, but she has not fallen in love with anyone so far. She should be waiting for a more powerful spouse. There were so many flaws that Qin Feng didn't know what to say for a while. Qin Feng, take your hands away quickly. We have to be faster. Otherwise your two ladies will come over. What did you say? The voice suddenly rose by 1 decibel. At this moment, Qin Feng's instinctive perception of danger made him notice that not far outside the house, a familiar qi machine was approaching. It was Song Filan. Qi surged around his body, and his second-level cultivation was revealed. Qin Feng lifted Pablo up, and then thought about how to get into this trouble. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. In desperation, Qin Feng looked at the cupboard again. A burst of fragrance came over. Song Filan stepped into the house, and immediately saw Qin Feng sitting at the table, leaning in front of the closet. Miss Sir, why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Is there any? Qin Feng touched his forehead with his hand and said guiltily. It must be too hot today. Hot? Song Filan turned her head and looked outside the room, frowning slightly. It's already autumn. The night breeze is cool. How could it be hot? At this time, Qin Feng also noticed the decoction in Song Filan's hand. The fragrance of the medicine spread out. It was the familiar formula and the familiar taste. Qin Feng's face froze. Lao Siji's ancestral secret recipe. Fei Lan's purpose of coming here late at night was self-evident. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, the tips of Song Filan's ears were slightly red, and she said lightly, You have just entered the second-level realm and need to stabilize your cultivation. You should take more supplements. I made a soup specially for you. Is this made up for me? Do this for yourself. And if things continue to develop according to this momentum, wouldn't it become a live broadcast? Qin Feng glanced at the cupboard without leaving any trace, and then implicitly stated that he had just been promoted and his body was tired, and it was not suitable for strenuous exercise. It doesn't matter. Just lie down. So strong? Jianli, does Jianli know you are coming? Qin Feng asked hurriedly. Song Filan subconsciously looked away. She had already agreed with Sister Jianli that her husband was tired and would not have sex with her recently. But after Sister Jianli finished fighting with Pablo, as soon as her front foot left, she made a soup with her back foot and came here. Sister Jianli naturally knows. Sir, stop talking and drink the medicine quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, there were light footsteps outside the house again. Song Filan's delicate body trembled. She had been with Lu Jianli day and night for so long. How could she not recognize the other person's energy? If Sister Jianli sees him here, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment? No. We have to find a place to hide. Song Filan was determined. After putting down the decoction, she quickly glanced around and then locked her eyes on the closet. With a flash of her body, Song Filan arrived outside the closet. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Madam, don't! Unfortunately, it was too late. The closet opened, and the three of them looked at each other. Why don't you find another place? We can't fit it here, Pablo suggested thoughtfully. Chapter 772. This is chicken soup. What bad thoughts can a child have? After Pablo finished his suggestion, he wanted to close the cupboard door, but Song Filan's hand was firmly pressed against the door. She looked back, her eyes full of coldness. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a step back unconsciously. He wanted to explain out loud, but at this moment, light footsteps sounded at the door of the house. A beautiful figure in white clothes held a decoction in her hand, stepped into the door, and then saw clearly what was going on in the room. The husband looked panicked. Fei Lan was also there, and there were two other women in the closet. Turning her head to look at the table, there was a bowl of soup that was as steaming as her hand. It had obviously been brewed not long ago. Thinking of the agreement he had made with Phelan before, Lu Jianli closed his eyes slightly, and slowly moved the decoction behind him with an expressionless face. Then he flicked his finger, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. "Madam, you have become evil. Who did you learn this from?" Qin Feng had a strange look on his face after seeing the series of actions clearly. Jianli, who doesn't understand the world, actually has these little thoughts. "What's going on here?" Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly, and he began to ask questions. The four women sat around the table and listened to Qin Feng's explanation. He repeatedly emphasized the word innocent and explained why the two were hiding in the cupboard. Before the two ladies spoke, Pablo, one of the suspects, nodded and said, "I see. I'm just wondering why there is one hidden in the cupboard. Hey, do you also want to continue your bloodline with Qin Feng and give birth to a powerful heir? So you are hiding here?" After saying these words, the cool night became even colder, and Qin Feng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Feeling the gaze of Lu Jianli and Song Phelan, Su Tianyu calmly picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip and said, "I'm going back to Tushan tonight. I just want to say goodbye to him before leaving. Nothing more." Lu Jianli looked as usual. The vigilance in Song Phelan's eyes did not diminish at all. "Come to my husband's room to say goodbye in the middle of the night? Why hide in the cupboard if you don't feel guilty?" Su Tianyu did not answer, but replied with a smile. "Of course, it is to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Just like the reason why you wanted to hide in the cupboard." "Ah." Qin Feng's eyes widened. CG is still old and cunning. A sudden counterattack came, and the pressure instantly came to Song Phelan. Lu Jianli asked curiously, "Fei Lan, why are you hiding?" A trace of embarrassment flashed in Song Phelan's eyes. She wanted to secretly stay with her husband until dawn. How could she dare to say such a thing? After all, the two of them had agreed in advance. After being stunned for a moment, she thought of her words. "I saw that my husband had just entered the second-level realm, so I made a bowl of chicken soup to replenish him. But when he entered the house, he noticed something strange in the cupboard, and when he opened it, he saw the two of them. It was at this time that Sister Jianli arrived. Is this chicken soup?" Lu Jianli glanced at the soup on the table. The heat had dissipated. The soup was obviously exactly the same as the one she brought. She and Song Phelan had suffered countless times with Lao Ziji's ancestral secret recipe, and she had already become very familiar with it. She was about to pick up the decoction and observe it carefully, but was snatched away by Song Phelan. The latter waved his right hand, and a shooting star instantly flashed across the night sky. Feeling the strange looks from several people, Song Phelan explained, "This chicken soup won't taste good when it gets cold, so it's better to throw it away." Song Phelan, who had always wanted to be strong all her life, could only think of such a reluctant excuse. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something again and asked aloud, "Sister Jianli, I think you were holding something in your hand when you came here. Is there any?" Lu Jianli looked away. Pablo nodded and said, "Yes, and the taste is exactly the same as the bowl on the table just now." The pressure came to Lu Jianli instantly. She took a breath and trembled her eyelashes slightly. "It's also chicken soup." "Ah." Qin Feng was holding it in very hard. "Since it's chicken soup, why throw it away?" Su Tianyu watched the excitement and didn't mind it, completely forgetting the identity of his suspect. "I put too much salt in the chicken soup. I thought about making a new bowl, so I threw it away." Lu Jianli replied softly. "I see." Su Tianyu nodded slightly. The originally tense atmosphere became more subtle because of 2 bowls of soup. After a short silence, Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, "I understand the affection between the two ladies. As for the chicken soup, it's getting late, so there's no need to bother making it anymore. Well, just think of it as giving me a day off. Chief Tianyu, helping you get through the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth is just a little effort. If you really want to thank me, you might as well write down this favor first. Maybe in the future, I will need to ask you for help." "That's fine," Su Tianyu replied with a smile. "As for you," Qin Feng looked at Pablo, who looked expectant. "Go back and rest early." "Oh?" Pablo was reluctant. "Then what should we do to continue the bloodline?" You can figure it out yourself. Qin Feng's expression froze. At this moment, the waiter of the restaurant passed by outside the house and saw Lu Jianli and Song Filan inside. He hurriedly said, "You two girls, if the medicine bowl you borrowed earlier is used up, remember to return it to the small one. It's not a medicine bowl. It's a bowl for chicken soup." The two said in unison. Chicken soup? The waiter was confused. When had these two people cooked chicken soup? In the end, he received 10 copper coins as compensation. After all, the two medicine bowls had flown to who knows where. The next day, when the sun shone on the top of Yulong Palace, Emperor Ming came here. He approached the Panlong pillar and looked at the 8 golden dragons showing their teeth and claws, showing a look of relief. All the officials on the side congratulated him, calling him the founding king of the prosperous Qian dynasty, and he will be famous throughout the ages. At this moment, Yuluosi Yimian appeared out of thin air in Yulong Palace. When Emperor Ming saw this, he immediately dismissed everyone. Side B narrated what happened in the extreme realm of the western region, and said that Qin Feng successfully entered the second-level realm through this trip. When Emperor Ming heard this, his expression changed slightly. Eunuch Li even exclaimed in shock. Second-level realm? You know, Qin Feng is only in his early 20s. Looking at the world, who else can achieve such an achievement? If we talk about before, Lu Jianli was the youngest third-grade person in Daqian in history. Then Qin Feng is the youngest second grade. It is no exaggeration to say that this achievement may not be achieved by anyone even if it is pushed back hundreds of years. Eunuch Li couldn't help but recall that when he first met Qin Feng, the latter was just a scholar who had just entered the 6th-level realm. Just 2 years later, he was already different from what he used to be. Young Master Qin is so talented that he might as well inherit the mantle of Tianjian Imperial Master in the future. According to this cultivation speed, it is only a matter of time before Qin Feng reaches the realm of transcendence. Eunuch Li naturally has this expectation. Emperor Ming had a smile in his eyes, and he was obviously very satisfied with Qin Feng. However, what Mian said next caused most of Emperor Ming's good mood to fade. In addition to the disasters that occurred in the extreme areas of the western region, extremely strange phenomena occurred in the 4 regions of Daqian, close to the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world. If the dead are not cremated, some existences will emerge from the ground and turn into monsters that are neither human nor ghosts. Only by completely burning their bodies can they be prevented from being resurrected. When Eunuch Li heard this, his expression changed with shock. Could it be a corpse? Mian shook his head. If it is a corpse ghost, it is not afraid of fire at all, and it is impossible to spread to the 4 regions of Daqian in a short period of time. This phenomenon has only appeared recently, and may be related to the monster in the western region. Emperor Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Emperor Tianxian managed the country well and opened the eyes of the 8 golden dragons. Although the reasons for the final failure are rarely recorded in history books, they are clearly stated in the royal family's biography. That's the reason only a few people know the gods and demons came to the world. Although the human race gathered strong combat power to fight back the gods and demons from the world, they still caused countless casualties, and the national destiny declined. Things must turn upside down when they reach their extremes, and things must decline when they reach their peak. This is exactly what Emperor Tianxian left to future generations. Could it be that this sincere statement will be verified again? Emperor Ming opened his eyes again, then spoke and issued a series of orders. The order is passed down. If there are any dead people in the 4 regions of Daqian, they will be burned. No disobedience is allowed. The place near the crack will be heavily guarded by soldiers and the Demon Slayer Division. If there is any situation, we will notify you as soon as possible. Arrange it for me. I'm going to see the National Preceptor. In Howling Courtyard, on the top of the climbing tower, Emperor Ming and Imperial Master Tianjian sat opposite each other. National Master, changes are taking place in the 4 regions of Daqian. Do you know? Master Tianjian nodded slightly. The laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world are disordered, causing the balance of life and death in the 3 realms to be broken. The dead return to their souls, and the dead are resurrected. Will it be alleviated as time goes by? Emperor Ming frowned. It's only going to get worse. Is there a solution? There are 2 ways to solve it. One is to completely separate the connection between this world and the ghost world, so that the dead souls will not be introduced into the ghost world, but will be completely eliminated in this world. But the disadvantages are also extremely obvious. The yin qi in the world here is overflowing, and the disasters caused by demons and ghosts are far greater than in the past. Emperor Ming looked solemn. The second method, Recorrect the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world. And dust will return to dust. And soil will return to earth. Once and for all. Tianjin Guisher said calmly. Emperor Ming pondered for only a moment before he had the answer in his heart. What he wants to create is a peaceful and prosperous era. Not simply to stop the boiling water. If we leave disaster to future generations, what is the difference between it and not governing the country? How difficult is it to implement this method? Emperor Ming asked solemnly. The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer. And this was also an answer. I understand. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Emperor Ming spoke again. Actually, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask the Imperial Master for a long time. Your Majesty, it's okay to ask. The National Master has a wonderful plan. You have been protecting Dakian since the founding of Dakian. At that time, our ancestor, Emperor Tianjin, governed the country well, causing the 8 golden dragons to open their eyes. He was only one step away from the peaceful and prosperous era. Why did he fall short in the end? Is it really just because the gods and demons came to the world? Your Majesty also believes that if the 9 golden dragons open their eyes, the country's destiny will be greatly prospered and a prosperous age will be created? Tianjin Imperial Master asked. This statement has been passed down from generation to generation, and combined with everything that has happened since the golden dragon opened its eyes. Even if I didn't believe it at first, I believe it now. After all, after Jinlong opened his eyes, Dakian saved danger many times. Emperor Ming naturally believed that there was an inevitable connection between the two. However, the Imperial Master Tianjin said calmly, those who can create a peaceful and prosperous world never rely on these so-called rumors. Everything depends on people. What do you mean by this? Emperor Ming asked with a frown. Imperial Master Tianjin answered the question. Your Majesty wants to know why the original Emperor Tianjin failed. Good. He lacked some courage to sacrifice his life and sink his boat. At the bottom of Howling Courtyard's climbing tower, Eunuch Li was waiting. When he saw the solemn-looking Emperor Ming coming out, he immediately bowed to greet him. After getting on the carriage, Emperor Ming still looked worried. Eunuch Li couldn't help but worry. Your Majesty, is it possible that even the Tianjin Imperial Master can't handle it? Emperor Ming shook his head, recalling the last words of Imperial Master Tianjin in his mind. Your Majesty, if you are needed to wield the Xianyuan Divine Sword in this peaceful and prosperous age, what will you do? He didn't answer, but stood up and left. Xianyuan Sword is the divine sword that governs the country. It has been passed down from generation to generation. It is sealed in the scroll in the royal study. Only the king of a country can induce it and pull it out. Its reputation for killing gods is certainly not groundless. But the cost of swinging the sword is far beyond imagination. When Emperor Tianjin fell short, could it be that he hesitated on this step? If it were him, would he wield that sword? There was silence in the carriage for a long time. Emperor Ming pinched his eyebrows and suddenly asked, how is Yin doing these days? His Royal Highness Yin is still the same as before. He often visits the Qin mansion, but there is no other progress. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that His Highness Yin has an ulterior motive. And that purpose is none other than Qin Feng. Emperor Ming shook his head helplessly. Yin had unimaginable talents in state affairs and business. And he was even more gifted in the cultivation of the literary saint. However, he seems to know nothing about men and women. If she had half the skills of her mother, then the Qin family boy would have taken it down long ago. After Qin Feng comes back, he will be brought to the palace the next day. I want to see him. Slave understands. On the other side, in the queen's palace, the elegant queen looked at her smiling daughter and sighed helplessly. It was just because the second mother of the Qin family praised her. If anyone can marry you, it will definitely be a blessing earned in 8 lifetimes. She became so happy. You know, this has not yet happened. Yin is almost carved from the same mold as her. Inheriting her appearance also inherited her wisdom. But Yin did not inherit any of the skills to maneuver in the harem. Looking down slightly, the queen silently added in her heart that this figure was not inherited well by her. So, how are you getting along with Qin Feng's 2 ladies now? The queen mother said Sister Jinli and Sister Phylin? We call each other sisters. So our relationship is not bad. Why does the queen mother suddenly ask this? Yin asked curiously. If you want to marry into the Qin family, these 2 are the difficulties you have to face. Since the relationship is good, after they return with Qin Feng this time, you can ask them about their attitudes. At this moment, Yin's cheeks were hot, and her heart was pounding. After hesitating for just a moment, she nodded and agreed. She is different from ordinary women. Once the emotions in her heart are confirmed, she will only move forward. Chapter 773 Changes in the Ghost Realm. Since the Golden Winged Rock returned from the catastrophe, Qin Feng and others rode the rock back to Fengtian City, which only took a day and a night. And coming back with them was Su Tianyue's clone. The reason given by the latter is quite simple. There is still Hu Yanqian in Fengtian City that needs to be taken care of. For Tu Shan, this operation brings in a lot of revenue every year, so naturally he cannot slack off. Lu Jinli looked as usual after hearing this, but Song Filan frowned slightly, feeling that the other party had ulterior motives. After parting ways with Su Tianyu, Qin Feng returned to the Qin mansion with the two ladies. Seeing that the group of people returned safely, Yang finally let go of her worries. During our absence, nothing happened in the Qin mansion. In the lobby, Qin Feng put down his teacup and asked. Lan Ningxuan shook her head. Everything is business as usual, but more and more people are coming to help the second young master. When Qin Feng heard this, he looked at his second brother. The latter pretended not to hear and suddenly plucked the rice in his bowl. Who are they? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Qinger said nothing and held out a bunch of scrolls, which were all left by the matchmaker. Not only are the beauties on these scrolls lifelike, but below each scroll there is also the woman's name, date of birth, family background, etc. An ancient version of blind date? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the women on these scrolls. They were really alluring. He didn't know if they paid a lot of money to hire a powerful painter to increase the beauty effect. Do you have a crush on my second brother? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Qinan raised his head with a serious look on his face. Brother, please don't make fun of me. I am focusing on my practice now, and I am not thinking about these men and women. When Yang, who was holding Qin Lan, heard this, she immediately frowned. How old are you? If you haven't considered this yet. When will you wait? Look at Feng. She even has a child. What's more, Feng married Jinli and Filan and didn't see any decline in cultivation. Why can't you? This. Qinan opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. Qin Feng took a sip of tea and suppressed a smile. God's way is reincarnation. Who will be spared by heaven? Before he came to this world, the original owner was suppressed by his second brother and could not lift his head. Now, his second brother has to fall into deep self-doubt. Qinan glanced at Qin Feng, whose mouth was twitching, and said firmly, My eldest brother is extremely talented. Naturally, I can't compare with him. Anyway, I won't consider this until I reach the third level of cultivation. When Yang heard this, she was furious. Feng, talk about him too. Second mother, please be patient and don't be impatient. Things like feelings cannot be forced. Since my second brother is devoted to cultivation, we should also respect him. Brother. Qinan looked touched. Yang's eyebrows stood straight up, as if she hated iron. Unexpectedly, at this time, Qin Feng changed the topic. But there is one thing that eldest brother doesn't quite understand. Since it is for cultivation, why not leave Fengtian City and go to the Southern Territory to find seniors in Tianyi? If I remember correctly, when I came back last time, I told you that Lord Dao Quang asked you to find him as soon as possible. Qinan hesitated and stopped talking. Are you so fascinated by that little girl by Chiu that you don't want to leave Fengtian City? As soon as these words came out, Qinan's cheeks turned red. The second mother suddenly realized that after the death of Father Qin, she was so exhausted that she had forgotten such a beautiful girl. She really thought that her inner was devoted to cultivation and had no interest in anything between men and women. It turned out that she was simply not interested in those people who came to her to propose marriage. Qin Feng said earnestly, Second brother, listen to the elder brother's advice. You can't do this. Now the relationship between you two is separated by a layer of window paper, and someone needs to take the initiative to break it. Generally speaking, the man should take the initiative in this situation. Do you understand? But brother, I don't know what to do. Qinan looked embarrassed. Naturally, he wanted to express his feelings to Bai Qiu as soon as possible. Don't worry. Big brother will teach you. But I just returned to Fengtian City and will be quite busy these 2 days. I will tell you in detail later. Yes. Qinan's eyes lit up. He had always believed in his elder brother. But at this time, the two ladies on the side cast a scrutinizing gaze. Song Filan said calmly, As expected of my husband, he knows quite a lot. Qin Feng's face froze. Then he coughed dryly and said, This is what my father taught me before he was alive. Yang's eyebrows stood up straight. and she subconsciously wanted to pinch Father Qin's waist. But when she reached halfway, she came to her senses and realized that the man was already gone. The loneliness in his eyes flashed across his eyes. When Qin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but blame himself. If he had known better, he would not have dumped the blame on his father. He was also hesitant to tell Ern Yang what happened to his father down there. But thinking about what Qin had said in the ghost world, he finally gave up the idea. At the same time, in the ghost world of the Netherworld, in the palace of the Ghost Emperor of the Southern Territory, Father Qin felt something in his heart. He looked up at the gray sky and murmured to himself, "Could it be that Madam misses me again?" Tap, tap, tap. There was a sound of rapid footsteps. Father Qin followed the reputation, suppressed the loneliness on his face, and the dark ghostly energy turned into a mask to cover his face. The person who came was none other than Yi Bo, who was responsible for guarding the gate of H.L. Could it be that there is something strange happening at the gate of H.L.? The balance of life and death in the three realms was broken, and the souls of the dead were unable to fully enter the ghost realm, causing the undead to riot. Things like this happen from time to time. What's the matter? Father Qin asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Lord has issued an order to summon the Ghost Emperors from the 5 directions to gather together. After the world of the Netherworld was separated by the barrier outside the Naiha Bridge, the 5 Ghost Emperors sat on their own side and rarely met each other. As the Ghost Emperor descended from heaven, Father Qin has met the other Ghost Emperors before. But after all, they were not from the same world. They didn't deal with each other very well, and it was impossible for them to have any friendship. In fact, if it weren't for the strong being respected in the Netherworld and Li Yang's advice, he wouldn't have been able to become the Southern Ghost Emperor. In the past, when something happened, they would hardly look for me. This time, they even summoned me. It seems that the situation in the ghost world is not optimistic, Father Qin said thoughtfully. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow and swept towards the north. In the huge palace, the rich ghost energy has almost turned into substance. There are neat teams standing on both sides of the palace, and every existence is full of tyrannical energy. They are all powerful ghost generals in the ghost world. And directly in front of the palace, on a platform, several figures stood quietly. Their energy far surpassed that of the ghost generals in the audience. They were the ghost emperors of the ghost world except for Father Qin. In front of the inked jade table on the platform, the ghost master, little Loli, sat upright with her eyes slightly closed. Just at this moment, a sound of breaking wind sounded, and Father Qin's figure appeared on the platform, nodding towards the ghost master. The rest of the people looked away one after another, some with contempt, some envy, some disdain, some indifference, and so on. Father Qin scanned the people on the platform. The Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen Tu, the Western Ghost Emperor Zhao Wenhe, the Northern Ghost Emperor Yang Yun, and the Central Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi were all absent. He couldn't help but wonder, with all the Ghost Emperors present, who should guard the Naiha Bridge? After becoming the Ghost Emperor of the South, he also had some understanding of the situation in the ghost world. So he knew clearly what kind of terrifying existence was outside the Naiha Bridge and was eyeing the ghost world. While thinking in his mind, Mr. Zhou Qi nodded slightly towards him, and Mr. Qin respectfully returned the greeting. This old man is a living legend in the ghost world. He has existed since the birth of the ghost world, and his strength is unpredictable. When Father Qin saw Mr. Zhou Qi for the first time, he even had the illusion that standing in front of him was a mountain reaching the sky with piles of corpses, which made people shudder. But at that time, he had already entered the realm of transcendence. This old man is as unfathomable as a teacher. I don't know who is stronger or weaker between him and the Ghost Lord. Father Qin couldn't help but guess. The Ghost Lord stood up and said in a cold voice, "Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Even though she looked like a little Lolita, she was still not angry and intimidating. The audience, which had been a bit moved, fell silent for an instant. Zhao Wenhe, who looked like a scholar, took a step forward and recounted the changes that had occurred in the Netherworld in recent times. Everyone looked solemn after hearing this. Father Qin frowned. The current situation in the ghost world has really reached a dire straits. The balance of life and death has been broken, causing the barrier set up by the Ghost Master outside the Naiha Bridge to begin to fluctuate. If this continues, those weird and terrifying beings will be able to tear open the barrier, invade the ghost world, and start another war. What worries Mr. Qin even more is that this also has an impact on breaking the boundary. The souls of the dead return and the dead are resurrected. Just thinking about it, you know what a terrifying scene it is. It will be a purgatory. At this moment, he just hopes that his family will be safe and sound. Zhao Wenhe closed the scroll in his hand and spoke again. The laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world have been disrupted. If the balance between life and death continues to be destroyed, the entire ghost world may collapse into nothingness. By then, we will have nowhere to stay. Yang Yuan, the Northern Ghost Emperor, had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and his aura was as sharp as a sharp sword. He said coldly, "The subversion of the balance of life and death and the disorder of the laws of heaven and earth are inseparable from those guys. In this case, it is better for us to open the barrier and take the initiative." Zhao Wenhe frowned and said, "Having fought with them for thousands of years, you should know that this method is simply not feasible. They are so powerful and possess the magical power of immortality that they have no other choice but to ban them. But Lord Xidigarba's golden bowl has sealed an extremely important existence among them. How can it be opened at will?" Yang Yuan closed his eyes. "According to what you said, don't you just have to wait for death?" Zhao Wenhe opened his mouth, but did not respond. Instead, he looked at the Ghost Master and Zhou Qi. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shen Tu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "It's not impossible. What can we do?" Zhao Wenhe asked, tilting his head. The others also cast their gazes one after another. Since the ghost world is in danger, it is better to give up this world, baptize in the underworld, pass through the gate of H.L., and step into the land of broken world. The word shocked everyone. The ghosts in the audience will whisper to each other. Shen Tu said slowly, "Since the crack appeared, I have asked my ghost generals to constantly try these methods. And now I have found a perfect way to break into the world. But if you want all living beings in the ghost world to enter the broken world, you need to gather the power of the 5 ghost gates." A ghost was moved, but worriedly asked, "The laws of heaven and earth in the 3 realms are all exclusive. The living cannot enter the netherworld, and the dead cannot enter the immortal world. Who knows if the laws of heaven and earth that break the boundary are also like this? The laws of the breaking world are weak and cannot obliterate us. With our strength, we can easily dominate that world, then recuperate and look for opportunities to make a comeback. Or transform the broken world into a new ghost world." These words he said to the Ghost Lord, and the other Ghost Emperors also demonstrated his ambition. The ghosts in the audience will start to commotion. If this method is really feasible, it can really solve the current crisis. If there was another way out, who would be willing to fight to the death with those monsters? As for what happens to the sentient beings who break the boundary, what does it have to do with them? However, they are just ghost generals in the end, and have no decision-making power at all. They can only focus on the stage again. At this time, Father Qin shouted, "I don't agree." Everyone turned their attention. Li Yang, one of the ghost generals, frowned when he heard this. Naturally, he did not want to break the boundary and cause a crisis. But Qin Jianan's objection at this moment was too reckless, and he would definitely become the target of public criticism. And that's exactly what happened. Shen Tu said calmly, "Master Qin has a better way?" Qin Jianan has been in the netherworld for less than a year. So how can he come up with any good ideas? Invading the boundary to protect yourself. What's the difference between this behavior and those guys outside Naiha Bridge? I thought Master Qin was going to say something, but it turned out that he was talking about this. Shen Tu slowly approached the other party, and his voice suddenly became louder. "Master Qin, please don't forget that you are no longer a world breaker, but a party to the ghost world. Ghost Emperor, everything you say, do, and do should give priority to all sentient beings in the ghost world." As soon as these words came out, all the ghosts in the audience responded one after another. At this time, you are actually worried about breaking the boundary. Is this worthy of being the Ghost Emperor we are waiting for? How can the guy who broke through the world stand with us? I didn't agree with him when he became the Southern Ghost Emperor. This guy doesn't deserve to be the Ghost Emperor at all. Let him hand over his position. The sound was like a tsunami, mixed with terrifying energy. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the Ghost Master looked frosty, and Mr. Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice, "Shut up. One person's voice can drown out the surging sound waves, and the ghosts will be as silent as cicadas." Zhou Qi said calmly, "Everything is decided by the Ghost Master." The Ghost Lord glanced at it and said, "They must have some purpose in destroying the balance of life and death in the 3 realms. If we abandon this world and invade the broken world, we will play into their hands. What's more, the laws of heaven and earth are completely different between the broken world and the ghost world. Trying to accommodate all sentient beings in the ghost world is tantamount to wishful thinking. Master Ghost, what you said makes sense. Zhao Wenhe agreed. When the ghosts heard the words, they also reacted and began to analyze the pros and cons. At this time, Shen Tu spoke again. Since this method doesn't work, then we can only find a way to restore the balance of life and death in the ghost world. Shen Tu implores the Lord of Ghosts to temporarily imprison Qin Jianan, the Southern Ghost Emperor, into the infinite prison. Chapter 774 Imprisonment. When Father Qin heard this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the other party. What did you say? Zhao Wenhe frowned. Now that the ghost world is in danger, the 5 ghost emperors should work together instead of fighting openly and secretly at this moment. Yang Yan folded his hands on his chest and did not make any comments, looking like he was watching a show. Zhou Qi said calmly, "Tell me your reasons." Shen Tu opened his mouth to explain. After the chaos of the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world, no undead souls from the broken world were attracted into this world for thousands of years, until the crack between the ghost world and the broken world was opened. And it was from then on that the balance of life and death in the ghost world began to tilt. Below the platform, the ghosts will hear the words and start whispering. This statement is true, and everyone present knows it. This has nothing to do with Mr. Qin, and it is not a reason to imprison him. Zhao Wenhe shook his head. That's right. Zhou Qi said, breaking the barrier between the two worlds is not something that one person can do. Of course, I understand this. But what I want to say is that it was at that time that he came to the ghost world. After Master Qin came here, he entered the realm of transcendence in just a few months, and even directly defeated the previous Southern Ghost Emperor and replaced him. But what did he do after he became the Ghost Emperor? Protect the undead souls that have broken through the boundary and wander into the ghost world. Do not allow ghost soldiers and ghost generals to devour them. And then continue to expand the ghost army in the southern region. There was a commotion in the audience. Although this statement was true, it was really heartbreaking to say it in such a tone. Qin Jianan clenched his fists but did not refute. Also coming from breaking the boundary, he naturally wants to find ways to protect his fellow villagers, which is understandable. Shen Tu spoke again. Even if the world-breaking undead die, they still have a little vitality in their bodies. Over time, the energy of life and death will naturally become unbalanced. The combination of the two words before and after can't help but make the ghosts think about it. Li Yang frowned. Although he knew that the destruction of the balance of life and death had nothing to do with Qin Jianan, these remarks were obviously detrimental to Qin Jianan, especially at this point, when the situation in the ghost world is becoming more and more critical. It will only make everyone point their fingers at Qin Jianan. Some ghost generals looked at Father Qin with resentment and murderous intent in their eyes. And what Shen Tu said next directly ignited the anger of the ghost generals. Originally, these were still within the acceptable range, and the balance of life and death was still stable. However, some time ago, a living person used some strange means to separate his soul from his physical body, entered this world through the ghost gate in the southern territory, and picked off the flowers of the other side in the underworld. It was also from that time that the balance of life and death in the ghost world completely began to get out of control. If what I learned is correct, the being who stepped into the ghost world happened to be Mr. Qin's son during his lifetime? Li Yang's expression changed drastically, and Qin Jianan frowned. When the Ghost Master and Ming Shuang heard this, they both looked at Shen Tuesday. This matter was clearly hidden. How did he know about it? In a corner of the palace, he shrank his head and hid his figure. The flower of the other shore is a sacred object that breathes the energy of life and death in the underworld. How can we tolerate it being taken away by a boundary-breaking entity? The truth has come to light. The changes in the ghost world are clearly related to this person. The man named Qin sneaked into the ghost world and took the position of Ghost Emperor. It turned out that he had evil intentions. His son is not a good guy either. He dares to come to the ghost world and steal the Biangdan flower. If I catch him, he will definitely peel off his skin, cramp his bones, and eat his marrow. Father Qin, who was originally tolerant, turned around suddenly when he heard this, and the ghostly aura around him ignited like a blazing fire. Qin Feng was his pride. For the sake of the sentient beings in the broken realm, he risked his life to step into the broken realm and take away the flower of the other shore. How could he allow these guys to speak dirty words? Li Yang saw the clue and hurriedly stopped him. No! Unfortunately, it was too late. The furious Father Qin reached out with his right hand, and the ghost energy turned into a ghost hand and instantly attacked the speaking ghost general. Facing the terrifying authority, there was no fear on the ghost general's face. Instead, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! With just one blow, the ghost general disappeared into thin air. When the others saw this, they immediately fell silent. If you can become a ghost emperor, how can you be weak? But he actually dared to directly kill a ghost general in front of several ghost emperors and ghost masters? What a courage! After a brief silence, the sound of anger flooded the entire palace. Father Qin frowned. Although he was angry, he was not carried away by his anger. He didn't originally want to kill him. He just wanted to knock the opponent away to silence the others. There was someone else who killed the ghost general. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Shen Tu, who had an indifferent expression, as if he had foreseen this scene. Under the platform, a person said coldly, "If your thoughts are exposed, you will kill him. Who gave you the courage?" As soon as the words fell, the speaker actually took the initiative and attacked Father Qin. The person who dares to challenge a ghost emperor is naturally not an unknown person. The ghost general Kai Yulei is the #1 general under Shen Tuesday. His strength is in a state of transcendence. The ghost energy condensed, and he punched out violently. The sound of ghost cries was piercing, and the palace trembled suddenly. This blow was enough to show Kai Yulei's strength. In fact, many ghost generals believe that if Kai Yulei had not been loyal to Shen Tu, even competing for the position of Southern Ghost Emperor would not be a bad idea. However, the next scene subverted everyone's understanding. Kai Yulei's inevitable blow was broken by Father Qin with one finger. The black gold light was like a sharp arrow, directly piercing Kai Yulei's body and settling on the huge stone pillar. But in the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided. This scene not only shocked all the ghost generals, but also made Zhao Wenhe and Yang Yun look solemn. In less than a year, this person's strength has reached such a terrifying level? Moreover, the black gold beam was obviously a kind of power of Tao, and the power contained in it made them all feel palpitations. Shen Tu smiled and said, "Master Qin is very clever. What on earth are you going to do?" Father Qin said in a deep voice, "It's just for the sake of all the beings in the ghost world. I hope Lord Qin will stay in the infinite prison for the time being. When the truth comes out, Lord Qin will be free. What if I don't want to?" Qin Chi surged around his body, and it looked like he was obviously going to take action. When Shen Tu saw the scene, the smile on his face slowly faded. He was not sure of winning with the method shown by Father Qin just now. At this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly came down, like a collapse of the sky. Father Qin couldn't help but let out a muffled groan and used all his strength to fight. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the old man. "Zhou Qi said calmly, "Kill a ghost general. But you are a ghost emperor. You can be exempted from death penalty, but you cannot escape from living crime. I beg the ghost master to make a decision." The ghost lord looked at Zhou Qi deeply and said coldly, "Send the Southern Ghost Emperor to the infinite prison." As soon as the words fell, the dark passage in the void opened, and countless chains instantly wrapped around Father Qin, dragging him into the abyss. With Father Qin's strength, he could naturally struggle, but after taking a look at the ghost master, he didn't say much and silently accepted it all. After the Wujian prison was closed, the ghost lord spoke again. "I will find out about the Southern Ghost Emperor on my own. Next, we will continue to discuss how to deal with the ghost world." Qin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, breathing heavily. Two voices beside the bed said in unison, "Mister, are you having a nightmare?" "Yeah." Qin Feng responded lightly without answering too much. In the dream, he saw his father falling into the abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. But this should be impossible. Dad is the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld and the Ghost World. In addition, the Ghost Master's friendship with him will definitely take care of him. Who else in the Ghost World can help Dad? Take action? Probably because I had too little sleep. So I was thinking wildly. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows, then turned his head and looked to his side. Two black hairs were exposed outside the bed quilt. After looking at him with her light blue eyes, she subconsciously avoided it. On the other hand, Lu Jianli looked at him quietly, as if she was used to this situation. Feeling the pain in his waist, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It was absolutely impossible for the two ladies in the past to accept sleeping together with a big quilt. But after setting a precedent, sure enough, some things only happen once and countless times. Qin Feng originally thought that after entering the second level, with his current physical fitness, he could basically bid farewell to Lao Siji's ancestral secret recipe. But it turned out that he was overthinking it. Of course, this is not because he is too weak, but because he is unable to defeat four hands with two fists. After a few words with the two ladies, Qin Feng got up, dressed and left. There were too many questions in his mind. and he couldn't wait to find a teacher to answer them. As soon as he stepped into Howin Academy, Qin Feng ran into senior brother Fei Sun, whom he had not seen for a long time. Nowadays, Fei Sun and Yang Qian rarely stay in Dingtian Tower, but focus on Taiping Academy. As a poor school in Daqian, Taiping Academy has spread all over the 4 regions of Daqian, surpassing the Imperial College and becoming the #1 school in Daqian. In order to arrange for Wensheng Taoists to manage each branch, Fei Sun was exhausted mentally and physically. This time, he returned to Dingtian Tower just to take away his own things, so that he could stay in Taiping Academy for a long time. The two looked at each other, one with a cold look and the other with an embarrassed expression. As the founder of Taiping Academy, Qin Feng basically became a hands-off shopkeeper later on, so it was inevitable that he would feel guilty. What a coincidence! Senior brother Fei, I heard that Taiping Academy is growing continuously under the leadership of you and senior brother Yang. Every once in a while, students who have completed their studies will flow into the military and the court. You and senior brother Yang are indispensable for all this. To say the least, congratulations to senior brother for successfully entering the 3rd level of the literary Saint Taoist realm. Fei Sun said calmly. After practicing for more than 20 years, I can barely reach the 3rd level. How can I be like junior brother Qin? Once he enlightens to Taoism, overcoming tribulations is as easy as drinking water and eating. The resentful Qin Feng laughed dryly. Senior brother, you focus all your energy on cultivating scholars. I believe that the students of Taiping Academy will remember you for the rest of their lives. Remember it for a lifetime? Do you know what the students I taught said the most? Are you praising senior brother for his good teaching and tireless work? Qin Feng took the opportunity to flatter him. You are asking me when the great master Qin can return to teach at Taiping Academy. Fei Sun emphasized the word great. Qin Feng had to quickly change the subject and said hurriedly, by the way, I heard that the students who joined the army played a great role on the battlefield, and all the generals were full of praise for them. I believe this must be because the person who taught them the art of war was senior brother Fei. Fei Sun's face suddenly darkened. The art of war? Do you know what those students did on the battlefield? Qin Feng asked tentatively. Use the military skills taught by your senior brother to strategize, and win a 1,000-mile victory? Fart! They and the soldiers charged into the battle, shouting, the wind rises and the clouds fly. Or, the rock rises with the wind in one day, soaring 90,000 miles. These 2 poems were written by Qin Feng on the battlefield, and they contain powerful power. Students from Taiping Academy would always praise these 2 lines of poetry when they talked about his heroic deeds. Over time, as long as students from Taiping Academy had reached the 6th level or above, they could use this cultural treasure. Power. And this also makes the officers and soldiers even more powerful. In contrast, the role of the art of war is naturally much smaller. Fei Sun cited many more examples, all of which were Qin Feng's influence on students from poor families. For example, if you want to enter the arena and marry a woman from the dragon tribe, or if you like to show off your holiness in front of others, you completely lack the restraint and calmness of a scholar. Qin Feng never expected that he had not been in Taiping Academy for a long time, but the academy was full of legends about him. Seeing that Fei Sun was getting more and more excited as he spoke, and his brows were obviously furrowed with anger, Qin Feng hurriedly said, Today I have something urgent to go to see the teacher. If I have a chance next time, I will definitely listen to my senior brother's teachings and change my past mistakes. Fei Sun snorted coldly and was about to leave Howin Courtyard. However, as the two passed each other, an inaudible thank you came to Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng was slightly startled, then turned around, but could only see the back of his senior brother leaving gracefully. Fei Sun and Yang Qian were both born into poor families, and they knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to read, write, and realize their ambitions. It was Qin Feng who changed everything, giving students all over the world a way to study, and giving students all over the world the opportunity to display their ambitions. Arriving at the top of the Dingtian Tower, a familiar old man in white came into view. I looked down and saw 2 steaming cups of tea on the table. They had obviously been poured not long ago. Qin Feng saluted respectfully, and then told the story of his trip to the western regions. Thanks to the teacher's advice, the disciple successfully entered the 2nd level realm. This is the mustard seed sumeru that the disciple obtained in the extreme realm of the western region. This thing is too important. It is best to leave it with the teacher. But there seemed to be some restrictions on this thing. It couldn't leave me too far away, so I asked the teacher to take action. With that said, Qin Feng offered mustard seed shumi with both hands, intending to get rid of this hot potato. However, He was blocked back by the Imperial Master Tianjin lightly. This thing has a spirit, and it is not a coincidence that it fell into your hands. But it has its own destiny. Just keep it with you, and it will come in handy in the future. The plan failed, and Qin Feng took back the mustard seed fuming angrily. He picked up the teacup and fell into silence. This was because he was debating whether to tell the teacher what he saw in Ting Yuxuan and the existence of Senior Xian Yi. You haven't left yet. Could it be because of another existence in your body? Tianjin Imperial Master looked sideways. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened. Chapter 775 Qinaiqing. Who do you recommend? When did the teacher first know about it? Qin Feng asked curiously. When you successfully enter the academy. Tianjin Imperial Master responded calmly. Isn't that the beginning? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought of many details. When previously asking Wensheng Dao practitioners how to improve their cultivation, the teacher always said that someone would be responsible for teaching him. And the person who often taught him the method ended up being Senior Xian Yi. Wait a minute. There is a scene related to Senior Xian Yi on the seal floor of Ting Yuxuan. And Ting Yuxuan is the clone of the Tianjin Imperial Master, which was given to him by the Chief Master when they parted in Jinnong City. Could it be that the teacher has arrived long ago? Will Senior Xian Yi live in my divine sea? Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with a look of fear on his face. He even had a suspicion that he had been a chess piece from beginning to end, and had been acting according to the established trajectory of the Tianjin Imperial Master. Master Tianjin saw Qin Feng's thoughts and said, There is no need to think wildly. Everyone can only make the decision in his life. Just like a fork in the road. All others can do is give you suggestions. It is you who ultimately decides which way to go. What's the difference? I haven't listened to you every time. Qin Feng complained silently in his heart. Believe in the teacher and gain eternal life. This is the principle he has been following since time travel. Carefully recalling the major decisions made in the past. If I had gone against the teacher, I might not have survived 3 episodes at all. So when the teacher chose to hand over Ting Yuxuan to me, he saw in advance that I was extremely talented and could make a big splash in the literary saint tradition? Qin Feng asked somewhat proudly. Imperial Master Tianjin said expressionlessly. The person who handed over Ting Yuxuan to you was not me, but someone else. Teacher, the Tsundere has already withdrawn from the environment. Is it so difficult to admit that I am excellent? Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. Aren't you and the Chief Master in Jinnong City the same person? The immortal method transformed the 3 pure beings into 3 parts, allowing you to divide yourself into 3 parts. The leader of the Burial Sky organization and the Chief Master are your alter ego. So whether he pays it or you pay it. In fact, it is your choice. Who told you that the 2 of them are my clones? Tianjin Imperial Master asked. Huh? Isn't it? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. The appearance of these 3 people was exactly the same. He had long regarded this idea as the truth. Master Tianjin did not answer this question, but said, Each of us is making a choice. And you are not the only answer. He chose you when he was in Jinnong City. The other chose Luo Yu, the son of King Luo. And my initial choice was your senior brother Shenli. Qin Feng was stunned and heard the teacher speak again. Luo Yu's talent in the Wensheng Dao tradition is not weaker than yours. But it's a pity that because of King Luo, he embarked on a road of no return. Shenli was my carefully selected disciple. But he also failed to pass the test. What test? Qin Feng asked subconsciously. Breaking into the academy. Hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had heard someone say that senior brother Shenli also broke into the academy. After failing to break through, he became crazy after coming out of the academy and even threatened to assassinate Emperor Ming. As a result, he was killed. The Imperial Master of Tianjin was suppressed in the 9 levels prison. Of course, it later turned out that this was all a move made by Tianjin Imperial Master, and the purpose was to allow senior brother to sneak into the enemy's army and act as an undercover agent. He has experienced the psychological test of the academy. It is indeed not easy. But for a scholar like senior brother Shenli, it is not that difficult. Now that I think about it, the senior brother must have broken through the academy, because he did not really become crazy. What the teacher was referring to could only be the reason why senior brother failed the test is because he failed to bring the saint's remnant soul out of the academy? Qin Feng asked tentatively. Master Tianjin nodded. Looking at it now, if you want to bring out his remnant soul, his character is not important. What is important is his innate energy. Qin Feng nodded in approval. Because Senior Xian Yi told him the same thing at the beginning. It was only after you broke through the academy that I really gave up on Shinli and chose you. Then I really thank you for letting me endure so many dangers later. Qin Feng said sincerely. Thank you, teacher, for your careful cultivation. If you don't mean it, there's no need to force it. Tianjin Imperial Master glanced at him. Seeing through but not telling is the only way to be wise. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and changed the topic. So, teacher, what is the purpose of you and the clone in choosing us? Is it just to choose one person to bring out the remnant soul of the senior saint from the academy? The Imperial Master Tianjin pondered for a moment and replied softly. Find the only answer from countless impossibilities. Saying it means not saying it. I see. Qin Feng nodded slightly, as if he understood. Since the teacher didn't want to talk in detail, he naturally wouldn't bother himself by asking more questions. Instead, he told about Senior Xian Yi and his Divine Sea, and the scenes he saw in Ting Yushuan. Teacher, I always thought that Senior Xian Yi was the saint who saved this world when the gods and demons came to the world. And he was also a native of the human race. But there are various signs that Senior Xian Yi's identity is not simple. What are your guesses? Qin Feng did not answer immediately, but entered the Divine Sea to confirm that Senior Xian Yi was not awake, and then said, I suspect that Senior Xian Yi is from the immortal world. And even more, he is just like the senior brother and the second brother. Like senior fellow apprentices, they are spies who infiltrate the enemy. As soon as these words came out, the air became quiet. Imperial Master Tianjin looked at Qin Feng quietly. His eyes were thought-provoking. Could it be that I said something wrong? Qin Feng thought subconsciously. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the top of the stairs. Looking for the sound, the person who came turned out to be Eunuch Li, the seal eunuch. It turns out that Mr. Qin is here. He really makes it easy for us to find him. He went to the Qin mansion early in the morning and knew that the Qin mansion was not in the house. He searched many places before arriving here. What does Eunuch Li want from me? Qin Feng asked curiously. Your Majesty invites you. Emperor Ming wanted to find him, so Qin Feng naturally did not dare to neglect him. Even though he still had many doubts in his heart, he had no choice but to say goodbye and leave, following Eunuch Li to the palace. And not long after a few people left, the void shook slightly, and a white shadow appeared out of thin air. It was Xian Yi in Qin Feng's Divine Sea. Now you can break away from his Divine Sea and exist alone? Tianjin Imperial Master asked softly without any surprise. The white shadow nodded slightly. After he entered the second-level realm, I have basically recovered all his memories. However, the balance of life and death in the three realms has been broken now. Otherwise, I could attract the lost 3 souls and 7 souls and restore most of my strength. What was the situation like when you left the fairy world? The Buddha and I combined the power of the vows of the Buddhas in the western region to disperse the origin of the monster, and then sealed it in this world through the gap in time and space. Although this method greatly weakened the enemy's strength and allowed the immortal world and the ghost world to breathe, the loss of the fighting power of me and the Buddhas also made the battlefield of the immortal world almost sink. Actually, I have never quite understood why. With the strength of your gods, demons and Buddhas in the immortal world, you were defeated by those guys. What kind of existence are they? I have also discussed this issue with the Buddha. Those existences jump out of the 3 realms and are not in the 5 elements. Even if you ask Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva in the ghost world, you cannot find their past and present lives. However, after years of fighting and the moment when their origins were broken up, Buddha and I saw some clues. What's the clue? Tianjin Imperial Master asked. Xian Yi pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, they may be the incarnation of the principles of heaven and earth, or they are the first will of chaos that appeared at the beginning of Hongming. Hearing this, even the Tianjin Imperial Master, who had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, couldn't help but widen his pupils. It is able to devour the human nature of others and turn it into its own use, and also possesses the magical power of immortality. If those weird guys are really the incarnation of the laws of heaven and earth and the will of chaos, would all this seem to be correct? But if this is the truth, how should we fight against such an enemy? After all, the result of erasing those existences is to eliminate the 3 realms themselves. At this time, Master Tianjin seemed to have thought of something. So when you sealed their origins, you and Buddha did not seal them in the fairy world? Because you guessed that it would be useless, and the laws of heaven and earth in the fairy world could not be used at all. Seal their origins. Yes, although I don't know why. The will of the world here seems to have not assimilated with them. And from the moment the Buddha and I learned this, we already knew that the only chance to completely eliminate them was to break the boundary. This is also the beginning of all layout. The fact is just as Xianyi guessed. The laws of heaven and earth here make it difficult for those beings to invade. And the particularity between the fairy world and the ghost world, life and death, makes the emergence of the law of life and death a fatal blow to them. What are you going to do next? Tianjin Imperial Master asked again. If they fail to invade this world, they will definitely set their sights on the ghost world. And this break in the balance of life and death is a precursor. They cannot be allowed to liberate the soul, the core of the origin. Otherwise the war in the three realms will completely unfold, and no one will be able to escape. But I have no control over the battle situation in the ghost world. What I need to do now is to gather the remaining combat power of the fairy world together. Imperial Master Tianjin closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then asked, is it necessary to return to the Yuan and transform into one? Xianyi shook his head. You have done far more than I expected. And this world still needs you. Changes in the ghost world, based on your ability to control the laws of destiny, should have been anticipated. The battle situation there requires your intervention. What am I going to do for you? Later, open the cracks in the fairy world for me, and help me return to the fairy world. But before that, I need to go to the southern territory to see him. Good. The white shadow flickered slightly, then became blurry. Xianyi suddenly thought of something and said solemnly, do you know that you have peeked into too much destiny, and are entangled in cause and effect? Your 3 souls, and 7 souls are on the verge of collapse. If you continue like this, you will completely dissipate. I want to finish the last few moves of chess by myself. Tianjin Guisher said this. The heavily guarded palace and the familiar royal study. Under the leadership of Eunuch Li, Qin Feng met Emperor Ming. The latter was carefully reviewing the memorial there, and did not notice his arrival at the first time. It wasn't until Eunuch Li reminded him that Emperor Ming raised his head and nodded. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh that His Majesty actually liked work so much. Every time he saw him, he would work diligently in the imperial study. And even in these troubled times, the national treasury has not been much stretched. Even the pensions of soldiers have never been withheld. And they have even been paid out of their own pockets. If this person were placed in a peaceful era, he would be a rare wise king. I heard that you gained a lot from this trip to the western region. And you even entered the second level realm? Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, by chance? We made a breakthrough by chance. Qin Feng said modestly. There is no need to be modest. Looking at the past and present, you are the first person to be able to enter the second level realm at this age. And you are also very likely to be the last one. Qin Feng said flatteringly. That must be because your Majesty governs the country well. So the great officials are blessed by the blessings of heaven and earth. And the minor ministers are also blessed by your Majesty. Emperor Ming was very happy when he heard this. Eunuch Li on the side couldn't help but look sideways, thinking that this boy might be his biggest enemy because he was so good at flattering. I called you here today because I wanted to give you a reward regarding the western region. However, I have been thinking a lot recently, which has caused me to have trouble sleeping and eating. I have consulted many imperial doctors, but there are no clues. Qin Aiqing happens to have superb medical skills. Why don't you help me take a look? It's just a small matter. I'll take care of it. Qin Feng vowed, then activated his eyes, and looked at Emperor Ming's body. But this middle-aged man's body is very strong, and he doesn't have any of the symptoms just now. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng said, Your Majesty's illness seems not to be caused by the body, but by the heart. After hearing this, Emperor Ming couldn't help but admire. It's Qin Aiqing after all. He can see the secret at a glance. I have indeed been disturbed by some things recently. Qin Feng was slightly startled, then turned his head and glanced at Eunuch Li. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. If you say something you shouldn't say or ask something you shouldn't ask, you will be in bad luck. Eunuch Li raised his head slightly and gave him an encouraging look. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, I don't know what is bothering your Majesty. Maybe I can help. It's not a big deal. My Princess Yan has long passed the age of leaving the court, but she has never found her favorite consort. Her mother often made insinuations and pointed this matter out to me. I just realized that I had neglected to care about her on weekdays, so I felt deeply guilty. I can handle this topic. Qin Feng swallowed and looked at Eunuch Li again. The latter once again gave him a reassuring look. Your Majesty serves the country and the people. I believe His Highness Yun will understand you. What's more, there is no way to stop things like fate when they come. So there is no need for your Majesty to be too impatient. When Emperor Ming heard this, he smiled half-heartedly. Speaking of marriage in Yun, Qin Aiqing, you are well informed and know a lot of young talents. Do you have any good candidates to recommend? Qin Feng. Chapter 776. Wei Chen feels something is wrong. Qin Feng glanced at Uniquely again. But this time, the latter turned away for some unknown reason. He looks tangled. Not because he didn't get feedback from Uniquely, but because he wanted to introduce a partner to the guy disguised as a man, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he reacted. If a man and a woman have been together for a long time, if they want to maintain a pure friendship, there is only one possibility, and that is that one of them is extremely ugly. Obviously, he and Yin are not included in this. Qin Feng laughed at himself, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Is this a common problem among men? It seems that I can't follow the custom either. Thinking of this, he clasped his fists and said, Sorry, Your Majesty. Wei Chen doesn't have any good candidates here. Hearing this, Uniquely looked over again. He originally thought it was His Highness Yun's unrequited love, but he didn't expect that it was Lang Yuqin who was interested in his concubine. However, if the Qin family boy really married His Highness Yun, the Qin family would probably be in trouble. Became the most powerful family in Daqian. The daughter of the military god of the Lu family. A woman from the Sanlong lineage of the Dragon clan. Plus a royal princess. Can make men all over the world envy her just thinking about it. And the background behind these women is even more mind-numbing. Emperor Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, tapped the document with his fingers, and made a crisp sound. Qin Aiqing is the 36th star in the demon slaying department. And she must know a lot of people in the demon slaying department. The Demon Slayer Division has worked very hard to protect our territory from demons and ghosts. I have also thought about allocating Yin to the high-quality combat forces in the Demon Slayer Division to express the royal family's recognition and gratitude to them. What does Qin Aiqing think? Qin Feng said without hesitation. I think it's inappropriate. Why? It goes without saying that the Demon Slayer Division's contribution to Daqian is great. But they have been fighting with demons and ghosts all year round, with half of their feet in the gate of H.L. If an accident occurs, and they are unable to return, wouldn't it make His Highness Yun very sad? What's more, most of the high-quality combatants in the Demon Slayer Division are already old. I hope Your Majesty will think twice. It makes sense. Emperor Ming nodded in approval, and then changed the topic. I remember that when the Sword Alliance was first established, you and Lu Jianli were both present, and you also received the order given by Sword Emperor Bai Yen. Card. Speaking of this Sword Alliance, I am also full of joy. We have cultivated warriors for the Daqian land and made Daqian full of talented people. If Yen can be betrothed to a young talent from the Sword Alliance, it would be a good choice. This, Qin Feng hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Emperor Ming asked curiously. Although there are many young talents in the Sword Alliance, they are all crude martial artists who only focus on training and swordsmanship. What's more, His Highness Yun practices Wensheng Taoism. So how can he have anything in common with these warriors? If they get married, His Highness will not be happy. According to what Qin Aiqing said, who is Yun's best match? If so, I do have some candidates in mind, such as Sun Qi, the second disciple of Tianjian Imperial Master. Second senior brother has a high level of cultivation, but his character is a little weird. Qin Feng said bluntly. Where is the third disciple Su Lixian? Emperor Ming asked again. The character is acceptable, but the appearance. Qin Feng hesitated, and it would be disrespectful to say any more. That makes sense. Emperor Ming nodded slightly. Yang Qian? Senior brother Yang is top-notch in terms of cultivation, appearance, and character. But there is a big age difference with His Highness. Qin Feng shook his head with regret. In this case, it seems that Fei Sun is the only candidate. Emperor Ming thought thoughtfully. After hearing this, Qin Feng wanted to put forward some rebuttals. But after thinking for a long time, he could not find any shortcomings about senior brother Fei. His cultivation, character, appearance, and age are all one of a kind. The only thing worthy of criticism is his somewhat arrogant and sinister character. But most readers are like this. What's more, when it comes to being arrogant and sinister, the guy disguised as a man is no less generous. Especially with his usual yin and yang energy. Seems like a good match? No. I should say it's a perfect match. Just when Qin Feng was struggling, Emperor Ming shook his head and said, It's still inappropriate. Fei Sun is okay. But after all, he was born into a poor family and has no title. He is not a good match for Yin. Having said this, Emperor Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's really not easy to find a suitable consort in Yin. At this time, Uniquely, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty's requirements are too strict. How can any man in the world meet so many requirements at the same time? Not only must he have high-level combat power within the Demon Slayer division, but he must also be related to the Sword Alliance, and even practice the Wensheng Dao tradition, coupled with the cultivation, character, appearance, age and title. It is simply difficult to ascend. Huh? Huh? Emperor Ming seemed to be suddenly enlightened. Huh? Qin Feng seemed to have realized it. If these conditions were put together, wouldn't it be him? He looked up, and sure enough, he found His Majesty, and eunuchly looking at him at the same time. Qin Feng coughed dryly. Your Majesty, there are already 2 ladies in Wei Chen's family. Eunuchly smiled and said, Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's nonsense. Without practice, you have no right to speak. You have no idea what kind of scene it will be like at home if you marry several powerful wives. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze without leaving a trace and said again, But the position of a principal wife already belongs to Jinli, and Yin is a princess. How can she be a concubine? This time, it was Emperor Ming who took the initiative to speak. Lu Jinli and Song Filan are both extraordinary women of the highest rank in the world, and no one would dare to say anything when they were subordinated to them. What's more, as long as you treat them equally, whether they are wives or concubines, what difference does it make? At this point, Qin Feng finally understood that from the very beginning. His Majesty and eunuchly were singing a double act and digging pits for him to dance in. This was obviously to make him the consort. Seeing that Qin Feng was stunned there without responding for a long time, Emperor Ming snorted coldly and stood up. What? Is my Princess Yin still not worthy of you? Today, you must give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I will have to off your head. The Emperor's house is full of moodiness. But this is just Emperor Ming's performance. He is putting pressure on Qin Feng. Eunuchly immediately advised in a low voice. Mr. Qin, don't make any mistakes. When Qin Feng heard this, he bowed and clasped his fists, refusing on the spot. He spoke with reason and moved with emotion, recounting every detail of his acquaintance with the 2 ladies and their shared experiences of adversity, and stated that he had made a secret decision in his heart that he would not marry another girl. So even though His Highness Yin is extremely outstanding, he doesn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. Eunuchly couldn't help but admire him when he heard this. Throughout the ages, there have been many men who abandoned their useless wives and married relatives of the emperor in order to cling to the powerful. And how many people in the world can be so neither humble nor arrogant in front of His Majesty? His Royal Highness Yin would like young Master Qin, either for no reason or because I don't know how His Majesty will react. Thinking of this, eunuchly looked forward cautiously. Emperor Ming looked at Qin Feng with an expressionless face. But in his heart, he was extremely satisfied with what the other party said. Only this kind of character is worthy of entrusting him to Yin. So, no matter what, you can't marry Yin? Emperor Ming asked calmly. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and then said word by word, Unless your Majesty issues an imperial decree conferring marriage, I will never agree. When Emperor Ming and eunuchly heard this, they were both stunned on the spot. After Qin Feng left, eunuchly said with a smile, That boy has said so much. It is clear that he is still willing to marry. For His Majesty, the imperial decree granting marriage is a matter of no effort at all. Emperor Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you think he wants me to decree a marriage? Eunuchly thought for a moment and tentatively asked. Maybe you want to give yourself a step down? Emperor Ming shook his head. Is it because His Highness Yin has a noble status, and he wants to fulfill his etiquette? Emperor Ming shook his head again and then said, There are legends about him everywhere in Fengtian City. Have you never heard of them? Eunuchly immediately replied, Of course I have heard of it. But Your Majesty, what does this have to do with his request for a marriage? Since you have heard of it, you should know that it is almost a common knowledge that the boy is afraid of Madame. I didn't believe it at first, thinking it was an exaggeration. But now I see it. It's even worse. Eunuchly came to his senses and said in surprise, The boy from the Qin family wants His Majesty's decree to marry him. Could it be that he wants to show it to his 2 ladies? Emperor Ming nodded, looking a little helpless. This person clearly has a thief's heart but not the courage. So I want to put the blame on his head. Eunuchly was also stunned on the spot, not knowing how to express himself for a long time. After a long time, he sighed, Young Master Qin, you are really unpredictable. It's just that Your Majesty, I still have something unclear. Why are you suddenly so concerned about His Highness Yun's marriage? You clearly wanted her to help you with more financial and political affairs. And you didn't want her to get married too early. Since ancient times, the imperial family has always favored sons over daughters. But this was completely different for Emperor Ming. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Emperor Ming to hand over Jubiozai, an important source of finance, to Yin. It is even less possible to ask Yin's opinion on some important matters. Emperor Ming answered the question inappropriately. What do you think of Qin Feng? Uniquely was stunned for a moment. Then replied, it can be said that there is no one before or since. And it is not a bad idea to replace Tianjin Guisher in the future. You must know that in Dacian, comparing scholars to Tianjin Guisher is the highest evaluation. Uniquely has been with you all year round, and his ability to be cautious in his words and actions has reached its peak. Generally speaking, he does not speak too fully, but in front of His Majesty, he has expressed this opinion more than once, and that is sincere admiration. After all, looking back on every detail of Qin Feng's arrival in Fengtian City, it is no exaggeration to call him a legend. Inventing gunpowder, improving military skills, and establishing Taiping Academy. These feats have improved the strength of Dacian soldiers, and the number of literary saints has also increased dramatically. It is no exaggeration to say that Dacian's current national destiny continues to be strong. In addition to His Majesty's good governance of the country, Qin Feng is also indispensable. Of course, Uniquely would only keep these thoughts in his heart. Important events such as the opening of the Golden Dragon's eyes symbolized the supreme power of the Emperor. How could it be linked to outsiders? But Emperor Ming bluntly acknowledged it. Qin Feng is indispensable for the great success of the country. Yin fell in love with him again. In this case, deciding on this marriage earlier would have solved one of my worries. And Emperor Ming didn't say the next words, but looked at the scroll in the Imperial study room, looking at the sharp sword on it that had not yet come out of the body, and was in a daze. The words of the Imperial Master Tianjin were recalled in his mind for a long time. He would not blame Emperor Tianjin for his choice. Being able to open the eyes of the 8-9 dragons was enough to show what an amazing person this ancestor was. If you put yourself in their shoes, who is only one step away from leaving the prosperous age of the country? Who would be willing to use his own sacrifice to help future generations? What is the difference between this and the archer who wants to build a prosperous age for his country? When that time comes, what choice will I make? Emperor Ming asked himself in his heart. But he had no answer. It was approaching the end of autumn, and the sky was getting dark early. When Qin Feng returned to Qin Mansion, the sun was already setting. Emperor Ming's words in the Imperial study room were still echoing in his mind, making him feel quite complicated. If I see that guy now, I really don't know how to face her. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows and sighed. Don't know who to face. The door of Qin Mansion was pushed open, and Yin in an elegant white dress appeared in front of her. Under the moonlight, her eyes were bright and her skin was like jade, reflecting a warm luster. Qin Feng had known for a long time that Yin was a woman of great beauty, and with random thoughts in his mind, this beauty made people even more intoxicated. Fortunately, he caught a glimpse of the unremarkable figure on the other person's chest and quickly came to his senses, with a look of regret in his eyes. What are you looking at? Yin realized it and became angry. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, but unfortunately, he didn't squeeze out any arc. Qin Feng coughed dryly. I'm just curious. It's so late. Why haven't you gone back yet? Because he has never seen you. Yin calmed down the unnatural look in his eyes and said calmly. Qin Xiao and Qin Lan are too cute. Staying with them. This is the time before you know it. I see. Children are so pretty. If you really like it, why don't you have one? You will be upset when the time comes. Qin Feng said with a smile without thinking. But the moment he said it, he regretted it. Is this interesting? It's boring. The two looked at each other quietly. Yin's expression was as usual. She lifted the hair around her ears without leaving a trace, covering the tips of her ears that were a little red due to heat. Give me a ride? After a moment of silence, Yin was the first to break the silence. Qin Feng immediately responded. Okay. When the princess travels, she is naturally equipped with a carriage, which is located in the stable outside the old restaurant. Although they were only a few streets apart, the two of them slowed down their pace in perfect agreement and walked for a long time. It wasn't until they saw the royal groom combing the horse's mane in the stable that they realized they had arrived at their destination. After a simple farewell, Qin Feng wanted to go home, but was stopped by Yin at this moment. What's wrong? Yin asked softly. To you? What is the relationship between the two of us? Qin Feng was slightly startled. Of course we are close friends. Friend? A trace of disappointment flashed in Yun's eyes. This answer was within her expectation. But it was not the answer she wanted. She let out a breath, seemingly trying to gather her courage, and finally said, But I don't want to be just your good friend anymore. Chapter 777 Naturally. Kill the Dog Emperor. The moonlight was like water, and the light words were like silk teasing Qin Feng's heart. He is just timid and afraid of his wife. And he is not a straight man. Yin has already said this. So how can he not understand the other person's intentions? The horses in the stables are trampling their hooves, and the streets outside the old restaurant are filled with pedestrians and constant noise. But at this moment, Qin Feng and Yin seemed to only be able to hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. He looked at the other party quietly, and a bright red bloomed on her jade-like face. Women have taken the initiative to do this. It would be too cowardly if they didn't express any more. Although the imperial edict has not been issued yet, and Qin Feng has not reported it to the two ladies, he can no longer care about so much at this moment. He slowly raised his right hand and slowly approached the opponent. Yun's hands were clasped under her white sleeves. She was nervous and looking forward to it, and even worried that Qin Feng would hear her beating heart. She was ready and leaned forward slightly. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from the door of the old restaurant. Brother Qin, why are you here? Qin Feng's body stiffened, and he quickly retracted his right hand, and then looked for someone to greet him. The person who greeted him was none other than Zhang Qifeng from the Demon Slayer division. At this moment, the other party was holding a wine bottle in his hand, with a hint of drunkenness on his face. It was obvious that he had just finished drinking. Yun also looked away, and after recognizing the other person's face clearly, a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. She naturally recognized this guy and was deeply impressed. When she and Qin Feng went out on missions, it was this guy who had no eyesight who repeatedly ruined her good deeds. And tonight, at such a critical moment, he appeared again at an untimely time. The old and new grudges add up, and Yun wants to kill him with 1,000 knives. Hurry up and tell me, Yun said silently in her mind, narrowing her eyes slightly, using her eyes to warn the other party to be more understanding. However, the drunk Zhang Qifeng obviously lost his judgment on the dangerous situation and couldn't care less about it. So he leaned forward with the wine bottle in hand. As he got closer, with the help of the lamp hanging in the stable, he could see clearly that there was another person beside Brother Qin. She was wearing an elegant long dress as white as the moonlight, and her beautiful face would captivate the whole country. But her expression was a little too cold. At this time, it was already dark, and a man and a woman were alone outside the restaurant. Zhang Qifeng understood something instantly and pointed at Qin Feng with a mean smile. Brother Qin, you are dishonest. There are 2 beautiful ladies in your family who are as beautiful as flowers, but you still dare to come out and eat. But why do I feel that the girl looks so familiar? Zhang Qifeng looked at her for a few times and felt that she seemed familiar. But in his memory, there was no woman who could match her. This shouldn't be the case. Why can't I remember who this beautiful woman is? He shook his head, thinking that he had drunk too much and his thoughts were disordered. You are teasing the princess of the day. You are going to the toilet with a lantern and looking for death. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped forward and said, Brother Qin Feng, you have drunk too much. Go back and rest quickly. Zhang Qifeng waved his hand. It's only 2 kilograms, so it's not much. Even if you give me another 3 kilograms of liquor, I can still drink it, Yin said coldly. If I remember correctly, you should be on duty at the gate of Fontian City at this point. If you leave your post without permission while on duty, and you drink and cause trouble, according to the laws of Dagon Demon Slayer Division, your crime can be punishable by death. Huh? Zhang Qifeng smiled disdainfully. The night watch for the city is at Su hour. It's just a quarter of the hour now, and there are still 3/4 of an hour left. With my pace, I can rush to the city gate, and there will be at least 1/4 of an hour to spare. Where can I go? Considered AWOL? Wait, who are you, and how do you know that I am responsible for guarding the city gate at night? Because it is me who asked you to guard the city gate at night. Yin took a breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. How could she be too rude in front of the person she likes? After Zhang Qifeng disrupted the situation, the previous atmosphere was gone. She could only suppress her feelings and choose to go home. Ready your horse, he called softly. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a lean middle-aged man. It was Imo Lintian, who was Yun's bodyguard when he managed Jubiozai. This movement startled Zhang Qifeng and made him extremely frightened. Is this the groom? Are you kidding me? Does anyone have a groom who is at the peak of 5th grade? Mo Lintian nodded to Qin Feng, then looked at Zhang Qifeng with a strange look on his face. He had never seen such a guy who was not afraid of death. Without paying much attention, he just shook his head, and Mo Lintian pulled out the carriage in the stable. After Yin got on the carriage, he got on the horse and drove away. Zhang Qifeng, who saw the horse clearly, was stunned and said in a trembling voice, "Tread on the Snow Dragon colt." Working as an errand in Fengtian City and guarding the city gates, he had long developed the ability to read horses and identify their owners. It is obvious that only the rich and powerful can own such a magical horse. Coupled with the fact that a 5th grade peak warrior is the groom, it is self-evident how noble the status of the girl in the white dress is. Perhaps because he experienced too many shocks in a short period of time, Zhang Qifeng became more sober and finally remembered why he felt that the girl looked familiar. I remembered. She and Mr. N from before. Their facial features are almost carved out of the same mold. Brother Qin, is that girl a compatriot of Mr. N? It's terrible. It's terrible. I just spoke so freely. Will I be blamed by her future wife? Zhang Qifeng turned pale with fright. Don't worry. We are not compatriots. Qin Feng shook his head. Seriously? Brother Qin, please don't lie to me. Zhang Qifeng said excitedly. She is Mr. N, and Mr. N is her. A woman disguised as a man? Zhang Qifeng's eyes widened, and he understood instantly. He recalled the scenes when he was on the mission. It turned out that Mr. N was not as good as Long Yang. She was originally a woman, and she loved Brother Qin, and he was not very discerning. So he ruined the contact between her and Brother Qin again and again. No wonder after I returned to Fengtian City, instead of being promoted, my salary was reduced, and I was assigned to the most painful and tiring night duty. Zhang Qifeng suddenly realized. No, for the sake of my future career, I have to find a way to make amends. Brother Qin, which family does she belong to? I will pay her a visit someday and express my apologies. I just hope that she will not forget the villain's fault and let me go. I just don't know if my meager offering can buy me a sufficient amount of apology. The words fell, but no response was heard. Zhang Qifeng looked up and saw Qin Feng looking at him with sympathy. Qin Feng patted Zhang Qifeng on the shoulder and sighed. Fortunately, you are alone and have nothing to worry about. In the next life, your eyes will be brighter and your mouth will be stricter. Zhang Qifeng's face turned pale with fright, and he said in a crying tone, Brother Qin, don't scare me. Who is she? The current princess, Yun. Snap! The wine bottle fell, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Zhang Qifeng sat paralyzed on the ground, at a loss. Only after Qin Feng left did he burst into tears. People around asked him, but he didn't answer. He just kept repeating, dead. The duty time has passed. And Zhang Qifeng, who was tired from crying, did not go to the city gate to change his shift. Instead, he got up and stumbled to Piaoxiang courtyard, took out all his savings and ordered an oiran. It was originally the wife's money he had saved, but death is like a lamp going out, and these money and things cannot be taken away. So it is better to indulge in one last indulgence before death. It has to be said that the courtesan of Piaoxiangyuan is indeed different from ordinary women, which made him forget his sorrow for a short time. In the following days of waiting for death, Zhang Qifeng did not receive news of beheading. Instead, he was summoned by Lord Ding and scolded by Yu Yitong. The reason was naturally because he left his post without permission and slept with the courtesan while on duty. It was inevitable that he would be fined and his salary would be cut off, and he would be beaten to pieces with 100 big boards. But these are nothing compared to death. Therefore, the colleagues who were in charge of the punishment and onlookers saw a rather strange scene. Zhang Qifeng was being slapped, and at the same time, he was crying with joy. What Qin Feng said was naturally just to scare Zhang Qifeng. After all, the latter had ruined his good deeds. It's just that he didn't expect that his words would bring such results. Of course, these are all things for later. Yun, who returned to the palace, recalled what she said outside the stable. At that time, she didn't realize it on a whim. But thinking about it now, it only made her blush and her heart beat faster. How could I say such a thing? However, after being shy, she thought of Qin Feng's action of raising his hand and the deep affection in his eyes, and her shyness instantly turned into deep joy. You also said that you consider me a good friend, so you clearly have me in your heart. The candles in the palace were bright, and the night wind blew through the curtains, swaying slightly, just like her mood at the moment. A little drifting, Yin lay on the soft bed, swinging her feet gently. When the maids not far away saw this, They were all frightened. They have served His Highness Yin for who knows how many years. In their eyes, His Highness Yin is well educated and as graceful and noble as the Queen. When has she ever shown such a daughter-like attitude tonight? Your Highness, what's going on? Don't ask too much. Don't look too much. Just do your duty. At this moment, the voice of the guard outside the palace sounded. It was the arrival of the Queen. After hearing the summons, Yin hurriedly got up from the bed and tidied up her appearance. Within a moment, she returned to her usual appearance. The Queen entered the hall, glanced at the palace maids, waved her hand and said, "Everyone, please step aside. Mother, it's getting late. Why do you want to come here at this time?" Yin asked curiously. "But what happy thing happened to you?" the dignified Queen said softly. Hearing this, Yin's eyes dodged a little. "It's just like the past. Nothing special happened." "Why did the Queen say that? I see your brows are full of joy. So I can't help but be a little curious." "Yes. Is it that obvious?" Yin turned away his head and pretended to be calm. "Maybe it's because he has improved his cultivation. So he feels better. That's it." The Queen no longer asked any more questions, but told the purpose of her visit. After hearing this, Yin stood up suddenly. Her expression changed with shock. "Father, is he going to decree a marriage?" "Yes." The Queen nodded slightly, also a little confused. "His Majesty didn't care about this in the past. But today he took the initiative to find me and explain this matter." "Mother, have you agreed?" Yin asked uneasily. "Since it is His Majesty's will, I can't say much." "Mother, how could you do this? You clearly know who Yun's respected person is." Yun's voice suddenly became louder, and even the maids and guards outside the palace heard it. The young palace maid was curious and wanted to poke her head in to see why His Highness Yun suddenly lost his composure. Fortunately, the older palace maid stopped him in time to avoid making a big mistake. The Queen frowned and said, "How can it be appropriate to be so rude? I haven't said yet who the marriage is to be. No matter who it is, I am." He stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Yin seemed to have guessed something, and her whole heart was in her throat. She looked at her mother in disbelief, and did not dare to mention the person's name directly. She just asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "Qin family. Qin Feng." Yin staggered when the familiar words were spoken. Fortunately, the Queen's quick eyesight and quick hands helped her in time. The Queen was about to accuse, but seeing Yin's expression of tears of joy, she could only sigh helplessly. "I'm so happy." On the other side, Qin Feng returned to the Qin mansion. After finishing his dinner, he thought about today's events and felt that his head was as big as two. The beauty is kind, and the Emperor has granted marriage. The matter is already a certainty. But after all, it is necessary to communicate with the two ladies first. Otherwise it will only create a gap and affect the future life of the couple. Jinli has already suffered something like this once, so we must not tell her about it first. To be on the safe side, it's best to talk to Fei Lan first, and try to persuade her with reason and emotion. If you succeed in persuading her, you can also ask her to help me persuade Jinli." After thinking about it, Qin Feng exhaled and walked towards Fei Lan's room. Outside the door of the house, the familiar fragrance of medicine came to her face. Song Filan was standing there quietly, waiting for the medicine to be boiled. She also did not forget to practice, closing her eyes there to recuperate and recuperate. When Qin Feng saw the decoction, his body actually had a stress reaction, and his waist ached slightly. He knew that tonight would be another protracted battle. Song Filan heard the noise and opened her eyes. "Miss Sir, why are you here? I'm going to find you later." As he spoke, the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Qin Feng took a deep breath and calmed down before speaking. "That's it. Madam, I encountered something these days, and I don't know how to deal with it. So I wanted to come over and ask for your opinion." "What's up?" "Well, I have a friend." From a third-person perspective, Qin Feng tells an emotional story about an infatuated man who clearly wanted to stay with his wife and grow old together, but was forced to marry another princess because of the marriage granted by the emperor. Among them, the man's mental journey can be described as bumpy and tangled. "How could such a thing happen?" Song Filan frowned. "Yes, but His Majesty granted marriage. But my friend had to marry him. But he was worried about the rift between him and his wife. So he wanted to ask me to ask you, how would you respond if you encountered such a situation?" Qin Feng carefully observed Fei Lan's reaction, only to hear the other party say in a cold voice, "If it were me, I would naturally kill that dog emperor." Qin Feng, Chapter 778. No friends at all. No. No. Madam. Why did you kill that dog? Why did you kill your majesty? Qin Feng was extremely puzzled. Song Filan explained coldly. Your friend and your wife love each other very much and don't want to marry again. But the dog emperor doesn't care and insists on giving him another princess. If I were your friend's wife, I would definitely not be able to bear this tone. Even if I didn't kill the dog emperor, I would still have to confront him and ask him to withdraw the imperial edict. There must have been too many things that happened recently, which made my mind a little confused. I actually thought of asking Fei Lan for some ventilation first. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked cautiously. What if my friend is willing to marry again? And with me? The princess can be considered consensual. So what do you think? Madam? Song Filan frowned when she heard this, and looked up. You already have a wife at home, and you still dare to mess around with women outside? If it were me. Before he finished speaking, a bolt of thunder struck down, severely cutting off the exposed treetops of the trees in the courtyard. Damn it! Qin Feng subconsciously covered his crotch, his scalp numb with fear. Miss Sir, what are you so afraid of? Song Filan's eyes were full of scrutiny and doubt. We are both men. I am just a little moved. Qin Feng said dryly. Song Filan was doubtful, and then warned. Who is that friend of yours? I advise you to stay away from him, and don't get into these bad habits like him. My wife misunderstood. I told you what if. My friend is definitely a model of loyalty. A good man among good men. All this is the problem of that dog emperor. He insists on issuing an imperial edict to marry a princess. What is this? But the dog emperor is the king of a country after all. And imperial edicts are not child's play. There is a high probability that this marriage is unavoidable. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Song Filan snorted coldly and made no other comments. Anyway, this was just a friend of her husband. Not him. And it had nothing to do with her. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng observed Fei Lan's reaction and said, Actually, I think my friend's wife should understand him. After all, these are all problems caused by the dog emperor. Even if there is resentment, it should be expressed on the dog emperor. Just like when I married Filan. Jinli was extremely reluctant at first. But isn't it true that our family is in harmony now? Hearing this, Song Filan subconsciously looked away. After all, she was indeed a thief. Therefore, his tone became weaker. How can my situation be compared with that of your friend? Madam, you are knowledgeable and considerate. You should learn to put yourself in other people's shoes and consider their difficulties. Many things are actually not so difficult to accept if you think about it. As the saying goes, endure the calm for a while, and take a step back to open up the world. Qin Feng spread his hands. At this time, Song Filan reacted and looked sideways with burning eyes. Wait a minute. We are obviously discussing your friend's affairs. Why did you start to persuade me? That friend of yours? Shouldn't it? Qin Feng felt nervous and hurriedly defended. Madam, look at you. You are overthinking. Aren't you? I am doing this entirely to teach my friend how to persuade his wife through you. That's all. That's all. Let me take care of this troublesome thing. Madam, you continue to do your business, and I won't disturb you. After saying this, Qin Feng turned around and left in a hurry, lest Fei Lan would catch the clue if he said too much. Song Filan looked at the other person's back disappearing in the corridor. Thoughtfully, she always felt that her husband's words and deeds were a bit strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. No, I have to tell Sister Jinli about this. Thinking of this, she extinguished the fire for brewing the medicine and rushed towards Lu Jinli's room. Outside the neat and tidy room, Lu Jinli, dressed in white, was closing his eyes to adjust the energy in his body. Not far from her, there was a fire. Lan Ningxuang, dressed in blue, was waving the fan in her hand to control the heat of the fire. Just at this moment, a sound of breaking wind sounded. Lan Ningxuang looked for the sound and asked curiously, Miss Filan, why are you here? Song Filan did not answer immediately, but looked at the decoction being cooked, and the familiar scent of the medicine came to her face. She turned her head and looked at Sister Jinli, who was also looking at her at this moment. Sister Jinli, didn't we agree during the day that no one is allowed to go to our husband tonight? What you are doing is, it's chicken soup. Lu Jinli opened her red lips lightly, and then glanced at Lan Ningxuang lightly. The latter was stunned for a moment and said hurriedly, Yes, the lady asked me to make chicken soup, saying that she wanted to replenish my uncle's health. She didn't even bother to think of an excuse. And it was exactly the same as last time. Song Filan's eyes twitched slightly, and she took a step forward. Since it's chicken soup, and I happen to be not full for dinner tonight, why don't Sister Jinli give me a sip? As soon as he finished speaking, a chi jet hit the earthen jar, and with a bang, the earthen jar turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the night sky. This chicken soup has been cooked for a long time. If Fei Lan wants to drink it, I will ask Ning Shuang to make it for you again. At this moment, the maid Chinger came here and asked, Second young madam, do you still need the soup outside your room? I see that the fire has been extinguished, but the soup inside is still full. If it is no longer needed, then I will put it away. It's not soup. It's chicken soup. Song Filan argued. Chicken soup? But the taste is distinct. It's chicken soup. Song Filan said firmly. The chicken soup is cold. Just pour it. No need to say more. Okay then. Chinger left in confusion. The taste was obviously the decoction that the young master often drank. In the courtyard, the three of them looked at each other in silence for a moment. Song Filan spoke first to break the awkward atmosphere. Sister Jinli's cultivation seems to have improved again. Her control of qi just now has reached the level of perfection. Lu Jinli nodded slightly. The journey to the western region has been fruitful. I believe that you will be the same at this point. Song Filan did not deny it. After Qin Feng initially mastered the principles of yin and yang, he could achieve endless circulation of yin and yang in his body instead of taking a double break. For Lu Jinli and Lu Jinli, this is a shortcut to quickly improve their cultivation and experience the Tao principles firsthand. In the extreme realm of the western region, they have witnessed many battles in transcendental realms, especially the battles with gods and demons in Su Tianyua's illusion and Taoism, which also gave them a deeper understanding of Taoism and actual combat. I believe it won't be long before I can step into a higher realm, Song Filan said firmly. Lu Jinli responded lightly and then asked, Why are you here? That's it. Song Filan immediately said exactly what Qin Feng had just said to her. I don't know how my husband's friend is doing at home now, but Sister Jinli, if you encounter this kind of situation, how will you respond? After the words fell, no one responded for a long time. Song Filan looked up and saw Lu Jinli's eyes slightly closed, as if he was thinking about something. Sister Jinli? What's wrong with you? Song Filan asked curiously. Lu Jinli's red lips parted slightly. Where is your husband? It's time to go back to the bedroom. Okay. Lu Jinli nodded and walked towards Qin Feng's room with a cold expression. Lan Ningxuang's face was ugly, and she followed closely. Song Filan asked curiously. Sister Jinli seems to be angry. Could it be that she feels the same way and thinks that the dog emperor deserves to die? Lan Ningxuang gritted her teeth. Miss Filan, you don't have any friends at all. The friend that my uncle talks about is himself. What? Chapter 779. If I don't agree, you won't marry? I originally thought of convincing Fei Lan first, and then going to talk to Jinli about it. But it turned out that my thinking was too simple. Even Fei Lan is like this. What kind of reaction will Jinli have? Qin Feng sat on the bedside and couldn't help but sigh. Before the imperial edict is issued, I'd better check out the two ladies' opinions on Jinli's side. Let's talk about it later. After all, I have a friend who told me that I never deceived her in the first place. Well, thinking about it this way, Filan is much simpler than Jinli. Just as he was thinking this, the door was pushed open, and a man dressed in white came into view. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw Lu Jinli looking at him with an expressionless face. Something seemed wrong. Qin Feng swallowed, and when he saw Song Filan and Lan Ningxuang following closely behind, he instantly guessed the reason Filan must have told Jinli what happened before. The fact was just as Qin Feng expected. Song Filan frowned and said in a cold tone, Miss Sir, you might as well tell me what happened to your friend just now. After about a stick of incense, Qin Feng confessed everything and sat upright, carefully observing the reactions of the two ladies. Song Filan gritted her silver teeth. So, as Ningxuang said to me, there is no so-called friend at all. That person is yourself? Yes. Qin Feng replied softly. Why did your majesty issue an imperial edict to grant marriage to my uncle? Doesn't he know that you already have a young lady in Miss Filan? Lan Ningxuang asked curiously, with an unhappy tone. She hadn't even had her turn yet. So why was there another one who fell from the sky? The county wants to jump in line, because I strongly requested it, just to shirk the blame. Qin Feng naturally only dared to keep it in his heart. He said angrily, Maybe his majesty thinks that I am too good and wants to help the royal family pass on the bloodline? Click. Boom. The floor in the room collapsed because it could not bear the strength of the two ladies. Qin Feng hurriedly changed his words. I was joking. Song Filan sneered. Lu Jinli asked lightly. Which princess is she from? As the daughter of Lu Junshan, even if she never pays attention to these royal relatives, she still knows more or less about them. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Who is the princess that your majesty wanted to marry? Speak quickly! Song Filan shouted softly. Qin Feng immediately replied. Not the princess, but the princess. As soon as these words came out, Lu Jinli and Lan Ningxuang's expressions changed. Song Filan said coldly. That dog emperor really likes my husband and wants to force his daughter over to him. Sister Jinli, why do you two look like this? As a dragon, she naturally didn't care about the identity of the human princess. She just thought she was one of the dog emperor's daughters. Lan Ningxuang said with a complicated expression. The Emperor Ming has 3 princesses in total. Apart from the eldest princess, the other 2 are one who is a child and one who is still in the infant stage. In other words, it is the eldest princess who was granted the marriage by the imperial decree. The eldest princess is Yin. Lu Jinli added softly. When Song Filan heard this, her beautiful eyes widened and she stood up from her seat. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. After a moment, she looked at Qin Feng fiercely. You knew this already? Madam, I was wrong. Eunuch came to see me today and said that he was summoned by His Majesty. I only found out about it at that time. Lu Jinli and the other 3 looked at each other with complicated expressions. If it were a princess they didn't know, they would naturally not look upon her favorably. But Yin was considered an old friend. During this period of time, the other party has been busy helping the Qin family, and they still treat her like a sister. They really don't know how to deal with it. Does Yin know about this? Lu Jinli raised his head and asked. Qin Feng recalled Yin's appearance when he met him not long ago, and shook his head. I probably don't know. If he knew, he didn't believe that the other party could still be so calm. Then the dog emperor insists on granting the marriage. Song Filan thought for a moment and said seriously. Sister Jinli, let's go into the palace together and see the dog emperor. How about canceling the marriage before the imperial edict is issued? If any other woman said this, it would definitely be bragging. But if the person who said this was Song Filan, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to have foreseen that with Song Filan's order, the Dragon Clan would come out in full force, the scene that forced Emperor Ming to withdraw his idea of a marriage. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but tremble. Absolutely not. As soon as these words were spoken, 3 lines of sight were projected towards him, sending shivers down one's spine. Qin Feng swallowed a sip of saliva and began to understand it rationally and emotionally. Don't get me wrong. This marriage was originally a mistake brought by Emperor Ming, and I don't agree with it. In fact, when I heard about this in the imperial study, I could have refused, but I didn't speak up. Why do you think this is? None of the 3 responded, but their expression said everything. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed, and asked and answered. Throughout the ages, whether it is a man or a woman, if someone breaks off an engagement, it will definitely hurt your self-esteem. If others find out, it will become a joke, and you will not be able to hold your head up in front of everyone. I once heard someone say that a woman, relying on her own background and cultivation, looked down upon the man she had been engaged to since childhood, and brought her elders to her house to break off the engagement. As a result, the 2 originally harmonious families turned against each other, and the man whose engagement was broken off was even more so. Qin Feng didn't say the rest, but sighed and shook his head, because then the man dropped the harsh words of 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi, and became famous from then on, which was inconsistent with the current situation. Qin Feng continued. We have known Yin for a long time. Can you bear to see her suffer such an experience? The word stopped abruptly here. Women are all emotional, and the next step is the process of self-defeat. All Qin Feng had to do was wait patiently, and then sigh heavily from time to time to speed up the process. Half of the candles in the room were burned out, and the lights were dimmed a bit. The first self-defeating person appeared. Lan Ningxuang hesitated. Miss, I think it's really inappropriate. Hearing this, Song Filan opened her lips slightly but said nothing. She focused her eyes on Lu Jinli, waiting for the latter's answer. Lu Jinli pondered for a moment, then turned his head to look at Qin Feng and asked lightly, Miss Sir, do you like her? When Qin Feng heard this, his memory suddenly went back to the night before he went to Chuanglui to marry Song Filan. Back then, Jianli had asked the same question. Song Filan and Lan Ningxuang are both looking at it. Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Lu Jianli asked softly. When will the imperial edict be issued? Your Majesty didn't tell me. I think it will only come in these few days. Madam, do you agree? Qin Feng said uncertainly. Since my husband likes me and has an imperial edict to marry me, what can I do if I don't agree? Just like Filan back then. If I didn't agree, would you not marry me? Lu Jianli asked back. At this point, Qin Feng subconsciously glanced at Fei Lan, who looked away pretending to be casual. What if I say I don't like it? Qin Feng asked curiously. Then we can only go and see Emperor Ming, Lu Jianli said without thinking. Damn it. Chapter 780 The Imperial Decree comes. 2 days later, the Qin family had just finished lunch. Ernyang was taking care of Qin Shao and Qin Lan in the lobby while looking eagerly into the distance. Seeing this, Qin Feng asked curiously. Ernyang, what are you looking at? Ernyang said in confusion. It's really strange. Normally, Yin would come here at this time every day. It's okay that she was nowhere to be seen yesterday. Maybe something happened. So why didn't she come today? When Qin Feng heard this, his body froze. He was certain that Yin must have known about Emperor Ming's decree to grant a marriage. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. Lu Jianli looked sideways. Lan Ningxuang stopped moving her hands. And Song Filan sneered, waiting for his explanation. After the exchange the night before, with Lu Jianli's approval, the marriage was accepted, and they were waiting for the imperial edict to be issued. But even so, several people inevitably still have some grudges in their hearts. And the most unhappy person among them is Song Filan. Because of this, she also tormented Qin Feng severely these past 2 nights as a way to vent her dissatisfaction. Sensing the strange atmosphere in the lobby, Ernyang looked at Qin Feng and asked curiously, Feng, do you know what's going on? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to explain. He originally wanted to wait until the imperial edict was issued to tell his second mother about the marriage granted by His Majesty. But looking at his current appearance, it seemed that there was no way to hide it. In desperation, he told what happened in detail. When Ernyang heard this, she was dumbfounded. It's actually like this. Jianli and Fei Lan. Do you two know? Lu Jianli nodded slightly. When Ernyang saw this, she felt quite complicated for a moment. Not because the princess wanted to marry into the Qin family, but because she didn't know how to change her attitude towards getting along with Yin. To be honest, in the past, when Yin came to her door to greet her, chatting about her family's shortcomings and rouge and gouache, she would have the illusion that the two of them had met each other late and were like close friends. In this world, she would be a proper best friend. But as soon as the imperial edict granted marriage came out, his former best friend turned into his daughter-in-law. Who can change this immediately? I regard you as my best friend. But you want to sleep with my son? Of course. Ernyang is a woman after all. And now she has come to realize that. Yin came to the house to make trouble when nothing happened. And she treated Jianli and Filan as sisters. So she probably had this thought for a long time. After thinking about it, she felt a lot. But as long as Jianli and Filan didn't mind, she wouldn't say anything more. After all, apart from her relationship with Yin, which was like best friends, she was still extremely satisfied with Yin. Moreover, there was one sentence that she had kept in her heart for a long time, but she was never embarrassed to say it. That is, although the two daughters-in-law, Jianli and Filan, are extremely outstanding, they really have no hope of educating their children. Fei Lan didn't say anything anymore. After all, she was from the Dragon Clan. She didn't know the habits of the human race. Whenever she encountered Xiao Lan'er being naughty, she would communicate with her aunt that she would take Xiao Lan'er back to Tianqi to undergo the baptism and training of thunder. Although Jianli was not so exaggerated, he was not much better. Xiao Shao's talent in swordsmanship has been astonishing since the day she was born. How can it be ordinary if it can attract visions? With time and training, she will definitely be as good as her mother. Or even better. But training also depends on age and occasion. Which mother would put a blue sword in the swaddle of a newborn baby? When I was really not afraid of sleeping, Xiao was cut by a sharp blade. Fortunately, after her repeated attempts to stop him, Jianli finally stopped this behavior. But she was also convinced that if Jianli and Filan were allowed to take care of their children, Xiao and Lan'er might not be able to grow up safely. In this regard, Yin is very good. The princess of the current dynasty has been influenced by court etiquette since she was a child. And like Feng, she has learned the literary and saintly traditions practiced by Tianjin Guisher. If she is allowed to take care of the child, she will definitely be a good choice. Choose. Ernyang, who understood this, had more expectations in her heart. She said, "Since His Majesty has granted you the marriage, we can't refuse it. But Feng, please don't wrong Jinli and Feilin just because you married Her Highness the Princess. Do you understand? I have to have the courage to wrong the two of them." Feeling the pain in his waist, Qin Feng squeezed out a smile. "Don't worry, Ernyang. I can't do it." Ernyang nodded. "That's good. By the way, when will the Imperial Edict be issued?" "I don't know the specifics, but it should be within the next few days." The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight enveloped Fengtian City, the sound of horse hooves appeared outside the gate of Qin Mansion. As the voice of, "The Imperial Edict has arrived. Qin Feng of the Qin family has come out to receive the edict," sounded. Qin Feng glanced at the two ladies beside him, then took a deep breath and walked out of the lobby. You don't need to guess to know that this is His Majesty's Imperial Edict granting marriage. The Qin family waited respectfully at the door. Uniquely looked at Qin Feng, held up the Imperial Edict and announced, "By God's blessing, the Emperor decreed. I heard that Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, is gentle and honest, has outstanding appearance, and has made many meritorious deeds in Dakian. I am very happy that it is the right time for Princess Yun to get married." At the end of the recitation, all etiquette is left to the Ministry of Etiquette. Choose a good time to get married. I appreciate this. Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and respectfully accepted the order. As the two approached, Uniquely showed a meaningful smile, and Qin Feng responded with a grateful look. The two of them had already understood each other tacitly. Once the Imperial Edict is taken away, the ceremony does not need to be so solemn and solemn. Qin Feng invited Uniquely to come into the house for a drink of water and rest. During this period, Lu Jinli asked lightly, "When is the good time?" As soon as these words came out, a series of eyes came to him. Why did Li Gonggong feel a little chilly and replied, "It should be in the middle of next month. The specific date will be decided by the Ministry of Rights and Your Majesty. We don't dare to talk nonsense." That means there is still 1 month left. Qin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The relationship between Yin and him had changed the moment he accepted the Imperial Edict. To be honest, he was not ready yet. Of course, what he was most worried about was how he would face 3 ladies at the same time after marrying her. Shura fields are bound to appear. But fortunately, he has accumulated some experience in this. But what should I do if I go to bed at night? In the past, Jinli and Feilin took turns coming. But now, they seem to basically go into battle together in order to seize the opportunity. 2 people are already too much for him to bear. If he adds 1 more, Qin Feng couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this. If that were the case, Grandma Lu's ancestral secret recipe wouldn't work at all. It didn't take long for the news of the marriage granted by Emperor Ming to spread throughout Fengtian City, making it known to everyone. Chapter 781 I am afraid of the cold. In the Clearwater Lake in the palace. In a lake pavilion, Yajing sat quietly, looking at the lake in a daze. After learning that her father was going to grant her a marriage, she still dared to go to the Qin mansion. She didn't even know what kind of expression she should use to face Qin Feng. At this moment, she was waiting nervously for news, because she knew that the Imperial Edict granting marriage would be delivered to the Qin mansion and into Qin Feng's hands today. How would that guy feel when he received the Imperial Edict? Will he think that I forced my father to draw up this edict? And Jianli and Fei Lan, how will they view this matter? If I really marry into the Qin family, how should I get along with him? Being able to marry Qin Feng was something she had longed for, so she was naturally very happy. But many problems also came one after another. The inner tangles and uneasiness made her expression sometimes jump for joy, sometimes frowning. Several personal maids not far away couldn't help but whisper when they saw this. Your Highness is really different from the past. How could she show such an expression when she is always calm and composed? His Majesty suddenly granted a marriage and betrothed His Highness Yin to Qin Feng of the Qin family. If it were me, I would be like this if I encountered such a thing. What do you think? When the other maids heard this, they looked at each other and did not answer immediately, until a bold woman chuckled and replied, If you can let me marry Mr. Qin, I will be happy before it is too late. Not to mention Mr. Qin's Yushu face is the wind. Who knows his name in Fengtian City? If such a good thing happened to me, I would wash myself clean at night and lie in Master Qin's bed, waiting for him to be lucky. Bah! Several palace maids spat with blushing faces. Although this was a rough statement, several people agreed with it. For men in Dakian Fontian City, Lu Jinli is an excellent spouse. So for the women of Fontian City, Qin Feng is the lover of their dreams. Needless to say about his appearance, each of his feats and astonishing things made the hearts of those who heard about it surge with excitement. However, when he was in his early 20s, he did things that many people could not do in their lifetime and achieved achievements that countless people dream of. How many women can resist being tempted by such a man? Since Mr. Qin is so outstanding, Your Highness should be happy to marry him. Why are you frowning? Could it be that you don't like it? Don't like it? The bold palace maid shook her head in disapproval. Qin Feng has been to the palace before and met His Highness. Although the two of them could not tell anything on the surface, the tenderness in His Highness's eyes could not be faked. She guessed. It must be because I like it so much that I worry too much. After all, Mr. Qin's two ladies are not ordinary women. Maybe His Highness is worried about being suppressed by them after marrying into the Qin mansion. So that's why he showed this look. As soon as these words came out, several palace maids tasted it carefully and thought deeply. After all, she was a princess from the lineage of Lu Jinli and Sanlong. If she were an ordinary woman, with her status and appearance, Her Highness Yun would definitely stand out from the crowd. However, compared with Lu Jinli and Song Filan, although they cannot be said to be at a disadvantage, they cannot take any advantage. Not to mention the two men's looks. One is backed by the Shenhou army and the Sword Alliance, and the other is backed by the entire Dragon clan. To be honest, if the Qin family wants to rebel, this power can completely scare the royal family. Thinking about it this way, it seems that His Majesty's marriage grant is still a preservation strategy. While several maids were brainstorming, a eunuch came over in a hurry. This person is Eunuch Li's little follower, and he is obviously here to give Eunuch Li a message. Under the leadership of the guards, the eunuch came to Yun, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Highness, Mr. Qin has accepted the imperial edict, and there have been no changes during the period." Hearing this, the tight strings in Yun's heart finally relaxed. Now that the decree has been accepted, it is a certainty that there will be no more changes in this marriage. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Has the wedding date been decided yet? I don't know about the good times and auspicious days. I just heard something about it when Eunuch Li was talking to Master Qin. He said that the Ministry of Rites selected it, and the middle of next month would be the best." Next month, Yin murmured. In the Ministry of Rites, all the officials were extremely busy. The princess's wedding is no small matter. All etiquette must be in place. So even if the wedding is next month, they have to prepare in advance. Mr. Zhang, the Minister of Rites, looked at the stack of official documents on the papers and couldn't help but sigh. The last time he was so busy was when Qin Feng married a woman from the Dragon clan. He didn't expect that this time it would be because of him again. While he was in a state of distress, a middle-aged man arrived. This man was Jiang Guang, a member of the Ministry of Rites. "Have everything been arranged?" the Minister of Etiquette asked, pinching his brows. Jiang Guang replied, "Qin Feng has accepted the imperial edict, so the wedding will naturally be arranged as soon as possible. But I really didn't expect that Emperor Ming would betroth His Highness Yun to him. I am ashamed to say that when Qin Feng first came to Fontian City and made a name for himself, I thought he was a hidden dragon in the abyss. So I thought about betrothing my little girl to him, but I was rejected. Now it seems that if you want to marry into the Qin family, ordinary women really don't have this blessing." The Minister of Rites snorted coldly. "As an official of the imperial court, I don't want to worry about His Majesty, but I think about these opportunistic things." When Jiang Guang heard this, he looked embarrassed and said, "This is the lower official Ming Lang, but I heard that His Highness Yin is very independent. Will she have any grudge against His Majesty for granting a marriage like this?" "No," the Minister of Rites replied immediately. "Huh? Why is Mr. Zhang so sure?" Master Zhang was about to speak when he heard the words, but swallowed them back. Last time he went to the Qin mansion to ask for a hand in marriage, only to hear that weird mouth speaking the princess's heart. How could he have the nerve to say such a thing after he had just criticized the other party? His Royal Highness Yin is reasonable. Since this marriage is His Majesty's will, she will naturally not have objections. You, on the other hand, are so bold that you dare to talk about Her Highness the Princess behind her back." Jiang Guangdan smiled and said, "We are all our own people here. I just said it casually." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an announcement from outside the hall. "His Royal Highness Yun has arrived." When Jiang Guang heard this, he immediately trembled and broke out in cold sweat. A few people were sitting in the study, and the Minister of Rites ordered someone to pour tea. They chatted for a while. But everything was fine. Jiang Guang, who was so nervous, couldn't help it and asked carefully, "Why are you here? Your Highness?" Yin blew the tea in the cup gently and asked insinuatingly about good times and good luck. The Minister of Rites and Jiang Guang looked at each other, both breathing a sigh of relief. "Since it is your Royal Highness's wedding, you must be extremely cautious. Not only do you have to prepare in advance, but you also have to choose a lot of dates." The official thought for a long time and felt that it would be safest to wait until the middle of next month. The Minister of Rites said respectfully. Then the two of them saw Yin frowning slightly. Jiang Guang felt excited and asked quickly, "Your Highness, are you not satisfied with your life?" Yin said calmly, "It's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that winter is approaching and the weather is getting colder. It's okay to choose an auspicious day, but you also have to take other aspects into consideration. What do you think?" What His Highness said is absolutely true. Then the official election will be held before the middle of next month? The Minister of Rites asked tentatively. Yin tilted his head and looked as usual. "I am afraid of the cold." The implication is that the sooner the better. Chapter 782, Punishing the Southern Ghost Emperor with the Punishment of Hell. In the past few days, all the talk in the streets and alleys of Fengtian City was about the marriage between Qin Feng and the princess. These elusive and interesting things have also become the topics of conversation for them after dinner. Dakian became stronger and stronger day by day, and hundreds of schools of thought contended, making them gradually forget the troubles and terror of demons and ghosts. But outside Fengtian City, the disaster of breaking the balance of life and death has become more and more serious. However, due to the intervention of the Demon Slayer Division and the Imperial Court, few ordinary people are aware of it. The transcendent realms hidden in the four realms of Dakian have all sensed the changes, and they understand that this world is about to usher in a catastrophe. Some chose to leave their original positions, so people often saw that the mountains seemed to be moving at night. Lightning flashed and thundered above the dark clouds, and 8 long snake bodies were wandering there. The shrill chirping of birds can be heard in the volcano. Under the deep sea, a huge black shadow disappeared. Of course, there are also some prudent beings who choose to continue hiding in the void, and among them is the Lord of the Swamp. He sniffed the air and said with an ugly expression, "The disgusting smell is the same as the breath that came from the fairy world when the gods and demons came to the world." He, who has always believed that doing more is worse than doing less, was about to unfold the principles of the void and hide himself deeper, when he saw a body emitting holy white light passing by in the night sky. In the face of disaster, not all beings will choose to retreat, but some will seek change and vitality. And the owner of the white light is obviously one of them. "It's this damn white deer again!" The whisper disappeared into the night. In the southern region, near the highest mountain peak of the moon, a figure stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the bright moonlight above his head, in a daze, as a gust of night wind blew in. The white deer with colorful antlers stepped into the void and landed gently beside the human figure. "You took the initiative to look for me. It seems that you have recovered most of your memories." Light and delicate words came from Bai Lu's mouth, with nostalgia and longing in his eyes. "I want to return to the fairy world." "I see." Bai Lu nodded slightly. Wasn't the planning of thousands of years just for this moment? He knew that the man in front of him was going to return to the upper world to regroup his fighting power to fight the next crisis. "What do you need me to do?" "Help me protect someone." "It's him." On the other side, in the Imperial Study Room, Emperor Ming frowned as he looked at the memorials coming from the 4 regions. He knew that paper could not cover the fire unless the root cause of the problem was solved. But having talked with Tianjin Wushi, he knew that this was not an easy task. Emperor Ming pinched his eyebrows and murmured to himself, "I just hope that all this can wait until Yan gets married." On the top of the climbing tower of Haowen Academy, the Imperial Master Tianjin stood with his hands behind his hands, looking solemn. There were stars shining in his eyes, and he suddenly coughed violently, and blood fell from the corners of his mouth. There was originally an empty space behind it, but the void twisted for a while, and a figure slowly stepped out. It was the god-suppressing Siyu. "You are still using the principles of destiny. You are eager to seek death." The old man with white hair and black beard said calmly, "Everyone dies. It's just a matter of sooner or later. How long can you last?" Tianjin Imperial Master looked away. The surface of Jinshin Siyu's right hand was cracked, but no blood flowed out. He snorted coldly. "After all, it will last longer than you." The strong energy flowed through him, and his right hand was intact as before. "What did you see? The backlash against you was so great?" After a moment, Jinshin Siyu asked. "The subversion of the 3 realms. Hearing this, the God-suppressing Secretary Yu frowned. Is it because of the turmoil in the ghost world? Master Tianjin nodded slightly. Since that's the case, why don't you send someone to the ghost world to support you? You should have a way. It's not time yet. The ghost world. The palace where the ghost master lives. Meng Shuang said in confusion. Master Ghost Lord, the changes in the ghost world clearly have nothing to do with the Southern Ghost Emperor. You know this. Why do you still lock him in the infinite prison? The little lowly sitting on the bone throne opened her eyes leisurely. The situation in the ghost world now is the same as when the mutation started. If you are not careful, you will be catastrophic. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva told me that his golden bowl seal is under strong attack. Not only from within, but also from the outside. Meng Shuang frowned when she heard this. What do you mean? Sir, is that some of us have taken refuge with those guys? Her worries are not without reason. When the Ghost Master died, and the ghost world fell apart, in addition to the strength of the enemy, the internal collapse was also one of the important reasons. After a moment, Meng Shuang seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed with surprise. At this juncture, the ghost world's top combat power is indispensable, and everyone knows it. However, even so, Master Shintu still wanted to attack Master Qin. Sir, your rebirth from Nirvana and your return to the ghost world was originally a matter worthy of celebration. But Shintu didn't seem to be very happy at the time. Before the truth of the matter is revealed, these words must not be spoken nonsense. Shintu has existed since the birth of the ghost world. He cannot hope to see the ghost world subverted. Little Loli shook her head. But why did he target the Southern Ghost Emperor? There should be no dispute between the two of them. Meng Shuang was puzzled. Perhaps at such a critical moment, Shintu doesn't want internal problems to arise. So he wants to temporarily imprison the Southern Ghost Emperor who came from breaking through the boundary. What's more, although Wujian Prison is a place of void cracks, the Southern Ghost Emperor will not be in danger of his life if he stays in it. Zhao Wenhe will let him out when he finds out the truth. At this moment, two figures stepped into the hall. The Ghost Master looked up and saw that it was Shintu and Zhao Wenhe who came. The former was seen in a menacing manner, while the latter's brows were furrowed, as if he was hesitant to speak. Shintu was the first to speak. The truth has been found out. The chaos in the ghost world and the broken balance of life and death have an inseparable relationship with the Southern Ghost Emperor. Why do you say that? The Ghost Master frowned slightly. Shintu did not explain too much, but took out a grain of black sand from his arms. Black sand floats in the sky, projecting a picture. In the picture, Father Qin is overcoming the tribulation and entering the realm of transcendence. There is black gold light lingering around him, and the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world are also being swallowed up and destroyed by the black gold light. But at the moment when Father Qin successfully overcame the tribulation, a bone arm poked out from the void and took away part of the black light. But Father Qin turned a deaf ear to all this. The Southern Ghost Emperor's cultivation method is very different from that of the ghost world, and the black gold light may be the reason for the collapse of the balance of life and death. The owners of the bone arms are those guys. The Southern Ghost Emperor has hidden such important things and has evil intentions. I hope the Ghost Lord will decide. The Ghost Master looked solemnly and turned his head to look at Zhao Wenhe. The latter exhaled and said, Lord Shintu, what you said is true. Black sand is dust scattered in the void of the ghost world. It has the magical ability to recall past scenes and is difficult to fake. With these facts in front of us, not even Meng Shuang could excuse Father Qin. So, what do you want me to do? Shintu shouted loudly. I beg the Ghost Lord to impose the punishment of hell on the Southern Ghost Emperor to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 783. Would rather kill the wrong person than let go. As soon as these words came out, both Meng Shuang and Zhao Wenhe's expressions changed. The Ghost Lord looked at Shintu and narrowed his eyes slightly. There is an ancient stone pillar in the ghost world, which has existed since the birth of the ghost world. It is called the Pillar of H.L. by the people in the ghost world. If a person is tied to the underworld pillar with chains, the violent wind will cause them to be chopped down. Even if they are in a state of transcendence, they will be completely destroyed physically and mentally by it. This is the punishment of Hades. These criminal laws are aimed at those who have done great damage to the ghost world. When the ghost world changed, almost all those who defected in battle died under the punishment of the underworld. Shintu's words clearly cost the Southern Ghost Emperor his life. Meng Shuang spoke up. How can we use such criminal methods before the truth comes out? What's more, at this time of turmoil in the ghost world, every top combatant is indispensable. I think. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shintu. How can the picture projected by the black sand and dust be false? As for the top combat power, this combat force is obviously an enemy rather than a friend, so it naturally needs to be dealt with as soon as possible in order to solve future worries. Moreover, this matter has spread among the people in the ghost world, and everyone is furious. Only by imposing the punishment of Hades on the Southern Ghost Emperor can the public anger be quelled. Meng Shuang was horrified when he heard this. How can you spread the word about such a major matter before the Ghost Master has made a conclusion? The Ghost Lord also frowned. Shintu glanced at Meng Shuang indifferently. I didn't spread the news. I think it was because the paper couldn't contain the fire after all. Others found out about it, and then spread it to tens and hundreds. How could anyone here believe such words? In Meng Shuang's opinion, Shintu clearly did this in order to force the Ghost Master. Shintu didn't care, but clasped his fists and said, the ghost world is at a critical moment of life and death. At this point, we all need to be united. The Ghost Master is asked to think twice about how to deal with the Southern Ghost Emperor. The huge hall fell silent for a moment, as if you could hear a needle drop. The Ghost Master asked calmly, what is Zhou Qi's opinion? I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Shintu did not hesitate. Meng Shuang looked shocked, and then looked at Zhao Wenhe. The latter came here with Shintu, and must have known the whole story. She hoped that this was just Shintu's one-sided statement, but she saw Zhao Wenhe nodding solemnly. It's all true. Meng Shuang frowned. She turned her head and looked at the Ghost Lord, only to see the latter closing his eyes slightly. After a long time, he exhaled and said, I know. In 3 days, the Southern Ghost Emperor will be killed. Take him to the place of the Pillar of the Underworld and impose the punishment of the Underworld. Ghost Master Shenming. Shintu got the result he wanted, clasped his fists and bowed back. When Zhao Wenhe saw this, he opened his mouth. In the end, he didn't say anything but just sighed and left together. When only the Ghost Lord and Meng Shuang were left in the huge hall, the latter said in confusion, I don't know why, but Shintu is obviously targeting the Southern Ghost Emperor. Sir, do you really want to use the punishment of the Underworld? The Ghost Master didn't say anything more. He waved his right hand. The void shook, and the picture appeared. Meng Shuang looked extremely ugly when she saw the scene in the painting. The fact is, as Shintu said, everyone in the ghost world already knows about Father Qin, and they are all filled with righteous indignation and want to kill him first and then kill him quickly. If the ghost owner wants to forcefully protect this situation, it will definitely be counterproductive. Meng Shuang thought of Qin Feng and hesitated to speak. She knew that the Ghost Master had a good relationship with Qin Feng. How would Qin Feng feel if he wanted to kill his father? After pondering for a moment, the little lowly said, since the punishment of the Underworld is to be imposed, the land of the Underworld must not be lost. Pass my command and send the ghost army led by Li Yang to guard the Ming Pillar strictly. Anyone who breaks in can be killed directly. As for the execution date of the punishment of Hades, it will be set in 3 days. When Meng Shuang heard this, his eyes lit up after thinking. In today's ghost world, if there are only 5 people that the Ghost Master can completely trust, Li Yang is exactly one of them. When the Ghost Master came back to life, his soul had been dormant for thousands of years and had no memory. He was no different from a child. He happened to meet Li Yang, who had wandered from the broken world to the ghost world. The latter led the ghost army to escort him all the way until the ghost owner regained his memory. How can the friendship during this period be abandoned at will? Li Yang and the Southern Ghost Emperor were both from Broken Realm and were old acquaintances. The Ghost Lord's operation obviously had ulterior motives. I understand. Let's make arrangements now. The commotion in the ghost world was so loud. How could Li Yang not hear it? Just when he was anxious, wondering what the Ghost Master would do to Qin Jinan, Meng Shuang's words were like a bolt from the blue. The punishment of Hades? He came to the ghost world much earlier, and with the care of the Ghost Master, he understood many things. This kind of punishment is aimed at those who have committed the most heinous crimes in the ghost world. But I didn't expect that it would fall on old acquaintances. Yes, by the order of the Ghost Lord, you are required to lead the ghost army to strictly guard the place of the Underworld Pillar, and the execution will be carried out in 3 days. After leaving these words, Meng Shuang turned and left. But when she left, she was also guessing what the Ghost Master's intention was. After thinking for a long time, she had no clue. After all, Li Yang's strength was not top-notch. Even though the number of ghost troops under his command was astonishing, it had no effect at all in the face of the strength gap. After reporting the news, she also relied on the Ghost Master's Ink Jade to enter the Infinite Prison and met Father Qin, who was imprisoned by the Void Chain. Father Qin raised his head with a calm expression. Meng Xuan couldn't bear to say. With the pressure from Shintu and others, everyone in the ghost world is deeply resentful. The Ghost Master has no choice but to decide to impose the punishment of the underworld on you in 3 days. Father Qin has also heard about this horrific punishment, although he doesn't know the specific details. He also understands that it is a death sentence. These changes were too sudden. Based on Father Qin's experience, we can naturally see some clues he was involved in a whirlpool and became a needless victim. Even if he wants to stand up, what kind of trouble can he make as a prisoner? He said calmly. I understand. Don't tell Fenger about this. In the courtyard of the Qin mansion, Qin Feng felt panic for no reason, as if something big was about to happen. Could it be that the two ladies knew about secretly going to the palace to meet Yin? But this can't be blamed on him. The imperial decree for marriage has been accepted, and the auspicious day will be at the beginning of next month. He can't not visit Yin at all during this period. Right? Shaking his head to get rid of this upset emotion, Qin Feng thought about the present moment. Many things made him unsure. The impact of the broken balance of life and death is getting deeper and deeper, and the human race has not yet found a way to break the boundary. After the failed operation of those weird guys in the extreme territory of the western region, they completely disappeared, which will eventually make people uneasy. In the past, he could communicate with Senior Xian Yi and seek a way forward. But now, Senior Xian Yi is completely silent, as if he is not in his divine sea. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of something and patted his forehead. I almost forgot to send tribute to the Ghost Master. The relationship with the boss must be maintained well, and I still expect her to take care of the father below. Chapter 784 Chaos in the Ghost Realm. Qin Feng summoned Bai Su and opened the rift with the ghost world. He took out the black jade from his arms with ease and established a connection with the Ghost Master. However, this time, the desserts and cakes all over the floor failed to be successfully sent to the ghost world. It seems that it is the other end that blocks the connection between the two parties. Huh? Is it because the signal is not good? Qin Feng murmured to himself. He didn't believe that the little ghost master who loved sweets would actively refuse such a tribute. Just when he was about to continue trying, a bone-shaped token card from Black Jade flew out of the crack and fell into his hand. Immediately afterwards, the space crack was wiped out by a powerful force. Bai Su was blown away by the air wave and bumped into Qin Feng's arms. Whining aggrievedly, Qin Feng looked at the place where the crack disappeared, with a solemn expression on his face. In the hall, the Ghost Lord withdrew his right hand and looked in the direction of the door. A figure hurried over with a panicked expression. This person's name is Ji Kong. He is the right-hand man of the Central Ghost Emperor, and his strength is among the top in the entire ghost world. What's up? Report to the Ghost Lord. The barrier outside the Duanjianaiha Bridge has been torn open, and a large number of enemies have invaded. In order to repel them, Mr. Zhou was surrounded by 3 enemy leaders and was seriously injured. When the Ghost Master heard this, he said no nonsense and moved towards the direction of the broken world in a flash. On the Naiha Bridge, ghost soldiers and ghost generals killed countless people, and Kai Yulei, Zhang Heng and other transcendent realms were all stained. Looking at the black barrier, a crack rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Countless monsters condensed with flesh and white bones swept out from it, with huge arms stuck between the gaps. Dancing wantonly, strong air waves whipped up hurricanes, causing the entire Naiha Bridge to begin to collapse. When the Ghost Master arrived, the situation was almost out of control. The Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi in the center had a shocking scar on his chest, and the beating heart under his sternum was clearly visible. But even though he was seriously injured, he did not leave the battle line. Instead, he stood at the front of the crowd to resist the enemy's most violent attack. Feeling the energy beside him, he turned his head and said with difficulty, I am ashamed of the Ghost Lord for not being able to hold the boundary. The Ghost Master didn't say anything more, but waved his right hand, and the rich ghost energy enveloped Zhou Qi's chest, and the wound began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Zhou Qi's eyes showed surprise. The ghost energy of the underworld does not have such a powerful healing ability at all. This is the power of life and the ghost energy of the Ghost Master at work. The source of the power of life is naturally the tribute sent by Qin Feng in the past. To be more precise, it is the healing thunder attached to the tributes by Bai Su. What's going on? The Ghost Master asked in a deep voice. Zhou Qi came back to his senses and briefly told the whole story. The boundary barrier that the Ghost Master set up with all his soul cannot be broken so easily. This result must be related to the imbalance of the energy of life and death, and is inseparable. The boundary-breaking barrier is made of ghost energy. The old man's guess is understandable. But the Ghost Master frowned slightly. She would often check the Golden Bull seal and the boundary barrier to ensure that those guys would not break the confinement. Even if life and death were imbalanced, the enemy would not open such a big hole. Although she had many doubts in her heart, the current situation did not allow her to think so much. We had managed to block them off in the first place. How could we let them come back so easily? The energy around the little Loli's body was stirring, and the ghostly energy fell down like the Milky Way, covering her. The powerful pressure attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to see a graceful figure looming in the dark ghost aura. The ghost energy roared, like a tsunami, overwhelmingly rushing towards the barrier. Countless strange bodies of flesh and white bones were destroyed by the ghost energy and pushed back behind the barrier. Even the giant hands stuck in the cracks. When the ghost emperors from all directions saw this, they were all shocked. After the Ghost Master recovered from silence for thousands of years, he almost never made a move. They all thought that the Ghost Master's strength had been greatly reduced. However, the fact is before us. Even if the Ghost Master's body shrinks, she still has the most advanced strength in the ghost world. In the rich ghost aura, the Ghost Master's voice came out. I want to restore the broken world again. During this period, Zhou Qi will perform the duties of the Master. After leaving these words, a black mist was seen rushing towards the crack in the boundary, filling the entire gap. And in the black mist, the Ghost Master's delicate figure exudes powerful pressure, which makes people shudder. Follow your orders. Zhou Qi returned to Naiha Bridge and bowed slightly towards the broken world. On the other side, after Li Yang learned about Father Qin, he naturally would not do nothing. But there was too little he could do, and he could only put his hope in breaking the boundary. Fortunately, he could also get in touch with the people who broke the boundary through his own stone tablet. Just as he was about to leave, he saw many powerful auras in the sky rushing towards the Ghost Gate of Taoji Mountain in the eastern region. Huh? The leader is Kaiyue, and those behind him are the Ghost Generals under the Eastern Ghost Emperor. Weren't they supposed to stay at Duanjia Naiha Bridge to prevent enemy invasion? So why did they leave without permission? At this moment, Li Yang noticed something strange about these people. Each of them had life fire in their bodies, which was due to Huang Quan's magical power of picking stars. He understood something instantly, and his expression changed drastically. Do these guys want to take advantage of this chaos to pass through the Gate of Ghosts and enter the broken world? Aren't they afraid of the punishment from the Ghost Master? Xin Feng, who was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, looked at the bone-shaped token in his hand with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't understand the purpose of the Ghost Master's behavior, but he was certain that some kind of change that he didn't know about must have happened in the ghost world. After the passage was forcibly closed by the other end, Xin Feng also tried to open it again and get in touch with the Ghost Master, but it was all in vain. He couldn't help but worry about his father's safety, and the dream that night seemed to be vivid in his mind. Could it be that something happened to Dad? I have to tell the teacher about this. While he was feeling uneasy, Xin Feng did not notice that above his head, a ray of bright moonlight penetrated the dark clouds, fell into the shadow behind him, and merged with him. Outside Jinyang City in the southern region, on the cliff, the old man Bailey came to Li Yang's tomb carrying a wine pot as usual. It seems to have become his habit to come here regularly to chat with Li Yang below. As the connection between the netherworld and the world becomes closer, their communication with each other becomes smoother. He picked up the wine pot and dropped half of it in front of the grave. On the stone tablet, a stream of fresh air circulated. This was Li Yang's response. Before old man Bailey could say his greetings, Li Yang on the other side quickly told the story of the changes that had occurred in the ghost world. There is going to be a big mess in the ghost world. Please inform the heavenly supervisor about it quickly and take measures to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Upon hearing this, old man Bailey stood up instantly and frowned. Chapter 785, Teaching the Principles of Destiny. The changes in the ghost world soon reached the ears of the Tianjian Imperial Master of Fengtian City through old man Bailey. The people in the ghost world have ideas about breaking the world, and the heavenly supervisor has long known about it. Just like when gods and demons from the fairy world came to the world. When their own world is on the verge of destruction, they will naturally try their best to invade other people's places. However, the Ghost Emperor of the ghost world wanted to kill Qin Jianan, which greatly exceeded the expectations of the Tianjian Imperial Master. He thought for a long time, and could not figure out the reason. As the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. The unknown is the source of all disasters, so he has to guard against it. Master Tianjian closed his eyes slightly. intending to use divination methods to determine the purpose of the other party's actions. But as soon as the qi in his body circulated, the center of his eyebrows suddenly cracked, and blood spurted out. Within a moment, he was covered with blood. The white clothes were dyed blood red, suffering from the backlash of the principles of destiny all the year round. The current Tianjin Imperial Master has long been exhausted. The reason behind killing Qin must have involved a lot of cause and effect, which is why the backlash against him was so great. Master Tianjin took a deep breath, and as a stream of clear air circulated in his body, his cracked eyebrows slowly healed, and the red blood on his white clothes slowly faded away like a tide. Since there is no way to predict, the only way to take action is to take the initiative. Fortunately, the Netherworld and the Ghost Realm plan to pass through the Gate of Ghosts and connect the cracks between the two places to invade this world, which also creates an opportunity for them to go to the Ghost World. And this is the opportunity that Tianjin Imperial Master has been waiting for. It's time, the white-haired old man murmured to himself, then turned to look at the Stargazer. He raised his hands and pressed them down gently. The Stargazer began to rotate. White light flowed, and then the pattern of Dakian was outlined in the void. With the tapping of Tianjin Guisher's fingers, stars lit up in several areas of Dakian, and the location where his last finger landed was exactly where Fontian City was. The sun rose the next day, and when the sun enveloped the earth, the soldiers and the Shenhou army stationed here suddenly discovered something. Did you hear anything? The ground seems to be shaking. Maybe there are ghost generals who are not afraid of death and want to come to our place. It's just seeking death. The one guarding the city during this period is Master Dao Quang Jintian. In the past, when ghosts would pass through the cracks and come here, the vibrations in the void would often cause fluctuations, and they had long been accustomed to it. However, as the movement became more intense, everyone began to realize that something was wrong. Could it be that a big guy came this time? Why did the tremor last so long? Quick, go over there and have a look. As soon as the man finished speaking, there was a roar, and the entire Jinong city was jolting violently like a ship being beaten by huge waves on the sea. What's going on? Yume asked, frowning. Shintian looked at the crack between the ghost world and the other side of the world, and saw billowing black air coming out of it, turning into a big hand, ruthlessly tearing open the crack. Then the black air poured out like an upside-down waterfall and accumulated in the sky above Jinong city. Everyone in the southern territory was astonished. Clouds, black clouds, like an abyss, rolled out from the sky of Jinong city. The light of day was instantly swallowed up by black clouds, making people panic. And in that black cloud, Shintian felt a powerful energy. 1, 2, 3. More and more dense. When the black cloud dispersed, Ji Kong, the leader, led a group of ghost soldiers and ghost generals, looking down at everyone with a look of disdain. Shintian looked solemn, took off the long knife from his back, and stood ready. This is the first time that a transcendent realm in the ghost world has stepped through the cracks and come to this world. When Qin Feng arrived at Howing Courtyard, his mood became inexplicably heavy. Before stepping into the Dingtian Tower, he seemed to feel something and turned his head to look to the south. It's cloudless and sunny. What's wrong? He didn't see anything. But with doubts, he climbed to the attic as quickly as possible, hoping to see the Tianjin Imperial Master. As before, the teacher still stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the world. What is different from the past is that there is no hot tea prepared on the table in advance. And the Stargazer, which has always been silent, is constantly flowing at this moment. The white light outlines the pattern of the 4 regions of Dakian, with a few stars shining brightly. Before Qin Feng could speak, Master Tianjin asked leisurely, "How many years has it been since you entered the Wensheng Dao tradition?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned, not understanding why the teacher would ask this question. He recalled it carefully, and then said, "Less than 3 years. In less than 3 years, you have been able to step into the 2nd level of the Wensheng Dao. You should be the first in history. All this is thanks to the teacher's cultivation." This is true. If he hadn't met a cheap master by chance and absorbed the literary spirit in Ting Yuxuan, he might not have been able to become a scholar in his final life. Then he continued to receive advice from the old man Bailey, and over time, his practice steadily improved. After entering Fontian City, he met the Tianjin Imperial Master and Senior Xian Yi, which made his cultivation journey so smooth. Of course, his many near-death encounters and epiphanies were also the reasons for his rapid progress in practice. But how many people can experience so many major events in just a few years? He was able to achieve what he has achieved today through hard work and opportunity. Master Tianjin turned around and walked slowly to Qin Feng. He looked up and down, with a wise light in his weathered eyes. Qin Feng felt uncomfortable being stared at. Just as he was about to ask, the teacher pressed his palm on his forehead. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, the stars on the palm of the Master Tianjin's hand lit up. And on the stargazer in the hall, the bright stars were flowing towards Qin Feng like a river. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. At this moment, his brain felt like there were countless needles stabbing him randomly. The pain was so painful that he wanted to live. Seeing this, Master Tianjin did not stop his movements, but said slowly, "The principles of destiny involve countless causes and effects. Only by combining the destiny of heaven and earth with oneself can one gradually realize the enlightenment. Qin Feng, everything you have done in the past has been intertwined with the cause and effect of countless people. The condensation of the platinum life stars is the best proof. Only you like this can accept the principles of destiny and become the next leader." When Qin Feng heard this, he had a splitting headache and was also frightened. The teacher's move was actually to teach him the principles of destiny. But this kind of pain that almost tore his soul into pieces was far beyond anything he had ever endured before, and it made him want to retreat. The original plan was to take it step by step so that you can slowly understand this principle. But in this world, there is not so much time to give you such an opportunity. I can only think of this method to allow you to step into the threshold of destiny in a short period of time. I know this is painful and unbearable. If you really can't hold on, just blink at me and I will stop. But you only have one chance to bring the luck of the great Qian to your body. If you give up, there will be no next time. Qin Feng knew the seriousness of the problem, and he also understood that the teacher chose to teach him the principles of destiny in this way at this time, which showed that the current situation was really precarious. But this kind of pain, like lingering pain, like oil cooking in a pot, is really beyond description in words. And it is gradually breaking down his defense line. Just when he couldn't hold on anymore and wanted to give up, he saw that the Tianjin Imperial Master in front of him had his eyes closed. His face was ferocious because of the pain, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In this case, how could the teacher see him blink? A phrase of national quintessence emerged from his heart, and he wished he could shout it out. Chapter 786. After hearing what the teacher said, I felt like I was going to die. But after taking a few difficult glances, Qin Feng discovered that the teacher did not close his eyes intentionally. Big beads of sweat were dripping from the Tianjin Imperial Master's forehead. His brows were furrowed, and the wrinkles on his face were piled together, making his face look a little distorted. His face was pale and bloodless. Qin Feng even saw that the teacher's arms were constantly trembling, as if he had Parkinson's disease. The palm pressing on his head seemed to be able to break free with just a little force. He soon came to the conclusion that the teacher was not suffering any less than he was. Thinking about it, how can the Tao of Destiny be so powerful that it involves the fate and cause and effect of the entire Dakian and be taught to others so easily? Thinking of this, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even if the pain he was suffering at this moment made him worse than death, he did not let out a single cry of pain, but tried his best to accept the energy sent to him by the teacher. The Imperial Supervisor of the day slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help showing a look of relief. As time passed, the stargazer rotated faster, and the starlight merged into Qin Feng's body faster and faster. After the extreme pain, Qin Feng gradually relaxed. The platinum life star in his divine sea shines brightly, and the scenes transformed in his divine sea become more real and full of life. When Chi-Chi and Baisu saw this, they couldn't help being attracted by it and started running around. At this moment, Qin Feng had a strange feeling. He seemed to see the appearance of all living beings in Dakian. Some people are sowing seeds in the scorching sun. Some people were cutting firewood and hunting in the mountains and forests. There are soldiers fighting with demons on the battlefield. There are scholars quoting scriptures in the school. It seems that as long as he wants to, he can see everything happening in Dakian. That is not only the past, but also the present and the future. When the starlight faded, the stargazer stopped rotating. Master Tianjin slowly removed his palm from Qin Feng's forehead. The flesh and blood of his body seemed to be shriveled, and the skin was stuck to the bones. It can be seen from this that the operation just now took an astonishing toll on him. Click! A crisp voice sounded, and Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked back, only to see that the stargazer that had been sitting in the climbing tower for thousands of years turned into dust and dissipated in the draft on the top floor. The Imperial Master Tianjin swayed slightly in the wind, and then he fell down completely. Teacher, Qin Feng exclaimed. The Imperial Master Tianjin raised his hand to stop him. It doesn't matter. It's just that the consumption was too great, and I need to rest for a while. It's an urgent matter. I have something to tell you. Please listen carefully. After a brief elaboration, Qin Feng looked extremely sad. The Netherworld and the Ghost Realm are invading this world in large numbers, and Jinong City is in danger at this moment. And his father was actually imprisoned in the Infinite Prison, and he will be tortured by the Underworld in 3 days, and his soul will be scattered. No wonder the Ghost Master didn't accept my tribute last night, and didn't respond to me. It turns out that the Ghost World has suffered such a change. But if the Ghost Lord wanted to break up with me, why would he throw me a bone-shaped token? Qin Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind. But what he was most concerned about was his father's life and death. He had already lost his father once during the Zhulong battle. How could he endure losing him a second time? But the place where the accident happened was in the Ghost World. Even if he wanted to save him, he was powerless. Teacher, how should I do it? The Imperial Master Tianjin pondered for a moment and analyzed. I learned all this information from Liang. The Ghost Master knows the relationship between Liang and your father, so it is very likely that he deliberately let him pass the message to us. Teacher, what you are saying is that it was not the Ghost Lord's intention to inflict the punishment of Mingmingxia on my father. Master Tianjin nodded slightly, and then said, although Qin Jinan is a ghost emperor in the Ghost World, his background is too shallow. He will not go too deep into the division of power in the Ghost World, nor will he cause too much damage to other ghost emperors. Big threat. Now in the Ghost World, someone is deliberately targeting him. It must be for some purpose, or to get something from him. As for why, I don't know now. But one thing is for sure. Whether you are considering saving Qin Jinan or going to the Ghost World to solve the root cause of the disorder in the balance of life and death, you need to do one thing. Qin Feng said to himself in a deep voice. Go to the Ghost World. Good. But according to what the teacher said, the Ghost World is currently invading this world with its army. So we have a hostile relationship with them. If we take the initiative to go to the Ghost World, we will definitely be blocked. Moreover, life and death are separated by yin and yang. It is not an easy task to enter the Ghost World. Just like when I went to the Ghost World to find the flower of the other side. It was to separate the soul of the dead. Could it be that I am going to repeat the same trick this time? Qin Feng's worries are not unreasonable. Without a physical body and only a soul, his strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, wanting to come and go freely in the Ghost World is a bit wishful thinking. How can it be possible to rescue Dad and solve the root cause of the disorder in the balance of life and death? How could Tianjin Imperial Master not understand this? He said leisurely. People from the Ghost World are invading this world in large numbers, and they must tear open the cracks. The battlefield between the two worlds is in the space crack where Jinong City is located. It will attract most of the attention. This is the opportunity. As for the method of entering the Ghost World in full physical form, Master Tianjin paused and asked, did the Ghost Lord give you anything? Yes. Qin Feng was stunned and immediately took out the bone-shaped token from his arms. Master Tianjin stretched out his hand to take it, looked at it carefully, and then tapped his index finger on the token. As the energy flowed into it, the ghostly energy surged out and turned into a barrier to wrap around Qin Feng. In this state, you can directly pass through the cracks in Jinong City and step into the Ghost World. Qin Feng felt the energy around him, as if he was between life and death. It turned out that the token given to him by the Ghost Master actually had this effect. He frowned slightly and spoke again. But teacher, even if I can step into the Ghost World with peak strength now, what I can do before I reach the realm of transcendence and fully master the Tao is really limited. It's okay to face ghost soldiers and generals. It is bound to be a dangerous situation. Before leaving, you might as well say goodbye to your relatives and friends. Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher, why can't I say something nice when I feel like I'm going to die? Or you can beat the drum to cheer me up. Just like His Majesty always climbs the city wall before his soldiers go out for battle. The Imperial Master Tianjin watched lightly. I'm just kidding. Chapter 787 Farewell. The index finger of the Tianjin Imperial Master's right hand was outlined in the void, and a white light formation continued to emerge. Qin Feng, who is proficient in formations, immediately saw the clues and said seriously, this is the void formation. My eyesight is pretty good. Qin Feng felt a little complacent in his heart, but pretended to be humble on the surface. Thanks to the cultivation of the teacher, the disciple is relatively good at the battle method. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Master Tianjian holding his right hand out of thin air, and the formation in the void turned into a stream of light and sank into the teacher's hand. When the white light dissipated, the Tianjian Imperial Master opened his palm again, and a jade pendant exuded a clear light. I have compressed the void formation into this jade pendant. After you say goodbye to your family, you can input the energy into it. At that time, you will be transferred directly to Jinyang City and step into the ghost world through the crack. Qin Feng took the jade pendant and opened his mouth. The teacher seemed to be telling him in this way that he knew nothing about the formation. Qin Feng, who hugged his fists respectfully, immediately left angrily. It wasn't until his back disappeared outside Howling Court that the heavenly supervisor on the top floor withdrew his gaze, and then his body slowly became transparent. And the next moment, he appeared in the 9th level prison. The old man in black clothes sensed the arrival of the heavenly supervisor, but did not turn his head. Instead, he stared at the chessboard in the void in front of him in a daze. He looked at it for a long time and thought for a long time. Whatever the situation on the chessboard, it all seems like a dead game. A certain death situation is boring, the old man in black confided, with a tone of impatience and regret. Facts have proved that the method of saving the world he originally chose was wrong. He originally thought that the method of the heavenly supervisor would be able to open up hope, but the deduced results were not satisfactory. The outcome seems to have been determined. Looking at the Tianjian Imperial Master in front of him, the old man in black said, "The power of the destiny principle in you has become much weaker. Judging from your weak appearance, you must have instilled Dakian's luck into that boy. Does it worth suffering backlash all year round? Doing this will only make you die faster. Or do you want to return to where you were earlier? I'm not here to listen to your cynicism, but I want you to do something for me. Why should I help you?" The old man in black asked indifferently. The Tianjian Imperial Master ignored it and said to himself, "You should be able to guess what is being held at the bottom of the 9 layers of prison. The God-suppressing Siu and I integrated the divine soul with the land of Fengtian City in order to suppress him for thousands of years. This is also the reason why the laws of heaven are so broken. Originally, I had doubts about whether this was the right thing to do, but after learning the reason for the changes in the fairy world, I was convinced that the reason why this world did not fall was because of this hand." The old man in black frowned. "Are those guys really the laws of heaven and earth themselves?" Master Tianjian nodded slightly. "This is the scene outside the extreme realm of the western region. The reason why the gods and Buddhas of the immortal world disappeared was to seal part of the heavenly Tao of the immortal world in this world. And those incarnations of heaven, after failing to seize the Shumi mustard seeds, chose to attack the ghost world directly. So they must be fully prepared. The cause of the mutation is not yet clear, and their purpose for the 3 realms is unknown. But one thing is certain. The seal at the bottom of the 9 Hells prison cannot be lost. So I hope you can help." The old man in black looked at the Imperial Master Tianjian with a solemn expression. The two of them had been fighting for thousands of years, unless it was absolutely necessary. The other party would never say anything like pleading to him. "Is the situation between you and the Godlord Siu really at this point?" The Tianjian Imperial Master's silence was equivalent to another form of acquiescence. The old man in black looked at the empty chessboard and sighed. "Does it make sense?" "It makes sense." After finishing his words, Master Tianjian pointed his finger, and a white light fell into the chessboard, shining brightly. "Throw yourself to death and survive. But with this move, there is no way to escape." The old man in black shook his head. "Then let me open up a way for him to survive," Tianjian Imperial Master said firmly. Qin Feng, who was holding the jade pendant tightly in his hand, calmed down the seriousness on his face and returned to the Qin mansion with a smile. Sheng Sheng, who was guarding the door, asked curiously, "Uncle, where did you go so early in the morning?" "I had some confusion about my practice, so I went to the teacher to clear my doubts. But you have been stuck in the 5th level for a long time. When can you step into the 4th level?" He Tantu scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It's still a little short of heat." Qin Feng patted his shoulder. "Take your time." After saying goodbye to Sheng Sheng, Qin Feng walked around the huge Qin mansion and found his second brother practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Looking at his second brother, who was wielding a sword like the wind, his memory couldn't help but go back to the time when he was still in the courtyard of Jinyang City, guiding his second brother to practice sword skills. Time flies, as if in the blink of an eye. The young 7th level warrior that year is now only 1 step away from the 3rd level warrior. The second brother heard the commotion and turned his head to see Qin Feng. Naturally, he came forward happily. After a brief greeting, Qin hesitated and hesitated. What's wrong? Qin Feng was curious. Brother, you said before that you wanted to teach me how to pursue Miss Bai. Do you still mean it? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, Of course it counts. But my brother has been busy with something in recent days, and has been unable to get away. After this period, I will help you to get the beauty back. By the way, where are Earnyang and the others? At this moment, they are probably in the lobby. Good. Time was limited. Qin Feng did not delay, and quickly came to the lobby. The two mothers were really there, talking and laughing, taking care of Qin Xiao and Qin Lan. Lu Jinli held the Hansui sword in her right hand and placed it in front of Xiao, trying to get Xiao, who was several months old, to hold it. Song Filan and Song Mu were playing with Feng Lei in front of Lan'er, hoping that through words and deeds, Lan'er, who was half dragon and half human, would awaken the dragon's bloodline talent as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Earnyang, Lan Ningxuang and others hurriedly tried to dissuade them. How can a mother teach her children like this? The second mother saw Qin Feng at the door and immediately said, Feng, please tell them quickly. How old are Xiao and Lan'er? Even if they have to practice, they can take it easy. Lu Jinli and Song Filan looked up and asked together, Miss Sir, where did you go so early in the morning? Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Qin Feng smiled and said, I encountered some bottlenecks in my practice, so I went to see the teacher. I came back to tell you that I haven't been to Taiping Academy for a long time. Senior brother Faison complained a lot. When I have to go to Taiping Academy, I won't be back for lunch. The two ladies nodded slightly. Earnyang warned, Then you go out and eat some. Don't get too busy and ruin your health. I know. Earnyang. After saying goodbye to everyone in the lobby, Qin Feng left the Qin mansion. The jade pendant was the epitome of the space formation. If it were used in the manner, with the strength of the two ladies, they would definitely be able to detect abnormalities. So he had to stay away. Originally, he wanted to go to the palace, meet Jin, and say goodbye to his unmarried daughter-in-law. However, the Qin mansion was far away from the imperial palace, and it was too much effort to go there. So he had to give up. Unexpectedly, at this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the front of the street. Qin Feng looked around and saw Yin holding up her skirt with an anxious look on her face. When she saw Qin Feng, she breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Qin Feng looked stunned. Chapter 788 You must come back. I'm waiting for you to marry. Yin did not answer, but stared at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Where are you going? Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard this, then replied with a smile. It's been too long since I've been to Taiping Academy. Senior brother Fei's son is quite complaining. If I don't go there again, I'm afraid he will tear off my head. There is no difference between what he said to the Qin family. This is because he is worried that Yin and others will go to the Qin mansion, and the inconsistency will lead to the revelation of the secret. Logically speaking, this excuse was perfect. But Qin Feng never expected that after hearing this. Yin shouted softly with red eyes. You lied. Qin Feng pretended to be calm. Why do you say that? Yin looked complicated and said slowly. Don't forget, I am also a Taoist scholar, and I can also do divination. Although I can't compare with you, I can still get a glimpse of the future. You are not going to Taiping Academy at all. You are going to Jinyang City in the southern region. Through the cracks, to the ghost world. Am I right? Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the other party came in a hurry. No wonder the other party was so sure that he was lying. It turned out to be these reasons. He turned his head and glanced at the Qin mansion. In order to prevent the two ladies from hearing him, he took Yin's hand and walked towards the streets. Yin originally wanted to break away, but Qin Feng's hold was too tight, so she could only purse her lips and follow silently. When he arrived at the deserted alley, Qin Feng said seriously, I didn't mean to hide this from you, but I don't know when I will come back from this trip, and I don't want you to worry about me. Wait, if you arrive at the Qin mansion, I hope you will help me continue to hide it. Yin refused. Impossible. I already know about Jinyang City from the Emperor's brother. Early this morning, a secret agent from Prison Luosi came to report that the ghost world was invading in large numbers, and the situation was in danger. At this time, if you go to the ghost world, is it any different from seeking death? I must tell the two sisters and ask them to stop you. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only tell the whole story truthfully. And when Yin heard what happened to Qin's father, his whole face was extremely sad. How could it be like this? This trip to the ghost world is not only to find a way to solve the root cause of the disorder of life and death. but also to find a way to save my father. So I have to go. I know you're worried about my safety, which is why I don't want to tell anyone else about this. But I have to. And you can rest assured that I know a lot of people in the ghost world. And with the help my teacher gave me, I can protect myself in the ghost world more than enough. The reason why Qin Feng chose to tell Yin the truth was because he understood the other person's character and was not as stubborn and reckless as the other ladies. If it were Jianli and Fei Lan, there would be no way they could let him go alone. Moreover, he is going to the ghost world this time and is unlikely to return in a short time. So Yin can help him cover up and prevent his family from worrying. Hearing this, Yin's words to stop her came to her lips. But she couldn't say them out. As a princess of a country, she has been surrounded by her father since she was a child. She knows how to prioritize. This matter is not only related to the life and death of Qin Feng's father, but also to this aspect, the safety of heaven and earth. But no matter how rational a woman is, her sensibility will always outweigh everything else in front of the one she loves. She suddenly had this thought in her mind: she only cares about Qin Feng's safety, and the rest doesn't matter to her. No, I still want it. Halfway through her words, she stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, watching the other person's face slowly leave her, and the lips seemed to be still stained with the other person's residual warmth. Qin Feng gently stroked Yin's cheek and whispered, "I will be back. Believe me. Okay?" Yin had mixed feelings in her heart, but in the end, she pursed her lips, exhaled and said, "You must come back. I'm waiting for you to marry me." Qin Feng hurriedly interrupted. "Let's talk about what happens after we come back. How is setting up a flag before a war any different from seeking death?" After a few serious explanations, Qin Feng took out the jade pendant that evolved from the void formation in his arms. As the energy flowed into it, the space rippled like lake water, and the scene of Jinyang City came into view. The war has begun. The roar is deafening, and it is extremely cruel. Qin Feng looked solemn, stepped into it, and then completely disappeared from the place. Yin stretched out her hand to grab something, but found nothing. She murmured, "I must come back." On the other side, on the hidden roof, Song Filan looked ugly. "Sister Jianli, as you said, my husband is hiding something from us. But why don't you let me stop him? Don't you understand my husband's character?" Lu Jianli's red lips parted lightly. As soon as these words came out, Song Filan stopped talking. Qin Feng has always felt that Jianli and Filan have stubborn personalities. But isn't he the same? No one can change what is determined. Then what should we do next? Can we really just wait here silently? Song Filan asked curiously. After hearing this, Lu Jianli looked up in the direction of Jinyang City in the south and said lightly, "It's time to find a place to enter the second-level realm. For a martial artist, what could be more direct than fighting to support fighting?" Although the invasion of the ghost world was secretive, due to Li Yang's advance notice, all the combat forces in the southern region secretly gathered here in almost one night. So when Ji Kong led a group of ghost generals and saw many high-quality combat powers appearing, their expressions became extremely ugly. These high-quality combat powers are the soldiers of the Southern Territory, the Demon Slayer Division, and the Sword Alliance. The battle between the two sides started at the moment when Ji Kong and Dao Gui clashed. The ghost energy tore open the sky and collided with Dao Gang, causing turmoil in the world. A land of thousands of miles turned into a battlefield in an instant. When Qin Feng arrived here through the void formation, Jinyang City was filled with thick white fog, and the outside of the city was in a mess. He knew that this must be the magical magic used by Master Bao to see through the smoke and protect the ordinary people in the city. Not long after he landed, there were footsteps behind him. The old man Bailey had obviously been waiting for a long time. "Are you all ready?" Old man Bailey asked. "Ready." Qin Feng nodded. "Okay, then let me give you a ride." As soon as he finished speaking, Old man Bailey waved his sleeve, and a stream of pure air enveloped Qin Feng. With lightning speed, he sent the latter into the gap between the ghost world and the heaven and earth. Ji Kong, who was fighting vigorously, saw a stream of light piercing the sky. He shook the people around him violently and roared, "Something has entered the ghost world. Tell Master Shinto about this quickly to prevent any accidents in the plan. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Are you seeking death?" Cold words sounded, and a sword ignored the space and struck directly on Ji Kang's head. The latter did not dare to neglect and hurriedly raised his hand to block it. On the other side, Si Mingyanzhou did not appear on the battlefield in Jinyang City, but followed the instructions of the Tianjin Imperial Master to guard outside the extreme realm of the Southern Territory. He frowned as he looked at the black curtain that was constantly squirming and moving more and more violently. Chapter 789. If you find the trespassers, shoot them without mercy. On the other side, the combat power of the Netherworld and the Ghost Realm is still being continuously transported to the Broken Realm through the Ghost Gate. The news about G-Com was also conveyed to Shintu's ears through the returning Ghost General. Lord Shintu, breaking the world must have ulterior motives for sending people here, so we have to be on guard, the Ghost General said. When Shintu heard the words, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. The one who came here through the crack must be a living person, and the Ghost World's power of repelling the living is difficult to resist even in the realm of transcendence. It is not yet known whether he will arrive alive. To take a step back, even if he can successfully reach the Ghost World, his strength will definitely be greatly reduced. What's more, what kind of waves can he make by himself? What do you mean? Sir, you don't need to worry about him? Shintu pondered for a moment. Although it is just a fly, it is very annoying to keep buzzing in my ears. Today's Ghost World is undergoing a transformation, and this fly must be strangled as soon as possible. You take my ghost order and convey the message to the guardians of the Ghost Gates everywhere. Anyone who appears outside the Ghost World will be killed without mercy. The General will understand. Hearing this, the Ghost General took the token from Shintu respectfully, then turned and left. Not long after the Ghost General left, a graceful figure hurried over. It was Ming Shuang. She looked at Shintu and shouted, "The Ghost Lord once said that you must not invade the Broken World. How dare you take advantage of the Ghost Master to repair the broken barrier and make the decision without authorization to invade the Broken World?" Hearing the words, Shintu replied calmly, "The Ghost World is in danger, and no one can predict how long this world can exist. For the sake of all sentient beings in the Ghost World, what's wrong with me doing this? Are you going to openly disobey the Ghost Lord's order?" Ming Shuang frowned. After all, the Ghost Master today is not the Ghost Master back then. He is forward-thinking and has no courage at all. I am just complying with the beings in the Ghost World. What's more, the Ghost Lord once said, when he devoted himself to breaking off the world outside Naya Bridge, that during his absence, all matters in the Ghost World would be left to Lord Zhou Qi. In a sense, I am not disobeying his command. When Ming Shuang heard this, he was slightly startled at first, and then his eyes widened. Is this what Mr. Zhou Qi means? No, it's impossible. I'm going to find Mr. Zhou. Just as she turned around, Shintu suddenly stopped her. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? We are here, so we might as well chat for a while. Shintu, what are you going to do? Do you really want to betray the Ghost World? Ming Shuang said angrily. Shintu looked as usual. Everything I do is for the Ghost World. As soon as the words fell, the dark ghost energy spurted out from his body and turned into a realm to wrap around the two of them. And the war was about to break out. It didn't take long for Shintu's order to reach the ears of gatekeepers everywhere, causing an uproar. At this moment, the two worlds are at war. Who dares to come here alone and seek death? Many ghost generals who have learned the news have gathered near Guimen Pass. The guardians of the Ghost Gates in various places are also gearing up, just waiting for the moment the intruder arrives, to kill them, and then claim credit from Master Shintu. Of course, not everyone is like this. The Ghost Gate of the Southern Territory was closed. The moment Tu Bo heard the news, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's been such an eventful time. The Ghost Emperor was imprisoned in the Infinite Prison not long ago. And later on, news was released that he was going to be punished with death. As soon as Lord Ghost Lord devoted himself to the broken boundary to maintain the barrier, Lord Shinta launched a large-scale invasion into the broken boundary. Now, someone from the broken boundary wants to break into this place. Could it be that this ghost world is really at the point of life and death? It looked at the ghost generals who continued to gather around and spoke eloquently, with a look of contempt in its eyes. These ghost generals really have no brains. They dare to break into the ghost world alone. How can their strength be average? Only beings at the Ghost Emperor level can fight against such characters. Yet, they are so delusional that they intend to kill each other to claim credit. Hee hee. They are young after all, and have never experienced strong winds and waves. Guys like them would definitely die if they were left in the past. No. They are stupid. I can't be stupid with them. I have to leave this place in advance, lest the person who breaks the boundary really falls from here. Thinking of this, Tu Bo shrank his figure and secretly left the gate of H.L. while no one was paying attention. With the help of Old Man Bailey, Qin Feng's body turned into a stream of light and swept into the crack between the two worlds. The surrounding scene was like a pitch-black abyss, with no light at all visible. The ghost world's rejection of the living made Qin Feng feel so painful that the power of space was like a bone scraper stabbing him. At this moment, the bone token given to him by the ghost master turned into a strong ghost energy and enveloped him, and the repulsive power disappeared instantly. However, perhaps because of the existence of the physical body, this trip to the ghost world was not as fast as the last time. The endless black abyss is like a bottomless pit with no end in sight. As time passed, Qin Feng saw a vortex appear in front of him, emitting dim light, reflecting the scene of the ghost world, the gray sky, the ghostly aura that permeates the sky and the earth, and the ghostly ghost fires that emerge from the ground from time to time. His body was submerged in the vortex, and Qin Feng fell from the sky, while trying his best to stabilize his body. He immediately used his spiritual consciousness to observe his surroundings. With the current situation in the two realms, if someone from the ghost realm discovers his existence, there will definitely be a battle. And he came to the ghost world with an important mission, so naturally he couldn't get caught up in trivial matters. Fortunately, the place where he landed was quite remote. Apart from the wasteland, there were many strange rocks, and no one could be seen at all. Looking up, in the south direction of the yellow sand sky, a huge black shadow loomed, which was undoubtedly the gate of H.L. If you want to save Dad, you must pass through the gate of H.L., enter the ghost world, and then find someone to ask where Dad is. But now that I have a special status, no one in the ghost world can trust me except Senior Li Yang. But how can I find traces of Senior Li Yang in this huge ghost world? If that doesn't work, I might be able to find someone from the ghost world and force it to lead the way by force. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked around, but there was no one around. It seems that we can only stay close to the gate of H.L. and think of a solution. At this moment, Qin Feng's consciousness suddenly caught an aura. In order to avoid disturbing the situation, he hurriedly hid behind a huge stone. At the gate of H.L., a figure was approaching at a rapid speed. After Tu Bo stopped, he turned around and took a look. He was already some distance away from the gate of H.L. It looked around and saw a deserted place, and nodded with satisfaction. In such a remote place, you will definitely not meet the person who breaks into the ghost world. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. Who said that? As if facing a formidable enemy, Tu Bo hurriedly turned around and shouted. Who? Who is there? After a while, a familiar figure came into view. Chapter 790 The Loyal Uncle. Young Master? Why are you here? Tu Bo said in surprise. After thinking for a moment, it thought of the crux of the problem and exclaimed. Is that person who broke into the ghost world your young master? A person who breaks into the ghost world? Qin Feng was curious. He entered the ghost world directly through the crack, so naturally he didn't know what happened during this period. When Tu Bo saw this, he slowly told everything he knew. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. He originally thought about sneaking through the ghost gate and entering the ghost world. Unexpectedly, he was already being targeted by the people in the ghost world before he took any action. Lord Shinto has given an order to kill you without mercy if I encounter you. In addition to the ghost generals who guard Naiha Bridge and go to break the world, the other ghost generals are basically gathered at the ghost gate to search for your traces. Once they discover you, they will definitely take action against you for the reward. For the sake of safety, young master, it is better to go back quickly. Although on the surface, they were words of loyalty, Tu Bo's inner thoughts were far more realistic than this. It wanted to capture Qin Feng and claim credit, but it didn't have the strength. And the other party coming here at this moment must be for the Ghost Emperor, who will be punished by the underworld in 2 days. It has always been greedy for life and afraid of death, so it naturally does not want to be involved in such troublesome things. So it persuades Qin Feng to leave. However, he was afraid of what he was going to do. Qin Feng asked, Where is the infinite prison? Tu Bo looked troubled, and then saw the crackling sound of the crimson thunder snake in Qin Feng's hand. It hurriedly replied, The infinite prison exists in the void cracks in the ghost world. It is everywhere, but it is extremely difficult to enter, because in the entire ghost world, only 2 people can open the infinite prison. One is the Ghost Master, and the other is Lord Zhou Qi, the Central Ghost Emperor. After a pause, it said again, Young Master, I know you are here to save the Qin Ghost Emperor, but what the Ghost Emperor has done has aroused public outrage. Inflicting the punishment of the underworld on Ghost Emperor Qin is the Ghost Lord's explanation to the ghost world, and it is also something that all Ghost Emperors recognize. Wanting to rescue Ghost Emperor Qin is tantamount to being an enemy of the entire ghost world. I advise you to think twice. After all, With your strength, you can only bully me. Tu Bo silently added in his heart. Do you think my father is really what they said? Qin Feng asked with a frown. He knows very well about his father's character. Now that he has come to the ghost world and become the Ghost Emperor, his father will definitely do his best for the relationship between the ghost world and the broken world, and will never do anything harmful to the ghost world. The reason for the destruction of the balance of life and death was imposed on Dad. It must be the result of someone behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire. Looking at it now, there is a high probability that it is the Ghost Emperor Shen Tu. Although the other party's purpose is still unknown, Qin Feng will never let him succeed. When Tu Bo heard this, he was slightly startled. It didn't care whether the things were true or not. Anyway, when the crowd in the ghost world was excited, it also echoed and said many bad things about the Ghost Emperor, mainly to join the group. The Ghost Emperor is above board. Naturally, I don't believe it. When those people slandered the Ghost Emperor, I stood up and rebuked him face to face. However, I was just a gatekeeper and spoke lightly. Tu Bo sighed, looking heartbroken. Appearance. Qin Feng naturally didn't believe these words, but he still said, I didn't expect you to be so loyal at this time. Tu Bo replied, It's all as it should be. Mr. Ghost Emperor treats me well. I've always been very grateful. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to repay him. There's a chance. Qin Feng said, I want to go through the gate of L to find Senior Liang. I am worried that there is no one to guide me. Now is your chance to repay the favor. Tu Bo was so frightened that most of the ghost generals in the ghost world were searching for Qin Feng and wanted to kill him. If he went with him, how would he be seeking death? Just as it was hesitating how to refuse, it saw Qin Feng playing with the life-destroying thunder in his hand again, and thunder arc surged. It's my duty, little one. Outside the ghost gate in the southern region of the ghost world, on the road of bones, countless ghost generals are waiting. However, they waited for a long time and saw no movement around them. At this moment, two figures, one large and one small, walked slowly from the end of the bone road. A ghost general saw him and shouted loudly, Uncle Tu, as the guardian of the ghost gate, how dare you leave your post without authorization? Wait, who is behind you? Tu Bo hurriedly replied, He is my lieutenant, and he usually patrols the wilderness outside Guimin Pass to prevent the undead from escaping. Now that someone breaks into the ghost world, I will bring him back and guard this place together to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. When everyone heard this, they all showed dissatisfaction. Naturally, they didn't want anyone to come and take a share of the pie at this moment. It's strange that you, a small gatekeeper, actually have a lieutenant. The ghost generals looked at him and saw Qin Feng wearing a black bamboo hat with a ghostly aura lingering around him. He was obviously from the ghost world. Tu Bo was extremely nervous. When he heard that Qin Feng was about to enter through the main gate of Gui Mingguan, he couldn't believe his ears. But at this moment, it seems that it does have an unexpected effect. At least not many people doubt it. Feeling the murderous intent on the back of his neck, Tu Bo pretended to be calm and said, I have existed in the ghost world for thousands of years. So what's so strange about having a deputy general? Yes, after thousands of years of practice, I am only at this level of strength now. A ghost general sneered. Tu Bo snorted coldly and refused to pay attention to it. He just wanted to take Qin Feng, this time bomb, away from the current place of right and wrong. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the gate of L, just when it was relieved, a ghost general asked, By the way, Tu Bo, I heard you say before that you also have complaints about the foreign ghost emperor. In 2 days, we will have to endure the punishment of the underworld and be wiped out in ashes. Then why not go together to watch that heart-wrenching scene? Hey, I feel happy just thinking about it. Why should a mere outsider become the ghost emperor of a region? That's right. When he was here, he didn't allow me to eat the souls of the dead. He's going to die soon. Who will stop me from waiting? Ha ha. When Lord Ji Kong leads the ghost generals to open the way to break the world, who will be willing to eat these souls of the dead? Wouldn't the taste of living people be countless times more delicious? That makes sense. All the ghost generals laughed loudly and cursed Father Qin with all kinds of vulgar words. Tu Bo stood blankly on the spot. He glanced cautiously at Qin Feng behind him, hoping that the latter would not be too impulsive. However, what are you afraid of? Just when the man who took the lead in insulting laughed loudest, a light-destroying thunder wrapped in ghostly energy pierced the man's head with lightning speed. For a moment, the whole place was silent. This little ancestor actually dared to take action. Tu Bo was instantly frightened out of his wits. Chapter 791 Identity Exposed. Who is it? The other ghost generals looked at the headless corpse. Shocked and angry. They hurriedly looked at the source of the previous ghostly attack. Terrified. None of them had reacted to the blow just now. If that blow had fallen on their heads, they would probably end up not being much better than this dead ghost general. Feeling the angry gazes of everyone, Tu Bo hurriedly raised his hands to express that it had nothing to do with him. The ghost generals couldn't help but look at Qin Feng suspiciously. And someone tried to ask, "Did you do it just now?" Under normal circumstances, with Qin Feng's special status, how could he admit what he had just done? But Qin Feng's answer once again exceeded Tu Bo's expectations. He didn't shy away from it, nodding and admitting, "So what if it's me? This little ancestor is really not afraid of death. No. This little ancestor is crazy because those people just insulted the Ghost Emperor." Cold sweat dripped from Tu Bo's forehead. Upon hearing this, the ghost generals immediately formed a fan-shaped movement and slowly approached Qin Feng. A ghost general asked in a cold voice, "Why do you do this? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, you will never leave this place alive." Someone who was familiar with the dead ghost general shouted sternly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? How dare a mere lieutenant guarding the gate dare to do something evil?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took action directly, turning the ghost energy around him into sharp claws and attacking Qin Feng overwhelmingly. This ghost will come from the western region of the ghost world. He is also well known in the ghost world and has good strength. Even if this move does not show 100% of the strength, it is at least 70% to 80%. He originally wanted to test Qin Feng's quality first, but he didn't expect that a momentary misjudgment would lead to a fatal disaster. Qin Feng was already furious when his father was insulted, so he killed the one who took the lead in insulting him. Before the anger in his heart could be fully vented, someone else dared to take the initiative. The Hongming immortal qi in the body was mobilized, and the Thunder Arc instantly emerged in the palm. Under the ghost qi of the Ghost Lord's bone token, a sound that broke through the sky was heard, and the Ghost General's Ghost Claw offensive collapsed in just an instant. But the lightning arc did not stop, and with a devastating force, it penetrated directly into the chest of the Ghost General, who took action. Outside the huge ghost gate, there was silence for a moment. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The uncle on the side was even more frightened. He could clearly feel that Qin Feng was now more than a little stronger than before. "Who are you? With this strength, there is no way he can be a deputy general of a gatekeeper. Take off your hat and reveal your true face. Everyone, be careful. This person is very likely to be a person who has entered the ghost world." Is that really the case? Tu Bo's figure trembled. His impulsiveness would naturally come at a price, and Qin Feng's identity was about to be exposed. At this moment, Tu Bo couldn't help but worry about his situation. After all, Qin Feng came with it. Qin Feng also understood that his identity could no longer be concealed, and qi surged around his body. He doesn't regret his choice. During the Battle of Zulong, his father protected his safety with his life. Now that he was unjustly imprisoned, he was unable to rescue him immediately. He was already blaming himself. How could he endure the insults he received from others? If he was given another chance to choose, he would still do it. "Why don't you take off your hat? This guy is really weird." Everyone is ready to take action. Life or death. The fan-shaped team began to gather and surrounded Qin Feng and Tu Bo. As the word "do it" sounded, countless qi machines rushed towards the two of them like a surging wave. Tu Bo was disheartened when he saw this scene, thinking that he had been cautious all his life, but he had ended up like this. It had long known that getting involved with Qin Feng would not be a good thing. With such a large number of ghosts attacking and killing him, how could he possibly survive? But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Feng's right palm was opened, and the thunder was like a tornado, rushing into the sky. In just one moment, the Thunder Realm expanded, encompassing the entire Ghost Gate and Bone Road. The Thunder Curtain turned into a barrier, blocking the wave-like offensive. In the dark sky, the Sea of Thunder roared, shaking the world and the earth. On the Naiha Bridge, all the Ghost Emperors felt something in their hearts and looked towards the south. Zhao Wenhe exclaimed in shock. "What a powerful pressure! Who did it?" Northern Ghost Emperor Zhang Heng said calmly. "It is not the ordinary methods of people in the ghost world. I can feel a murderous intention that can threaten me. It is said that Shintu has given orders to send people to guard the ghost gates in various places and kill those who break into the ghost world. If my prediction is correct, this movement should be caused by the intruder, Shin Tuesday." Zhao Wenhe frowned when he heard these two words. He couldn't fathom Shintu's series of behaviors during this period. In the past 2 days when the Ghost Master had no time to escape, Shintu violated the Ghost Master's previous instructions and sent troops to break through the boundary. Zhao Wenhe originally thought that Mr. Zhou Qi, who was temporarily in charge of the Ghost World, would stop Shintu from doing this. However, Mr. Zhou turned a blind eye to Shintu's various actions. He even thought for a time that Mr. Zhou Qi was tacitly approving of Shintu. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhou Qi, who was suspended in the air, and then looked at the Ghost Master who was sitting in the broken world repairing the barrier, hoping that the latter could return soon. At this moment, Zhou Qi, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Zhang Heng. I want to sit here and have no time to supervise other places. You go and bring the intruders here, whether they are alive or dead. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and said, Okay. Then he stepped into the void and disappeared instantly. The Ghost Emperor Zhang Heng, who is in charge of the Northern Territory, has learned Tao that is related to time and space. Even if the world is far away from the Ghost Gate of the Southern Territory, for him, it is only a moment's work. At the Gate of Ghosts in the Southern Territory, Qin Feng's strength shocked all the Ghost Generals. No one in the realm could cause any harm to him. And under the blowing of the turbulent air machine, the bamboo hat on Qin Feng's head was also blown off, revealing the face of the human race. He is indeed a boundary breaker. Uncle, you are so brave. You dare to lead a trespasser through the gate of H.L. Do you also want to suffer the punishment of Hades? Tubo opened his mouth, but stopped talking. At this point, even if it says it is forced, it will be of no use. At this time, Qin Feng said, The war situation here is chaotic, and I may not be able to take care of you. I will open a hole at the back of the realm later, and you can escape into the H.L. gate first. When the uncle heard this, he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Having lived for thousands of years, it has always adhered to the principle of preying on the weak. It is only natural for powerful people to enslave weak people and control their life and death. This is the law of the ghost world, and it is also everyone's understanding. But how could it imagine that at such a critical moment, the young master was still considering its safety? Young master, you? Tu Bo was extremely moved. He glanced at the gap that was open in the realm, then rushed into it without hesitation and fled away. Qin Feng's face was expressionless when he saw this. He had never had any expectations for this guy anyway. Just as he was about to use his immortal magic to push away the ghost generals and temporarily escape, the void behind him fluctuated, and a voice slowly sounded. I thought he would be a powerful opponent, but I didn't expect him to be a person who has not even reached the realm of transcendence. Reached brat. After the words fell, before Qin Feng could react, a black light pierced his abdominal cavity. Chapter 792 Escape. Although Ghost Emperor Zhang Heng is not as qualified as the other Ghost Emperors, in this netherworld ghost world where strength is valued, he has been able to occupy the position of the Northern Ghost Emperor for 1,000 years, and his strength is enough to stand out among the heroes. Although Qin Feng has entered the second-level realm and has few opponents in the same realm, it is reasonable for him to be seriously injured when facing a Ghost Emperor without any defense. Feeling the severe pain coming from his abdomen, he did not dare to neglect the Hongmeng immortal Qi gathered under his feet, and in just an instant, he stepped back 100 feet away. Green thunder gathered in the torn abdominal cavity, and in a few breaths, the wound began to heal. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng said, Such a strong vitality, and such powerful healing power. He looked around, and saw the realm laid out by Qin Feng, and saw the defeated ghost generals. Is this the power of this realm? No wonder he dared to come to the ghost world alone. He was indeed somewhat dependent on him. But it was not enough. After the words fell, Zhang Heng's right hand moved repeatedly, and the void around him began to shatter inch by inch. Then in Qin Feng's shocked eyes, his realm was torn apart by the distortion of space. Who is this guy? He has such terrifying strength. Qin Feng was shocked and quickly thought of countermeasures. When all the ghost generals saw Zhang Heng, they all cheered. Lord Ghost Emperor, kill this kid quickly. Isn't the ghost world a person who breaks the world and can wander around at will? Today, he will never come back. Wait a minute. I'm going to peel off his skin, cramp his muscles, remove his bones, and eat his marrow. To vent my hatred. There were shouts and cries one after another. It turned out to be the Ghost Emperor. Qin Feng's face turned ugly when he heard these calls. He thought he could escape in time to avoid encountering these high-powered ghosts. But he was still a step too late. At this moment, a face appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was Zhang Heng. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he immediately mobilized the Hongyang immortal qi in his body. Red thunder arcs lingered around him, and struck hard at the opponent. Life-destroying thunder? Zhang Heng was a little surprised. This thunder has unparalleled lethality against existences in the ghost world. Even if you have the life points to reach the stars and ignite multiple life fires, you will still be directly killed by the life-destroying thunder. This is why Qin Feng can face a group of ghost generals with ease. However, in front of Zhang Heng, the mere method of destroying biological thunder was not enough. He just waved his hands, and those crimson thunder arcs disappeared. However, Qin Feng also used this gap to distance himself again. Zhang Heng looked at Qin Feng in the distance, looked at his face, and said thoughtfully, "Your face and eyes are quite similar to the guy imprisoned in Wujin prison. What is your relationship with the Southern Ghost Emperor?" Qin Feng said solemnly, "He is my father." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment. "So it turns out that you dared to come to this world alone to save your father. Your courage is commendable. I really appreciate your filial piety. But it's a pity that Mr. Zhou has ordered me to bring you to him. Life or death. Otherwise, I would really want to let you go." After a pause, Zhang Heng spoke again. "How about this? I only make one move. If you are still alive after the one move, what you do in the future has nothing to do with me. If you can't withstand this move, 2 days later, your father will be beaten to death by the punishment of Hades, and I will bury your bones near him." The other ghost generals heard this and hurriedly stopped them. "Master Ghost Emperor, you must not do this. If we let this child enter the ghost world safely, what shame will we have?" Zhang Heng snorted coldly. "So many people can't deal with a boy who breaks the world. You have already lost all faith in the ghost world. Also, when the Emperor is doing things, when will it be your turn to dictate?" The chorus of fear was like a sea tide that crushed the ghost generals into agony. They immediately became silent and did not dare to say another word. Qin Feng took a deep breath and was on full alert. "If you don't speak, I will take it as your acquiescence," Zhang Heng said coldly, then raised his right hand, with the ghost energy condensing on the tip of his index finger. A black light shot into the void, and suddenly disappeared out of thin air. But Qin Feng knew that the opponent's tricks had not disappeared, because he could feel the strong murderous intention, which made his scalp numb. The Tao principles learned by the Ghost Emperor in front of him must be related to the void. This finger has already entered the void. After thinking about this, Qin Feng hurriedly used the technique of not seeing and observed his surroundings. Countless scenes of the future appeared in front of his eyes, and that finger of black light appeared from various weird angles, easily piercing his chest, and there was no way he could avoid it. The other ghost generals also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Heng pointing out that finger, because they understand that this is the powerful killing move of the Ghost Emperor Flash Finger. When those weird beings invade the ghost world, the Ghost Emperor uses this move to crush countless enemies into the ghost world, in the confinement imposed by the Lord and Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. If this continues, I will definitely die. I must find the only way to survive. The moment the thought arose, Qin Feng induced the Hongyang immortal qi to flow into his eyes, and the innate qi flowed around his body. In just 1,000th of an instant, he entered the state of divine power. In this state, his control over the principles of destiny seems to have deepened, and even the unseen techniques have presented a new picture. In countless future death scenes, a white lion suddenly appeared. Like a silver snake, it avoided all fatal endings, and then swooped toward the only way to live. There, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened. The life-destroying thunder and the white thunder formation merged, and red and white thunder shot out, hitting a void. He actually found a flaw. But in this state, Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. Then there was only a roar. The void collapsed, and only black and white seemed to be left in the world. Qin Feng was violently thrown away by the aftermath, although he found his only chance of survival in the face of Zhang Heng's terrifying strength. His skin was still torn apart by the flash of fingers, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. We must take this opportunity to escape. Naturally, Qin Feng would not believe Zhang Heng's words, to take a step back, even if the other party kept his promise. What about the other ghost generals? How could they sit back and ignore it? After all, Zhang Heng said that he would not take action again, but he did not say that he would not let other ghost generals take action. So at this moment, Qin Feng just wanted to take advantage of the chaos and enter the gate of H.L. But in his current state, trying to escape from the pursuit of ghost generals is nothing more than a dream. In fact, if it were not for the support of his strong willpower, he would probably fall into a coma completely. At this critical moment, a figure swept out from the sand, and dust stirred up by the air waves and grabbed Qin Feng. Qin Feng was about to resist, but he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Don't panic, young master. It's me. I'm here to take you out of here." This guy actually came back to save me. While Qin Feng was stunned, his injuries broke out, his eyes darkened, and he gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 793. Everyone has their own thoughts. When the aftermath subsides and the smoke dissipates, the ghosts who fell to the ground will react instantly. What about that kid? Where did that kid go? The Ghost General's magical power of flashing his fingers actually allowed him to avoid a fatal murderous intention. Even so, he must have been seriously injured when he withstood that power at close range. If he can be captured, he will definitely be rewarded by Lord Shintu. Why don't you hurry up and chase him? He's seriously injured and can't run far. For the reward, all the Ghost Generals took action. Only the Ghost Emperor Zhang Heng, who was floating in the sky, watched all this indifferently. At this time, he suddenly discovered something. He lowered his head and glanced at his right cuff, where a scorched black mark was quite eye-catching. That was the mark left by Qin Feng's thunder finger. It's interesting. Zhang Heng glanced in the direction of the Ghost Gate, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he had returned to Naiha Bridge. When Zhao Wenhe saw Zhang Heng returning alone, he knew that the arrest had not been successful, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Among the 5 Ghost Generals, no one could be Zhang Heng's opponent in a speed competition. Even he had not caught the intruder, which showed that the intruder was extraordinary. Zhou Qi stared at Wang Jie and asked without looking back, "Did you miss it?" Zhang Heng responded, "It's not a mistake. The kid was seriously injured by me. The others should be able to catch him." Zhao Wenhe asked curiously, "You mean, you let him go?" "I gave him a chance to make a move. He didn't die, so I didn't bother to chase him." Zhang Heng admitted generously that there were so many Ghost Generals at the gate of H.L. who saw it, so it was pointless for him to hide it. "Why?" Zhou Qi asked calmly. "That boy is the son of the Southern Ghost Emperor who broke the world. He came to this world alone to save his father. I admire him a lot. That's all." This, Zhao Wenhe was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Mr. Zhou Qi. If this is true, he will definitely find ways to destroy the punishment of Mingxia in 2 days. Although this possibility is slim. The punishment of Hades is notorious in the ghost world. So how can it be so easy to destroy? There were also people who tried to save the prisoners who were punished by the underworld. But the result was that they were all chopped up by the underworld and their souls were scattered. As for the other party's desire to save people from the infinite prison, that is even more idiotic. After all, the only one who can open the infinite prison now is Zhou Qi. Thinking of this, he looked up to the sky, waiting for how the old man would respond. Just listen to Zhou Qi say calmly, "Although it is just an insignificant mouse, it is also annoying to toss in the ghost world. Zhao Wenhe, go and capture him, whether he lives or lives. As for Zhang Heng, if you take the initiative to make your own decisions, I will punish you by staying at Naiha Bridge to guard the boundary, and you will not be allowed to leave even 1 step. Okay." Zhang Heng accepted happily. After Zhou Qi finished his instructions, he spoke again. "The Ghost Master is in charge of breaking the boundary, and there is no one guarding the seal. I will stay there before the punishment of the underworld is carried out. If there is an emergency, call me." "Understood," Zhao Wenhe responded with clasped fists. When you look up again, where is the old man's figure? After the old man left, Zhao Wenhe was about to leave when Zhang Heng suddenly said, "Don't you think all these things happening recently are too coincidental?" Zhao Wenhe paused. "What do you mean?" "After the balance of life and death was broken, strange changes occurred frequently in the ghost world. Shintu wanted to kill the Southern Ghost Emperor and launched a war against the broken boundary. At this time, the ghost leader was unable to do anything because the boundary barrier was damaged. Behind all this, there seems to be a hand pushing." Zhao Wenhe frowned when he heard this. As a more senior ghost emperor in the ghost world, how could he not see these problems? "What on earth do you want to say? Do you know who is behind this?" Zhang Heng sneered. "Among the great ghost emperors. Except for the old man who I can't see through. Who has a deeper city than you. You already know it. But you still pretend to be confused." After leaving these words, he turned and left. Zhao Wenhe closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time, he made up his mind and headed towards Suiyun Palace in the ghost world, which was the residence of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Qin Feng, who was deeply in a coma. seemed to be in chaotic darkness. There is no light, nor any sound. Suddenly, sporadic images flashed before his eyes like a slide. He saw the moment when his father was in despair. And he saw the tragic scene of the ghost world being shattered and annihilated. And in the cracks in the void, in the memory of Senior Xian Yi, the strange giant appeared again. With a wave of his hand, dense Taoist text covered the sky and blocked the sun. It is this text that is constantly eroding the ghost world and annihilating it. At this moment, the giant in the crack suddenly discovered something. On the body made of pieces of flesh, countless pupils looked towards Qin Feng. That gaze seemed to have some kind of magic power, absorbing Qin Feng's mind and making him keep getting closer. The demonic voice kept ringing in Qin Feng's ears. Innate energy. Let me be one with you. Just when Qin Feng was about to sink into it, at the critical moment, a bright moonlight penetrated the darkness and shone on the top of Qin Feng's head. A soft voice sounded, "Wake up!" Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around. This should be a stone cave. At this moment, he was lying on the stone bed, looking out through the cracks in the stone. The sky was dark, and it was obvious that he had been unconscious for a long time. Tu Bo, who had shrunk in size, heard the movement and hurried over. "Young master, you finally woke up." Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" The Tubo thought for a moment and replied, "It should take 3 hours to fully calculate. This time, young master, it can be said that he has escaped from death." Then Tubo began to recall the process of rescuing Qin Feng, vividly describing the critical situation at that time and his majestic image of loyally protecting his master. Qin Feng thanked him sincerely. "I misunderstood you before and thought you were a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. If it weren't for you this time, I would really be in danger. But what makes me curious is that you escaped into the H.L. gate without thinking at first. Were you waiting for the opportunity to save me?" When Tubo heard this, he looked a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, a charming voice sounded at the entrance of the cave. "This guy can even run away as fast as the Ghost Emperor Zhang Heng. Do you expect him to be so loyal? If I hadn't happened to meet it, how could it have risked its life and rushed back to rescue you?" Qin Feng went out looking for fame and saw the voluptuous Meng Shuang. It's just that at this moment, the latter has obviously experienced a big battle. Not only does he look sluggish, but there are still many wounds on his body that have not healed. Before Qin Feng could ask, Meng Shuang took out a bowl of soup from the side. Not only was the soup water turbid, it also exuded a pungent smell. "I know you have many questions. Drink this first to recuperate, and then we can talk." "Okay." Qin Feng took the decoction without saying a word. The pungent smell hit his nose, mixed with the aroma of wine. He hesitated for a moment, and finally drank the decoction. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter, and is good for the disease. Click! The soup bowl broke and Qin Feng fell into coma again. Tu Bo exclaimed in shock. "What's wrong with him?" Meng Shuang murmured to herself. "TSK. Failed again." Chapter 794. Seeing this order is like the ghost master coming in person. The taste of the soup was really indescribable. Qin Feng felt like he had walked through the gates of H.L. When he opened his eyes again, 2 sticks of incense had passed. "Why am I unconscious again?" Qin Feng asked, rubbing his forehead. When Tu Bo heard this, he immediately replied, "Young master drank Master Ming's decoction, and the result became like this." As soon as he said this, Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the stains on the ground and looked at Meng Shuang in confusion. The latter was adjusting the injuries in his body, sensed the sight, and replied calmly, "This is medicinal wine. It can help you repair your injuries, and you fell into coma again. Mostly it was the result of the injury being too serious and another outbreak." Qin Feng felt his body, and it was indeed much more relaxed than before. But he still asked curiously, "Is there medicinal wine in the ghost world?" Meng Shuang shook his head. "Of course there is no such thing. But I made it based on the wine you gave me before, and the materials available in the netherworld. I ensured the taste and texture while also restoring it." Injury capability. Qin Feng's expression froze. Leaving aside the taste. This medicine is indeed very effective. My injuries have recovered a lot, but my head is still a little dizzy. Hey, what materials did you use? Is this the legendary Mengpa soup? Why is it so powerful? Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows and complained in his heart. Meng Shuang's eyes were a little dodgy. "Don't worry about these irrelevant things. You came to this world alone at this time. It should be for Qin Ghost Emperor, right?" Mentioning this matter, Qin Feng frowned and his spirits became much higher. The Hongnang immortal chi flowing through his body instantly made his head clearer. And then he said with resentment, I am pretty good to the Ghost Lord, and I will offer tribute regularly. But why did he make such a decision to kill my father? Put him in an endless prison? Or even impose the punishment of the underworld on him? You should understand that my father's behavior, disrupting the balance of life and death, and intending to subvert the ghost world are simply nonsense. Outside the gate of HL, when the ghost generals insulted Father Qin, Qin Feng also heard a lot of content and understood a little more about the causes and consequences of the matter. This is obviously a frame-up. Meng Shuang sighed. I know you have resentment towards the Ghost Lord, but this is not the Ghost Lord's original intention. Then, she briefly explained the current situation in the ghost world to Qin Feng. After Qin Feng heard this, his expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect that the ghost world was already in such danger. The disorder of the balance of life and death has seriously affected the existence of the ghost world. And the monsters outside the Naiha bridge suddenly became menacing. And even the monsters band in Jinbo began to riot. If problems arise within the ghost world at such a critical moment, then the ghost world will inevitably fall into a place of no return. The Ghost Lord is also forced to do so. Shentu has obtained evidence that is quite unfavorable to Qin Ghost Emperor. In order to appease everyone in the ghost world, the Ghost Lord can only issue this order. Of course, he didn't really want to put Qin Ghost Emperor to death. Otherwise it would be impossible to arrange the punishment of Ming Cha in 2 days. Moreover, you can come to the ghost world in flesh and blood. It should be because the Ghost Master gave you something. Right. Qin Feng nodded, and then took out the bone token from his arms. Meng Shuang was shocked when he saw this object. Master Ghost Master actually gave this object to you? The uncle on the side was so frightened that he fell to the ground and shouted. See you, Lord Ghost. Qin Feng was confused by the scene in front of him and asked, What on earth is this? Meng Shuang took a breath and slowly explained. This is the Ghost Lord's token. Anyone who sees this token will feel as if the Ghost Lord is here in person. With this bone token, he can rule the ghost world, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals can be dispatched at will. I originally thought that Lord Ghost Lord would devote himself to repairing the barrier in the broken world, and would hand over the bone order to Lord Zhou Qi to control the overall situation. But I didn't expect that the bone order would be in your hands. Is there any profound meaning in this? Qin Feng did not think about the deeper meaning, but asked excitedly, Then with this order, can I directly release the father from Wujin prison? Meng Shuang said bluntly. No. Why? Qin Feng was puzzled. According to his understanding, with the bone order, he should be able to rescue his father at will. In the ghost world, there are only 2 people who can open the infinite prison. One is the Ghost Lord, and the other is Mr. Zhou Qi. The bone order alone cannot open the infinite prison. Then you take me to find that Zhou beggar. Can't I use this order to let him open the infinite prison? Qin Feng said. Meng Shuang shook his head. Even if you have the white bone order, not everyone has to obey your orders. And one of them is the Ghost Emperor of the 5 directions. And with the old man's character, even if he sees the bone token in your hand, he will not release Qin Ghost Emperor from the infinite prison. If you want to directly rescue people from the infinite prison, I advise you to give up on this idea. Then what should I do? Meng Shuang pondered for a moment and then replied. Since the Lord Ghost has given you the bone token, he wants you to rescue Qin Ghost Emperor, and I will help you. The road to endless prison is not feasible, so we can only take action on the day when the punishment of Hades is executed. Now that I think about it, the Ghost Lord might have anticipated this situation when he asked Li Yang to guard Ming Zhu. So we need to find Li Yang first and discuss countermeasures? Logically speaking, it would be safest to go find him immediately. But the current situation in the ghost world, Shentu obviously has a different intention towards Lord Ghost, and the injuries on my body were caused by him. Moreover, he has issued an order in the ghost world to let a group of ghost generals chase you. Most of them are his cronies. Even if you have the bone token, it will not work. Once your whereabouts are exposed, Shentu will definitely come in person and take your life. Qin Feng has never met Shentu, nor has he fought against him. But as the Ghost Emperor, Zhang Heng's strength is enough to see many problems. This guy not only framed Dad, but also killed me. Qin Feng clenched his fists and frowned. Meng Shuang said again, With the Ghost Lord's absence, many people have dissent. I don't know how many Ghost Emperors are still on the Ghost Lord's side. If I want to successfully rescue Qin Ghost Emperor, just relying on a few of us is not enough. I have to find other Ghost Emperors to help. Then do you have someone in mind? If you find the wrong person, The consequences will be disastrous. Ming Xuang originally wanted to find Mr. Zhou Qi. After all, the latter was famous in the ghost world. If he got the help of the old man, all problems could be solved. But when the Lord Ghost gave Qin Feng the bone token, she hesitated. After a while, she exhaled and said, "No matter what, I have to give it a try. I have already thought of someone. When the injury recovers, we will set off." "Okay." Qin Feng nodded, and then looked at the uncle beside him. The latter was shocked and said hurriedly, "My strength is low, so I won't follow you too and hold you back." Qin Feng sighed. "But you heard too many things that you shouldn't have heard. In order to prevent you from leaking the secret, I can only kill you to silence you." Tu Bo trembled, and then changed the topic. "Although I am of low strength, Qin Ghost Emperor has shown me a great kindness. Even if it means mountains of swords and seas of fire, I will go with you together. Not reluctantly. I won't force it. It's all my words from the bottom of my heart." Chapter 795. Changes in Suyin Palace. "Where are we going?" With the help of the knight, Qin Feng and the other three were galloping in the darkness. Ming Xuang replied, "Go to Suyin Palace. Where is the residence of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva? I found out that Zhao Wenhe went there after leaving Naiha Bridge. Most likely, he hoped to use the sacred beast where the Bodhisattva sat to listen to track your traces. We can wait outside Suyin Palace in advance and try to win him over. Are you sure that Zhao Wenhe can be trusted? If he colludes with Shen Tuhong, wouldn't it be a trap for us to go there this time?" Qin Feng asked aloud. Ming Xuang nodded. "There is indeed a risk. But before the Lord Ghost returns, he is the only person I can think of to win over. He is very intelligent and very sensible." When Shen Tu questioned the Ghost Emperor of Qin, the other Ghost Emperors just stood aside and said a few words. "When you meet him, you can take out the bone token and the probability of convincing him should be high. Then why don't you go to Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi? When I introduced several Ghost Emperors earlier, I could tell that his status in the ghost world is very high, even second only to the Ghost Emperor. And judging from your tone, you should be extremely convinced of him." Hearing this, Ming Xuang paused before expressing his doubts. "Originally, he was the first person I thought of. But the Lord Ghost handed the bone token to you, but not to Mr. Zhou Qi, which makes me feel something is wrong. Moreover, Shen Tu did so many outrageous things after the Ghost Master left. But the old man just turned a blind eye and had no intention of stopping him. Such an old man makes me feel a little strange." "You mean, Shen Tu is not the initiator of everything, and the person behind it may be Zhou Qi?" Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. Ming Xuang looked solemn and did not answer. This was just a guess without any basis. She could not draw a conclusion easily. When the uncle on the side heard this, he was already frightened. As a veteran in the ghost world, he knew everything about the ghost world. The Central Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi is the right-hand man who has always been by the Ghost Master's side. He is strong enough to rank among the top 3 in the ghost world. Even now, not long after the Ghost Master revived again, many people claim that Zhou Qi was stronger than the Ghost Master himself. If such a being is the mastermind behind the chaos in the ghost world, wouldn't the ghost world be overturned? Lord Shen Tu is trying to break through the world. Could it be that he has given up on this world? Tu Bo couldn't help but think this way. Ming Xuang's silence made Qin Feng frown, and the three of them were speechless for the rest of the journey. The surrounding mountains appear. The faint Buddha light hangs in the night sky, and the light Buddha sound in the ears. Suyin Palace is almost there. Outside Foshan, where Suyin Palace is located, Zhao Wenhe waited quietly. He had been standing here for a long time. In front of him was a stone Buddha, about 3 feet long and 6 feet high, sitting cross-legged. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva comes from the Buddhist kingdom of the immortal world. He came to this ghost world with great aspirations. His status in the ghost world is extraordinary. Even the ghost owners treat him with courtesy. Therefore, if you want to seek Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, you need to tell it in front of the stone Buddha. When the stone Buddha opens his eyes, you can step into the Buddha mountain and go to Suyin Palace. However, today was different from usual. He waited for a long time, but Shifo didn't give him any reaction at all. Zhao Wenhe frowned. Is it possible that the Bodhisattva is not in Suyin Palace? But what about the Buddha's light on the top of the mountain? At this moment, a terrifying energy came from Suyin Palace, and the heaven and earth trembled. Even someone as strong as Zhao Wenhe was shocked hundreds of feet away by this energy. What's going on? The 3 people galloping in the dark night were all startled when they felt the oncoming air waves. They hurriedly stopped and mobilized the energy in their bodies to fight. When the air waves passed by them, they looked ahead again. on the mountain where the Tsuyin Palace is located. The rich death energy and the golden Buddha's light confront each other, seeming to divide the world into two. Meng Shuang was surprised and said, "Someone is actually fighting against Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You must know that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's strength is unfathomable. When he was able to unite with the Ghost Master to set up a golden bowl and seal countless monsters, it was enough to give clues. At that time, the powerful spirit giant among the monsters was invincible in the ghost world, leaving several ghost emperors helpless. It was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who single-handedly sealed it. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva should be almost the same as that of the Ghost Lord at his peak. However, at this point, who has the ability to compete with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Go and have a look." Meng Shuang said this, and her figure suddenly accelerated. Qin Feng and the others hurriedly followed. As they approached Foshan, a figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of the three of them. The person who came was none other than Zhao Wenhe. Zhao Wenhe glanced at the three of them, and finally his eyes fell on Qin Feng. His eyes were intriguing. With his eyesight, he could easily tell at a glance that Qin Feng was the person who broke into the world. But he did not take action against Qin Feng and the others, because at this moment, he was more concerned about what happened in Tsuyin Palace. Meng Shuang asked hurriedly, "What is going on here?" Zhao Wenhe shook his head. "I came here to see Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and waited outside the stone Buddha for a long time. What I saw was the same as what you saw. Why don't you enter Foshan? You and I should both be aware of the situation in the ghost world. Lord Ksitigarbha cannot afford to make any mistakes." Meng Shuang looked anxious. "There is a barrier outside Foshan that I cannot break through with my strength." Zhao Wenhe answered truthfully. "Not even you?" Meng Shuang said in surprise. Turmoils in Foshan continued one after another, but the aftermath was easily stopped by Zhao Wenhe's barrier. Qin Feng approached the stone Buddha and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, there was a boundary barrier blocking the way to Tsuyin Palace. Could this be the barrier protecting Foshan? Meng Shuang guessed. Qin Feng felt the strange fluctuations and frowned slightly. He jumped into the air, opened his eyes to observe the surroundings, then fell down again, and said slowly, "It's not a boundary barrier, but a formation set up by others later. The traces are new, and the purpose is to isolate the mountain, preventing people inside from coming out, and people from outside not being allowed to enter. Formation?" Zhao Wenhe frowned. Being able to set up such a large-scale formation under the eyes of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shows that the enemy is extremely unusual. "Since you can see that this is a formation, is there a way to break it?" Zhao Wenhe asked aloud. Qin Feng said without thinking, "I can deduce the center of the formation, and then as long as the center of the formation is broken, the formation can be broken. But the formation is extremely complicated and I need some time." While speaking, Qin Feng had already concentrated carefully, unfolded his spiritual consciousness to observe the whole picture of Foshan, and started to deduce the reverse method based on his understanding of the formation. The commotion in Foshan is also becoming more and more intense, and roaring sounds can also be heard. Chapter 796. Kill yourself to become a benevolent person. Foshan. Inside Tsuyin Palace, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva on the lotus stone platform put his hands together and said, "Amitabha." The divine beast Di Ting stood up straight at his feet, bared his teeth, and showed his fierce look. Not far in front of him, a figure was wrapped in ghostly aura and could not see its true appearance. The aura exuding from its body was extremely ominous, just like those weird, immortal monsters. A hoarse voice spoke from the shadows. "This place has been sealed by the 10,000 evil arrays that I have set up with the thousands of dead souls in the underworld. Your Buddhist Dharma and Taoism cannot be used. Why don't you just capture it without any effort?" When he heard the words, he roared, and golden light appeared from his mouth and shot towards the black shadow. Although the power of this move was astonishing, the black shadow just waved his right hand, and a giant hand made of condensed flesh appeared out of thin air, blocking the golden light with ease. "You actually turned against those guys," Di Ting growled. "Those who know the current affairs are heroes." Hei responded coldly, then looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and said again, "When you came to this world to make a great wish, you vowed not to become a Buddha until L is empty. In fact, our purpose with you is the same. When the three realms reopen and all things return to silence, the dead souls in the ghost world will naturally cease to exist. And now there is an opportunity in front of you to open the seal of the golden bowl and release the heavenly soul." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't respond. He lowered his eyes and murmured the Buddha's voice. This result was obviously expected by Hei. He sneered, I know that you have the magical power of diamond to protect your life. Even if you can't use Buddhism and Taoism. I can't take your life. But since I'm here, I naturally do it. A complete plan is made. After the words fell, the black shadow made a move with his right hand, and a ball of green light condensed from his hand. Countless dead souls were struggling and wailing in it, and the cries were endless. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva opened his eyes and looked solemn. It is said that bodhisattvas are compassionate. If I destroy these dead souls in the underworld in front of you, I wonder what you would think. If you want me to release these dead souls, you can open the golden bowl seal and release the heavenly souls. Tianhun is one of the most powerful beings among immortal monsters. It can ignore the laws of heaven and earth and display terrifying power. At that time, if Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had not used his own dharma as the foundation and relied on the power of his great aspirations, he might not have been able to imprison him in the golden bowl. If the heavenly soul is released, the consequences will be disastrous. But with countless dead souls in front of him, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva cannot turn a blind eye. After all, it was his mission to come to this ghost world to save these dead souls. I don't have that much time for you to think about it. The black shadow threatened. The ghost energy surged in his hand, and the screams of the dead became more and more harsh. Upon seeing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva lowered his eyes, opened his hands, and the Buddha's seal appeared all over his body. A golden light shot out from his body and shot straight into the sky. There was an accident in the plan, and the black shadow couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible! How can you perform such a powerful Buddhist method under the seal of the 10,000 evil formation?" However, the surprise lasted only a moment, and the shadow seemed to have discovered something, and his tone gradually became colder. "I see. You want to kill yourself? Is it really worth it to ruin one's own path for the sake of these souls who are almost impossible to be saved?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled slightly. "There was once an almsgiver who taught a poor monk a word." "What are you talking about?" Black Shadow was curious. "If I don't go to HL, who will?" After the words fell, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's brows cracked, and golden light shone brightly, covering the entire Buddha mountain. The black shadow suddenly found that the dead souls in the underworld in his hand began to flow out of the green light out of control, and then rushed toward Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and then submerged into the latter's body. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wants to use himself as a container to accommodate these dead souls, and use hundreds, thousands, and thousands of years to resolve their anger and resentment, until the laws of the ghost world are perfected again, and the dead souls can step into the 6 paths of reincarnation and be reborn. "Ting Ting! I have wronged you," the Bodhisattva whispered, and his body began to gradually turn to stone. This was the price. Daiting shook his head, and lay down next to the Bodhisattva. His body was slowly turning to stone like Ksitigarbha. It is originally a spiritual beast that listened to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dharma and became enlightened. It can be said that Ksitigarbha and Ksitigarbha are both prosperous and devastated. "Absurd!" Black Shadow roared angrily. This was not the result he wanted, and naturally he couldn't accept it. With a wave of his right hand, ghost energy surged, and the giant hand made of flesh and blood suddenly slapped the petrified Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. However, at the moment when the two were about to come into contact, a golden light was like a sharp arrow at the center of the stone Buddha's eyebrows, and it shot directly through the giant hand. The black shadow let out a heart-rending scream, but did not dare to stay where it was, because after the sharp arrow pierced the giant hand, its majesty did not diminish, and it hit his chest directly. The black shadow escaped into the void and swept out of Foshan. Qin Feng and others saw a golden light chasing towards a ball of black energy, and behind the black energy is a huge arm made of condensed flesh. "What is that?" Tu Bo exclaimed in shock. Zhao Wenhe frowned. He saw the blood hole in the center of the giant palm, and the Buddha's light had not dissipated for a long time. Meng Shuang looked ugly. There was someone in the ghost world who defected to the foreign enemy and had weird magical powers. He could turn his own flesh and blood into monsters and exert unimaginable power. In other words, the same is true for the Black Shadow. Just as Zhao Wenhe and Meng Shuang were guessing who the Black Shadow was, Qin Feng fell back to them in midair. Before they could ask if they had found the center of the formation, Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Get back quickly. This mountain is going to collapse." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge roar in his ears. Suiyun Palace fell apart. The golden light was like scattered petals, and even the Foshan mountain collapsed. And in the center where the golden light gathered, Qin Feng and others also saw the petrified Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and listening. "How could that happen?" Meng Shuang looked in disbelief. She wanted to step forward to check, but Zhao Wenhe reached out to stop her. Why are you stopping me? Meng Shuang asked. There is too much movement here, and it will definitely attract the attention of other people. You should take the intruder and leave quickly to avoid being discovered, Zhao Wenhe explained. These words were beyond the expectations of several people. Qin Feng asked, You won't arrest me? Isn't trying to win over me the purpose of your coming here? Zhao Wenhe replied calmly. Meng Shuang on the side asked, So, you agree? It's useless to talk more now. We'll talk about the specifics later. While speaking, Zhao Wenhe clearly sensed something, and his eyes suddenly opened. Without saying a word, he opened his right palm and pushed forward violently. The void trembled, and Qin Feng and others flew out like kites with broken strings, disappeared instantly. And just a few breaths later, a figure landed next to Zhao Wenhe and asked, Why are you here? The person who came was none other than Shen Tu. Chapter 797 Uproar. Why are you here? Shen Tu asked first, then glanced around, as if looking for traces of others. And when he saw the broken Foshan and Suyin Palace, his whole body was shocked. How could this happen? Zhao Wenhe narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the other person's expression. He was observing Shen Tu's reaction while talking about his previous experience. On the order of Master Zhouqi, I wanted to capture the intruders. I originally wanted to seek help from Master Xidagarba, but after I came here, I encountered such changes. Lord Shen Tu, on the other hand, shouldn't be busy waging war against the broken world. So why would he appear here? While speaking, Zhao Wenhe glanced at the other person's right arm. The slight tremor was obviously injured. And if he remembered correctly, when the black shadow fled earlier, he vaguely saw blood dripping from the right arm of the black shadow. Shen Tu noticed Zhao Wenhe's gaze, slightly hid his right hand at his side, and replied, I wanted to go to Naiha Bridge, but I heard some noise on the way and came here. He looked up at the broken Suyin Palace in Foshan, and saw the completely petrified Xidagarba Bodhisattva and listening inside, with solemn expressions. At such a critical moment in the ghost world, Master Xidagarba is very important. How could such a change happen? Have you seen who took action? Zhao Wenhe shook his head. The other person's figure was obscured by the ghostly aura, and his face could not be seen clearly. But one thing I can be sure of is that that person has taken refuge in the existences outside the world, Shen Tu said in a deep voice. This matter is of great importance. I must report it to Lord Zhouqi immediately. Also, this series of changes are likely to come from the person who broke into the world. He must be captured as soon as possible. When Zhao Wenhe heard this, he did not tell Qin Feng because he did not trust him at present. So he just nodded slightly, indicating that he would catch the intruder as soon as possible. Not long after, the news of the destruction of Suyin Palace was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, causing the entire ghost world to boil instantly. The matter of Xidagarba Bodhisattva's petrification is like a guillotine hanging over everyone's head. You must know that in the ghost world, the three people with the highest combat power are Zhouqi, the Ghost Master, and Xidagarba Bodhisattva. Back then, these three people made the greatest contribution to resisting the enemy's invasion and facing those powerful enemies. As a result, before the war started, the Ghost Master threw himself into the broken world and became incapacitated. Xidagarba Bodhisattva was plotted by an unknown enemy and was completely petrified. At the same time, some speculations also intensified in the conversations among people in the ghost world. It must be a good thing done by the person who broke into the world. Yes, not long after he came to this world, something like this happened in Suyin Palace. Maybe this is one of his purposes. He wants to completely destroy the ghost world. Look, we must find him and then cut him into pieces. On the other side, the Broken Valley is where the Golden Bowl seal is located. The black air was monstrous. The ominous atmosphere filled the air, and the heart-rending screams continued one after another, making people's hair stand on end. Click! There was a fine cracking sound, and Zhouqi, who was suspended in the air, looked at the ferocious-looking monster inside the Golden Bowl seal that kept hitting the barrier, his face expressionless. The Golden Bowl is the treasure of Xidagarba Bodhisattva. At this moment, Xidagarba Bodhisattva has been petrified, and the power of the seal will naturally be affected. Zhouqi raised his left hand and pressed it down slightly towards the Broken Valley. At this moment, a sound broke through the air. He looked for a voice and saw Shen Tu approaching. The latter was here to report on the situation of the boundary-breaking battle. The powerful combat power of breaking the boundary is far beyond our imagination. Even if the ghost generals come out in full force, they are still in a stalemate. Now it seems that if I don't wait and take action, I won't be able to successfully come to break the world. Zhou Qi had expected this. As one of the three realms, breaking the world has been able to last for such a long time. It has its own foundation. It is not easy to win. When will Mr. Zhou take action? Shen Tu couldn't help but ask. Now the Ghost Master is in the broken world. At this juncture, the seal here cannot be lost. I cannot leave. I see. After a pause, Zhou Qi spoke again. Have you found the person who broke into the world? Shen Tu shook his head. Zhao Wenhe originally wanted to seek help from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to figure out where the person who broke into the world was. But something unexpected happened. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. During the sudden change in Suiyun Palace, Zhao Wenhe was also outside Foshan. Yes, it's a pity that the enemy's figure is covered by the black energy, and he can't recognize the opponent's true appearance. However, when the person who breaks into the world comes to this point in this world, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is assassinated, and the person who breaks into the world is suspected. Biggest. Now! The entire ghost world is searching, and I believe it won't be long before they can find each other. After a brief silence, Zhou Qi said, It doesn't matter if you can't find it. According to what Zhang Heng said, the person who broke into the world is the son of the Ghost Emperor of Qin. If my prediction is correct, he will definitely be punished by the underworld next. Will show up. Shen Tu was slightly startled. Breaking into the ghost world alone is the same as seeking death. Even if he was eager to save his father, he couldn't have planned it. He thought that with his own strength, he could kidnap Qin Ghost Emperor in front of many ghost generals and us. Right? Humans always let their emotions influence their judgment. This is the biggest gap between them and us. Zhou Qi said calmly with an expressionless face. I understand. After Shen Tu thought about it, he cupped his fists and bowed before retreating. Zhou Qi looked at the Jinbo seal again. Countless monsters reflected in his deep eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and his right arm hidden under the wide sleeves of his robe kept trembling. The golden light of the Buddha's seal appeared from under the sleeves and robes, but was quickly suppressed by the black energy. Damn old thing. After the sudden change in Suiyun Palace, the entire ghost world became restless, and Qin Feng and the others had already concealed their auras and hid in the dark. They listened to the discussions among the people in the ghost world and learned that all the spearheads were pointing at one place. And that was Qin Feng. These guys are talking nonsense. The assassination of Lord Ksitigarbha clearly has nothing to do with the young master. Young master. Let me argue with them, and clear your name. Tu Bo said righteously. Qin Feng glanced lightly, and directly revealed the other party's thoughts. Do you want to take this opportunity to leave to avoid being in danger? Tu Bo was speechless for a moment. Things have become increasingly out of control. Considering the safety of its own life, it is reasonable for it to want to protect itself wisely. But Qin Feng saw through it at a glance. Young master, you misunderstood me. How could I think that? Qin Feng and Meng Shuang did not pay attention to Tu Bo, but moved forward while avoiding the ghost general's search. The purpose of their trip is exactly where Li Yang is. They must meet up with each other before the execution day of Hades Cha. Chapter 798 Dad. Let me save you this time. There was such a big commotion in the netherworld. So Li Yang naturally heard about it. He knew that Qin Feng would definitely look for him. So he arranged for his confidants to search for traces of Qin Feng everywhere. However, Qin Feng seemed to have evaporated from the world, without any news leaking out. Li Yang had a vague guess in his mind. There was a high probability that someone in the ghost world was guiding Qin Feng, so the latter could escape the pursuit of everyone in the strange ghost world and disappear. If this is the case, Qin Feng will definitely try his best to find him under the leadership of that person. After thinking about this, Li Yang no longer walked around randomly, but stayed where he was and waited quietly. As time goes by, the gray ghost world is shrouded in darkness. The dim candlelight swayed in the wind, and Li Yang closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something, opened his eyes, and then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You are finally here! Boom! Purple-red thunder pierced the gray sky, and a towering stone pillar was illuminated translucently, with strange lines glowing with black light. This is the ancient pillar of the underworld that has existed in the netherworld for an unknown period of time. The wasteland that should have stretched for thousands of miles was now crowded with people. At a glance, countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals gathered together, just because today is the day to impose the punishment of the underworld on the ghost king Qin Jilan of the south. Whoosh! Several rays of white light flashed across the sky, and the powerful pressure frightened all ghosts. The noisy atmosphere instantly became quiet, as if you could hear a needle drop. All the ghosts, soldiers and ghost generals saw clearly who was coming, and they all looked respectful, except for Qin Jianan. The other 4 ghost kings gathered together, and the leader was none other than the white-haired central ghost emperor Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. He saw his left hand touching the void. The space trembled, and a black hole suddenly appeared. In the black hole, Qin Jianan's haggard figure came into view, his whole body wrapped in chains. "Is that the infinite prison?" a ghost general whispered. The infinite prison is a place where major criminals in the netherworld are imprisoned, and it is also the exclusive detention place for big bosses, ordinary ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Trying to win this honor is nothing more than a dream. As the ghost emperor of the south, Qin Jianan can only be imprisoned in Wujian prison. Zhou Qi looked at the figure in the black hole with an expressionless face. With just a move of his left hand, the chains around Qin's body shrank, and his whole body flew towards the Ming pillar like a kite with its string cut off. When the two were less than 10 feet apart, the lines on the dark pillar actually glowed with red light, and the complicated Taoist scriptures appeared, like shackles, trapping Qin Jianan in front of the dark pillar. Above the void, an indifferent and vicissitudes of voice sounded. "The Southern Ghost Emperor Qin Jianan came from Broken Realm, and used unknown means to break the balance of life and death in the ghost world, causing turmoil in the ghost world and loosening the seal of the Naiha bridge that broke the realm. I was ordered by the Ghost Lord to impose the punishment of the underworld on him today as a warning to others." Zhou Qi's words are judgment. When all the ghosts, soldiers and ghost generals heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation, and curses could be heard endlessly. Li Yang, who fell into the crowd, saw Qin Jianan, clenching his fists and showing a complicated look in his eyes. He was determined to save the other party, but he couldn't act rashly yet. He had to wait for the best opportunity. Zhao Wenhe said, "Does the punishment of the underworld have to wait until the Ghost Master comes out of seclusion?" Shen Tu responded coldly. "The Ghost Master is maintaining the seal of the broken world, and he has no skills. How can he come here? What's more, the day of execution is determined by the Ghost Lord. His presence or absence makes no difference. I still feel that inflicting the punishment of Hades on the Southern Ghost Emperor is too arbitrary. There is no actual evidence for the accusation against him." Zhao Wenhe turned his head and looked at Zhou Qi, his eyes falling on a certain place. "Zhao Wenhe, what is your purpose of delaying time here?" Shen Tu frowned. "You think too much." The two were still arguing, but were interrupted by a voice. "Since the Ghost Lord has given the order, the punishment of the underworld will be carried out, so there is no need for you to say more." After the words fell, Zhou Qi raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the underworld pillar, another thunderbolt flashed across, as thick as a roaring dragon. Boom! The thunder dragon fell down and struck the pillar of the underworld, and a violent wind suddenly blew up, becoming one with the thunder. Then comes the second, third. The strong wind mixed with thunder became stronger and stronger. And then, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, it turned into a grinning evil beast that looked like a unicorn. The purple-red unicorn jumped back and forth on the pillar of darkness, its huge eyes staring at the bound Qin Jianan, as if it wanted to swallow him in one gulp. When all the ghosts, soldiers and ghosts saw this scene, they were all frightened. On top of the unicorn, they felt the terrifying pressure. What a terrible fluctuation is this? At this point, they have a clearer understanding of the horror of the underworld's punishment. After fear, they were filled with excitement. Those who betrayed the ghost world deserve this fate. "Kill him! Kill the Southern Ghost Emperor! Let him not be able to live or die!" The sound was getting louder and louder, as if it could rival thunder. A flash of cruelty flashed in Shen Tu's eyes, and he came to Zhou Qi and said respectfully, "Sir, the time for execution has arrived." When Zhou Qi heard this, he opened his eyes and stepped on the ground with his right foot, shaking the heaven and the earth. After receiving the order, the unicorn evil beast could no longer restrain itself. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Qin Jianan in the void, intending to bite him to pieces. Li Yang was extremely nervous and leaned forward unconsciously. On the ridge, Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng looked at each other and decided to take action. The two people turned into streams of light and swept towards the left and right sides of the Ming pillar. The red phoenix feathers rose up in the wind and turned into a pair of phoenix wings. At the moment they merged, they actually turned into fire phoenixes, with sharp bird cries, pressed on the shoulders of the Qilin beast. Roar! The sound was deafening. The sudden change shocked everyone present. No one thought that the two ghost emperors Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng would actually stop the execution of Ming Cha. What's going on? Father Qin raised his head slightly, his eyes full of doubts. He did not remember any fatal friendship between him and these two people. Shen Tu was furious and shouted loudly. Are you two crazy? How dare you disobey the Ghost Lord's order? Zhou Qi looked at the two of them, but there was anger surging in his calm eyes. I need an explanation. Zhao Wenhe showed no fear and replied calmly. Master Zhou, I still think it would be better to wait for the Ghost Lord to return before making a new decision. Or, could you please lift up the sleeve of your right arm and relieve some of my doubts? Hearing this, Zhou Qi closed his eyes, exhaled, then opened his eyes sharply and said sternly, the Ghost Emperor of the West, Zhao Wenhe, and the Ghost Emperor of the North, Zhang Heng, should be punished for betraying the Ghost World. The roar fell, and endless black energy surged out from behind him, then turned into an evil ghost and attacked the two of them. Zhang Heng said in a deep voice, I must be crazy to agree to your plan. How many years have I not seen the old man show his seriousness? If you are thinking nonsense like this, why not think about how to deal with it next? Both of them didn't dare to neglect. They were both ghost emperors, and no one knew better than them how terrifying the old man's strength was. If you don't take it seriously, you will only die. Dong Zhuo frantically mobilized the ghost energy in his body and used powerful tricks to collide with the evil ghost evolved from the black energy. Boom! The terrifying air waves seemed to be able to penetrate the heaven and the earth. Countless ghost soldiers and ghosts will be blown away, and screams come and go. Wait until the fluctuation dissipates. Then look at the pillar of hell. The fire phoenix was still entangled with the Qilin beast, and Zhao Wenhe, who were maintaining the fire phoenix and resisting Zhou Qi's attack, were obviously weakened. Zhang Heng frowned. If this continues, there is no way. When will that kid show up? If the old man tries another move, I won't be able to hold on anymore. Zhao Wenhe turned his head and looked towards the south, calculating the time. It should be almost here. But Zhou Qi won't wait. One move failed, and the second move followed. The evil spirit of black energy came to attack again. Zhao Wenhe and the two fought hard, but a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the fire phoenix gradually faded away. The Qilin beast took advantage of this opportunity, counterattacked, turned back and bit hard, and actually swallowed the fire phoenix's head. Then 3 mouthfuls followed by 2 mouthfuls, and within a few moments, all the fire phoenixes were swallowed into his belly. Without the suppression of the fire phoenix, the evil beast looked at Qin Jian again, the murderous look in his eyes undisguised. Roar! The huge body is coming to attack. Qin Jian looked at the ferocious face that was growing in his eyes, and closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Facing death, he had no fear, just some regret. I originally planned to take care of that kid's worries in the ghost world, but I didn't expect to end up in this situation. You brat! Even my share! Let's live well! Hold head high. At this moment, the Qilin evil beast suddenly let out a cry of pain. Its huge figure staggered back, and hit the pillar of HL, causing the world to shake. Qin Jian opened his eyes in surprise, and a familiar figure came into view. Dad, you saved me every time in the past, and it's my turn to save you this time. Smelly boy! Qin Jian laughed and cursed, bursting into tears. Chapter 799 The Pillar of Hell Broken. Who is it? Everyone present was shocked, and they all looked in the direction of Ming Zhu. The Qilin evil beast's eyes were wide open, glaring in front of him angrily. There was a figure hanging there. His whole body was shrouded in holy white light, with a pair of antlers on his head, and his amber eyes shining brightly, making him look like a saint. The person coming is none other than Qin Feng. The reason why he came late is because he wanted to integrate the Tao of the White Deer in his body, and use the remaining power of the saint to step into the first level realm. It came at the right time. Zhao Wenhe held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. If he were one step later, Qin Jian would be crushed to pieces by the punishment of Ming Cha. Seeing this, Shen Tu shouted coldly, although I don't know how you entered the realm of transcendence, do you think that you can reverse the current situation with just one person? The ghosts in the underworld listened to the order. This son is the son of the traitor Qin Ghost Emperor. If he dares to show up, he will be killed without mercy. All the ghost soldiers and ghost generals came to their senses and responded immediately. Kill! The roar shook the sky. The ghosts gathered towards the Ming pillar with a fierce momentum. Just at this tense moment, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air and shouted softly, Wait a minute! On the order of the Ghost Lord, I release the Southern Ghost Emperor. The sudden changes in the underworld are not his fault, but the fault of the Central Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi. Conspiracy. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The ghosts looked at Zhou Qi. The white-haired old man looked indifferent. To them, the Central Ghost Emperor is the first person under the Ghost Lord, and he is a figure who has existed since the birth of the underworld, and has saved the underworld from danger countless times. How could such a Ghost Emperor think about destroying the underworld? What nonsense! Shen Tu was furious. The Ghost Master is still maintaining the seal in the broken world. How can he issue orders? Meng Shuang, you colluded with the traitors and falsely preached the Holy Order at this time. You are really guilty and deserve death. Hearing this, Meng Shuang took a deep breath. Qin Feng! Qin Feng flicked his hand, and a ray of white light flew into Meng Shuang's hand. It was the bone token that the Ghost Master had given to the former. She held the token high and said loudly, "Look! What is this?" All the ghost soldiers and ghost generals looked for fame, and then their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. How could anyone in the underworld not recognize the Ghost Lord's token? If the Ghost Lord is not here, seeing this order is like seeing the Ghost Lord. For a moment, everyone was in shock and doubt, thinking only about what Master Ming said before. Could it be true? Shen Tu was also shocked. He did not expect that the Ghost Master would actually give this order to a human being. Discussions rang out everywhere and became more and more intense. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Shen Tu shouted loudly, "Where are the Eastern Ghosts and the Central Ghosts?" "Here," came a voice. "Drive those who break the world out of the underworld." "As you command." Two ghost armies separated from the ghost crowd and lined up at the feet of Shen Tu. At this moment, Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng said at the same time, "Where are the ghosts in the west, north?" One call and 100 responses. "According to the order of the Ghost Lord, we prevent the punishment of the underworld. Anyone who interferes will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Within a moment, two more ghost armies appeared, fighting against Shen Tu's ghost army. But this is far from over. Li Yan was suspended in the air, and his voice sounded like a bell. "Where is the Zhiling army?" 100,000 ghost soldiers shouted in unison. "Here! Would you like to fight with me again? Kill!" That momentum actually caused the world to tremble. Even several ghost emperors looked at him sideways. The situation changed so fast that Shen Tu didn't expect it. Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng fell in front of Zhou Qi and stood facing each other. The white-haired old man had no expression on his face and said calmly, "Do you think that boy alone can stop the punishment of Hades?" Zhang Heng said indifferently, "If we can't stop him, then he will die and my father will die. What does it have to do with me? I have already exhausted all my benevolence and righteousness." Zhao Wenhe opened his mouth but stopped talking. At this point, he was convinced that it was Zhou Qi's conspiracy to frame Qin Jianan and impose the punishment of Hades. But he still didn't understand one thing. With the other party's strength, it would be effortless to kill a new ghost emperor. So why bother? But even though he had doubts, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Facing a monster like the old man, if you are distracted in fighting, you will definitely die. Zhou Qi raised his eyes, as if remembering the past. "When you were promoted from Ghost General to Ghost Emperor, it was me who promoted you. I didn't expect that in the end. You would just shoot yourself in the foot. I dare not forget the kindness of knowing someone. But the old man may have forgotten his original intention," Zhao Wenhe said in a deep voice. "Original intention? Maybe. But do you still remember what I taught you?" Zhou Qi opened the left half of his sleeve, revealing his strong body. "How does it look like the physique of an old man?" "What's the point?" Zhang Heng asked aloud, his heart trembling for no reason. "If you encounter an enemy who is far stronger than yourself, you must go all out from the moment you get there. Otherwise you will only die. Are you ready?" After the words fell, Zhou Qi grabbed his left hand into the void, and a long sword filled with black gas and ghostly shadows appeared. When Zhao Wenhe saw it, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "Killing blade 100 ghosts roar. Let's see whether that boy breaks the punishment of the underworld first, or you two die under my sword first." Boom! The powerful pressure was like the sky falling. All the ghosts present were short in stature. They looked up blankly and saw the huge shadow of the ghost head, which seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Central Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi, the first person under the Ghost Lord, has always been like this. Qin Feng glanced at the battlefield, and then returned his gaze to the unicorn beast in front of him. He could feel the surging power from the other party. The unicorn evil beast glared angrily, bared its fangs and claws, and the small human in front of it hindered its eating. It wanted to swallow it alive, just like the fire phoenix before. But what he never expected was that the human just looked at it for a while, and then turned his head to look at the pillar of hell. As if he didn't take it seriously at all. This is a great shame and humiliation. Roar! The sound was deafening. The unicorn evil beast clung to the underworld pillar, gathered momentum, and then rushed out in an instant. The distance of 100 feet is fleeting. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised his right hand, and on his index finger, a white thunder shot out. The astonishingly powerful thunder beast was knocked away after only one encounter, and half of his body was turned into nothingness. All the ghosts who saw this scene took a deep breath and looked extremely shocked. Who is this human being? He is so terrifying. However, the Qilin evil beast was originally a fusion of thunder and Gangfeng. Even if it was severely damaged, after gathering the power of the Ming pillar, it became intact again. But his attitude was far less arrogant than before. I don't have time to quarrel with you. The indifferent words were as calm as a pool of autumn water. With a thought in Qin Feng's mind, a crimson beast shadow swept out from the divine sea, and there was an emerald green little man standing above his head. Could it be Chi-Chi and Bai Su? Chi-Chi's body is not big, but its aura is no weaker than the opponent's. It stares with eyes wide, and thunder arcs spurt from its mouth. That look seemed to say, "Little brother, are you going to do harm to the master?" Just looking at the body shape, it should have been a contest of great disparity in strength. But what shocked everyone present was that after seeing Chi-Chi, the evil Qilin beast was like a mouse meeting a cat, shaking with fear. How could this be? Shen Tu asked in shock. Meng Shuang, who knew about it, fell in front of him and said with a smile, "The life-destroying thunder is the ancestor of thunder. All thunderbolts can only surrender in front of him." This is exactly the case, Shen Tu said in a deep voice. Even if he can stop the murderous intention of Ming Cha's punishment, he can't separate the man named Qin from the Ming pillar. The only one who can break the seal of the underworld pillar is the Ghost Master. And even Lord Zhou Qi cannot do it. Meng Shuang looked solemn. This is true. As an ancient object in the underworld, how can we take it lightly? Just when the two were in a stalemate, a powerful pressure came from high altitude. Compared with the previous noise caused by Zhou Qi, it was no less generous. Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng seized the opportunity to retreat. Even Zhou Qi did not continue the pursuit, but looked up. Then he saw the figure wrapped in holy light, walking in the void, and every time he takes a step, he will leave a clear shadow behind. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways, until the 7th path. The dazzling white light seemed to penetrate heaven and earth. Qin Feng slowly pressed his palm on the Ming pillar and murmured, "The immortal technique 7 steps to the heavenly gang." After the words fell, the sky and the earth seemed to be only white, and time stagnated. No one could hear any more sounds. There was only a clicking sound, sharp and a bit harsh. The Ming pillar is broken. Shen Tu looked in disbelief. Then, there was another roar. The underworld pillar, which was regarded as a divine object by the people in the underworld, collapsed and shattered inch by inch under the shocked eyes of everyone. And this is all done by one person. Chapter 800, Kill 10,000 Ghosts in Sanluo. Chapter 800, Killing Prison, Wangui Sanluo. The towering pillars collapsed and rocks flew. The terrifying air waves are like the tide, rising one after another. But everyone present had no time to pay attention to the wanton fluctuations, because there was only one figure left in their eyes, Qin Feng, who looked indifferent and was wrapped in holy white light. Impossible! As the Eastern Ghost Emperor, Shen Tu's eyes widened. This was the first time he had lost his composure like this. Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng looked at each other, the surprise in their eyes unable to dissipate. Several people gathered in secret last night. The original plan was to let this boy prevent the punishment of Ming Cha for a period of time. After the two of them restrained Zhou Qi, they would then use their numerical advantage to slowly succeed. But what if this kid just smashed the Ming pillar? Zhang Heng covered his injured right arm and said with a strange expression, "Is this also part of your plan?" Zhao Wenhe smiled bitterly. "Do you think I look like this in such a mess?" Even though he had already guessed that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's accident was related to Zhou Qi, even he knew that the latter's right arm was injured and he could not move freely. But as the first person under the Ghost Lord, he is an absolutely powerful person who has existed since the birth of the underworld. They still underestimated Mr. Zhou's strength. Even if the old man can only use one left hand, he can still deal with the two of them effortlessly. Just like now, the two of them were covered in injuries, and their breath was weak. But after several fights, they didn't even touch the old man's sleeves. Fortunately, Qin Feng's combat effectiveness far exceeded expectations, and the outcome of this battle was uncertain. Boom! At this moment, The whole world trembled. Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng quickly looked sideways, and saw that Zhou Qi, who had been calm all this time, had a ferocious and somewhat distorted face. A mere world breaker dares to ruin my plan. It's hateful and deserves to be killed. After the words fell, he waved the killing blade in his hand, and hundreds of ghosts roared, making a sharp and harsh cry. A ray of black energy seemed to split the space, ignoring the distance and appearing directly in front of Father Qin. Although the main pillar was destroyed, the seal was not completely removed, and Father Qin was still unable to move at this moment. But he could clearly feel that if he was hit by this knife, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, a familiar figure stood in front of him. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and pinched it with 2 fingers. The black sword energy that made people unable to resist any thoughts was stopped by him, and he could no longer move forward. Shen Tu had a look of disbelief on his face. As an absolute supporter of Zhou Qi, he knew how terrifying the power of the killing blade 100 Ghosts roar was. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire Underworld, the only 2 people who can stop this move are the Ghost Lord and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But how can this kid who broke through the world have such strength? It's clear that the last time he knew about the other party's existence, he was still an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Feng! You? Father Qin murmured. Qin Feng pinched it with both fingers, and the black saber energy suddenly shattered, and the shrill ghost roar resounded through the sky, making people's hair stand on end. Noisy! The word seemed to carry holy power. White light illuminated the heaven and earth, and the ghost's howling stopped abruptly. Qin Feng slowly turned his head, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised slightly on his indifferent face. Dad, wait here for a moment. The child will be back soon. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the seal that bound Father Qin turned into dust and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, due to the collapse of the underworld pillar, the Qilin evil beasts that could no longer sustain their strength were all swallowed up by Qi Qi. When it saw its owner looking at him, it raised its head as if to claim credit, but because it was so full, it let out a thunderous burp. The Baisu sitting on its head turned into a swollen white ball, and lay down lazily, not wanting to move any more, until Qin Feng's spiritual thought conveyed, "Heal those injured people." Baisu stood up immediately, patting his bulging belly with his little hands, as if making a promise to complete the task. After explaining everything, Qin Feng floated down and stood next to Zhao Wenhe and opposite Zhou Qi. His amber eyes stared at the other person, and the innate energy in his eyes made it impossible for any illusion to escape. Even though Zhou Qi's right hand was hidden under his wide sleeves and had been eroded by strange things, he could clearly see it. "Leave the rest to me," Qin Feng said lightly. Zhao Wenhe and Zhang Heng were both stunned. The latter said in an unhappy tone, "Boy, are you sure? It has been more than thousands of years since he became the Ghost Emperor, and this is the first time he has been ordered like this by a young boy." Zhao Wenhe persuaded in time. "You and I activated the Blazing Feather Fire Phoenix earlier, and coupled with the repeated battles with the old man, the ghostly ghost energy in the body has been consumed to a great extent. Even if he continues to take action, it will not have an impact on the battle situation." Zhang Heng frowned, and his body was indeed as Zhao Wenhe said. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Boy, I don't want to collect your body for you in the future. If I want to die, I'll die as far away as possible." Although this man had a bad mouth, Qin Feng knew that he meant well, so he smiled and replied, "The words of the seniors will be kept in mind by the juniors." Zhang Heng snorted coldly, said no more, and retreated to the rear. Zhao Wenhe glanced at the furious old man and said in a deep voice, "As I guessed, he must have some ulterior motive for trying so hard to inflict the punishment on your father. Now that the pillar of hell is shattered and the plan is ruined, he will definitely vent all his anger on you." After a pause, Zhao Wenhe reminded, "The killing blade 100 Ghosts roar is just one of the old man's methods. He is far more powerful than you imagine. Don't underestimate the enemy." Qin Feng nodded and looked forward again, meeting Zhou Qi's eyes. Murderous intent permeated the air, and the atmosphere was extremely cold. "There's not much I can do for you, but you can fight with him, and don't worry about the rest." After the words fell, Zhao Wenhe took a deep breath, clasped his palms together, and the ghostly aura disappeared into the earth and rushed toward Shen Tu. Shen Tu seemed to have discovered something, and he lowered his head suddenly. He saw the earth cracking open, and a huge ghost head made of ghost energy jumped out of the ground and swallowed him in one bite. Zhao Wenhe pulled away and retreated. The ghost head slowly dissipated, and Shen Tu's figure also disappeared from where it was. When he reappeared, he was in front of Zhao Wenhua and Zhang Heng. On the empty wasteland, only Zhou Qi and Qin Feng were left for a while. The carefully arranged plan was ruined, and Zhou Qi was furious at this moment. You will not die easily. You will be bitten by thousands of ghosts, and you will not be able to survive or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the black killing blade in Zhou Qi's hand suddenly fell to the ground. The black air spread quickly like morning mist in the mountains, covering an area of 10 miles within a moment. And Qin Feng was among them. Killing prison 10,000 ghosts, Sun Luo. Zhang Heng murmured with a solemn expression. In this realm, there will be endless evil ghosts that will kill the intruders, bite the flesh, erode the soul, and remain immortal. Any existence falling into it is like being stuck in a quagmire. And the more it struggles, the more painful it becomes. I don't know how many of those strange creatures that broke into the underworld back then were trapped under this trick and fell into an endless killing prison. Fonger! Father Qin looked worried. In the killing prison, Zhou Qi's eyes were cold. The speed of time here is different from that in the outside world. 100 years of time is just a blink of an eye outside. You will feel extreme pain here and will never be able to get over. But don't worry. You won't be alone. Because your father, the Southern Ghost Emperor, will soon be dragged into this place. But for you, it may be thousands of years later. Qin Feng ignored the other party's words and just looked around. The black energy shrouded and blocked this place. It must be a kind of realm. Countless ghosts were struggling, crying, and wailing there. They were the souls of those who had died under Zhou Qi's hands. How dare you look around at this time? With a sharp shout, thousands of fierce ghosts seemed to be guided and screamed towards Qin Feng. Zhou Qi seems to have been able to hear the other party's hysterical screams. No one can remain unharmed in the killing prison. But the next scene shocked him. In such a of evil spirits, murderous intentions are everywhere. But Qin Feng was strolling slowly towards him. And those evil ghosts that are rushing to kill are actually unable to touch them? How can this be? Qin Feng's eyes were glowing with glazed color. That was the unseen technique. The trajectories of thousands of evil spirits were clearly visible before his eyes. Although this killing prison is terrifying, it is a kind of realm after all. There are only two ways to destroy it. First, replace it with a more powerful realm. Second, find its weak point and break it. With Qin Feng's current strength, as long as he expands the Divine Sea realm and uses the power of the annihilating thunder, it will be effortless to destroy this killing prison. But in this case, the souls trapped here will perish forever and will not be able to enter the reincarnation of HL. Therefore, he resolutely chose the second method, and the weak spot was right at Zhou Qi's feet. Thousands of feet. 100 feet. The two are getting closer and closer to each other. Zhou Qi, who has experienced countless storms, now has some doubts about life. No one has ever been able to be so relaxed and comfortable in the killing prison. How can this kid do it? Just when the distance between the two was only 10 feet, Zhou Qigong was about to attack, but saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes. And Qin Feng's figure appeared in front of him in just a thousandth of an instant. The souls of the dead scream day and night. But you turn a deaf ear. One day, you will reap the consequences. Bald Donkey also told me what you said. But now he is just a stone sculpture. Zhou Qi sneered and didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, he saw something terrible and his eyes widened. Why is this thing here? Qin Feng's right hand slowly raised a little golden light, which was the mustard seed sumaru.